Bitcoin Takeover Radio. This episode is sponsored by Voltoro. Keep on listening and you'll find out more about how you can buy allocated gold when the Bitcoin bull run reaches its peak. This way, you don't have to deal with infinitely inflationary fiat or banks that freeze your account. Also, note that trading involves risks and the information presented is not financial advice. This episode is also sponsored by Wasabi Wallet. Go to wasabiwallet.io, download Wasabi for your OS, and significantly boost your network level and transaction privacy. Hello there, and welcome to Season 9, Episode 4 of the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. I am Vlad, and my guest today is Paul Stortz, also known as Paul Sports, who is the biggest fan of Bitcoin Uncensored, and also is the creator of BIPs 300 and 301, and he's also an independent Bitcoiner, so there's a lot to unpack there, there's a lot to talk about, and I'm very happy to have him on the show. Let's get to the talking part. So, hello.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So, what would you like to talk about first? Would you like to talk about the BIPs that you created and what they do and why they're not merged into core yet?
Oh, well, we haven't quite finished them yet. I mean, this is partially my attempt to make it more docile, but we keep tinkering with them. So, I haven't actually opened a pull request for any code or anything. I did write the BIPs, which are explanations of what is supposed to be happening, and those BIPs have links to the code that was written at the time, but we keep improving that code so that there's kind of two narratives. There's like two extremes of a spectrum with DriveChain, which is BIPs 300 and 301 collectively, which is one is that there's a big conspiracy to prevent it from being merged into Bitcoin Core, which is not really true because I haven't tried to merge it in yet, so that can't possibly be true. And the other extreme is that it's a horrible attack on Bitcoin, and it's the end of the world, and the end is nigh. That's also not true, but you shouldn't take my word. Yeah, you shouldn't take my word for it.
Sounds like something Peter Todd would say, right?
Yeah, Peter Todd is not a fan. I think, though, we've gotten it down to the list of people who's not a fan is now down to basically like two people who wanted to do alternate ideas but never finished them. So with Peter Todd, the case is tree chains and client-side validation. He wanted to do that. DriveChain sort of is that. And so I don't know if he has a different idea bubbling up in his head, but he never released any code or any further explanation of what he was doing. And I asked him at Scaling 3 about, won't miners run everything just so they can figure out which transaction fees they can collect? And he said sort of probably, or he had no real reply to how that met the criteria he wanted about no one but the clients needing to do any validation. So I don't know that idea. I don't think that idea exists anymore. But maybe in Peter Todd's head, he's going to come up with something cool soon. You have to ask him.
I guess. I would love to have him on the show once again because last time I spoke with him, he was working on Proof Marshall, a way to prove that something exists, which he created for reasons which may or may not have to do with a court case in which he was involved. And he didn't say anything about client-side validation. The last time I heard about that was when RGB Spectrum was launched as a layer 3 on the Lightning Network. And Giacomo Zucca was working on that one, and it did not get much traction. I think they gave up on the project for now.
Yeah, well, I don't know. That's part of what's interesting about the space is, see, that's the other thing is the real truth about BIPs 300 and 301 is that what I really think is happening is just that the space is making so much exponential progress that it is impossible, even for people who work in it 24/7, it is impossible for anyone to keep track of what everyone is doing. And so most people just don't know what other people are doing. I think it's just not possible. So I think that's, you have to decide what you want to look into. But I think most people just haven't looked. I mean, it was clear as of 2018 that the critics had no idea what they were talking about. So there was some criticism on the Bitcoin devs mailing list, but it was obvious from the criticism that the people had absolutely no clue, like they hadn't read anything about drive chain or they hadn't used the software. So
Okay, so before I ask you more about drive chain, I want to ask you about what drives your chain. I mean, you have been shunned before, you have been around for quite a few years, and you have remained independent, and you have always been persistent. Even if you got rejected or your ideas were not good enough, you kept on developing them and improving them. So, what keeps you going? Why don't you just do what Dan Larimer did and create your own shitcoin and freeload on speculative money or something?
yeah, well, I mean, he sort of looks like a genius from one perspective, but actually, none of his stuff is performed as well. I think it depends on which dates you cherry pick, but I think, Bitcoin has had the best ROI. So ultimately, it was just a losing move, but maybe not for him. I don't know. His projects didn't do very well, but probably he did very well, right? With EOS raising $4 billion or whatever. But I just think that, you want to have a project that has a future. I mean, my primary interest was prediction markets, actually, since long before Bitcoin. And then in 2012, I was sort of hearing about Bitcoin, and the prediction markets were suffering some of the same problems. InTrade was closed down after the 2012 presidential election in the United States. There's a website, intrade.com, but it was closed down like in December. And so I was mostly interested in that, and that became the paper that I wrote, Truthcoin. And a lot of people like that. Actually, even you can go to, but now that site is bitcoinhivemind.com, and you can see I have 4 reviews on there. One of them is from Peter Todd, and his comment is something like, this idea is totally crazy, but at least it's clever crazy, or something like that. He says, like, I give it like a small chance of success, but at least it's like clever, or something like that. And then I remember I was talking to Gasp Roger Ver at the time. He must not be named, and he said something like, "It seems as good a review as possible from Peter Todd." And I was like, "Oh, okay." So this Truthcoin paper, I think, is good. We still see Oracle stuff today. That was about oracles and prediction markets all on the blockchain, with no custodian of the funds, and no oracle, so a peer-to-peer oracle. Because all the benefits of Bitcoin are lost if you have to have someone decide the outcomes. That person basically owns all the coins. So I had a blockchain thing of that. I think all the oracle stuff that has come out since has actually been terrible and much worse than that. Still, so I think that project could go well. That project needed sidechains, so I was waiting on Blockstream to release their sidechains, but they instead sort of gave up on the sidechains idea. I mean, some of them say that they didn't, and that Liquid is a sidechain. But for a while I thought, I don't know if that's just fraud or trolling or like a joke or something. But it's not the case to have the multi-sig wallet is the sidechains idea that was promised in 2014, 2015, and anyone who thinks that it is crazy. And I don't know. I don't even know how to reply to it because to me it's so self-evidently wrong that I just I don't even know how to react to it. But obviously, um, those names would be taken down. The government would find those people, or the mafia would find those people, and they would just say, "You're going to do exactly what we want you to do." It's no different than running an exchange. So it's just self-evidently absurd that Liquid is a sidechain and that idea has a future.
It's a federation of traders and exchanges, so I guess their security model relies on the idea that there cannot be any sort of cooperation or coordination between all the
Yeah, but
parties
that
that come
idea
from
is
different
false, though.
countries.
I mean, it just takes one phone call from a U.S. senator to coordinate them all very tightly. The original idea behind Liquid was a good one because they said it was for coins that were on exchanges. So they said, hey, you already trust one exchange. Now probably things won't go wrong if there's 15 exchanges. So they were originally very forthcoming and honest about the fact that it had a limited scope. There's even a tweet by Matt Corallo where he says something like, Liquid is designed for coins that are on exchanges, and anyone who tries to convince you to use it for anything else is, you shouldn't trust them, and they're trying to steal your coins or something like that. He says, I shouldn't paraphrase if I don't, know the exact quote, but you can look it up. I have it bookmarked somewhere. Maybe I can give it to you. But there a lot of the people who were behind it at first were very honest about it, and then some kind of marketing took over, and it became, thing that has tokens, thing that has ICOs,
No, they're STOs.
Yeah, right. Yeah, some other thing, right? So I don't know how to deal with that. So anyway, but the point is, the whole point of the Truthcoin paper was to have the prediction markets that did not require custodians. So obviously, having liquid custodians would have made the entire paper pointless, and would have made the blockchain pointless. So that's obvious to me. I guess it's not obvious to other people yet, but I'm sure they'll come around eventually. And so I needed them to finish their sidechains idea, which they never did. And I published a little post in November 2015, which I think had a lot of improvements on their October 2014 paper. So DriveChain was the November 2015 blog post. Interestingly, if you print them out, I think they're both the same number of pages, like 26 and 27 pages respectively, or something funny like that. But one is a PDF and one is a blog post. And so then eventually it became clear that they were going further. There was this event called Construct. I mean, I got feedback on it in Scaling 3, and that's when I tried to invent blind merge mining, and I basically did in January 2017. And then in January 2017, there was an event in San Francisco, and Blockstream presented on federations. They had a new paper, they had new research that was going further in the wrong direction. So it was kind of like, oh, they also had a bunch of demos and stuff, stuff they did at the event that was just I thought was just terrible. No offense to them, but I was just totally unimpressed. So I kind of thought we may need to hit the ejector seat on waiting for them to do anything, ship anything useful. And so 2017, we sort of started working on DriveChain. And so we sort of stopped working on the prediction markets project, which is kind of finished. If you can go to bitcoinhivemind.com and you can see there's cool screenshots there, and there's a lot of other interesting stuff there.
Okay, so basically, you started working on drive chains as soon as you got disillusioned with the implementation of what was described in the sidechain white paper by Blockstream.
Correct. Yeah, right. That white paper has two appendices, A and B. They mentioned, again, originally, very honestly, they said the Federation is just a sort of a temporary thing just to get some stuff work up and running. It's kind of like we'll just be able to test everything. And then they had a real idea in there. There was this skip list idea. There was SPV proofs via a skip list. The skip list was what I latched onto and tried to react to. And I thought a lot of the stuff in there you didn't even need. You could just cut it out. Other stuff was like symmetric versus asymmetric. It became much less complicated if you just went full asymmetric and made the sidechains like a layer 2 of Bitcoin, like the Lightning Network. So that was, I was reacting to like the real idea, and then they reacted to the real idea by abandoning it and going with the fake Federation's idea. So I hate to turn this into a Blockstream tirade. It's impossible for people to understand like my point of view, though. I think if they don't understand like this story. So I hope it doesn't come across as too, I don't know, like malcontent, bitter type thing. That's not really what it's supposed to be. You asked the question about like what motivates me. I really think that if we build prediction markets, we will get closer to a future where everyone is healthy and basically lives forever. That sounds like a super weird fringe thing to say, but eventually, a society will cure aging and mortality. And then those people will look back through history, especially at like the 1900s, 2000s, and they will be like, wow, that was weird. Why didn't those people work every single second of every single day to invent this faster? Didn't they love their own lives? Didn't they love their children? Didn't they love their parents? So yeah, to me, that's just self-evident that obviously, someone will cure all health-related problems, including aging and including death, and there'll be backup. People have their mind backed up on a computer or whatever, and people won't really die eventually. And then they will look back on this just the same way we look back on like slavery or caste system or like divine right of kings or something, and we'll be like, what were those people? Why did those people put up with that? So I kind of think the prediction markets is the big in, because prediction markets allow you to remove bad rulers, even if the population cannot figure out which ruler is the best or cannot assess the rulers because the world is so complicated. It takes so much effort to figure out, which politician is the best, which CEO is the best. The CEO, the politician, they're working 24/7, but a layperson has their own life. But what the prediction markets do is they allow everyone to figure out simultaneously which leader is the best, and so then we always get the best leader, actually, and then we can fix all of the inefficiencies in government and large corporations, large organizations of every kind, and then that's where all the low hanging fruit are, because so much of our problems are caused by inefficient government, inefficient large scale coordination. So that's kind of the motivation, And so then all this other stuff, my interest in blockchain prediction markets, my interest in sidechains is just like a kind of follow the problem wherever it takes you,
Now, I suppose it sounds more like a vehicle which gets you there.
Right. But I think that also makes the best type of person is someone who is just trying to solve a problem and not, and that problem is not like becoming famous or whatever. I have like a real problem to solve that has nothing to do with me. People will solve it eventually, even if I die or whatever. It's just a question of who solves it first. How quickly can we be rid of the problem?
Sounds a bit grim, like you don't sound too hopeful about solving the problem on which you're working.
Really? Well, I think obviously, if it were easy, it would already be solved. But I do, as I just said, someone will solve it eventually, or this entire species will die. One of those two things will happen. Either the whole species will die, or will eventually solve basically every problem. Other than, I mean, we'll always have more stuff to do. So that you could call that a problem if you like the problem of which party do I attend tonight, and it's part of my infinite immortal life of unlimited wealth and happiness and experience. I have to choose: do I want to party on Jupiter, or do I want to party in as a virtual mind, or do I want to, party on the sun? That's what you can call that a problem if you like. The people in the future sure would. They'll be annoyed by, just like we get annoyed when our Wi-Fi is spotty. They'll be like, oh, or we have too many things to choose from on Netflix. But yeah, I don't know about. I'm not actually that pessimistic at all. I mean, one thing that I think it takes longer than expected because of rampant cultural stupidity in the Bitcoin space. But so I don't know if that can be cured by pointing it out, or if you should just, the better thing is to just be quiet about it and not point it out.
Okay, so could you please define the rampant stupidity in the Bitcoin space?
Well, it takes many facets, but one of those is there are many people who I think shrink the community or make the community dumber in order to get a leg up for themselves in the community. So I don't know if I should name any names, but they should be obvious to you if your eyes work. There are a lot of people who sort of do well by dumbing the space down, and one of the simplified narratives is just that Bitcoin is perfect the way it is, and its success is inevitable, and all you have to do is join the cult, and it will ultimately triumph.
I know exactly what you mean. Like, there's also the Bitcoin fixes this meme, which pretends that everything gets fixed by better money.
I think that you may have brought this up with Chris DeRose, or I don't know. Like, I listen to a lot of podcasts and they'll blur together, but there's also the idea that there's like an anti-intellectual streak. So like Nick Szabo came on the Bitcoin 2021 stage, and he sort of got like some polite applause, and then you had Max Kaiser and Michael Saylor come out, and they were doing entertainment, and the crowd goes wild. Most people have never, the new people now, if you just talk to people at the conference and you just ask them about, they've never heard of Peter Todd. They've never even heard of him. They've never heard of Greg Maxwell. They've never heard of Gavin Andreessen. Me and my friend, who was another kind of, I guess you could say, OG, we were at the conference and we were asking people like, how long have you been in Bitcoin? Since 2017, since 2019, that's what they would say. And then we'd say, do you know who Peter Todd is? And they'd say no. And then they'd ask us, they'd be like, do you know about this podcast? And it'd be something we'd never heard of. Some mainstream YouTuber podcast.
It's interesting that the culture changes with every new wave of adoption, which happens around bull markets.
Yeah, but I think that's fine. I mean, the problem that I was complaining about is that people will refuse. There's a lot of blind faith in the developers. So this obvious, like, there are many. I mean, one thing is that most people have no idea what Taproot is, but they know that they like it. And a lot of people think that it has signature aggregation. Schnorr signature aggregation, but it does not.
Okay. But was that not in the BIP? I remember reading that.
Well, I think it doesn't really matter. That's the whole point, is that people don't know what's in the BIP or in the activation or in the code, and they're not willing to spend more than 5 seconds, if that, looking it up. So that's the real problem, is that there's no consequence for we have no skin in the game. The developers can just say whatever they like about anything.
That's also true, but aren't there like contrarian developers? You're one of them. And there are multiple, what should I call them? Studios? I think that's wrong. Multiple entities that finance Bitcoin development. You have MIT on one hand, you have Blockstream, you have Chain Code, and I guess every exchange is trying to also finance a core developer.
Yes, well, that's true, but I don't see how it changes what I said. In fact, in a way, it's just an example. Like they throw money at someone, and then there's no oversight. Like, how the question is oversight. So how do you know? Like, what do you know about what someone is doing? Peter Todd is doing, or whatever. Anyone?
I don't think Peter Todd works on Bitcoin projects these days, or at least not on core.
Yeah, but I don't want to like call someone out. I mean, I could just throw out like Matt Corral or something. I don't want to like call out a name, but I'm just saying, like, what do you know about what they do?
Not much. Like
Nothing, right?
the
You don't know
best
anything.
we get is what we get from press releases or something.
Like, what if you just took a year off, hypothetically, and just decided to travel the world for the year? What in your world would look different?
Well, I guess nothing.
Yeah, nothing, right?
Yeah, that's very strange. And I agree that we need more developers.
The question is oversight. The question is just that. The question is, how do we replace a bad developer, hypothetically, or just a bad developer community? It's just the fact that it's even possible is a
I mean,
problem.
we replaced Jeff Garzik and Mike Hearn, right?
Well, they sort of quit. So that's one way,
Yeah,
is
but they
to.
were replaced. Like, that's what I mean. It's not
That's
like they
true.
were irreplaceable.
It's not, no, but again, it's not so much that we don't want any individual person to become. So what I'm thinking, so the whole idea behind Drive Chain is that you would have competition. There would be different teams, and then the users can just move their coins freely from one to another. And so in that way, if any team is doing the wrong thing, then it won't make any difference. The user will just move their coins wherever to something they like, which is what they already do, of course, with respect to altcoins and just the existence of Venmo or whatever, WeChat Pay, etc. So I'm just trying to have it all take place within the same 21 million coins.
Yeah, so basically users get to check the network which complies with their expectations or something. So if they want greater privacy, they can move on to the Zcash drive chain. If they want better security, they stay on the base layer. If they want low fees, they go to some side chain with big blocks or something.
Yes, that's the idea in a nutshell. The main driver of it is that the block size debate was about people who wanted small blocks and they wanted the nodes to be cheap, and other people wanted large blocks and they weren't afraid of expensive, difficult to run nodes. There just happened to be the case that the Blockstream sidechains idea, the idea of the SPV proof, and just the idea of sidechains, which is, in my view, just linked to the SPV proof idea, like there's inseparably. That it just happened to be the case that idea came out, and the large blockers were all like gung ho about SPV validation in the first place. So it was a no brainer. It was a way of getting everyone what they wanted. The small blockers didn't trust SPV and they didn't want to validate large blocks. The large blockers did trust SPV and they didn't mind validating large blocks. So it was a no-brainer. Both of the people could get what they wanted. That was kind of like the big in to the idea. And it was kind of like, if you can do larger block size, you can do anything. So they were just kind of related, the sidechains idea and the large blocker idea. This idea that that it's all about what is required. What defines the small block is what's there's a bright red line around what is the node required to do. After all, Peter Todd's open timestamps requires a different node somewhere else to do a lot of other stuff, but only one little hash is inserted into layer one. The Lightning Network works the exact same way as well. Other computers do a lot of other stuff somewhere else, and then only one little thing is put in layer one. So this is exactly the same as that, except that those other things just happen to be blockchains, but layer one doesn't even know that. So this idea has been totally sanitized, really, because it's like criticism of it is barely even possible. It's so similar to things that already happen, and it gives everyone what they want. And yet, that is its main cultural problem, is that it would be too popular with altcoiners. Basically, that's how I see it. Really, is that people have a shortcut in their brain, and they just think Bitcoin Core is the best software. Everything done on an altcoin is inherently evil or useless. And people even say that explicitly, like John Carvalho will say that explicitly, like 2 days ago on Twitter. It's just to him there is no useful altcoin, and anyone who wants to use the blockchain for something other than the current version of the BTC code is a scammer who is just lying to themselves or other people about the whole thing is just a story, like a cover story. Like when David Vorik tries to make Sia coin, or when Jeremy Rand or Satoshi himself tried to do Namecoin. According to John Carvalho, all those people are just lying to themselves, and it's all just a front for a big scam, and
Well,
that there is
he's
no
not a
use.
developer, and the perspective is always different depending on your specialization, to put it like this. Vaultoro, and that's VAULT, like a gold vault, and Oro, which is Spanish for gold, is a gold and Bitcoin exchange, which offers instant swaps between hard money to over 31,000 customers from more than 95 countries. Vaultoro has offered Swiss privacy and security since 2015. Furthermore, the gold you purchase is your legal property, secured in your name, so even if something happens to Vaultoro, even liquidators could not touch your gold. If you want to become the custodian of your own gold bars, you can request to have them delivered to you, or simply trade them back to Bitcoin on the dip. Register for free in only 30 seconds and start trading only with hard money. Please keep in mind that all trading involves risks. This is not financial advice, and you are responsible for your own decisions. When you are using Wasabi Wallet, your internet connection gets routed through the Tor network by default. This means that you get better privacy while using Bitcoin. Download it today at wasabiwallet.io. So if you work on code and you're used to forking open source code that's out there and trying to bring optimizations and improvements to it, sometimes your proposals get rejected. For example, I recall Eric Lombroso saying that he made dozens of proposals for optimizations when he first got into Bitcoin, and they were rejected, and he didn't figure out why until maybe a few years later. And he was a bit upset that he couldn't do what he thought was best for Bitcoin. And on the other hand, you have the marketers who will try to create narratives all the time, because it's very difficult for the layperson to understand what's going on. And I'm very sorry that I don't remember his name. I recall that Peter Todd tweeted about his death, which happened a few months ago. And he was one of the first reviewers of the Bitcoin code. And he had a very famous quote which said that every system has two types of participants. You have the developers who know all the intricacies and can understand what's actually going on. And then you have the users who most likely have some sort of abstractization and they just know narratives and stories that are told to them. So I think it's unfair to some
Yeah. Well,
extent
I
to
mean,
pick
I
on
reject
John.
that. I completely reject that point of view. That's, I mean, you could just say that's what they said in the South before the Civil War. They said some people were born to be slaves, and so because they just don't understand how to run their own lives, and then there's this other group of people who have the right to make all the decisions. So I don't
I
agree with
mean,
that at all.
I wouldn't put it in these
Well,
terms.
obviously it wouldn't, of course. But I'm just telling you that's it sounds ridiculous to me. Also, I have background in economics. We've been warned, we've been trained to be suspicious of the producers. There's a famous line in The Wealth of Nations, which some people call the conspiracy against the public line because it's actually a really long sentence, but it has that phrase about I could recite the whole thing for you, but it's quite long. But basically, it says that whenever it was about guilds, and it was like when people of the same trade get together, the conversation ends in a conspiracy against the public. That's the short version. And what he's saying is like with all the if all the cabinet makers, or if all the blacksmiths or something meet, it's a conspiracy to raise prices. So they're forming a monopoly. So that's what he's saying, and that's all that you know we in the that's what this type of talk sounds like to me as well, especially in a world where you have all these people drawing enormous salaries with no oversight. They can do whatever they like all day, and no one checks up on what they're doing. They're insulated from competition. So then they just say, there's two types of people. Me, I get paid $200,000 a year to do whatever I like, and I can't be fired, and I get invited all around the world to conferences, and everyone sucks up to me all the time, and I can do whatever I like. And then there's a second group of people that has to do whatever I say, and they cannot escape from this situation, no matter what they do.
I mean, that's a bit unfair. Like, there is actual peer review that people do. There's still trust involved, but it's not like they can do whatever they want and the code
But
is
only the
going to
people
get
in the
merged.
guild. How do you destroy everyone in in the current Bitcoin Core development team at once? If that's not possible, then it's not a very it just means that there's a lot of cohesion among the members, which of course there is. They're all very loyal to each other, and they all have chat rooms. I mean, I could say we because I've been a beneficiary of this as well. I've been paid to you know just work on whatever I think is good for Bitcoin. So I should really say we. But I'm just saying, I'm just trying to tell you that we've in the economics department, you're warned to be suspicious of the producer. What's in the producer's best interest is often not in the consumer's best interest. Sometimes their interests are aligned, but other times not. Obviously, the car makers of the world would rather form a giant monopoly and charge an enormous price. They don't want to be undercut by competition, so they want the barriers to entry to be very high.
I think that happens everywhere, but in this specific case, like, let me give you an example. There is Sergio Lerner from Argentina who has reviewed lots of improvement proposals and lots of code in his life. And this is pretty much what he does, even though he has co-invented RSK, which is another Bitcoin sidechain. He does this for a living. He reviews code that others write. And there are lots of academics in the world who do specifically this, and it's what they get paid for. I think it would be, in a sense, offensive to them if you said that they are part of a greater group and they tend to agree with the developers.
Well, I mean, of course it's offensive. I agree. I would be shocked and outraged if someone came to me and said, um, your existence is a blight on progress and you are an enemy of civilization. That would obviously be very shocking. I mean, I would hope that maybe I would try to keep an open mind. They may be right, you know? I mean, offensive things can sometimes be true. Not every offensive thing is false. So I was just telling you that I just reacted. Yeah, I was just giving you my reaction to that idea that you've pitched from Peter Todd and that guy. We can freely assume. I mean, I know that Peter Todd has benefited enormously from his reputation, and as do many of these other people we've mentioned. In the conversation, are they just from their reputation as being defenders of Bitcoin, they can, they have influence and money as a result. But again, I don't know if, as I said already, much earlier, I was like, I don't know if the best way to deal with hypocrisy is often to just ignore it or even go along with it temporarily. So I don't know if it's a good idea to even point any of this out. And again, I don't know that it is an enormous problem. I was just telling you that this guy has this line about, there's two types of people in the world. That always raises a red flag for me.
Oh, I agree. So to this extent, I can agree that it's narrow and it's kind of shallow to put it like this. But the truth is that most people who activate Taproot today and download the code most likely don't verify the PGP signature on the bitcoincore.org website and definitely don't check the code. So
I think the PGP key is fine. When there needs to be a process for correcting the error. So the whole thing about PGP is someone just needs to raise the warning siren and say, hey, the PGP key doesn't match. Then everyone can check. So the fact that they don't verify the PGP key is actually not I don't have that in my sights of things that I, would like to change. I actually think that works as designed. It's a deterrent. So I think that's just fine. And it's the same thing for checking the code. You wouldn't say, well, the percentage of people who check the code is low, so we'll just make it closed source because what difference does it make? That would be ridiculous. The whole point of it being open source is that there is some way for a problem to be fixed easily. It's very cheap to fix a problem because you can find the problem in the code, you can find the exact line. Many people out there, even though few people understand Bitcoin Core, if you find a problematic line in the code, almost anyone could learn enough code to fix the problem, actually. Narrowly defined as some problem where the problem is like it steals your keys and it uploads them to, bitcointakeover.com/keys folder or something, like.
oh, someone claimed the 1000 Satoshis. Or
Right.
at least listen to the ad.
I listened to the ad, but I didn't claim it. I was very happy when you said, hey, anyone who makes it this far is the best. I was like, oh, good. That's me. So, but the point is there must be a process. There has to be a process by which the error is defeated. And it can't be circular, it can't just be, whatever, like Peter Todd and Greg Maxwell think are the best because each of them says the other is the best, or they, something like that. Then that has no grip on reality.
I mean, this is why I appreciate that people like you exist at all. Because you provide some sort of input that nobody else does. I mean, there are people like you that criticize, but this is very useful as long as you're not malevolent, and I very
Of
much believe
course, but
that you're
it
not.
also shouldn't rely on me either. So that's the whole point of BIP 300 is once it's on, anyone could write any software they like. People could send BTC to it, and then even if I get hit by a bus, the problem is just solved. The problem of reliance on one infallible development team, but it's even worse than that. Requiring everyone to be infallible, which is already laughably impossible. it's like, that's absurd, but already. But it's even worse than that because it's just you can only do so many things at once with one blockchain. So we don't even have multiple pieces of interoperable software like within layer one Bitcoin Core or whatever you might want to call it, the under the auspices of the one repository or whatever. So you can't have a large block zone and a small block zone, at the same time, unless you have some kind of interoperability thing like extension blocks or side chains or whatever.
Yeah, that's actually something that I wanted to ask you because in my mind, there are lots of similarities between extension blocks and drive chains. So, what's the actual difference? Because both of them get mined, both of them are basically an extension of the base layer. Technically, what's different?
Well, that depends a little bit on the specific version, but Adam Back had a version a long time ago. He almost single handedly solved the block size debate. In my view, he was getting close to something that would have been good, and then other people chased him off. But probably, if you brought on those people, they would tell you that Adam Back was going to destroy Bitcoin, and they saved Bitcoin by changing his mind, changing Adam Back's mind or whatever. But he had a version where it was like a soft fork where it was mandatory for miners, but not for users. And so users would just validate the small zone, and there would be a new Merkle root somewhere in the block, and then the Merkle root would have its own block, its own new Merkle tree with its own block. And I'm trying to remember exactly what people would search for on Google to find this, but it's on the Bitcoin Dev mailing list, and I'm pretty sure it's into. You know what? Actually, I did. There's a video. I wrote an overview and misconceptions video that's 2 hours long. But it's a drive chain video. You can go to drivechain.info and find it. And in it, I quote this whole saga, actually. And I do have a big comparison between extension blocks and drive chain BIP 300. So maybe you could find that. I think I'm going to say it's about 35% of the way through the video. So it's something like 40 minutes into the video. I have this thing. But even if you don't want to watch the video, you can find the exact. I have the mailing list screenshotted there, so you can find the thing. And so anyway, his version was mandatory for miners and for anyone running the upgraded version.
Okay, so this proposal by Adam Back, was it more like extension block
That was
or
extension blocks, yes. And I think it was
okay.
spelled X dash block even at the time. I think, although I can't guarantee that. I don't remember. People spelled it different ways. EXT dash block, EXT space block, and then I think X dash block, something like that. And now people don't abbreviate it; they just write out the whole thing. Then, so I don't know what he had in mind for the small blockers if they would go on their own code fork like forever, in which case it would be very intriguing. But the official full version would be the large block version, and that's why he came very close because obviously the large blockers would give exactly what they wanted. There would be unlimited block space that could be added easily from that point on via that process. And the small blockers would not have to validate it per se, although they may see that a block gets reorged or that a block is not accepted and they might not know why. But that's always the case for literally everything. Any block that's found might be orphaned and you might never know why. The issue is, would they be sort of soft coerced into? Well, people have a lot of different points of view. Like Luke Dash Jr. has a view that all the previous versions of the software are not really full nodes, since they do not give you the version of the blockchain, which is of the network or of the everything's state, and that only the latest version can do that.
Oh, I remember he shamed me once on Twitter for running an older version of Core.
Yes. So, but the weird implication of that, though, is that whatever it's weird. It does have a kind of parallelism to this old argument. It was funny because we were talking about this replace the leader thing that goes back to Plato versus Socrates versus other people. And there's an old argument about ethics and religion, and there's like a God version. And it's funny, it's very parallel to Luke Dash Jr.'s views on blocks, since he is also a religious fundamentalist. But obviously the issue with trusting the latest version is that the latest version could become anything, and then you'd have to say that that was the thing, that is the thing that you wanted. And Luke
That's
Dash
what
Jr.
led to
gets
the
around this by
2013 fork, right?
sorry,
I think that's what led to the 2013 accidental fork.
2013 accidental or the one about the database lock limit thing.
The one when they actually had to. So there was an issue with exchanges and there was a hard fork afterwards.
Well, there were two. There was the validationless mining thing where people had to downgrade. Was there not? That
Yeah,
was in
that
July
one.
2015, was it not? And then there was a database lock thing created by Mike Hearn, I think, accidentally in
No,
2013.
it was the former.
Yeah, that was 2015. That was July 2015, I think. That was the validationless mining was
When they
related to
had to
that.
downgrade their version. I think Slushpool had to give up on some blocks that they mined.
Yes, that sounds right to me, although it all blurs together after a while. Um, but yeah, so that happened, and so the issue, well, that's they would have figured that out. That's just naturally how soft forks work. They tighten the rules, and as a result, um, the the older version will always win, since the older version is compatible with different states of the future, whereas only the new version is problematic. Also, it's impossible to reach all the people who have upgraded, but it's everyone already has the old version. So this is a basic game theoretic like coordination thing. The plan of going back to the old version, that in order for it to have teamwork, there has to be a plan that everyone knows and that everyone is motivated to follow. So the new version of the software could be anything, and you maybe haven't shipped the new version to everyone, and people don't know what the new version is, and they don't know who else has it, and they don't know. We don't know who to contact. Um, so it's much harder to have a plan involving that, whereas the old version already exists, so that is an easier coordination. You already know that everyone had it, and you already know exactly what it was. You already know that it did work. It did not have the bug. So that's another aspect of that. But I have to finish my point about Luke, which is that he thinks that the new version is always the version, and he gets around the fact of what if the new version is evil by saying that he sort of folds the entire peer review process into Bitcoin, and he says the peer review process would defeat a bad change before the software is released. But I mean, that's just kind of pushing it one domino back, isn't it? Right? Because then you say, well, how do we know that the review process will always be able to destroy evil changes from now into the future forever? And there is no way of anyone knowing that. So yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't really agree with Luke, but obviously on that particular point. But it's weird because I mostly do agree with him, and obviously I respect his opinion very much. Same with Peter Todd. We disagree on drive chain, but I honestly think probably we agree on like 99.9% of stuff in life in general. So it's just kind of one of those things.
Yeah, you guys seem to be sort of like the Newton and the Leibniz of today.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I definitely would rather be. Well, I don't want to say which I'd rather be because both are great. But I would like to say there's like a Plato, like the Plato is the origin of this idea that the wisest should rule and everyone else should do what they say, um, because every ship needs a captain. Blah blah blah. Um,
Yeah,
Definitely,
the
I'm
philosopher
more.
king.
Yeah, there are these philosopher kings who are like half gods, and Plato literally believed that he was a descendant of Poseidon, that his family was royalty, and he had an uncle who was like a monarch or something. Blah
He
blah
came
blah.
from a wealthy
We-
family, so he came from the previous regime of the 12 tyrants, which
Precisely,
preceded the democracy that they were having in Athens. I did
exactly.
political
Yeah,
science, so I
you
read a
know
lot of
your
stuff.
stuff, right? So
Yeah.
he suffered at the hands of democracy quite a bit, and then he liked Socrates, and Socrates was sort of killed by a democracy, sort of killed by election, kind of. So some of these things may have colored his ability to see democracy for what it was, which is a problem-solving institution that outlives any bad ruler. Anyway, my point is, I would like to
Aristotle
take.
got it right, so
Well,
there's that.
Aristotle, I don't know if he was better on democracy, but he also had many other weird ideas, like that knowledge consists of lists of things, and that also, well, there's there, yeah, but the point is that I would rather take the non-Plato side of the any abstract Bitcoin. If you want to make a like a Bitcoin school of Athens, I would just like to be opposite Plato or something.
Okay. I'm gonna put your face on Aristotle's.
Yeah, I mean, you could put me on. I would really rather be on. Let me see if I could have to pick. Yeah, who does it have to be? Someone ancient? I would rather be like Karl Popper if I had to be anyone.
I mean, you mentioned School of Athens, and there's the painting by Raphael, which I'm using for the graphics for this season. So it can be anyone from that painting.
Okay, I'm gonna think about it very carefully, and then I'll get back to you because I don't remember every single person on the
I'll send
painting.
you a link which also contains descriptions with who is who from
No,
that
I'm
picture.
familiar with the. Okay, so you already have people claimed. That's very exciting. That's cool.
There are
Yeah,
actually auctioned some faces there, so
you definitely have to put. I don't know if is Socrates in the painting.
I
He
believe
mo-
so.
So you have to put Chris has to be Socrates.
But I've made him Aristotle just because
No,
the
because
painting is made so that Plato points to the sky
yes,
and
this is abstract, and
Aristotle just shows
is
just
more empirical. He points to the ground.
exactly.
That's true, but Chris is the one who is like all like the I don't know anything. I'm a stupid person. He has to either be Diogenes or Socrates. His true
Yeah, he
knowledge is
is
that you know
Diogenes.
nothing. But I don't think Diogenes is in the painting. I
I'm
think
not sure either.
who is in it? Should we just look it up now? Commercial break, and we'll just look up everyone in it.
Hey, psst, hey, what's your plan for the next Bitcoin top?
Unless you need the money to purchase something, you probably should not touch infinitely inflationary fiat. Check out Voltoro and figure out to which extent hard money like gold and silver can help you preserve your purchasing power. You will be able to get back into Bitcoin as soon as the price hits a new bottom, and you will not be subjected to the arbitrary inflation-driven volatility of fiat or fiat-backed coins. Obviously, this is not financial advice, and you should understand that all trading involves risks. Wasabi Wallet connects to your full Bitcoin node, and if you're not running one, it downloads block filters anonymously via Tor. In either case, you're getting excellent privacy. Download the software today at wasabiwallet.io. Okay, so we're back from looking at the painting, and let's talk more about prediction markets and why they are important and how we can present basically simple examples from something as basic and as usual, like the Twitter feed that we have. Do you think that it's some sort of abstractization of who we are and what we do?
Yes.
That's a simple answer.
I mean, I don't know. Your question was very complicated, but um, the what? So part of my interest in prediction markets is that there was this time when America was set up when people had a great ability to assess the leaders and get rid of them. So there was 95% of the population were farmers who could read and write, and they had nothing to do all day except read newspapers and then write letters to the newspaper people like all day, and that's all they did. And so it was very easy for them to, you know, they had plenty of time to argue about who should who should be the mayor, who should be the governor, who should be the president. But today no one has any time, and we just live in the world of Twitter where you have very little.
Yeah, I remember studying a book in college which was called Bowling Alone. And it started from this practical example of the author playing some bowling at a local place. And he noticed that, unlike before, when people were actually talking to each other and they were engaging into the game and they were paying attention to the score, everyone had their eyes glued to the screens that were showing some sort of news. So they were too distracted from the game of bowling to even get involved in what it was happening around them. So he extended this whole idea towards the fact that what happened and was very game changing in the history of our democracies is that television and the internet and all of the information technologies have made us, on one hand, less outgoing and less involved, because people used to gather, go to church every Sunday and talk about. So, okay, they had the sermon, but afterwards they would talk about the problems in their community and try to solve them or find solutions and try to help each other. And that no longer happened. And with television, there was a lot of polarization afterwards, as since multiple channels started opening up and they were openly supporting or endorsing one party, you would have neighbors who, before having cable television, were very good friends and could collaborate, but they were voting differently. And now they would hate each other and see that their neighbor is the problem and the reason why they cannot have anything great in their lives and in their country, in their city, whatever.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, one thing that so like art is getting better over time. So that's like the cell phones, Netflix, movies, even things like drugs or whatever, just things that are supposed to be nice to experience. We just get better and better at that. Like today, a movie is made by like a team of like a quadrillion specialists, right? Who do everything from the music to the costumes and the editing.
Yeah, but
So it's
I would
very
not say that it's better. It's
well. The
just,
art is it's better at attracting our attention, I should say. So it's more attractive, whatever you want to call that. Certainly, the phones are much better at attracting our attention than anything else. Even when we wish we could be rid of them, we are compelled to look at them. Um, that's only a small facet of what I think has happened, but I think it is an important facet. The loss of church, I think, is also important. I actually a long time ago I wrote like an essay called "Church for Atheists," and I never sent it to anyone. But I wanted to send it to Richard Dawkins, but I thought he wouldn't read it. But it was about how church solves a lot of problems for people, and one is just that they repeatedly interact, which is a condition for friendship to form. And then when I got older, I kind of thought, oh, gym is kind of like church for atheists because people go to the gym at the same time every week and they meet each other, sort of. But I was like, I don't know. That was a half-baked idea. But yeah, that's only I mean, other things that have happened include the world is becoming way more complicated, so that what would need to be decided on now could involve like multiple specialists, like degrees in economics, healthcare, geopolitics, history, where the average person just doesn't know enough at all. Even if they, the average person just can't possibly know as much as a specialist team of specialists would know. Another thing that happened is our jobs use our brains today. So when you're a farmer, you could be like thinking while you were farming, but now when you go to your office job, you have to like use Excel or something, Microsoft Word. You have to make reports, and then you get home and you're just tired and you want to just stop thinking. So you put on, Kitchen Nightmares again on Netflix, and you watch it, even though it's formulaic. You just think, well, that's funny.
At least it's not cats.
Yeah. Or you just look at pictures of cats on the internet.
Oh
your
no,
brain's
I
just
mean
tired.
Cats the movie.
Oh, Cats the musical? Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that came about. I have a friend who likes it though. I don't know why. I can't tell if she likes it ironically or not. One of those people, Anyway, so it's kind of all related because this is all just about how mistakes get fixed, and you can't fix a mistake if you don't know about it. So, if there are leaders, there's going to be followers. How do the followers know that the leader is doing a bad job? An important question. So that's kind of what prediction markets are all about.
Yeah, it's also an issue of who watches the watchers, which
Yep,
Plato
precisely.
first formulated, and I'm pretty sure that you could agree with that part of Plato, even if you
I
disagree
do.
mostly with him.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I think I'm not. You may be right that was him. I don't know if it was him or not. You may be right. But he did say that there should be a giant pyramid with one person at the top who was him, and then you wonder like no one watches him. So, and then when he dies, how do you do secession? Oh, and he has this half-baked idea about everyone will be educated in philosophy, so everything will work itself out. Educated by him, of course, with him being allowed to set the curriculum, punish people who disagree, lie for the greater good. So he's kind of a crazy person.
It was all about virtue, according to him. Like, I did political science and I've studied the classifications of political regimes, and Plato was kind of the first one in Western civilization to determine or name some types of regimes and put it into writing, because that's also important. You can come up with the most brilliant idea, but nobody's going to know that it was you who wrote it or came up with it unless you actually put it into writing and people
I
cite
give
you.
him a lot of credit for that. That was great. It was better to have him write everything down. Socrates was wrong about Socrates like hated writing or whatever. I mean, he may have been right about writing, but he was wrong about how useful it would be to have records that are permanent and that ink doesn't move from where it is on a page.
Yep. But this is something which gets partially solved. Like, it's very Orwellian, the fact that all of our internet records get stored. But if you want to identify where some idea comes from, you can easily do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm obviously a big George Orwell guy as well. My Twitter has a 1984 quote, although it has a kind of the quote I have on Twitter is the guy torturing him and saying that they can make, if they want the stars to be millions of kilometers away, they can make them that far away. But if they want the stars to be, a couple feet away, they can make that happen as well because they can do whatever they like. But the guy kind of then realizes that he has walked himself into dangerous territory. And the quote that I have put from 1984 is him continuing to say that, well, if we need to navigate in the ocean or if we need to predict an eclipse, we find it convenient to assume that the stars are really, really far away. But then when
Where
we
do
don't,
I
we
find
can
that?
do something else. Excuse me?
Where do I find that?
If you just go on my Twitter, it's my banner. It's in my banner photo. The big photo across the top.
Oh yeah, the cover.
And so I like this quote because the guy's actually admitting that he's full of BS, actually, and that he is ultimately going to be taken down by the truth. So actually, it is a very optimistic quote because the guy says that we can make them however we like, but actually we can't. So it doesn't say that it's inevitable that they will be defeated or whatever, or that the truth will prevail. It just says that the guy has to admit that the stars really are that far away because the eclipses are real and the stars are real, and all the other stuff is just embellishments that they have stapled onto that realism, which are unjustified and just frivolous. They just made them up.
I think you've reminded me of a philosophical issue which I've read for the first time in Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and it was about being forced to be free and the implications of people who don't realize that they're unfree and somebody just comes along and sets them free for whatever reason or by whatever definition of free or freedom. And this is also something which crossed my mind when I read about that situation in El Salvador where the president says, it's going to be legal tender. How many people use this? Well, there's a beach with people who transact with Bitcoin, okay. But all of a sudden, all merchants will have to price their products in Bitcoin and start accepting it. So to me, this is like being forced to be free.
You bring it up as a kind of paradox.
It is a paradox, and at the same
It's
time,
a
I don't
contradiction,
see it
even.
scaling very well. And I believe that. So I haven't actually tried Strike, so I would be a bit. It would be unfair if I tried to characterize it, but as far as I can understand, as far as my understanding of what it is, it's pretty custodial. It's not really decentralizing, so it doesn't really empower the end user. And my argument so I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this one. Maybe 50 people will unfollow me or something, which happened
Haha,
2 weeks
I know, but
ago.
all the more reason to say it if it's what you really believe, in a way. I mean, it depends on what you want to achieve, but you're in the philosophy business now. This is like a podcast,
Yeah, I'm gonna get compared to Robert Breedlove or something. But the point is that I don't believe that Bitcoin adoption should happen from above, just like all the major political changes that have happened. They turned out to be terrible when they were imposed by some leader who came along and said, from now
Yes,
on, we're going to do this. There needed
100%
to be some
correct.
sort of, I think it's a stupid term also from Rousseau to say general will, but there should be like at least a critical mass of people who desire for that to happen. And there should be some grassroots efforts. If it
Yeah,
happens just because
absolutely.
somebody gets selected into office and says, from now on, we're going to do it this way, it's going to end up terribly. I don't see it
You're
succeeding.
absolutely right. Oh, a point made by Karl Popper in his book critiquing Plato, The Open Society and Its Enemies. Anyway, so yes, it's really about what's in people's brains. So the UK political system is mostly in its citizens' minds, really. The idea that there is going to be the idea that you elect people and then you blame them if things go wrong, and that a person is responsible. There's responsibility and there's debate, and the houses of parliament are like two swords lengths apart. They face each other. Um, that it's like you can't. That is in the culture, and you can't just install that some other place And this is like when America tries to bring democracy to other countries. It actually is the culture trumps everything else. So, like, we have laws against speeding in the United States, but the culture is that you can ignore these mostly. You can drive whatever you like, and you won't be arrested for that in the same way that you would be arrested for other laws that seem comparable. But the culture trumps everything. So you're right; it has to be in people's minds. If it's imposed from the top down, you actually have a similar problem to what we were talking about before, where it's like the latest Bitcoin version, or it's like getting your ethics from God or something, where it's like, what if that person changes their mind? How do you know that the president of El Salvador didn't change his mind about Bitcoin 5 seconds ago, and he's about to ban Bitcoin from the country or something? Um, that's just one example. He could also he could have a heart attack and die, and his successors could, just have a different opinion from him.
That's not even necessary. So if you look at the history of El Salvador, which I did, and everyone else seems to not care, they had a civil war which lasted for 13 years in the 20th century. And after that, they had like a change of regimes, which happened very fast. And it seems like the culture locally is that there should be change and they embrace change. So if somebody brings some change, it just means that if it doesn't work, they're gonna vote for somebody else. So I suppose that from this point of view, it's good that they bring Bitcoin to a country which has a taste for experimentation. But at the same time, I very much believe that the trade off is not worth it. Like, what's the point of this? Why was it necessary? Just to virtue signal to show the entire world that Bitcoin can be a national currency? The people did not need this actually. And the whole point of Bitcoin was for it to be an alternative to protest against corruption. At least that's my understanding of it. That's why I got into it, because it's like opting out and saying, okay, I'm going to hold this currency, which you cannot tax, which you cannot confiscate. And if you want to get money off of me, you're going to have to actually deliver me something, convince me that you deserve to get this money. I think that's what my first understanding of Bitcoin was, and that's why I got into it. I'm not a
Yeah, I totally
developer.
agree.
I don't have a clear understanding of the code. I only have an abstractization, which I read from Andreas Antonopoulos and others. So I don't know, really.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So there's a lot of issues. Like, I don't know. Like, I think Strike is mostly because, I mean, the last time I looked into Strike, it mostly worked by Jack Mallers, like, personally assuming a lot of risk. And I don't want to say anything if I don't, if I can't back it up. But I remember something like he was assuming all the exchange rate risk, credit risk, whatever, like himself. And the transaction was like people being onboarded with like traditional payment methods, not Bitcoin. This is part of a problem, though, with the Lightning Network, is that to join the network, you need a layer 1 transaction, because the blockchain needs to know where to send the coins if everyone else gets hit by a meteor and their computer is destroyed. So that's quite a problem with it.
So I'm not saying that everyone in El Salvador is going to use Strike, and that's the only way in which it's going to become legal tender, because that's a logical fallacy and it's also untrue. But it's the way that most people will get exposed to it, and the fact that he got this kind of publicity only means that I suppose that the average El Salvadoran, I'm not sure which the right term is just going to go for the solution which is most convenient and the least technically challenging. It's very unlikely that they will start running nodes. It's most likely that they will use SPV wallets on their phones, which I suppose is still better than using a custodian. But at the same time, they can use custodial SPV wallets, which is very undesirable because all of the advantages of Bitcoin, of it being uncensorable and unconfiscatable and free to transact whenever you want to, all of these go away. And in the end, you just have a monetary asset that can be seized, that can be censored. And the best case scenario, you're going to make the number go up and you're going to boost your purchasing power just because you have been holding onto it and it appreciates in value as opposed to the local currency. But the local currency is the US dollar. And to me, that's another big issue. Like, I don't think that Uncle Sam is just going to stand by and look and say, just let's see what happens. I don't see that happening, not in this day and age. I mean, I want it to work. So just for the record, I want this to work. I want to be wrong. So if I'm wrong, I would gladly admit that I
Well,
was wrong.
I think the U.S. is not quite as bad as a lot of people think. It is certainly has a lot of problems. I think all those problems could be solved with prediction markets. If gambling were legal in the United States, I think the problems would have solved themselves actually, and the U.S. would go, because again, like I was saying, it's about what's in people's minds, and the people in the United States definitely we fully understand the First and mostly the Second Amendment, which is people in the United States, they don't just have a First Amendment, freedom of speech. People actually know, they actually know the amendment. So some random idiot at a bar, and someone goes up to him and says, well, they shouldn't be allowed to say that. We're going to pass a law saying that, you know, those people, whoever they are, just call them whatever, they can't spread their message. We're going to ban a law saying whatever. ISIS can't say something or whatever. The random idiot at the bar, they'll say, well, we can't do that because of freedom of speech. And then they'll also say something like, plus, you know, it's not just about their right to say whatever they want. Everyone has a right to listen to all the points of view. And if we don't defend someone who has a weird point of view, now how do I know that my right to express my point of view will be protected? And, you know, I don't know if they'll say it like that, but the point is people actually understand. They understand the whole thing. And I remember this came up at Republican presidential conventions. People said where there was something, I don't remember exactly what it was, but an issue came up with something about there was like an issue. The question was fielded to Ron Paul about something involving the Muslim faith or something, and he said we have to protect their right to worship, because how do we know that, you know, as as Christians, how do we know that the state will protect our rights? And then everyone applauded, and all the other people on stage like sort of agreed with him. So the United States is it's not so bad here. I actually think that it's only because we're so sensitive to tyranny that we notice it more here. Actually, I think I think the EU with its absurd bureaucracy is worse. I don't know if you agree. I think that most of the other parts of the world, you know, have a sort of legit I mean, what are we going to do? Like, what about, you know, no one's moving to China, I think, from the United States in search of more freedom. So I think it's actually not quite so bad. How did we get on this tangent? What were we talking about?
El Salvador.
I feel like we got no topic. Well, also the idea of doesn't Bitcoin adoption have to take place? Like, don't people have to understand how to use it and how Bitcoin works to be real adopters? Otherwise, we'll just have fake people who know that this. You know, I've told the story a few times. I was at a Bitcoin conference, 2019, I think, and people came up to me and they were like, "You got to use this Lightning wallet. It's great." I don't want to name the wallet, but I asked them, how does it work? And I said, I don't have any Bitcoin to send. Because I had my travel phone, but I had like $50 of Bitcoin on the phone. So I was like, I don't know if I want to open a channel. And they said, just install the app. We can send you coins. So in my head, I was like, I know that doesn't make any sense, but I'm just going to do it. So I installed the app, even though I knew it was a stupid thing to do because I was like, I'm installing an app. My phone's going to get hacked. I'm an idiot. But I'm just going to do it anyway. Peer pressure. Plus, I was curious. And so I installed the app and they sent me, 4,000 sats or something. And I was like, how did you do that? I didn't open a channel with you. And then I was like, is it custodial? Is it a custodial Lightning wallet? And they had honestly no idea what I was talking about. And this was like a Bitcoin conference. All these people were shilling this wallet. This was like the second day of people raving about how great this wallet was. They just wouldn't shut up about it.
Okay, so,
like, it's the
there are
greatest
two of
wallet
them
ever.
that could have been either Blue Wallet or Wallet of Satoshi. But I think that Blue Wallet got a lot better in the meantime. They have very active developers, and right now you can actually connect your full node, which you could not in the beginning.
Yeah, and people were just raving. But just think about how, let's just think about how bad it is. Like, custodial is bad, but not knowing if the wallet is custodial or not is even worse.
I mean, were they part of the marketing team of the wallet or something?
No, that's even worse too, because I would expect the marketing team to just like be on autopilot or whatever. These were just random Bitcoiners, Bitcoiners like in quotes. And the worst of all is if you don't even know the difference between custodial. They didn't even know that there was a difference between custodial and non-custodial Lightning. So to just not even have any concept of it at all is the worst of all the three. That's where that was landing. Now, of course, Lightning is new. We can't complain. We have to only have the equilibrium complaints about Lightning. But one of the equilibrium complaints is you can't onboard people without layer 1 transaction or without making other weird trust, custodian. So the moral of the story is that large block sidechain should be compared to custodial service. Just say, like, hypothetically, we're going to do all the world's transactions on Bitcoin tomorrow. It would have to be custodial if there were no large block sidechains. Because I'm just saying, imagine that you have to hit the number, just hypothetically. Everything that you can't fit into the crypto system falls through the cracks and it lands in the custodial bucket. And that is the bucket of failure. And so isn't it nice to have large block sidechain? Hey, at least people have their own keys.
Well, yeah, but let me ask you something, and this concerns the security model of having all of these side chains. Like, what kind of mining are they going to have when they are in merge mine mode? Like, which algorithm are they going to hash?
Well, with merge mining, you use the host's hashing. So there's no hashing for merge mining. I came up with something called blind merge mining that I broke off into a separate BIP 301. I think anyone with a brain would use that because it has a lot of advantages. It's like a kind of a slightly tuned up version of vanilla merge mining, which was invented by Satoshi in 2010. And it was like kind of half invented by him. But nothing stops the sidechain from being mined in any way. You don't actually have to use merge mining at all. You could use some weird other thing. I just think it would be an outrageously stupid idea to do that. So I would imagine that everyone would use this thing I invented, blind merge mining. And we have software out already that has all of that coded. So I would imagine people would lazily fork that and make the sidechain of their choice from that. So that would be like the default. So that's like the drive chain. Since drive chain is now the term for BIPs 300 and 301, but you understand that when you merge mine something, you find a Bitcoin block, like you find block like 600,004, and that simultaneously you find sidechain block number 8, and then you find 600,005, and simultaneously with that block you find sidechain block 9. They are just linked into each other. So when you find one block, you find them all. All the side chains are the main chain blocks are found. They all get the same timestamp.
Okay, that's very useful actually to know. But this also
Yeah,
means that you cannot have faster block times on sidechains.
that's the other thing. I mean, you could, but it would be so stupid. But you could add 2 sets of proof of work or something. You could have blind merge mining be the outer one, and then you could say there will also be it'll also be required that 4 blocks or whatever. There's a second proof of work with a lower difficulty, so that you have a block every minute, and you're finding blocks in between, but then there's every 10 blocks there's like a super block or something. You could come up with a scheme, but it would be, but again, like the people who want to do this type of thing, who want to switch from proof of work to proof of stake, or who want to edit the interblock time, I really just think those people just have no idea what they're doing. I mean, there's like no benefit to that. So this is a unfortunately, I think this is a lie spread by Litecoin. This is part of the reason why a lot of people think altcoins are evil, and I certainly empathize with that point of view, because they seem to invite crimes against truth. And Litecoin set up this idea that it was faster than Bitcoin because it had shorter interblock time. And it was like, 4 times faster than Bitcoin, as if it was a car or a computer or something that has a speed. But really, when you send transactions, they all go through instantly. It's just the confirmations that take different time. And so this is just a lie created by Litecoin that this concept even exists. The block time is, 10 minutes was a perfectly good time.
Yeah, plus it's not always 10 minutes, and by now we can see it on one of these mempool applications like Explorers, where you get to see what's happening, and you see that you don't really have a block every 10 minutes. It actually discovers blocks according to the difficulty, and it's pretty random, but it adjusts every 2016 blocks. But I was about to ask you, if you can't really change the block time on side chains, then how does Liquid have 1 minute blocks?
Well, because it's not, well, there's a lot of, that question actually has a lot in it. But the main reason is that Liquid is its own blockchain and it does not use merge mining. So that's probably the best answer to your question. I was saying with merge mining, you can't. It has nothing to do with sidechains. So
Mhm.
Namecoin also had to have the blocks happen on average every 10 minutes. But also your question contains a false premise because, as I said before, it you could change the sidechain software around so that it had like a secondary proof of work for the blocks that were in between the big 10-minute blocks. And thus you could scheme up something that had a faster block time, but that it would be pointless. It's all pointless because all the transactions are instant anyway, and it's just the confirmations that take different times. So also Liquid is not really a sidechain in my point of view, but that has no bearing on the whole block time thing. So it's the merge mining that links all the blocks. That's kind of part of why I split out the BIPs into 2, because they are actually quite separate. You could blind merge mine something that is an altcoin, like Namecoin. You could switch from vanilla merge mining to blind merge mining. And you could create a sidechain with BIP 300. You could have a BIP 300 sidechain that does not use merge mining at all, and uses proof of stake, or which has an authority figure assign every block, and then those blocks could be every 10 seconds if it was just coming from a server.
Yeah, makes sense right
So
now.
they are
That
actually separate. Yeah, you got any more questions?
sure. Like
Tee 'em up. I got all day.
okay. Was that ironic?
Yeah, it was kind of because I was like, actually, I have a ton of things to do today, but I'm happy to answer all questions anyway.
I was about to ask you to compare RSK to drive chains.
Well, you know that they aspire to use drive chains, or at least that's everything they've communicated in public and to me, is that they're waiting. So they're sort of allies of drive chain because they want to have, a real sidechain project. So there's no actual comparison. Drive chain is the bridge from Bitcoin Core to other blockchains. RSK aspires to be a sort of replica of Ethereum, or a kind of competitor to Ethereum, that it uses the Ethereum virtual machine. I think they have edited it. I'm sure they would say improved it. I have no idea if they have or not, but I think that it's not just a copy of Ethereum at all. But it has the EVM. That's my limited understanding of it.
Yeah, I don't have too much data on it. I haven't looked too much into it, but I think it's still interesting. And I also want to ask you, how do you define the Omni layer? Is it really a sidechain?
Let's see. Now we're going way back to the era of Mastercoin and colored coins, which later became Omni. I think it's called, there used to be a term embedded consensus, which was when every single message on the layer 2 was also a message on layer 1. So Counterparty had this description where there was no data availability problem. Do you understand what I mean by this? Where all the data you needed to use the Counterparty chain was in layer 1, but layer 1 mostly ignored it. And I think Omni also works on this principle, although I have no idea. It may have changed many times since I last looked into it, which would have been like 4 or 5 years ago. But the fact that stuff migrated from Omni, like a Tether moved from Omni to Ethereum and now to whatever, Binance Smart Chain or something, leads me to believe that it was related to fees, which would indicate that there is an intimate relationship between Tether transactions and needing a block space in the host blockchain. So I think we can confidently assume that Omni is this embedded consensus concept. So with sidechains, there's more data that you would need to validate the layer 2, not the layer 1. So that's the difference.
Okay. I know that it's pretty far into the interview, and I should have asked you this earlier, but if you were to put drive chains in very simple terms that any newbie can understand, how would you describe it?
Well, I'd say I have on the site, it lets you create, destroy, send Bitcoin to, receive Bitcoin from these new layer 2s called sidechains, which are blockchains that start with no coins on them. So you have to, in order for them to have coins, you have to send Bitcoins over to them. Then the coins live over there, and then they can be sent back to layer 1. So drive chain is what lets you create, add, delete, transfer coins to these layer 2s on BTC. So it's a little bit like what SegWit was to the Lightning Network, in a very, very zoomed out way. It's an enabler. BIP300 enables this type of sidechain. The BIP300 sidechain, or the drive chain if you prefer.
Yeah, I've actually spent some time looking at that video that you have recorded where you demonstrate how you can build that Zcash sidechain for privacy. And it kind of blew my mind to watch how simple it can be, even though it's a bit complicated and technical, but you have turned it into a UI experience that should be, in theory, easy to use for
Oh,
whoever
thanks.
may be
That's
interested in
music to
that.
my ears. Yeah, we've tried to improve the strategy since the idea is so misunderstood. We're still tinkering with it, but we have invested a significant amount of time in making the GUI very self-explanatory. This is for a lot of different reasons. One reason is because I personally like it that way, and I like to be able to see what's going on. Another reason is practical, which is that I no longer, I'm a very technical person and I write a lot of code, but the drive chain code is now written basically by other people who are much better with C++. And I just test it with them. And so it's much easier for me to test if I can see everything that's going on. So that's a practical reason. There's also a philosophical reason that's very zoomed out, which is that I think everything in Bitcoin, it should be possible for someone who knows nothing about Bitcoin to just open up the GUI and basically figure out everything that's happening and even be able to check the blocks, the transactions, the Merkle tree, everything using only the GUI. And I think that's actually much easier to do than it sounds. And if you open our software, you'll see that I've already started the process of we added a couple simple windows. We have a simple block explorer in the software. And so that's just a thing. It goes to exactly what you were saying before about the El Salvador top-down imposition concept versus, the only defense will really be the knowledge in Bitcoiners' heads. And so we need to make it very easy for them to figure out what's going on. Also, like I was saying before, we need to make it very easy for them to replace a bad development team. So they need to be able to not be beholden to. So those are a lot of reasons to do that. But the biggest reason is not any of those. It's just that drive chain is very misunderstood. And I think if you make the GUI, it's much easier to understand. And I think it's 100% fair for people to say, I haven't looked into drive chain because I don't have too much time, but I don't understand it. And so I'm not going to endorse anything I don't understand. I actually think that's 100% fair, and that the burden of proof is on me to present something that is easier to understand. And by far the best way is to have the software that has the GUI. So I think a lot of things are cleared up if you watch that video. Like, it was clear to you that the coins move from Bitcoin Core to the Zcash sidechain basically very quickly. And it was also hopefully clear to you that when the coins come back, it is much more involved and takes longer. So stuff like that is just obvious to you if you use the software. It's also obvious that, it's like, of course, the sidechains need to see what's going on layer one. So there's that awkward step at the beginning that's necessary where you have to click the button to give them RPC access. Exactly the same way Lightning works. And then it's just clear that it's a different window. It's a different window on your computer, and then that window can have extra tabs, and those tabs, they can do whatever they like.
Yeah, I like that you have presented it as a graphic user interface, because you can actually figure out what it does, especially if you're like myself. So yeah, I very much appreciated that video because it finally cleared in my mind what it does and how it works. Because it's easy to think of a sidechain and assume, okay, so this one is gonna have privacy, but how does it work? How do you get there? How do you transact from the base layer to the sidechain and back to the base layer? And that cleared it up for me. And also, you already mentioned that you added some extra buttons there, which I noticed that on Bitcoin Core you have send, receive, you have a tab for history of transactions and one for the main window, the general one, which shows you the previous transactions in your balance. And you've also added a couple of them, which is true and can be observed if you go to the drive chain. Is it .info?
Yeah, drivechain.info.
Right. And I think it's an interesting proposal. I'm not sure, so I'm not qualified to review your code. All I can say is that I wish that there was more privacy in Bitcoin. That's one of my concerns regarding the fungibility of the currency and how long we can actually go on like this. A lot of people tell me that I'm fatalistic for no reason, but when you have corporations which add Bitcoins to their balance sheet and you have no idea to which wallets they do that, I bet you cannot even verify on the public blockchain the fact that MicroStrategy owns that amount of Bitcoin and it's held through a custodial, and the fact that they own those coins is just a contract which got signed and is legally binded by law. So I don't know. I believe that the currency should be a lot more private and fungible. And I don't want it to require a hard fork, but if we're gonna hard fork at some point for whatever reason, I hope that they add some confidential transactions to the least. What's your take on privacy?
Well, obviously, it's extremely important to me. I think when I read about Bitcoin, I was introduced to it through the Silk Road article. I'd heard about it before, and I was like, "This is the stupidest idea," and I hated it a lot. Actually, I was like, "You can't just invent your own money; that won't work." What about network effects? What about copycats? But then I read about how people were using it to buy drugs on Silk Road, and I was like, "Oh, it's you know, obviously it's already happened. It already is used as money. It already is solving a problem." I knew that it would be used in every illegal transaction eventually, and that it could be used in every legal transaction because the blockchain doesn't know any difference. And so that's kind of the two pillars are really holding it up, is its ability to make these illegal and legal transactions. So the privacy is just it follows logically from that observation, and then it would be the least constrained medium of exchange, especially on the internet. So I just think that it has nothing to do with whether or not you support the illegal transactions or not. It's just a statement of logic that there will be some people who can only use Bitcoin to solve their problem, and they will be converted in. It's a one-way street. And then since Bitcoin can also be used for legal transactions, this applies the sort of pretext for it existing. So there has to be. Well, I mean, that's why I created the Zcash sidechain anyway, so that it's like everyone could use the Zsends. There was an article that I quoted in my Bitcoin 2021 talk about this one darknet market switching from BTC to Monero only, and so it's partially a reaction to things like that. That Bitcoin should have a privacy option. The whole premise of Bitcoin is that it is like a bank that is loyal to the user and not anyone else. And so anyone else includes, lawmakers as well as, thugs, mafia type people, cute woman flirting with the teller, the bank teller to try and take your money. It's just the blockchain's only loyal to you. And so the whole point of it is that it must not care about anything except what you tell it to care about, which is kind of a privacy thing. It's also inescapably true that our modern world is losing privacy in leaps and bounds. And so if there's any source of privacy anywhere, any free thinking person would probably want to look into if they could shore that privacy up anywhere just for the sake of having it. I mean, transaction privacy happens to be an extremely very important kind because politicians, are easily swayed by money. Everyone is really. That's just what money is. Money is this abstract persuasive force, and so to have that kind of privacy that would be a big victory for the the free society because we were losing so much privacy everywhere else. Yeah, I invite everyone to read my article about the Zcash sidechain, which includes an idea called Meltcast, which is like an optimal mixer, and it's like a coin. It's kind of like what they're today called coin mixers, but it's just a thing for fungibilizing the UTXOs of Bitcoin and making them so that nothing about them is known about their history. And it's a very cool idea, and we've implemented it in the Zcash sidechain already as 2 buttons, melt and cast, and that's all you have to click. So, and you don't need anyone else to be online, and you don't need anyone. You don't need to interact with anyone. You don't need to. There's no fee other than the Zcash sidechain transaction fee, which is, you have to pay that for every blockchain thing. So I invite people to read that if you care about privacy.
Okay, one of the last questions that I have for you, and don't make it too long because I know you're tired and you have other stuff to do. But I recall you tweeted at some point that you believe that Satoshi was not a cypherpunk.
Yes. And I do have somewhere I have a bunch of notes about that, but I can remember a couple of big things. One is that he didn't seem very familiar with the cypherpunk with big names. For example, Wei Dai, he only added later after he did all the work of writing the paper and the software code and emailing the first version to Adam Back, or I don't remember who it was. It may have been Adam Back, but he suggested that he cite him or something. So he knew nothing about Wei Dai or B Money, and he added that at the very last minute. But there's also the fact that he wrote in Microsoft Windows for Microsoft Windows. The first version of the software was just download this, click Bitcoin, .exe. So you would think it would have to be Ubuntu. Excuse me, not necessarily Ubuntu. Probably not Ubuntu. It would have to be some form of Linux, though. So you think it would have to be some form of, some kind of open source operating system. You would think, if he were a big cypherpunk. It's undeniable that he's now folded into the cypherpunk legacy. It's also undeniable that he must have been familiar with the problem of digital gold. Obviously, he was familiar with e-gold, Liberty Reserve, etc. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not willing to die on this hill, but I just think people, they act as though it's a slam dunk. The cypherpunk movement, I think this also came up in your Chris DeRose interview, like that stuff that happened in the 90s, like DigiCash and whatever. I had never ever heard of that until after I'd heard about Bitcoin and started reading the history,
Yeah,
And I was
likewise,
sort
but
of
I'm a lot younger, so
computers
there
guy.
was no reason for me to hear about it.
And it's that all of that amounted to nothing. And even the Web of Trust, I basically never heard. I think maybe I'd heard of it. It's even checksums, because you had to torrent. Didn't even know what a hash was really. I knew it was something that helped make sure that you got the right file, but I never really cared at all until Bitcoin. All that stuff was going nowhere. And no offense, that's just my humble opinion. I'm not trying to claim that as a historical fact. I'm just saying that I lived, my own personal life experience was that I'd never heard of any of that stuff, despite being a kind of person who would be interested in it. Never heard of David Chaum, never heard of anything, So the movement, I kind of think I think it may just be a narrative trying to fit him in later. I mean, the other thing that has been snarkily pointed out by many is that the cypherpunks bike shed a lot, and Taproot is a perfect example of that. Especially Taproot activation. Cypherpunks bike shed a lot, and they try to impress. They're more concerned with impressing each other as to be who can be the most, like obsessed with security, which is part of why Linus Torvalds he's known for like ignoring security stuff and just focusing on performance or focusing on a lot of different things. Kind of a for the Linux kernel we're talking about now.
Yeah, I know.
So I just thought maybe I should bring that up. So the thing is, he's kind of rejected the bike shedding of the kind of security conscious people because it is mostly a form of virtue signaling. This is my opinion. This is mostly just them virtue signaling to each other, and so they never really were able to like get anything done because they were just so obsessed with all this. This is totally just one man's opinion. I have absolutely no idea if this is right or not. I'm just giving you the world as I see it. I really think it was a lot of like taproot activation, web of trust, stuff that no one really used. World and Satoshi built something that was actually useful for something. I don't know. You could say he was the one cypherpunk who got it right. I don't know. So I don't exactly remember all of my notes, but I mean, writing for Microsoft Windows, writing in and for Microsoft Windows, because Bitcoin was, I mean, from what we gather, it was written in, I think, Microsoft Visual Studio. So that's kind of weird, isn't it? I mean, would a cypherpunk really do that?
Well, it's kind of the perfect smokescreen, right? If you want to deceive people and not look too much into who you are, you're going to do the opposite in some regards.
Unfortunately, that argument that's like an empty argument because it means anything Satoshi does that is non-cypherpunk, it's just because of he was trying to throw people off the track. But if he does anything that was cypherpunk, it's because he really was a cypherpunk. So that argument just kind of hits nowhere, I think. But yeah, I don't particularly, Satoshi may have identified as a cypherpunk. Personally, I doubt it, but that's just my opinion. That was just a tweet that I had thrown out at one point.
Yeah, and I remember Adam
also he wasn't familiar,
disagreeing.
like you would think. Yeah. People I think, I could easily be wrong about this. I'm not. This is a very weakly held view. I definitely think he was not. I think he had almost nothing to do with Austrian economics. I think the whole fixed supply thing was just a consequence of Bitcoin being open source. And so he didn't want to be undercut by a variant that had less inflation. It was just an outcome of competition. So he wanted to have the lowest inflation taxes because currency competition means that people won't want to use the inflating currency. It's a liability for the currency. But I don't think he had any particular interest in economics at all, actually.
I recall Adam Back saying that what Satoshi actually fixed was inflation, as the design that Nick Szabo had for BitGold included a type of inflation which was driven by the free market. So you could have a lot of blocks that were getting mined, for example, while there was a lot of demand and activity, and almost none at all if there was no demand. So
yes,
I
he had
suppose
these epochs or something where there would be like different baseball cards or something, and some would trade for a lot because there were only a few of them, and some of them would trade for. Yeah, it was a very cool idea.
but obviously cypherpunks and Austrian economists would be much more interested in allowing the free market to decide. Whereas Satoshi was kind of authoritarian in this regard. He said, no, you're going to have this much coins and you're going to have all of these parameters, which I are arbitrarily set, and you're going to have to abide to if you want to be part of this network. Plus, he was
I don't know
not.
about that. Releasing something is putting it out there as a competitor, so just creating something is an act of competition. Satoshi was actually, he was quite. He helped Namecoin. He in the thread where BitDNS, as it was called, is invented, Satoshi just throws out a line about how he thinks that people will want to use cheaper blockchains and they won't want to shell out for expensive space in Bitcoin's chain. So in 2010, he obviously thought that there would be many, many different blockchains that had different block sizes and different fee rates. So I think he was pro competition. I mean, the stuff was open source, so I don't think he ever. But he was in a different time, of course, before there were so many blatant scams and things.
Let me ask you something else, which deals with this maximalist. I don't know if I should call it a dogma or a thesis or something, but in my opinion, it's about maximizing what Bitcoin does and trying to extend its capabilities towards everything that we have today in shitcoins. While others will say, no, maximalism means that Bitcoin is perfect and everything else will fail because Bitcoin is better as it is and we don't have to do anything. And do you believe that with drive chains, you're trying to accomplish the former use case of trying to encapsulate everything into Bitcoin and expand it with layers?
Yes, absolutely. Right. I definitely think that maximalism has split into two different camps, as you suggest. Some people just it's a lot easier to just say, when an altcoin comes out, oh, those people are just inherently evil, and those people are bad people. That feature is bad. Bitcoin has all the best features already. It's very easy to be dismissive. So that's the sort of toxic maximalist. The idea that everything that is not Bitcoin is a scam. The only reason someone would create a blockchain is to harm people. So obviously, I mean, you have, and that people like me, because I would like to do this prediction markets blockchain, and David Vorak has his Sia coin storage blockchain, and Vitalik has Ethereum, Turing complete script weirdo blockchain, which I think is silly. But Roger Ver has large blockchain. The idea from the toxic maximalist is that all of these narratives are fake. And that it's just no one actually wants to use the blockchain in a different way. No one actually wants to use Monero ring signatures. It's all just a giant scam, and many people have clung to that view. Whereas obviously, I thought it was clear that maximalism was that Bitcoin would always be able to react to new technology and add it in some way. I think BIP 300 is the best way, actually, of adding any technology to Bitcoin.
Oh, that's very modest of you.
But even not so, even if that were not the case, you could always, new opcodes and ongoing R&D and ongoing projects. So, like Taproot or whatever. Now it's looking like, because Taproot is it was taking so long. People wonder now if the protocol has ossified and will no longer change in any meaningful way, which has kind of led people culturally to adopt this view that it doesn't need to change, and in fact, all change is an attack on Bitcoin. So there's all that as well.
I mean, the way that it was adopted with speedy trial, I don't see any ossification there.
No, but don't you see it? We used to do a soft fork like every 3 months or so. It used to be very non-controversial. Then there was some in December 2015. SegWit was planned for like April, but it was delayed until after scaling 3, October 2016. Then there was obviously a giant fight about that, and it wasn't until it was activated by UASF in August 2017.
Yeah, but that was the fault of contentious miners, I guess. They were
Well,
supposed to be the ones who were activating SegWit, and by the deadline, they did not. So it became an issue of, do we just accept that we're not going to activate it, or are we going to make users activate it?
yeah, well, certainly they thought that they could use it as negotiating leverage, and they were wrong about that. The miners, they actually did signal just before the UASF would have forced them to. So they actually did, but my point was that was in 2017, and now it's 2021. So now it's 4 years later, where it used to be every few months.
Yeah, but if you read the story about Taproot, it was conceived conceptually sometime in late 2017. And it took a lot of time for it to get coded, to get reviewed, to decide how we're going to activate it. And by the time we got to the activation discussion, there were a lot more eyes looking at the code. And I can argue, as opposed to what you said, that there used to be soft forks more often. Well, the network was not as valuable at the time. So if there was something wrong, it was not as costly to revert it. Now, I think the pressure is huge on the core developers.
But that's my point of view, is that it is worse now.
Maybe from a software perspective, it might be. I don't know, but
It is worse from the point of ossification. I don't I don't even remember why we brought this up, but the point is that the rate of change has slowed drastically. And why did I bring that up? I don't remember. But you asked something that led me to start talking about drive chain being the best way to add features, and the features used to be added
yeah,
more.
it started with maximalism.
Oh yeah, the issue that Bitcoin doesn't need to change anymore, which is a new thread of the culture, which is, I think, a kind of a sour grapes thing. Like, I didn't want those grapes anyway. I didn't want that change anyway. But I think that's another issue, which is we now see that. I mean, I think it's also false. You've in your story, you've omitted the fact that people wrung their hands on how to. They wouldn't even talk about how to activate Taproot for like months and months on end. And I think it's been over a year of just talking about how to activate Taproot, and of trying to avoid basically BIP9 activation, which is basically very similar to what, I mean, Speedy Trial and the original miner BIP9 activation is, ultimately not that different.
I mean,
So there was a lot of talking for nothing. Sorry?
Decentralization is hard. And the more actors join in, the harder it's going to get.
Well, I mean, I agree with that. I don't know. I think we see Bitcoin ossification happening. Sidechains are pro ossification because you freeze layer 1 and you don't need to change it anymore, and all the change happens on layer 2s, which I always thought was the entire point, of everything. But there was another point that I wanted to make, and I'm now forgetting it again. But it was related to. Oh, yeah. Altcoins have gotten better at being innovative. So there used to be only stupid altcoins that did nothing. But now we have quite a few altcoins that do at least something. And so that's not what you want to see. You don't want to see altcoins becoming very creative and innovative now, and BTC ossifying at that time with no sidechains.
Yeah,
that's not very good. We don't want that.
I can agree with
I think
that.
Also,
but
sorry, let me just add one last thing, which is that the whole thing about every altcoin being stupid I really think that people have learned that that used to be true in the past when you had like something like Litecoin, which was just all you take all the effort required to create Bitcoin versus the tiny tiny amount of effort required to turn Bitcoin into Litecoin. And then its presentation as a new thing, silver to Bitcoin's gold, faster, whatever. All of that is outrageous, That is an outrage, really. When you consider all the work that went into Bitcoin. And then we just changed some parameters. And I think that we started the narrative of all this stuff as just a bunch of scams. And it was mostly true in the past. But I think people have learned it now, and it's sort of now becoming not true. Now there's many real things out there that are not scams at all. But, you have a person, someone who is deep in the cult, in the simplified memes. There's too much peer pressure. They can't turn back now. They can't just say, guys, I think we should look at, Monero, or I think we should look at Zcash, because it'll look as though they're dumb enough to take Litecoin seriously. And so now all those people are trapped in a weird prison of their own construction. So that's what I wanted to say about that. About the two flavors of maximalism that you asked about. Is the one is static and a cult and counterproductive and based mostly on peer pressure and people's fear. And I know firsthand because you and I know that we both talk to people in person and they behave very differently than they do on Twitter. On Twitter, they are toxic maximalists, but they are filled with regret in person about how dumb the community has become and how there's no nuance. So so there's that static flavor of maximalism versus the dynamic one, which said Bitcoin is, since it's software code, there's no law of physics that says it can't do something. We could just change the code, or we could just add more code, or we could just do whatever. So the question is how to do that in a way that preserves everyone's property rights the best. Again, BIP 300 is my take on that. So to bring it full circle.
Yeah, well, I think that's the perfect way to bring it full circle. And I wish you all the best with your drive chains proposal. I know that Ruben Summerson is also working on state chains. I should possibly also get him on the show to explain to me what these are and how they're different.
Yeah, they're
from
very
drive
different.
chains.
They're completely different. He has other things that are more similar. He has soft chains and space chains. Those are both more similar to drive chain, although space chains is in my view just a drive chain where the coins can never be withdrawn again. So it reacts to the whole problem of how to best get the side chains to their new owners on layer 1. It reacts to that problem by basically just surrendering and saying no one will get any coins ever. So I find that to be weird. And soft chains introduces some. It's a little more heavy-handed with layer 1, but yeah, you should have him on. He's great. State chains is a completely different thing. It's very cool though.
Yeah, I very much believe that the future of Bitcoin is in layers. And my last question, I promise this is the last before how can people follow you and stuff like that. Can you build some of the same stuff on the Lightning Network?
Well, no, because there are many differences. One, every Lightning Network message has to take the form of it has to ultimately result in the form of a valid Bitcoin transaction that could be played on layer 1 if everyone went AWOL. So that's one difference. Whereas with sidechains, you can do absolutely whatever you like. Another difference though is that because of the way in Drive Chain and BIP300, all the deposits are threaded into a UTXO, the one UTXO. And as a result of that, one person can onboard an unlimited number of people to the layer 2 on the layer 2. So what I mean is, like, Roger Ver could take, like, 100,000 BTC hypothetically, and with one transaction from him, he could deposit those to large block sidechain, and then over there on layer 2 and on the sidechain, not on layer 1, over there he could then start giving $5 to everyone or whatever, doing his little song and dance. And then those people would never need to touch layer 1 at all. They would have been onboarded to layer 2, and if they want to stay there, then they never have to pay a layer 1 fee ever. But in Lightning Network, you need to receive money on layer 1 first and then spend it to open a channel, and then you need to pay the transaction fee again when you close the channel. So it's 3 layer 1 fees. So you have to make sure that the channel is worth it. There's actually quite a bit of channel risk in the Lightning Network. You need to make sure that your channels have good liquidity, good uptime, etc. So
Yeah.
whereas
So
with BIP300, there's just different risks.
I suppose next time I get Peter Todd on the show, I'm gonna make him actually criticize what he thinks is wrong with BIP 300.
Well, yeah, he has quite a convoluted argument that I have replied to in writing. And if you go to drivechain.info, you can find the peer review section. It's in the sidebar, which is on the bottom if you go there on mobile. It's also linked in the main page where I just say peer review. But it was pretty bizarre. At one point, we introduced the idea, me and some other people on Twitter. We were like, what if Bitmain sold t-shirts on the side for a profit? Wouldn't that also be, an attack on Bitcoin? And that would make the t-shirt supply chain a part of the Bitcoin protocol, blah, blah, blah. And so wouldn't you have to react the exact same way to Bitmain selling t-shirts on the side? And he said that's exactly right. So I was kind of like, I don't know really, how seriously to continue to take this, since I regard that as being absurd, that we should worry about that.
Yeah. I'm all in favor for this conservative approach to improving Bitcoin, but I'm all for improvement at the same time. So I would not merge something into core or update my node with something that did not get at least 6 months to 1 year of review and was discussed by the community. But if it turns out to be in line with all the consensus rules and not against any of the Bitcoin incentives and pro Bitcoin security on the long term, because honestly, we like to talk a lot about what's going to happen to Bitcoin in the coming years, but we don't factor in how the diminishing mining rewards and the economy that's relying on fees is going to actually secure the network, and how that's going to still be profitable and incentivize miners to go on. It pretty much relies on a constant price pump in terms of fiat for as long as we are still on the US dollar standard. And that's going to be interesting. I like to
but
believe.
actually, there's a problem that actually it has to continue even after Bitcoin has replaced everything, because the purchasing power also needs to go up. So it's quite a big issue. And I wrote an article about this. Yet more problems that are just solved by merge mine sidechains, in my opinion. But to speak to your other earlier point, I don't want this to activate without community consensus. But I kind of don't think that SegWit or Taproot had such a consensus, actually. I would like to do much better than that. Most people did not know that SegWit was a mandatory block size increase. Oh, I don't know. I shouldn't say most, but too many people did not know that SegWit was a mandatory block size increase, and that it created a completely different block structure and that it also did this different thing with transaction flags, and it did quite a bit of bizarre stuff that I think most people are not aware of, who quote wanted SegWit unquote. A lot of people who want Taproot, they don't know that it doesn't have signature aggregation. They have no idea what it is really, and I wouldn't want that at all. And so I would want people to only cheer for BIP 300 if they actually understood it. And I certainly would want people to only cheer against BIP 300 if they understood it, but I don't think that's happening anytime soon. The people who cheer against it mostly, they will mostly admit that they haven't looked into it at all. But yeah, quite a bit of support is growing. But I would want there to be a lot of support, and the only way that can happen is if people learn about the project, and the best way for people to do that is for them to download the software, or at least go on drivechain.info and read. But there's software releases, drivechain.info. It's the first link on the page. You gotta download the software and use it yourself. Then you will know exactly what it does. If you're allowed to send your Bitcoin to an exchange and sell it for an altcoin or for fiat, you should be allowed to send your Bitcoin to a weird script, which is all that BIP 300 is at the end of the day.
Okay. So, Mr. Storts, also known as Ports, how can people follow you on Twitter? And I suppose we have mentioned the Drive Chain website before, but you can say it once again.
Yes, on Twitter, I'm Truthcoin, TRUTHCOIN. That's all based on this Oracle paper from a million years ago, and also my last name being impossible to spell. Truthcoin is where my blog lives, truthcoin.info, and the project became bitcoinhivemind.com. And that is, what got me into all this. So you should check out that if you are interested. There's all the projects now have cool YouTube videos on the front page that are much shorter. So people should watch those if they're interested.
It's kind of a shame that the hive mind term was appropriated by somebody else who means something else by it.
Yeah, it is. I don't really. It doesn't really bother me because the project hasn't launched yet. We could always change the name back to Truthcoin or something. But since at this point it doesn't matter. That I sort of wrote the paper in an era before all these coins came out. Like TerraCoin, Feathercoin, whatever. I don't actually remember the exact timeline, but it made it look like an altcoin, so we changed it again, and then the altcoins stopped doing that. You had Ethereum, NXT. They stopped adding coins, so kind of changed it for no reason.
Mm-hmm. So thank you very much for doing this interview. I know it ended up being extremely long. I'm not going to cut anything except for that small break that we took. And I hope that people will listen. Give us a shout out on Twitter if you did listen to this point. And I'll talk to you later.
Golden Bitcoin, 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 golden Bitcoin. Voltura.
Wasabi Wallet's innovative coin joins will make your bitcoins more fungible. So if you accumulate more than 0.1 BTC, you can mix it with other users to remove all traces about their whereabouts. So it's like putting multiple fingerprints on your dollar bills, and it becomes impossible to determine the last few owners of the money. Download Wasabi Wallet today and start coin joining. Bitcoin Takeover Radio is brought to you by Voltoro, the gold and Bitcoin exchange. Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro, grab your phone, use Blue Wallet on iOS or Breeze Wallet on Android, and scan the QR code on the webpage. So what are you waiting for? Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro, scan the QR code, and get that sweet pile of Bitcoin.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. What's up? Bitcoin Takeover Radio.
This episode is sponsored by Voltoro. Keep on listening and you'll find out more about how you can buy allocated gold when the Bitcoin bull run reaches its peak. This way, you don't have to deal with infinitely inflationary fiat or banks that freeze your account. Also, note that trading involves risks and the information presented is not financial advice. This episode is also sponsored by Wasabi Wallet. Go to wasabiwallet.io, download Wasabi for your OS, and significantly boost your network level and transaction privacy. Hello there, and welcome to Season 9, Episode 5 of the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. I am Vlad, and my guest today is Matt Hill, who is the CEO and co-founder of Start9 Labs, a very interesting company which seeks to provide the maximum amount of sovereignty in one device or multiple devices, depending on how you approach it and how you want to eliminate single points of failure. And today we're going to talk about sovereignty and independence and how Bitcoin sits in between all of these. And we can also dive into philosophy and what kind of philosophical implications there are with all of this. So hi, Matt. It's really good to have you.
Hey, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm really happy because when I first found out about the Embassy OS, which is an operating system that you can use for your Raspberry Pi, I was very impressed that it can run so many applications on one device, and it's much more than the average Raspberry Pi Bitcoin node. It does Bitcoin, it does Lightning, just like pretty much all of the OSs that you can find, but it also has some applications that don't have much to do with Bitcoin per se, but allow you to decentralize in other directions. For example, you have Mastodon, which is like an open source Twitter replacement. And you also have, I think you are the only OS right now which also enables C Lightning, which is the Lightning client and implementation developed by Blackstream. And you're also looking into adding stuff like WordPress, which is very useful for a lot of people, as many websites rely on WordPress and it's open source. It's really cool. And if you are able to just get a small Raspberry Pi, an external drive to store all of your data, as well as some sort of UPS, I suppose you no longer need ever to access some sort of overpriced cloud services.
That was a nice overview. Yeah, I appreciate that. As you mentioned, Embassy OS is our real value proposition. We sell physical embassies. These are basically Raspberry Pis in a box with a speaker and a little bit of branding, so nothing special there. That was very intentional to use commodity hardware on our part so that people would not need to actually buy a device from us, that they could build one themselves with ease. So our real value add to the world is Embassy OS, which embassies obviously come pre-installed with. And Embassy OS is designed to facilitate the discovery, installation, configuration, and ongoing maintenance of any variety of self-hosted open source software, whether that software is for personal isolated usage or for connecting on a P2P or federated network. Prior to us and using some of our, I'll call them competitors' solutions to a similar problem, you could do this on a Raspberry Pi, right? Anybody could go get a Raspberry Pi and run a bunch of open source software on it. You'd get on the command line, you would, go on to the internet and, download whatever you wanted, clone whatever repository you wanted, go to Docker Hub and get a Docker image and run it on your Pi. And that was very hard and inaccessible to almost everyone on Earth. And so the next logical step was, okay, well, let's say you're a super technical person and I want to run all these open source self-hosted software services on my Raspberry Pi. So I invite you over to my house and you know the command line. And so you hop on the command line and you install all these things. You go, okay, now I'm going to go to Docker Hub and I'm going to get this, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to change your configuration, and I'm going to set up Tor, and I'm going to do blah, 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 blah. And you set it all up. And then you're like, goodbye. And you walk out. And now I have this Raspberry Pi running in my house and all these things are running. And you even gave me a couple instructions on how to, access these things and use them. And then I'm sort of on my own, right? If something breaks, I'm calling you. If I need to configure one of these services, I'm calling you because I don't know how to get on the command line and configure them. And that's better, right, than the original solution of that I can't do it at all. But it still leaves me wanting for more because I can't do it myself. And that is where Embassy OS is unique amongst anything that has ever existed and anything that currently does exist, is that this is not, Embassy OS does not facilitate or streamline the bootstrapping of a bunch of self-hosted services on your Raspberry Pi. It makes it such that you, anyone, can do this from start to finish and maintain them in perpetuity without calling your technical friend, right? We have created a user interface that is reminiscent of Mac OS, Windows, iOS, Android, right? We've created a user interface that seems familiar, that you would normally use to do client-side software, apps, we call them, except we have made it possible to do it with server-side apps, which is not a simple problem. It is an incredibly complex problem, as any DevOps engineer knows. Downloading, installing, configuring, maintaining server applications that connect over federated and peer-to-peer networks that have dependencies and configuration files and network connectivity, considerations, is usually a very high-paid job at a company. And we have made it possible for a non-technical individual to do at their home on a Raspberry Pi.
Right. And here's something that made me consider, what if there was more connectivity between devices? Did you ever think about making the Embassy OS work as an external device to something like a Raspberry Blitz, or something that's open source and already has Bitcoin and Lightning, but can use these features to integrate something like Sphinx or Mastodon, or applications that may not be supported by the regular nodes?
Could you clarify the question? Are you asking if we have thought about building an integration with something like Raspberry Blitz? Is that?
Like other free open source software, so that people don't really need to run two nodes or something. and they can connect to the device that they already have in their living room or something like that. I know that there are a lot of Umbrel fanboys, and I like Raspberry Blitz for various reasons because it's the most open source of all of them. And I'm not sure, I would love to run, for example, an instance for Mastodon and self-host my own server, but I'm not sure if I would be, willing to run another Bitcoin node that I'm not using.
I see. Yeah. So they are not mutually exclusive, as in so they're very, very different animals. Okay. So Raspberry Blitz is essentially it's the scenario that I gave you where your friend comes over and sets everything up, right? It's a convenience function, so to speak, right? Where you get this single piece of software, and then by installing this single piece of software, you actually get a whole suite of software services for free. Because what Raspberry Blitz is doing under the hood is sort of bundling all of these things together and then running a bunch of install scripts. And so it's acting like that friend who comes over and just kind of like bundles it all up for you and then puts it onto your Pi. And then you're sort of on your own. Embassy OS is a completely different concept, right? It is a genuine operating system where you are using a graphical user interface to shop for services that you want to run. And then the operating system uses its own built-in package manager that we designed to make sure that those services have all their dependencies met, are configured properly, and all of this is done through a GUI. There's no command line. So it's very a la carte, right? So what you can do, and what many people are doing today, is they are running their Raspberry Blitz or MyNode or Umbrel or Ronin Dojo to run their full archival Bitcoin node and maybe some Lightning services. And then they're buying an Embassy to run all of their non-Bitcoin things like Mastodon and Bitwarden and Matrix for messaging, etc. And so these two things can run side by side, and you're not actually running two Bitcoin nodes, which could be very heavy on a home network. Because you don't have to do anything with Embassy. You don't have to run Bitcoin if you don't want to. Bitcoin is just one service offered in our marketplace, as are the Lightning services. They don't come pre-installed. They don't come bundled. And in fact, what a lot of people don't realize is that with Embassy, you can actually install, say, LND or C Lightning without installing Bitcoin. And then you can tell LND or C Lightning on your Embassy to connect to the full Bitcoin node running on your Raspberry Blitz. So you could actually use your Raspberry Blitz just to run a full archival Bitcoin node and then use Embassy to run all your Lightning services if you wanted to, right? I'm not sure exactly why somebody would want to do that, but it does sort of highlight how Embassy OS is designed. It is not opinionated at all. You run the things you want to run, you run them how you want to run them, and it's all very, very easy, done through buttons with question marks that explain things and validations so that you can't mess it up, right? So if I installed LND and I wanted to point it to my Bitcoin node running on my Raspberry Blitz, and I tried to put in a value for that, like LND is going to say, okay, where's my Bitcoin node? And you say, all right, I want to point it to my Raspberry Blitz. And I put the number 1234 in that field. Embassy OS is going to be like, that's not a real destination. Sorry, this isn't going to work. So it actually holds your hand as you go through these things.
Okay, that's a useful clarification. And does it work the same with, for example, applications like Sphinx, which relies on the Lightning Network? Can you install Sphinx and point it to some other device?
Absolutely. Yep. So you could run Sphinx on your Embassy and have it using the LND node that's running on your Raspberry Blitz.
I'm actually thinking that sometimes it's a bad idea to have one device do everything, so you don't want to create single points of failure. Mm-hmm. Or maybe that your storage device or your storage HDD or SD card or SSD, whatever that you're using, may not be able to store all of that information. So for example, let's say that you own an internet store which gets lots of orders through BTC Pay server, and you don't really want to change the storage or mix it. So you're going to have one device, maybe one Embassy OS that runs your Bitcoin and Lightning nodes, and another Embassy OS that performs the single operation of operating BTC Pay server. That's possible, right?
Absolutely. And not only is that possible today in a very kind of segregated way, like you would have two embassies running, and one would be, running these services and another running other services, and each embassy has its own, unique Tor URL where you can go to manage it, each service running on it, etc. But in the future, we're actually have designed Embassy OS, and it's on our roadmap to make it such that if you have multiple embassies, you can tell them about each other, and they will actually act as a personal cluster of servers so that you can manage your entire cluster. So say, for instance, I go to my cluster, Tor address, and I say, I want to install LND. Embassy OS would actually figure out which physical device to install LND on, and then they would all act in concert to back each other up, monitor each other for uptime, internet failures, etc., and then handle load balancing, data redundancy, and all the rest. So this is what scaling looks like at companies, right? You sort of scale your server infrastructure horizontally by putting it in diverse geographic regions and having them work together. We think individuals should have that same power, but as with everything else, we intend to make it invisible, right? Like you won't even necessarily realize that this is happening unless you want to. And of course, then there's the advanced settings, and you can configure it granularly any way you want.
Yeah, that's just so useful. And right now I'm looking at the service roadmap, and you're going to have Electrum personal server, which is always useful for lots of reasons. You can even connect your hardware wallet to it, so that's really great. Even I think most mobile wallets nowadays allow you to connect your own Electrum server, something like Blue Wallet. So there are lots of reasons why you should run Electrum personal server. And also Pi-hole, which is an ad blocking service. I know people who buy a Raspberry Pi, like a Raspberry Pi Zero or something, and they plug it and they only use it as an ad blocker. And I think that's really cool that you're going to be able to combine that otherwise very basic function with something else which makes a lot more sense to keep on 24/7.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Raspberry Pis are awesome, okay? And most people get a Raspberry Pi because they have some particular thing that they want to do, right? They want to run their own self-hosted Nextcloud instance or Home Assistant instance, or they want to run a Bitcoin node. That's probably one of the most popular ones these days. And so everyone has a different reason why they want their own personal server. But almost every single one of those people, if you ask them, well, wouldn't you also want to do blah? They'll say, yeah, that might not be my primary thing that I want to do. Of course I would want to do it, but I don't know anything about that. I don't know how to do that. Like I definitely know how to spin up my own Bitcoin node on a Raspberry Pi, but I don't know how to spin up my own Pi-hole node. And so what we are doing is abstracting that solution generally and saying, look, if there is any variety of self-hosted software that you want to run, it'll be a button. That's our goal. And again, the main differentiator between what we are doing and what anyone has done prior is that we're not stopping at, okay, it's up and running, now you're on your own. It's that we've created an operating system that actually allows you to maintain these self-hosted services in perpetuity, right? It has status monitoring, network uptime monitoring. If there's a problem, Embassy OS will say, hey, we've detected that such and such service is having a problem. Click here to fix it. And then it fixes it for you, right? Like we're making everyone a DevOps engineer, which is outlandish if you know what that means. It is, like I said, normally this is a highly trained technical professional who makes a ton of money, to be able to do the things that Embassy OS is allowing anyone to do. And so the vision is very broad. We want everything. We want you to be able to do anything with your computer without compromise, no trust, no central point of failure, not even Start9.
Right, and I was about to ask about the storage options that you have today with the Embassy.
Mm-hmm.
I see that the recommendation is a 128 gigabyte high endurance micro SD card. Can you also connect an external SSD, for example?
Yeah, this has been probably the main story of the last few months in terms of asks from the community. So we originally launched the Embassy and the DIY guide for building your own, such that everything, the operating system, every service, and all the persistent data are running off of a micro SD card that's plugged into the Pi. This is not a good idea to do forever. Micro SD cards, even high endurance ones, will fail after, a few years, depending on how heavily you're using it, 5, even 10 years maybe. All hardware fails eventually, but like SSDs, for example, have enormously longer lifetimes than a micro SD, and they're way faster, right? So that's another huge perk. So we shipped Embassies like this because we very much believe in the ship and iterate philosophy. Not necessarily the move fast and break things philosophy, because we are dealing with sensitive technology here, where if it fails, you could actually lose data or lose money. So we have taken enormous precautions to make sure that you're not at risk, especially if you're performing backups. But we do recognize that it is not as performant as it should be, and not as robust as it should be. And so it has been a major focus of ours over the last couple of months to move Embassy and Embassy OS in a direction that it can handle external drive support. Now, we probably could have rolled that out in a matter of weeks, taking a naive approach of just saying, okay, they can plug a drive in, and then we'll, the data will be stored on that drive, and the operating system will run over here, and that's that. But we're actually using this sort of, quote, hard fork opportunity to execute a massive wish list of improvements to Embassy OS. So the upgrade from O2X, the version 2 series, we'll call it, to the version 3 series that is coming very soon. We're in the final stages of wrapping that up right now, is a massive, massive improvement, which was already a massive improvement on the version 1 series. So this is really our sort of like coming of age story, this version 3 that is preparing to release, hopefully in July, potentially in August. We want to make sure it's ready to go before we ship. It really does take Embassy OS to the next level in terms of speed, reliability, and functionality. It's everything we've wanted. Obviously, there's still a long way to go in terms of new features, but we think we finally have landed on the right architecture and basic approach to this problem that we have now iterated twice. This third iteration is really the one. So it introduces SSD support, to answer your original question. Beginning with 030, you will be able to, not only be able to, but you will be required to, Embassy OS will require a external drive to be plugged in. You'll be able to plug in an SSD or HDD and use it for all your service and volatile data.
Mm-hmm. This was actually a question by BTC Sharks with a Z in the end.
Okay.
Who wanted to know the anticipated release for the SSD support, but I suppose that your answer is that it will be done when it's implemented, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, we there's nothing left to figure out. It's just a matter of doing it, and we have a team of doers. I mean, all we do is code. The entire founding team are developers, and we've hired multiple developers since then. 3/4 of the team are excellent software engineers, and we write code all day, every day. So we're moving very, very quickly, but it is a testament to the size and sophistication of the system that we're building, that it's taking this long. Like, this is not us sitting around twiddling our thumbs or us being incompetent engineers getting it wrong over and over again. We are building something massive that we believe can be the basis of a new paradigm of personal computing for the future, where individuals are running their own servers everywhere on Earth. That, we hoping that this new version of Embassy OS, as well as other projects in the space, are pushing this planet in a direction of non-custodial computing. We think that that is essential to the future. We think that the relationship between humans and computers is a sacred one, if I could use that word, that it is perhaps the most important relationship humans have ever had with a tool, and we are tool-bearing beings, right? Tools are how we are the way we are. It's our unique survival mechanism, is that we can build and use tools, and computers are the most powerful tool we have ever designed, because they are a tool for the mind, and the mind is the thing that imagines and creates the tools in the first place. And so a tool of the mind increases our ability to make other tools, and yada, yada, yada. We don't need to get too deep on the sort of evolutionary and philosophic angle here, but if that tool, the most important tool that you have as a human being, is owned or intermediated by a third party, you really can't be free, right? If everything you do with a computer is permissioned by a company or a government or just another person, you're kind of asking them permission to think. You're kind of asking them permission to use your brain at its maximum capacity. And we just think that that is a huge danger that has emerged over the last couple of decades. And we are out to fix it by making computing in general, personal, private, by default, no trust, no intermediaries. And it's just a super hard problem. It's really hard.
Yeah, and I was about to ask about the licensing.
Mm-hmm.
What is the Embassy OS like? Is it free open source software all the way, or are there limits to the ways that you can use it? Like, you can see it because it's open source, but you cannot sell it.
Correct. There are limitations. So here's our licensing strategy. And there was a Citadel Dispatch episode with Matt Odell and all the other Node implementations, except for Umbrel, who opted out, where we discussed this at length. So I will not rehash that entire 3-hour conversation, but I will give an overview of sort of our general approach to licensing and why we chose that approach. Embassy OS is licensed under a license that we crafted against the recommendation of many people. We wrote our own license because nothing out there really suited what we wanted from a strategic perspective, which is we wanted Embassy OS to be free, not free as in liberty, but free as in free of cost. We wanted Embassy OS to be free for anyone on Earth to download and use in any way that they saw fit. So under the terms of our license, which is called the Start9 Personal Use License, you can access our source code, audit it, copy it, download it, fork it, change it, update it, redistribute it, anything you want. You can do whatever you want with our source code, including you can compile it and run it for yourself for free. And we have a guide on how someone can do this. The only thing, there's 2 things that we prohibit in our license currently. One is that you cannot distribute the fully compiled code. So the source code, you can do whatever you want with. You can edit it, fork it, change it, and send it to your friends and say, here, this is a better Embassy OS. I've improved it. But you can't compile it and then send them the binary, as in you're distributing a product at that point. You're not distributing what went into the product, which is the source code. You're not distributing the blueprint. You're distributing the house. And so we prohibit that. We say you can't distribute the compiled product. And number two is you cannot commercialize the source code or any derivative of the source code for any reason whatsoever. As in, you can't take our source code, fork it, change it, and sell the updates. You can give them away, but you can't sell them. So we prohibit the commercialization of our source code in any way, shape, or form, and we prohibit the distribution of the compiled source code. And we chose those limitations for strategic, not philosophic purposes. As in, we foresee a future where Embassy OS will be FOSS completely. But things are not the way that you want them to be because you want them to be that way. And you can't always get what you want right out of the gate. We have chosen this because we believe that that decision is what allows the technology to get built, right? So one of the primary arguments that FOSS adherents will argue is that if your code is FOSS, like full MIT, right? GPL, still has limitations, as in you have to, attach the same license. It has to remain open source. So it's still not totally free, right? Like MIT is basically the only totally free license, or no license at all, which I think actually has a default license and therefore it doesn't work. So it's MIT or bust, right? And a lot of the arguments that people will make for having an MIT license or a GPL or whatever is that you will get more community involvement. Your project will get more attention, that you will attract developers to your project because they see profit in it for themselves. They'll be able to fork your code, make it better, distribute it under their own brand, sell it, and basically profit off of their contributions to your work. Or maybe they don't make any changes at all. Maybe they just fork it, call it something else, and sell it. Either way, your project is getting distributed, right? It's like, oh, your software is surviving because you've created this incentive system for other people to want to use it, copy it, distribute it, make money off of it. And so it gets attention. It's like the place to be. And that is a very valid argument. But we are at a position right now where our software is so young, right? It's so, it already does a lot, but it's not a mature project, right? And it exists largely in the brains of a couple individuals. And that is where it must exist right now. As in, if we had 20 open source developers show up at our doorstep tomorrow and just say, we are here to work, give us code to write, we want to contribute to the project, I would honestly tell them, come back in a couple of months. We are at a position right now where the complexity of what we are building and the immaturity of it are such that it really only can accommodate a couple of people right now working on it because it's iterating so fast. In fact, we had a guy come on, Satoshi Sound, right, is his screen name, and we really hope he sticks around. But he showed up to make some improvements to the user interface of Embassy OS. So he comes in, he forks the code base, he made an improvement, and he puts up a PR. By the time his PR was up, the entire module that he was working in had been refactored, and the code that he had written no longer made any sense at all. As in, we're moving so fast internally with the people inside of Start9 that it's almost impossible for an external contributor to effectively contribute right now. So in other words, one of the main, if not the main, benefit of having your software be FOSS is not important to us right now. It will be in the future. And when that time comes, we will take measures to adjust. As in, we are not beholden in any kind of strict philosophic or ideological sense to having a permissioned license. We will always choose the license that we believe gives the technology we are developing the best opportunity to survive and thrive.
Yeah, that makes sense when you approach development as a company. But I'm going to play the devil's, and in this context, the devil is FOSS advocate, and say that, for example, if your software was entirely open source, then it would incentivize more people to look at the code and potentially break it and help you move into a direction which makes everything more robust and consolidates it. But then again, if you're approaching it as a company, I don't think it makes much sense, as somebody else will not be able to keep up with everything that you're putting out.
Well, let's be clear. The code, so the terminology is a sensitive thing, right? Because people have attached, semantics to meanings, and that's fine. So I won't use the term open source, but I will use the term source available. As I mentioned, our code is right there in broad daylight, and absolutely anyone can view it, audit it, test it for vulnerabilities, fork it, run it themselves, put up PRs to make it better, absolutely anything. There's nothing that prevents somebody, anyone in the community, from testing Embassy OS in any way that they see fit and reporting those vulnerabilities publicly. Like, it's all right there for anyone to see. What you're saying is that they might not be as incentivized to do that as they would be if they could profit from it, right? You're saying that the essential argument of FOSS, I think, is that if your code is FOSS, as if it's totally free, other people can make money off of it, and that provides incentives. As soon as you say you can't make money off of our code, nobody will contribute. And we've actually not experienced that. As in, we have had multiple open source developers, good ones, enter our project and be like, I want to contribute, I want to add to this. Because they're not there for the money. They're there because they like the project and they want to contribute to it. And yeah, sure, I'm sure some people will be deterred by the inability to commercialize our work. But we don't need them right now, was my main point earlier. It's like, there will come a day when Embassy OS needs to just be totally free, as in just it's standalone, free, like Bitcoin, just out in the world. Anyone can do whatever they want with it. But today, we need the resources, the investment resources. We need to pay ourselves so that we can continue to build this thing. And so for very strategic, not ideological reasons, we have chosen the licensing that we have chosen. And again, we can do this till we're red in the face or blue in the face or whatever. And we did on the 3-hour Citadel dispatch. And my ultimate answer is it's always up for reevaluation. We will continually reevaluate this and always do whatever we think is going to give the technology the best opportunity to survive.
Vaultoro, and that's VAULT, like a gold vault, and Oro, which is Spanish for gold, is a gold and Bitcoin exchange, which offers instant swaps between hard money to over 31,000 customers from more than 95 countries. Vaultoro has offered Swiss privacy and security since 2015. Furthermore, the gold you purchase is your legal property, secured in your name, so even if something happens to Vaultoro, even liquidators could not touch your gold. If you want to become the custodian of your own gold bars, you can request to have them delivered to you or simply trade them back to Bitcoin on the dip. Register for free in only 30 seconds and start trading only with hard money. Please keep in mind that all trading involves risks. This is not financial advice, and you are responsible for your own decisions. When you are using Wasabi Wallet, your internet connection gets routed through the Tor network by default. This means that you get better privacy while using Bitcoin. Download it today at wasabiwallet.io. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, but let me ask you something, because it's very important when you run something that's open source to have somebody to verify it for yourself, but not many people do this. So what do you think is the healthiest approach for the average user who maybe has, let's say, a lot of Bitcoin that they want to put into the device and wants to be sure that the device and the software that's going to be running on it is safe and does exactly what it says it does? Do you think that there is a market for individual and independent auditors?
Absolutely, I do. As you mentioned, very few people in this world are capable or willing, from a time and energy perspective, to audit the code that they run. For example, I have never audited Bitcoin Core. Right? I have never gotten into the Bitcoin Core software, looked at the lines of code, and figured out if it's doing what it says it's doing. I am absolutely relying on the assumption and actual, awareness that others have done this and that I trust those people. So ultimately, I am trusting the Bitcoin Core software because I trust the people who trust the software. And that's how it works. And in that sense, your code being open source doesn't even matter, because you could, as a closed source, as in the source code is literally not even visible, hire auditors that people trust to come in and audit your code base and vouch for it, putting their own reputations on the line. However, there's a catch there, which is actually the main, real big driving force that led us to make the source code available in the first place, which is that there is no way to know if you are running the source code unless the source code is visible. As in, Start9, if we were closed source, could have an auditor come in who everyone trusts and show them source code. And they would look at it and they'd review it and they'd say, oh, this looks great. And then we would absolutely just deploy different code onto the embassies. As in, the code that the auditor looked at is not the code that we're actually deploying. And why did we do that? Well, maybe because there was a gag order from the government and they came in and said, oh, you will build a backdoor into your software, but you won't tell anybody. And if any auditors come in, you won't show them that module. And that's that. And so one of the main reasons for making your source code available, again, not FOSS, just open source, right, without the F in front of it, is protection against coercion from government, right? Because if your code is open source viewable, then you can't do malicious things in it. Somebody will see it. You hope, right? You hope that somebody is looking at your code base. But if the government were to come into Start9 and say, here's a gag order, build in a backdoor, we want to see what's happening, I can honestly look them in the face and be like, I can't do that, because if I do that, every single person on earth will see it. It's in broad daylight.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I was actually thinking of cases when I think a good example is Max Hillbrand, and he paid someone to look at Taproot while the code was still in the review phase. And I thought that was really useful and really good, even though he didn't pay too much for the audit. It was still something. And I feel like we like to LARP all the time about don't trust, verify, but we don't actually verify. And there are lots of ways through which we can verify. And if we are not technically inclined and capable of doing a proper verification, we should at least have a different branch of independent reviewers who have no incentive to lie to you and cannot get paid by the other side to claim that the code is fine when it's not.
I just thought of something as you were talking there that I will actually state here today, which is that anyone who wants to audit Embassy OS but does not feel personally capable of auditing Embassy OS, first of all, is perfectly welcome to hire an auditor, and the auditor can come in and audit the code and tell them what they think. But I will go further than that and say that Start9 will contribute to that. I'd have to work out the details, but I will put something out, which is an audit fund that if anyone in the community wants to audit Embassy OS, they are welcome to contribute to a fund that Start9 will match to some degree, either fully or in part, in order to hire auditors that we ourselves do not choose, right? So some sort of community-led auditing fund where, anyone who would like to see Embassy OS code audited can donate, and those funds will be used to hire the consensus of whoever we think should do the audit. Who I would love to come and audit our code, whose foundation I think would be perfect for this, and I would love to put this on her radar, is Sarah Jamie Lewis from OpenPriv.
I can also think of a couple of other people like Peter Todd and also Sergio Lerner.
Okay.
Who is the co-founder of RSK and was one of the early auditors of Bitcoin.
Yeah, I would love this. Obviously, I don't think it would be worthwhile to do on the current code base because 0.30 is right around the corner. So any audit that's done on 0.20 would become obsolete overnight, basically. But once 0.30 is launched, this isn't just for the community. I want this. Start9 will do this regardless. But if it benefits the community as well, then, I think the community should in part choose who does the audit. So that way it is, less trusted, right? We're not choosing our own auditor. That's kind of internal, But yeah, we want to know if there are any vulnerabilities in our system. So we encourage people to find them and report them, but we may need to incentivize that as well. And of course, we're happy to, that sounds like a great expenditure of capital to me.
Oh yeah, it makes a lot of sense to do that. I appreciated that you have announced it on my podcast, and I would very much like to see where this goes and what happens next. And, when you hear about this OS, which works with something as basic as a Raspberry Pi, and anyone can run, it's so good that you don't want to see it fail, You just want this to work. You don't want to see it turn into some sort of Microsoft just because it becomes profitable at some point. Even though I'm not saying you should not make money out of it, but we can find different ways, I guess.
Well, look, our business model is simple, right? And it takes a minute to understand it. When you're building open source, whether it's FOSS or just kind of source available, and you're building on the decentralized world, right? We have gone out of our way to make it such that you don't have to do business with us to use our technology, right? You can get the source code yourself, download it, compile it, buy a Raspberry Pi from the hardware store down the street, and be running a full-blown Embassy OS computer without ever touching Start9 in any way, without ever giving us money. And that's really important to us, that is possible. And not only possible, but we intend to make it easier and easier and easier. In other words, cannibalizing our own business model, right? We are intending to kind of destroy our own ability to sell our primary product. And so, as we went about raising money from investors, and I told them that, they go, well, how am I going to make money? If you're gonna purposely give your product away for free, and my response was very practical rather than theoretical, which is what I just said to you, which is that it doesn't matter if we give it away for free. People will still buy it because the free route is always one click more than the non-free route. And when you're dealing with the masses, like we are trying to do, we're not a niche product, right? We don't want to be a niche product. Let me put it that way. So let's say we're a niche product catering to technical individuals, like most of the other nodes, for example, right? They are Bitcoin products catering to Bitcoin, the more, I'll call it the more devoted of the Bitcoin community. These are people who believe the don't trust verify, believe in individual sovereignty over your computing, and they're willing to put in some time and energy in most cases to do it. We intend to sell to grandma. And grandma is never going to touch the command line, even if it's to copy paste a single string in. She still won't do it. They want something that they can plug into the wall and push a button. And so we know that even if we give it away for free on the command line, that most people, our target market eventually, will still buy the device or buy the operating system. And not only that, but we have alternative ways of making money. Obviously, not data collection and ad revenue and stuff like that. That's impossible. We've literally designed the system to make that impossible. But there are interesting ways to monetize community and membership that are totally optional, right? That don't in any way, they're in no way required for the function of the device, as in your embassy will always work, and no forced updates, etc. But if you are a premium member, as in you pay X amount per year, you get perks. Maybe it's meetups in a city. Maybe it's free admission to our annual conference. Maybe it's a t-shirt every year. You get the latest t-shirt, blah, 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 blah. Like you can basically, people who believe in your project and who believe in your vision of the future and want to compliment or reward your efforts, we have found that most people, it's not a donation because you're still delivering something in return, but it's kind of with a wink. It's like everyone knows that, the annual t-shirt is not really why you're giving us this money. You're giving us this money because you believe in the project, and the t-shirt is a token of your contribution. It is a way for you to show others and remind yourself that you contributed. And so we will create these sort of membership-based, totally optional, help the project survive type of revenue models. We will continue to sell Embassy OS as downloadable software. We will continue to sell pre-built embassies as plug-and-play personal servers. And lastly, we intend to participate in the emerging decentralized financial world, right? Like what's happening on Bitcoin and Lightning is nothing short of a total re-architecting of Earth's financial system. And when who was it? Rhett Butler in Gone with the Wind. I don't know if you've read that or whatever. He said there are 2 times in life to make a fortune. One fast and one slow. Slow in the rise of an empire and fast in its collapse. And we are witnessing the collapse of an empire right now. The global financial system is collapsing. And there are fortunes to be made in the collapse of empires. Money will be laying all over the streets. And if you understand what's coming next, if you understand what the new system will be, the replacement, during that transition, you can profit wildly. And I don't mean that in a negative or positive sense. It's just a fact. It's just true. And so we intend very much as being both at the end and the beginning of these 2 systems, because this entire decentralized global financial system is going to need hardware. It's not just pies, right? It needs an operating system. Like take for example, if everyone on Earth is connecting to the same Bitcoin node, right? As in everyone's just running wallets that all connect to a centralized Bitcoin node, we have done nothing. We have completely reinvented the current system, called it something else, and we're back to where we started. If we are to win the day here, if the future of planet Earth, especially its financial system, is to be open and decentralized, available to all without restriction, everyone has to be running their own instance of these software services, right? Because if you're trusting everyone, now look, of course you can Uncle Jim, right? Like I could run a Bitcoin node for my family, but that's not a threat to the system. It's when I run a Bitcoin node for my neighborhood that it starts to be like, maybe, okay? But now I'm running a Bitcoin node for my state. Now it's like, okay, we're back in the danger zone. So The degree to which it is easy to run these things on your own is the degree to which individuals will run them. And so our goal is to make running self-hosted, open-sourced software services, especially the ones that run on peer-to-peer federated networks, easy for grandma. Because if we do that, then everyone will run them. And if everyone runs them, then we have a chance at winning this. And so we, as Start9, are in this very interesting position because we're simultaneously providing what we think is kind of the backbone of this, like the operating system that is going to make it so that grandma can run Bitcoin and Lightning and Pi-hole and Matrix and all the rest, which gives us this really interesting touch point with the consumer, with the person who's buying these devices. So I'll give you an example that I think will illuminate the overall strategy. When somebody buys an Embassy today and they set up their Bitcoin node and then they set up their Lightning node, Embassy OS, not Embassy OS, the instructions for LND that we have included with LND offer the user options, but there's a recommendation. There's a default, right? We say, okay, now that you have LND running on your own server, congratulations, it's time to get some liquidity. Let's get you some outbound liquidity. Let's get you some inbound liquidity so that you can actually start using this thing. Well, what is our recommendation? Our recommendation is going to be, all right, well, open a channel with Start9 and then contact so-and-so or use this, new script that we wrote, and Start9 will reciprocate and open a channel with you and get you some inbound liquidity, or we'll send you an invoice for a t-shirt and you can buy it and immediately get inbound liquidity that way. In other words, we are using our positioning as the operating system and primary tool for running these services in order to promote our own participation in the layer 2 and 3 networks. Obviously, we can't have a monopoly there because these are open networks. We are just one node of many that you could connect to. But we also know that most people will sort of take the recommended route. They will take the defaults. And so we have to be careful to never go too far with this and tip the road, tip over to making it pretending like this is the only way to do it. We need to be very clear in our messaging that, hey, user, you have tons and tons of options, but you already bought an Embassy, so clearly you like Start9. If you'd like to continue doing business with us on Bitcoin's Lightning Network, you can connect to our channel here. So we actually believe that our primary sources of revenue and profit as a company will come from our optional participation in these higher layer networks. So I shouldn't say optional, it's a non-compulsory, right? We cannot force any of our users to do business with us on Lightning, but we can absolutely make it easy for them. And we're already starting to see dividends in this. We are running a pretty high-powered Lightning node and already starting to make money off of it.
Oh yeah, I did try to connect your Lightning node.
We rejected you, didn't we?
Exactly. I suppose that the amount that you need to use for opening a channel is 0.0.1 Bitcoin. So that's 1 million Satoshis or 10,000 bits, which was a bit on the large side for me in terms of channels. Usually I open smaller ones, but that's fine. Someday I'm gonna save a lot of money and open a channel with Start9, just because I know that there's going to be a lot of action there and I can route some transactions potentially. But you have mentioned a quote from Gone with the Wind, and I haven't read the book, but I've watched the film before it got canceled and it's no longer available on HBO and Netflix.
Yeah.
And that's really interesting with the fall of an empire and all of that. And I actually want to extend the conversation, but before that, I want to get to the comments that I have received on Twitter.
I want to clarify one thing real quick, which
Sure.
is that Start9's acceptance policy for new channels is of any size, as in you can open a channel with us of any size, but only if it's a private channel. Our node will reject your channel request if you try to open a small public channel. because small public channels actually hurt us in our network rankings. So if you want to open a channel with us, you can. It just needs to be private.
Oh yeah, but private means that you can transact with your peer with whom you have connected, but nobody else. And nobody else on the network can see
No,
it.
sorry, that's not true. So you can pay. So if you open a private channel with Start9, you can pay anyone on the network through us, and anyone on the network can pay you. You simply won't be able to route payments, as in you, if you open a private channel with us, we won't be able to route payments from somebody else through you to somebody else. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you
So
clarified
you are
a lot better than me.
Yeah, you are connected to the network, but the network cannot connect through you.
Yeah. It's always, it's not easy to explain how this works.
Oh, it's a totally new, Lightning is a serious piece of technology. In fact, we are hosting a meetup in Denver on July 20th that will be filmed, where Keegan, who is head of our Bitcoin and Lightning operations at Start9, and he is an expert, and I don't use that term lightly. Keegan understands this better than almost anyone, probably not the best, but he's up there and rising quickly. We'll be giving a introduction to Lightning 20-minute presentation where the overarching purpose is to take somebody from zero to understanding, not only how it works, but how they themselves can become a routing node and participate and make money in a 20-minute presentation. So it could be worth checking in on for your audience.
Yeah. So when is that meetup going to take place, just in case somebody listening is interested?
It's on July 20th. Don't quote me on this. Probably around 6 p.m. Mountain Time in the U.S. I will post links to the stream in the lead up to the meetup on Twitter and on our Telegram channel.
Mm-hmm. So it can also be watched online.
Yes. I don't know if it's going to be live streamed, but we are definitely going to record it and post it immediately. So it would be nice to live stream it, but I have to clarify with the co-host of the meetup if they want to do that or not.
Hey, psst, hey. What's your plan for the next Bitcoin top?
Unless you need the money to purchase something, you probably should not touch infinitely inflationary fiat. Check out Vaultoro and figure out to which extent hard money like gold and silver can help you preserve your purchasing power. You will be able to get back into Bitcoin as soon as the price hits a new bottom, and you will not be subjected to the arbitrary inflation-driven volatility of fiat or fiat-backed coins. Obviously, this is not financial advice, and you should understand that all trading involves risks. Wasabi Wallet connects to your full Bitcoin node, and if you're not running one, it downloads block filters anonymously via Tor. In either case, you're getting excellent privacy. Download the software today at wasabiwallet.io. Yeah, that's fine. And if somebody doesn't want to reveal their face, you can do some edits in post-processing or something. But anyway, let me get to the questions from the audience, because Armand de Parman also has some sort of consultancy website. Says that when he tried to run his, MyNode on Tor, he had to purchase a VPS service to be able to also route BTC Pay server and other services and not reveal his IP address. And does Start9 offer with the Embassy OS a cheaper or a free option, one for which you do not have to pay when you use BTC Pay server to hide your real IP address?
So that is a very surprising statement to me. I cannot and will not comment on MyNode's infrastructure choices or even the accuracy of that statement. But let me answer as bluntly as I can. No. If Start9 was in a position to charge you such that your services would work, we would be Microsoft. We would be Apple. When you run Embassy OS, whether you compiled from source and put it on your own Raspberry Pi, or whether you went the full convenience route and bought the device from us and plugged it into the wall, we are completely out of the loop. Everything on your Embassy will work and will work forever. There is no way for us to know if you've even plugged it in, let alone if you're using it. And there is no way for us to stop you from using it under any circumstances whatsoever. Everything is self-contained, independent, totally sovereign, accessible from anywhere in the world over Tor. We are out of the loop. Unless you contact support and want help, and then we might, you might need to bring us into the loop and tell us what's going on so that we can help you. But like, we have no insight into what you're doing on your device or if you've even used it.
Oh yeah, but this was specific to services like BTC Pay.
No.
As this guy had to pay 15 Australian dollars a month for a VPS to be able to enjoy anonymity.
No. So BTC Pay is on the Embassy. You click a button and it's running, and then it will automatically link up to either LND or C Lightning on your Embassy, whichever one you want it to use. It will automatically use your Bitcoin Core node for on-chain transactions. All those connections are enabled over Tor or on the VLAN of your home network. As in, I could go to the other side of the world and talk to the BTC Pay server running on my Embassy on the other side of the world by visiting a Tor v3 hidden service URL from any Tor-enabled browser. There is no IP leakage. There is no exit node involvement whatsoever on the Tor network. Not only can I use my server from the other side of the world with impunity, as in nobody could stop me, but nobody even knows that the thing is running, because when you install something on your Embassy, it gets hosted as its own brand new, newly created Tor v3 hidden service that you can access at its .onion URL. Tor v3 hidden services are just public keys derived from private keys that are created on your Embassy. And so nobody even knows that this website exists, let alone that you're using it. It's invisible. It does not exist. It's not even broadcast on the Tor network. And it's a public key, so nobody could ever guess it or brute force it. It is as private as you can get given the current state of technology in this world, as far as we are aware.
I also have this issue with... Okay, so I'm looking at my Raspberry Blitz right now. And if I want to enable reachability with a normal browser from the ClearNet, so if I want to have connectivity between ClearNet and Tor, then I have to pay a subscription to an IP to Tor bridge, which is a subscription service.
So we have what we call our ClearNet story, and it's not in 2022. It's not in 2021. It'll come in 2022. It's on the roadmap. So currently, there are two ways for you to communicate with your Embassy. So you set the thing up, you push a couple buttons, it's all very easy, and you're done, okay? Now you want to use it. So if you're in your home, as in if you are connected to the same network as your Embassy, like the same Wi-Fi network, your Embassy is connected to your home Wi-Fi, and your phone is also connected to your home Wi-Fi, then you can communicate with your Embassy on the local area network of your home, which is awesome because it's really fast, right? There's no Tor involved. There's nothing involved. You are talking to a hardware device connected on your home network directly, and it's all done over HTTPS, as in your Embassy is its own certificate authority, and then you can trust that certificate on your phone or computer so that even somebody who's connected to your home network cannot sniff the traffic. So when you're home, you talk to your Embassy over the LAN on an encrypted line. Then when you leave the home, you talk to your Embassy also on an encrypted line, but this time using its Tor v3 hidden service. So currently your Embassy makes itself available, as do all of the services on the embassy, both on your local area network of your home using SSL and on the Tor network using Tor v3. Next year, in 2022, we will introduce ClearNet support such that if you own a domain like, vlad.com, and you want your embassy to serve itself and make itself available on embassy.vlad.com, then you will be able to do that. As in, if you really want to use ClearNet, again, using HTTPS, you'll be able to. But we didn't prioritize that because the LAN connectivity when you're home and the Tor connectivity when you're gone created a adequate story, as in you can always reach your device. It's just not as fast as you would like it to be when you're not home because Tor is notoriously slow, right? So people who want to use ClearNet to connect to their embassy at their own personal domain will be able to, but keep in mind that involves some centralized parties, not Start9. We won't in any way be involved in that, but whoever your domain registrar is will be.
Yeah, so you're telling me that by next year, you're going to have a free solution to this issue of working with ClearNet, because obviously you want to get payments from anyone regardless if they're on Tor or they're using HTTP or HTTPS. And right now the workaround is that you pay a subscription service.
So yes, it will be free from Start9's point of view. Obviously you'll still need to buy your domain name from your registrar, but that has nothing to do with us. Embassy OS will make it such that you can connect to your embassy from anywhere using a unique ClearNet domain, which would allow you, for instance, to host a BTC Pay server e-commerce site on a normal .com domain rather than on a public key .onion domain.
Mm-hmm. That makes a lot of sense. And since we have spoken so much about software, let's get to hardware, because I think that's also a fascinating rabbit hole. And I find it really useful, the fact that you have decided to use the Raspberry Pi as the computer which operates all of this ecosystem. And I recently wrote an article about reasons why you should run your node on a Raspberry Pi, and I think it's really great, but on the other hand, it's not really open source, so you can't really build your own from parts. I suppose that there are some tutorials, but you're gonna run into some sort of compatibility issues, and it's ARM, so it has integrated circuits that you most likely will not be able to replicate even if you have expensive gears. And if you go to that length, you're gonna have production costs which far exceed the cost of one Raspberry Pi. But at the same time, I see that there is a trend to adopt and produce machines that are based on the RISC-V specifications. And that's going to be truly a game changer, as it's really open source, it's auditable, everything can be built by yourself if you have the means for it. And I suppose that also takes out some skepticism or cautiousness about NSA backdoors and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, look, hardware security and supply chain security are important considerations, right? And that's actually the reason that we chose the Raspberry Pi, was because those supply chains are trusted. Most uses of the Raspberry Pi prior to Bitcoin, I should say, were like children learning how to use a computer, right? Like they're tinkering, hobbyists and stuff like that. I don't think anybody is doubting the Raspberry Pi Foundation's hardware, distribution channels. I'm sure that there have been plenty of audits done on randomly selected Pis to see if they're not only being sold as advertised, but if there's any kind of tampering, etc. Like, we chose what we believed to be the most widely available, widely trusted product for our SBC. We also recognize that being reliant on or dependent on a single SBC for the functioning of Embassy OS is a very bad move, because if pies ever become in short supply or their supply chains become compromised and can no longer be trusted, then Embassy OS is useless because it can only run on a Pi currently. So we are redesigning Embassy OS as part of the 030 release. So 020, our version 2 series, was Embassy OS was a fork of Raspbian, not even Raspberry Pi OS, but Raspbian, which is a sort of skinnied down version of Raspberry Pi OS, which is why we chose it, because we didn't want all the bulk of Raspberry Pi OS, which is itself a Linux distro. And therefore, it really was only going to work on a Raspberry Pi. The 0.3.0 series that's coming out soon is an Ubuntu distro. So it is not based on Raspberry Pi OS or Raspbian. It is a much more broadly usable operating system as the kernel, what we're forking. And so we hope to be able to make Embassy OS run on really, any variety of existing hardware. Obviously those will be different builds and, different binaries, whatever, but like we want people to be able to repurpose their old MacBook or, a Rock 64 SBC or something like that to run Embassy OS.
Yeah, it's really interesting to look into hardware, and it's easy to fall down that rabbit hole because nowadays there are so many very capable machines that you can buy for low prices. And you have mentioned the Pine 64. Some people prefer that to the Raspberry Pi, but it's not as widely available and it's not as popular. And when you consider building software, you have to also think about network effects. And all of those machines are actually ARM-based. They're very hard to produce by yourself, and it's not really worth the cost.
Yeah, I agree. This is... personally, I'm an application developer. My experience is in app development, full stack, right? I can do server-side software, client-side software. I am not formally educated in computer science, and I know almost nothing about hardware. So I know what I know and I know what I don't know. That expertise lies with the McClelland brothers, Keegan and Aiden, who are my partners and co-founders of Start9. They know more than I could ever dream to know about how computers work at the fundamental level, all the way up to the application layer. And so I defer very largely to them when it comes to low-level operating system design and hardware interfacing. Aiden, in particular, has been leading the effort on the redesign of Embassy OS 030, which again is our sort of like coming of age story. It's really the thing. It's all Aiden. Aiden designed it. He wrote most of the code for it. I did a lot of the front end code for this release. So everything you see on the screen will be me. That's the easy stuff. Everything that's happening under the hood is Aiden. And even Aiden designed what you see on the screen. I just did a lot of the code. But he would be the one to ask about, how to build Embassy OS such that it is multi-hardware compatible, easy to build from source, and, resilient and redundant in every way.
Mm-hmm. There's that old Steve Jobs quote that if you want to build good software, you have to also build your own hardware. And
I hope
I'm
that's
not
not
sure
true.
if we are to that point yet, but I see a lot of work with RISC-V hardware, and I have great expectations that it will pick up. Right now, it's just too expensive for the average person. The Raspberry Pi is so convenient. You pay about $50 for one computer, And all you have to do for extra expenses is get a power supply and a case to keep it cool and well ventilated, and some sort of storage, and that's it. You're all set. You connect it to the internet. You can also get a screen if you want, but you can access it by typing the IP address and the port in your browser if you're using the same internet connection, and that pretty much solves it.
Yeah, that's why we chose it. It was expedient. It's reliable. It's a great computer. It's a very good hardware device. And I don't think the quote from Jobs is correct anymore. It might have been at the time. I think these things are cyclical. I think whether the value that a company is producing relies in its innovation in hardware or its innovation in software depends on these cyclical development cycles of hardware and software, as in both become commoditized in each cycle, right? So take smartphones. When the iPhone came out, and then the iPhone 4, which was really the breakthrough, nothing like that had ever existed before, right? It was a completely new piece of hardware. It was a massive innovation, and it took years to refine and evolve that innovation until today. I don't think there's been a serious innovation in smartphone hardware in, 7, 8 years. I mean, what are they? Every single one just has a better camera than the previous one, right? There's like these super minor improvements that are taking place from one iteration to the next, but there's no real innovations anymore. There's no real revolutions in hardware taking place right now until the next one. But in the meantime, what has happened is the hardware has become extremely commoditized, right? Because everyone has had time to catch up, right? Like Apple innovated, capitalized off of their first mover advantage, and then it distributed to everyone till now. You can go out and buy hardware smartphones that are blank, open shells that you could install an OS on fairly cheaply. Like everything's really cheap. Smartphones are dirt cheap now. And so, at Start 9, we look at that and we go, okay, so hardware is not what the world needs right now. The world has a ton of hardware. Computers are awesome. Storage is cheap. Smartphones are commoditized. The problem is that they're all running crappy software. I don't mean crappy as in bad user experiences. They're wonderful user experiences. I mean crappy as in anti-liberty. Like, we are running software on these computers that are causing serious problems with society. And so we look at that landscape and we go, let's find the most reliable, available, commoditized, boring hardware we can possibly find and make some radical innovations to the software. And sure, someday that cycle will end. The software will become commoditized. It is open source. Others will copy it. It'll become totally boring. And then somebody will come out with some new device called the Matrix, where you put on, you push a button and you're in a virtual world and it's totally new hardware. And it's like, then we have to start the cycle all over again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. Plus, I've had this conversation with Slush, the creator of Slush Pool and also the co-founder of Trezor, and he told me that it's impossible for hardware to keep up with software. And the innovation all the time comes from software, and hardware tends to be much more stagnant, and it takes time for it to really change. And even if it evolves very fast, you can't ask people to buy a new piece of hardware all the time to keep up. So even if it was completely possible for you to release hardware and software at the same time, it's not practical. So you have to always improve the software if you want to remain competitive.
Golden Bitcoin, 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 golden Bitcoin. Voltura, Voltura,
Wasabi Wallet's innovative coin joins will make your bitcoins more fungible. So if you accumulate more than 0.1 BTC, you can mix it with other users to remove all traces about their whereabouts. So it's like putting multiple fingerprints on your dollar bills, and it becomes impossible to determine the last few owners of the money. Download Wasabi Wallet today and start coin joining. So, as far as I know, there was Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the World Wide Web, who envisioned a world in which everyone would be their own server. And next to your computer, you would have another device that would store all the information that you're sharing on the internet. And this was a very good idea. With this type of approach, I suppose that the internet would have been a lot more decentralized, but I suppose that also the adoption would have been slower. And the fact that we ended up relying on cloud services and all of these third parties that I was about to say self-host, but they host content for yourself so that it becomes easier to use the network. I mean, I suppose there were pluses in terms of adoption, but it ended up scaling very poorly. And nowadays we rely too much on Amazon and Google and Microsoft and all of these companies that offer web hosting. So I suppose that now that we have Bitcoin and we have sovereign money, this is our chance to actually allow the network to expand organically and on the basis of low power devices that anyone can run at home. And it's actually very inexpensive and affordable for almost everyone around the world to become a validator in the network. And with Start9, you can do more, like have your own social network that you're running and all of that stuff. So do you ever think about taking the internet back to its original intentions?
I think that's all we think about. That is our essential objective. I'm less focused on original intentions, right? The fact that our vision of a future where humans and computers have, our vision of the relationship that humans and computers have, the fact that it aligns with the original vision of the internet is coincidental, right? Like, I think the original vision was correct. And we just want to make that a reality, not because it was the original vision. The original vision could have been wrong, and we'd still be trying to do what we're doing because we think it's right. And you're right that we have created a monster, right? But for all the right reasons, right? There was no malicious intent, I don't think. I think that, the advent of personal computers is a milestone in human history. It was the best, by orders of magnitude, best tool humans had ever invented for the brain to complement the power of the brain, supplement it, make it more powerful. And, they were very personal devices. You got a computer and you interfaced with it directly. It was a very siloed personal experience. That's why they were known as personal computers. You had your IBM sitting in your home in the 70s and then your Windows machine, and you were doing word processing and playing solitaire and taking notes and all that. And it was all extremely personal and private. It belonged to you. The computer was your servant and complement to your brain. And then, the internet came along and was like, well, you're using this cool tool. You can also use it to interact with others who are using these tools on a network. And all you have to do to join this network is pop open your, DOS terminal and plug in a bunch of commands and fight with it for 16 days, and eventually you'll be chatting with somebody at the university down the street. And absolutely nobody could or would do that except for a few geeks. And what those geeks realized very quickly is that everyone wants to be able to do this, but it's super hard to do. So why don't we do it for them and sell it as a product? And that is the essence of business, right? There's nothing wrong with that thinking. It's not like they were sitting around twiddling their thumbs saying, and then 20 years from now, we'll have all their data. And it was like, no, people want to use this thing that they can't use. So we're going to invent a service/product and make it easy to use, and we'll charge for it. And so they created a business in a free market, well, relatively free market system. They created a business, and sure enough, people started paying for their product. And then from there, it's just follow the incentives, right? All you have to do from that moment forward is just follow the very natural, logical incentives, and you arrive at the system that we have today, which is this completely centralized, oligarchic, dogmatic, custodial model of computing, where basically everyone is just using remote controls for one giant central computer that is, gatekeeping and tracking and charging and rent seeking for all your activities. And so what we did was we took the most powerful tool that humanity has ever invented for its own prosperity, and we rented it. We turned it into a rent model, essentially disempowering individuals, or at least making the benefits of this tool permissioned, right, available at the grace or mercy of a government ultimately, because they take over the companies or vice versa or whatever. And so how do we fix the problem? Well, nothing about computer science has changed. As in, it is still perfectly possible for anyone on Earth to participate in these open, peer-to-peer, federated, decentralized networks. But what hadn't changed is the ease of doing it, right? Like, command lines have come a long way. There are, code repositories online like GitHub and apt where you can download source code and fully, compiled binaries. There's things like Docker that make running, whole sets of dependencies together, very easy and isolated from the rest of the operating system. And so it's gotten a little better. Like, there are tools that have come along that have made self-hosting, for lack of a more powerful term, easier, but still nothing close to the ease of using your remote control to access, Facebook or Amazon's central server. And so the battleground is convenience and cost, right? Cost and convenience. And so we don't sit there and look at the existing paradigm and say, we need more laws. We need more regulation, right? We've got to stop Facebook and Twitter and their censoring of people because they're private companies and for some reason they can't censor, which I've never understood that argument, because, I think most people who are making that argument are saying, well, these aren't really private companies. They're sort of acknowledging the de facto observation that, while they are, quote, a private company, they are actually so in bed with regulators and they're so, big that they are basically a public utility, and therefore censoring anybody is actual censorship and not just a private company deciding what the rules of their platform are. We do not advocate for, government or anything that has a monopoly on force to come in and like make companies be better with your privacy, better with your data, or engage in less censorship practices. Because we understand that by doing that, all you're doing is moving the ability to censor and gatekeep and rent seek from the private company to the government. And so power still funnels upward, right? It's still ultimately the end of the road of that entire story is, totalitarianism. It's dictatorship is the end of the road. And so we don't advocate for that because I don't want to see things go further in that direction. I'd rather let Twitter continue its, crappy practices of promoting or censoring various things, because better to have a dictator Twitter, than a dictator, at least in my mind, right? I don't speak for my whole team or anybody, but I, think that is a lesser issue at the moment. Our solution is to use technology, and very much in line with Sovereign Individual, which was probably the most practically influential book I've ever read in terms of its effect on my decisions in this world, to use technology to alter the course of politics, right? So rather than using politics to dictate how products and technologies are used, you invent new products and technologies that change the incentives of the system. So we recognized, and this is where Start9 comes into play, that if we were ever going to stop the centralized, oligarchic, dogmatic, totalitarian internet that we've created, this monster that came about for the sake of convenience, that we would need to create an equally cheap and convenient alternative. That's really the only way, because if you rely on any other mechanism, all you're doing is shifting where power resides, invariably in the direction of more and more centralization. So we set out to build an equally convenient, equally cheap alternative to not just the internet, but to the entire computing model of planet Earth. Like, how do humans and computers interact with one another? And then how do computers interact with other computers? And thank God we had this wonderful example in Bitcoin. Bitcoin demonstrated the essential recipe and principles that are needed to build a non-custodial, truly decentralized network. And it just so happens, because everything's based on computers, that the same principles and strategies that Bitcoin exemplifies can be used for computing in general. That you can create a decentralized internet using the same model as Bitcoin. And in fact, Bitcoin needs a decentralized internet for its own survival. Because if, like I said earlier, if you're running a, quote, decentralized network, but there's only one node and everyone is connecting to that node, it's actually not a decentralized network. The network is only as decentralized as individual participants essentially cast their vote, right? Or participate in the network, run a node, and use that node. Not just run it in the background, but use it to validate transactions and to enforce consensus rules. And so what was needed, what Bitcoin needs, and what humanity needs, right? So humanity needs Bitcoin. And Bitcoin needs a platform. It needs an internet that is not centrally controlled. And so that's what we set out to build, was to give Bitcoin a home, not a centralized home, but a network, a space that it can exist in. And we're not the only ones, right? All the other node implementations are setting out, albeit in a slightly more kind of focused way. I shouldn't have said focused, but in a slightly more narrow way, are setting out to make Bitcoin, to keep Bitcoin decentralized by making it easy to run a node and to run layer 2 and layer 3 services that use that node, that actually use the consensus validation aspect of your node. We are just a bit, I think, more ambitious. We are setting out to make what Bitcoin did and to give Bitcoin a home available for social networking, group and private messaging, personal data storage and sharing, everything that you can imagine that you do with your computer today. There is no fundamental reason why you can't do the exact same thing in a totally non-custodial, decentralized way. There's no fundamental limitation. Everything that can be done centrally can be done decentrally. But the infrastructure to facilitate that right? The infrastructure to do that exists and has always existed since the beginning of the internet. It has always been possible to do everything in a totally decentralized way. I'll save with one exception, which is consensus, which is really Bitcoin's breakthrough. That was not invented yet. There was no software service that could garner decentralized consensus prior to Bitcoin. But everything else, except for money, basically, could have been done in a decentralized way. And the only reason that it wasn't, the only reason that the centralized way won the day and has come to dominate this planet is because it afforded better business models. So you could make a ton of money by doing it that way. And so people did it that way. And so that's what got built, right? We built Apple and Google because the people who founded those companies saw a way to make a fortune. And if they had built decentralized systems, decentralized computing infrastructure, they couldn't. And that is the essential drawback or what is holding back the decentralization of this world is viable, reliable, sustainable business models where it's almost an oxymoron trying to create a business that is irrelevant to its own business, right? And if you are relevant, then you're no different than Apple or Google. And if you're irrelevant, then how do you make money? And if you can't make money, then it's never going to get built because nobody will work for free forever.
Yeah, there are so many incentives at play. But it's really good that I suppose that this started with the scaling debate of Bitcoin when we decided that we want to keep the block size small and build layers on top. I think that was one of the key moments which led to basically this idea that everyone should be sovereign. I don't recall before the US UASF movement, I don't recall any kind of mobilization or mass, action to tell people that they should be running their own nodes and choose the software that they're running. So I suppose that maybe this was an indirect effect of wanting to activate SegWit and the miners not doing it on time. But this was just incredible, and I think that the implications for the future are really great. I really look forward to see what's going to get built on top of Bitcoin. I look into side chains. I look into what happens with the Lightning Network. And I don't know, did you have this idea about Start9 Labs before we had this scaling debate in Bitcoin?
No, and it didn't come about during the scaling debate either. The scaling debate was part of canon at that time. It was part of our history. And so as my partners and I were conceiving of Start9, that definitely was part of the conversation. It was this decentralization at all costs. You must, if you build something where you are central to it and the thing is important, then you're rebuilding the same world. That we need to keep the system decentralized. And in the case of the internet, we actually need to build a decentralized system because it has become quite centralized. But the primitives are still there for decentralization. And so we set out to take that on, which is not a small task, right? It was a very bold, call it stupid endeavor. We'll see how it goes. But we felt somebody had to take it on. And then we immediately were faced with this question of like, whoa, wait a second. Okay, so we're going to try to build a decentralized computing model for the average person such that they can do all their computing, including Bitcoin, without third parties. And that this is necessary for the maintenance of Bitcoin's decentralization and for the ultimate decentralization of all digital infrastructure, and hopefully with it a more free and prosperous world. And we were immediately faced with this challenge of, well, how do we fund it? How do we build this and eat at the same time? You see, Bitcoin was very unique amongst almost anything that has ever existed, in that when you're inventing a system, a decentralized system of money, money is built in, right? So it's like building Bitcoin inherently makes you money because you're adding value to Bitcoin, and Bitcoin has its own built-in token. And so the token goes up in value. And so you're essentially an equity holder. If you were an early developer in Bitcoin and you're mining some, or you're buying it for nothing, then you're essentially buying equity. Equity is the wrong word. You're buying a representation of the value of the network, and then building the network and building your own value. And because it's liquid from day one, there's no lockup period, there's no nothing. So you can literally eat and survive simply by contributing to the project. And that's why Bitcoin got so much traction, is because the incentives were perfectly aligned for people to contribute to it, which is also why there are so many shitcoin projects, right? And I don't use that term to mean anything that's not Bitcoin. I mean actual scams, like things where people are creating networks just because they recognized that you could copy Bitcoin, right? Everything except the real value, and create this almost like mockery of this, like shell of it, that to somebody who doesn't know the difference would then feel like they were investing in something and buy it, and then it goes up, and then you can make a bunch of money without actually adding any real value. But we weren't going to do that. We weren't. We actually sat down and had a serious conversation at one point about like, all right, well, we need a way to fund the projects. We need a way to make money. And we absolutely do not believe that we will be able to get the kind of speed and traction under our belts from donations alone. We just flat out believed that we could not do this as a charitable organization. We did not think that we would be able to garner enough investment to fuel development at a pace that we needed to move at. And so we were like, all right, we need to run a business. And not only do we need to fund the project, but we would like to make a lot of money, right? That's no secret. Like, I want to make a ton of money. I want to make it honestly by delivering a great product to as many people as possible, but I want to make a ton of money. And so we set out to not only build something we thought was good and needed in the world, but we set out to build it in a way that we would actually reap the benefits of our creation. And we thought for a minute about how we could follow Bitcoin's lead and basically have our own money as part of the system. And it didn't take us long because we had been around for a few years and understood these things. And it didn't take us long at all to completely dismiss the idea, because we were like, there's no reason for it. There's no need of an in-protocol currency. We're building an operating system for running self-hosted software. If we tried to make the operation of that system dependent on something like gas, like it needs some kind of a token to function and blah, I mean, it would just be a scam because it's not there. We'd be trying to inject that for the sole purpose of funding the project and gaining wealth at the expense of the quality of the project itself. Bitcoin did not have that trade-off. Bitcoin's in-house currency is what made the project successful and usable and necessary. It was necessary. Without a token, there's no Bitcoin. There's no such thing as a decentralized consensus machine without a reward for the people performing the validation, right? We didn't have that same need, and so we couldn't do the token. So then the question immediately was just like, well, how do we make money? And, we kind of talked about this earlier. Ultimately, it wraps all the way back around to just sheer convenience, community. It's these very like we're a service provider more than a product provider almost. It's like, everything we are doing, you can do without us. Everything we're selling you, you can do without buying it from us. But if you choose to buy it from us, not only are you contributing to the product, but it's easier, you get support, you're part of the team, you get community. So, and then we really started to believe this. Like we really started to believe that is not only a viable business model, it's not contributions, right? It's not charity. You're selling value for value. But we think it could be a huge business. Like we think that the incentive to buy rather than download for free is not huge, but it's big enough as long as the price stays reasonable that 95% of people will buy rather than take it for free.
It makes a lot of sense. And I know that when you first start with something and you have this very good idea and you want to keep on doing it, it's very hard to sustain it financially. And almost nobody really believes in your work. Like, good ideas come from a dime a dozen. So it's actually consistency that gets noticed. And you have to work by yourself for some time until people notice the kind of work that you're doing and see the value in it. But I was happy to see Eric Voorhees. He was on the podcast the previous season and he spoke about hardware wallets. But I was happy to see when he tweeted that he invests in Start9 Labs for ideological reasons, because he believes that we should have this type of decentralized computing where you can self-host all of your applications. And I thought that was really cool, to get that kind of support and funding.
Yeah, we are very happy to have Eric's involvement. He is a controversial and, in my personal opinion, extremely misunderstood character. As I've gotten to know Eric more and more, I have come to respect him more and more. Eric is remarkably consistent, contrary to some opinions and perspectives of him. He has never flip-flopped on anything. He's an extremely consistent ideological libertarian. Strategies and tactics for achieving similar goals differ across time and space and with varying degrees of information availability. So if there were any, you want to call them, differences of opinion or mistakes, potentially, that's all they were. Eric is not a malicious actor. I know this as a fact. He is doing his absolute best to create a more free world, though his strategies may differ from that of different groups from time to time. He saw value in what we were doing. He made an investment and, to my face, said that he did not expect to ever get his money back or make money. He hopes he will. I hope he will. I hope we all make money on what we're doing. But he said, I think what you're building is important, necessary, and I want to fund it. And if you end up making me a bunch of money, great. Neither he nor any other investor who has put money into Start9 has any special rights. He has absolutely no official say in the company's operations whatsoever. As I mentioned, I think he's a good guy and I respect him, and obviously would love to have his advice when I seek it. But yeah, I think, things like the kind of reactions that people have to an entity like Start9, if an investor like Eric comes on board, kind of surprised me at times, actually. Like, it was, I found it a bit obnoxious that people will react in the way that they do based on personal assumptions that are often wildly inaccurate about specific people. It's like very personal. We actually have people who, would openly not criticize, but like emotionally express anger towards Start9 because Eric is investing. It has nothing to do with the technology we're building, the quality of the people building the technology, with how much integrity we're building it. Nothing. It has nothing to do with that. They're just like, I don't like your project because some person I don't like likes it. And all I can say to those people is a smile. I won't say anything to them.
Or you can tell them to look at the code, because in the end, that's what matters. They can fork it, they can build something different.
Yeah. Are we building something good and useful or not? Right? That's what you should care about.
Yeah, and about Eric Voorhees, I find it funny because back in the day, he got a lot of blame for bloating the Bitcoin network with transactions from Satoshi Dice. And now that he finally has his own chain to handle operations for, I forgot the name, Shapeshift. For Shapeshift. So he finally has a chain which has a shitcoin to handle that operation. He gets the blame for being a shitcoiner. Like, you can't really win. People are unhappy that he doesn't do stuff on Bitcoin, but on the other hand, they were not happy when he was.
Yeah, it's hard to win when there is sort of baseless ideology at stake. Now, I don't mean to say that everyone has no basis for their stances, but there is a lot of tribalism that takes place in the greater crypto and Bitcoin ecosystems. It is very much I want to call it, religious, I guess. There is you're part of this group or you're part of that group, and there are very few people who are able to stay above it and rationally assess, instances as such, and not prematurely judge or group things based on first appearance. Right now, heuristics are necessary. Stereotyping is necessary. It's what allows you to move through the world. If you didn't have any kind of heuristic basis to make decisions or assessments, then you would have to have deep conversations with every human being you walked by, lest you accidentally walk by somebody who is going to be the most important, person in your life. You need to use certain heuristics, but taken to an extreme, heuristics are wildly inefficient and destructive because you end up missing the life's most valuable things because you dismiss them based on some preconceived notion. And I think that we've hit that. I think we've crossed that line. And by we, I mean, multiple different camps in the greater crypto space. I would identify many who refer to themselves as Bitcoin maximalists. I actually would refer to them as Bitcoin tribalists. I don't have a problem with maximalism. I think that there's a very valid case to be made for why Bitcoin is the only real thing that matters right now and why protocols tend to converge to one. And without stating a personal opinion on the matter, I think that there is merit to the argument. But what we're seeing out of what many people refer to as the maximalist camp is not maximalism. This is not Bitcoin is the most important project and we find it likely that it will be the main protocol upon which all other protocols function. That's not what it has become. It has become, from certain individuals, again, I think there's actually two camps contained within that phrase. Some of them have gotten to the point where they don't even necessarily consider things that might end up being extremely valuable. And I don't mean other projects. I don't mean alternatives to Bitcoin. I just mean becoming stale in your thinking, like not like Bitcoin itself will suffer if it is not allowed to challenge its own assumptions, to challenge its own stances and principles.
I mean, I have spoken with people who still haven't used the Lightning Network because they don't trust it and they think that the base layer is perfect as is, and they're willing to pay as much as it takes for them to do their transactions, even though I don't think they transact at all. the most they transact is to get their coins from exchanges to their personal wallets. And I can respect that. They only have that hoarder kind of attitude. But in order for the ecosystem to grow, you need to have all of these layers and you need people to actually sell. You can't just hodl forever, even if that's ideal for boosting and maximizing your purchasing power. There are people who want to be or are forced to be unbanked. So they have to actually sell to survive. And there are traders who, for whatever reason, have no conviction other than making more USD, and they are also useful. So we need to understand that all of these people are part of the community at large. And much more than that, I'm actually working on an article these days about the two schools of thought of maximalism. Because on one hand, you have the more radical side, which says Bitcoin is perfect as is, and there's nothing that we should do to it because Satoshi left us with the perfect code, and the refinements that we have brought along the way have made it better, but we don't need anything more than this. And maybe that if something like Taproot comes along, I'll think about it, but only if it gets the proper amount of review. And then there's the other side of Bitcoin maximalism, which says that altcoins are essentially experiments, and their technology is going to converge into the network that is the most secure and has the soundest money. So basically, let's say that Ethereum and Zcash and Monero and all of these coins that have different ideas about money and about networks are going to end up in side chains of Bitcoin just because it's more secure and it has better money. And I very much believe that something like RSK and something like the Zcash sidechain with drive chains, that can have a huge potential, and that can increase the utility of Bitcoin at large and also increase the potential of the market. So I very much believe in that. I identify with this side of maximalism, which thinks that we can bring home every project into Bitcoin if we think hard enough. And it's going to happen because the network is a lot more robust and we have better money. These are the two arguments of the thesis.
Yes, and that is generally my stance as well. Though I also admit that, so my whole kind of approach to problem solving is very much in line with a quote from a Robert Heinlein book. I think it was either Moon is a Harsh Mistress or For Us the Living. I think it was For Us the Living. And he says numerous times in the book, if there's ever a problem that you don't understand, solve any part of it that you do understand, and then look at the whole problem again. And it tends to look different over time, right? The corollary to that is do the next right thing. It's like, I don't know what the end game is. I don't know what the ultimate solution is. But I do know that it at least involves this one thing, right? Like, I don't know what the future of governance of planet Earth looks like. I don't know how to solve the problem of, protecting private property without a centralized police force. I don't know how to blah, 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 blah. I don't know these things. But I do know that any viable future, any free viable future that I want to be a part of involves this one thing. It definitely involves open source money. So let's fix that. Let's do that. And then we can talk about all this other shit. Because only once we've implemented this portion of the solution will the rest of it even be worth. It's not that you can't talk about it. It's just that you have to admit when problems are beyond, that are so complex and large that they're beyond your scope to solve using theoretical discussion. Like, at some point, you just have to build something, solve some part of the puzzle, put that little piece of the puzzle in, and then step back and look at the whole puzzle again. And then maybe that time it'll look a little more clear. And if it doesn't, then solve the next thing that you know to be right, and then the next thing that you know to be right. And eventually, it'll start to take shape. And so when it comes to like Bitcoin and Ethereum and Monero, and it's like, I'm not even looking at it so intensely. Like, I'm not sitting there saying that this is the solution. Like the Bitcoin fixes this meme was good and useful and fun, but I actually find it a bit harmful in a way, because what it implies is that you know that you have the solution to humanity's problems. And what I do is I say, okay, Bitcoin is a major piece to solving humanity's problems, right? Removing central authority from the creation and distribution of money seems to me an obvious thing to do to improve humanity's lot. Okay, like we've got to set money free from government control, and so let's do that. But I don't discredit various strategies. I do discredit scams, right? If somebody is trying to use certain concepts and rhetoric to enrich themselves at the expense of not only other people, but of humanity's future, I have a problem with you and your project, and I will voice that openly, without reservation. But if you are honestly trying to create the same future that I am trying to create, and you have a different technological, political, or economic strategy for accomplishing that future, and you're doing it with integrity, I will debate you on your project about why it's not going to solve the solution better. I will advise you if you seek my advice. But if you disregard my advice, or you are unwilling to debate, and you are sort of blindly following some track that obviously seems wrong or something like that, then I won't sit there and start a fight with you, because I'll just let you lose. Right? You're going to waste your time, right? That's a personal choice. Like, you have to let people make mistakes. You have to let them fail, right? Like if the Monero team is out there trying to build a decentralized network for private transactions, and they're doing it with integrity, and it's not a scam, like nobody in the company or in the organization is like knowingly trying to extort people or scam them. Even if you disagree with their strategy and their tactics, it's like, who cares? Who cares? Like, focus on yourself, focus on your project, be productive, and stop wasting your time trying to virtue signal to everyone about your own opinions about other people's projects. It'd be like if I started a hamburger shop in Denver, and there was another hamburger shop starting up down the street, and the hamburger shop down the street was using nothing but fake meat. Okay, they're starting it up with nothing but Beyond Meat. I could sit there and go into that hamburger shop owner, sit him down and be like, look, man, if you really want to offer this fake meat stuff, go for it. But you should definitely have real meat on your menu too, because if you don't, nobody's going to come to your shop. And I could get furious with him for not starting the kind of hamburger shop that I want to run, that I want to go to. But why aren't I just building a better hamburger shop? Why aren't I just over at my place building the thing that I think I, want and that others will want, and let him go out of business? Like, why am I wasting my energy trying to yell at this person in public, nonetheless, right? With everyone standing around watching, yell at this person, telling them they're doing it wrong. He's not trying to scam anyone. He's trying to start a business that he thinks is important and viable. And if he's wrong, he's just going to lose. So what I have a problem with is the amount of energy, which amounts to, I think, virtue signaling, that is coming out of many corners of this industry, where everyone is just trying to associate themselves with an identity and trying to prove over and over to everyone else on the internet that they belong with that identity, that they fit in, all the while not contributing a damn thing. And
Well,
I don't.
I think your example was an oversimplification, because in a decentralized community which is global and has potentially millions of people, there are most likely people who have nothing better to do than to virtue signal, and even if they wanted to build something, they have nothing. So this is their shtick. This is their role. In the case of Bitcoin maximalism, I suppose they're going to say that they're white cells of the system. And it makes sense to defend it against attackers, but to attack others for no other reason other than virtue signaling and saying that it should not exist just because you think that this should reign supreme, that's a waste of energy. You could be building something and let them be wrong. But calling out scams, I think that's a good cause. The way that we define scams, that's a different conversation.
Correct. That's where the nuance exists. I agree that calling out scams is a very good function of a community member, right? Like if you see scam, say scam. But there's a fine line between calling out a scam and calling out somebody who has a different strategy than you, but is trying to build the same future. And when you lose track of that line and you cross over to anything that's not my thing is evil and bad, and you stop considering nuance, intention, integrity, you stop considering these very important nuances, I actually think that it becomes an autoimmune type of response where you actually start hurting the very thing that you're trying to protect by not allowing foreign invaders to, not foreign invaders, that's a really bad analogy, but not allowing
Call them external attackers or something.
Yeah, but I don't even view it as like an attacker. It's like Monero is not attacking Bitcoin. You know what I mean? It's that, this is interesting. I clearly need to do a little bit more thinking of this on my own because I stumble over my own kind of stance here because I think it exists it's a subtlety, right? It's not a broad-based brushstroke where I can just say this is what I have a problem with and this is what I'm okay with. It's not that black and white. It's very subtle. It's like, are you acting with good intention? Are you being gracious? Like, are you giving people the benefit of the doubt? Are you even trying to think outside the box? I think that there's a very subtle point at which what was rational immune defense mechanisms become self-inflicting wounds. And it's hard to identify exactly what that line is.
I don't know. For example, I have no problem with Grin and Monero whatsoever because they had fair launches and their communities seem to focus on development and they're mostly ideologically motivated. They are more like Chaumy and eCash than Austrian economic sound money. So I don't think that they ever claim to be what they're not. Or if they did, please correct me. But with something like Ethereum, which had so many narratives and so many marketing strategies, and right now it's in the middle of calling itself ultrasound money and stuff like that. It was the world computer. It was the dApp machine. It was so much stuff like unstoppable dApps. And I don't know, it had so many taglines and catchphrases that turned out to be not true and disingenuous on the long term. It turned out to be unscalable and an Orwellian nightmare when it comes to tracking transactions because everything that you do gets stored in one wallet, and one wallet means one address, and everyone can see what you're doing there. It's so easy to observe what's happening. And I don't really like what they're. I mean, I understand why this exists and why there are so many use cases that maybe have nothing to do with Austrian economics and the idea of sound money to which Bitcoin adheres, but is useful for stuff like tokenization and listing stocks on some sort of decentralized exchange and, stuff like that. But I disagree with the way that they have achieved it, and I think that the pre-mine and all of that approach was wrong for this space. So from the very beginning, I don't think that they started in an honest way, and they just keep on reinventing and redefining what this is. Like, I'm not even sure that they know anymore.
Yeah, we have the team at Start9 has a decent amount of experience with Ethereum, including running full nodes or full archival nodes. And when I say experience, I mean frustrations. I mean, Ethereum, technically speaking, in addition to everything you just said, is just not viable. And I have a problem with... I agree with everything that you just said. I think that Ethereum Foundation, Vitalik, and many supporters have crossed the line from honest effort to build a world computer that was sort of, technologically not quite up to snuff to a perpetuation of a knowing, fraudulent endeavor. And I think that line has been crossed, was probably crossed a couple years ago, and is now being doubled down on over and over and over again. And but I don't talk about it, not because of any kind of like fear of debate or argument or whatever. It's because I'm busy, I'm focused. I don't care about Ethereum. It just, is it causing some damage in terms of harming progress and stifling Bitcoin adoption? And maybe, I don't know. Ethereum's definitely been an interesting lab of sorts for trying new financial instruments that I think may end up eventually being very viable and useful on Bitcoin or whatever infrastructure we end up with. So I'm not sure that all of the sort of layer 2 activities that have taken place on Ethereum were fruitless. I think that they taught us a lot about not just technologically what to and what not to do with smart contracts, but also kind of financial experimentation, like economic experimentation with things like, MakerDAO, and how can you maintain a peg without custodying the underlying asset and stuff like that. Like, how can you use interest rates to, incentivize investment or disinvestment? And I find all of that very fascinating. I don't follow it all super closely because it's kind of outside my focus at the moment. But I also recognize that just because something is not viable long term doesn't mean its failure was a waste of time, I guess. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree with that. It was an interesting experiment. As opposed to you, I think that the failure didn't start a couple of years ago, but with the DAO hack, when they decided to break immutability, it doesn't make much sense after that. They can invent nice narratives about why they did it and come up with reasons and say, how about we create governance and stuff like that? And instead of using national jurisdictions as our point of reference, we're going to use international human rights law or something, which sounds very nice, but human rights law is very hard to apply. And usually when there's international law, it takes a lot of time to enact anything. And by the time you have some sort of justice in the international system, it's likely that your system is already compromised. So
look, one time in a poker game won some ETH because that's what people were betting at the table. And then I sold it. And that's the only ETH I've ever owned. I've never bought, held, invested in, traded ETH in any way, shape, or form. And it's not because I thought it was going to go down, and it's not because I didn't think it was going to go up. It's because I didn't care. It's because, in line with what I said earlier around solving problems, I viewed Ethereum's existence as an attempt to solve a much larger problem than anyone on Earth understood at the time, or still understands, right? You were talking about governance. We're talking about like how will humans govern themselves in the future in a better way than we governed ourselves in the past? How do we create more free and prosperous societies? I think decentralization is a major, if not the primary ingredient for those improvements. But it's a very big, complex problem that we do not understand yet because we have only just now invented decentralized consensus mechanisms with Bitcoin. And so I have no idea what the future of human governance looks like. I mean, I've thought about it, but I don't have any like clear solutions. I just am sort of, coming at the problem from different angles from time to time and allowing it to evolve in my own head and reading things and watching things and building things. But I don't have the solution, and nobody does. And so what I viewed Ethereum's my biggest gripe or sort of condemnation, I guess, or criticism that I have is that it was supremely arrogant. It was supremely naive and arrogant in its assumptions and its ambitions. Ethereum, it's like we invented decentralized consensus mechanism in Bitcoin, right? So Bitcoin comes out and says, "Dear humanity, Satoshi, I have created a system that is capable of solving the Byzantine general problem, and you can rely on the information produced from the system without having to trust any particular component of the system." It's this massive breakthrough in human history. And like right after it's done, Vitalik and the Ethereum Foundation come out and they say, we're going to use this technology invented by Satoshi and implemented in Bitcoin to solve governance. And I'm like, can't we just do money first? Like, let's try using the system to do the one thing that it was designed to do well. Let's carry that over the finish line. Let's actually implement good, hard, decentralized, open, permissionless, borderless money on Earth. Let's do that. And then we will look at the problem again. The problem being how to create more free and prosperous societies on Earth. That's the ultimate problem that all of humanity is trying to solve forever, is how do we create more free and prosperous societies? And Bitcoin was this massive puzzle piece, right? Free, hard, open source, decentralized money. And Ethereum was like, let's solve the next thing before we've solved this thing, even though we do not in any way understand the thing we're trying to solve. And so I viewed the whole thing as just like, get out of here. Like, guys, like, come on, you're wasting your time and you're lying to people. You're telling them that you have solved problems that you don't even understand.
Oh, not only that, but I recall in 2017 reading articles on Cointelegraph and websites like that about all the fields of work that are going to become obsolete because of smart contracts. Like, we're going to get rid of lawyers because we're going to automate smart contracts, and that's it. Goodbye. You're gonna be out of work.
Right. It's silly and irrational to the point of irresponsible, right? Like at some point you're actually, by trying to do something that you can't do, by trying to solve a problem that you don't understand, and misleading people into believing that you have solved it, that you have a solution, is fraudulent. It is irresponsible at least, and fraudulent at most, and potentially very destructive along the way. And so when I see that, I didn't sit there and, I've had conversations with people about it and I've voiced my opinion just like I'm doing now. But I think about Ethereum about as much as I think about, something else I'm not doing. It like, to me, it's just some dumb thing that's happening over there, and I'm trying to stay focused on the thing that matters. And if somebody brings it up and wants to talk about it, of course, I'll share my opinion. But yeah, I don't think about Ethereum ever. I am extremely focused on what we are building at Start9, which is essentially a platform for Bitcoin and other self-hosted services. And I think about Bitcoin a lot because I think it's the most important battleground of our generation.
Yeah, but in my case, I read about Bitcoin, I think, in 2012 or 2013 for the first time. It was on some meme page, which was making fun of the price drop. And it was interesting at the time, but I did not see the purpose of it. Like, I looked at it and was like, I have a bank account. I can pay for whatever I want. Why would I need this internet money? I did not see any value in it. I did not get it. It was not for me, obviously. If I were living in a third world country, which is under some sort of authoritarian regime, maybe that reading about that kind of money would have changed my life. But at the time, I was not ready. I had no experience with economics. I had no experience with censorship. I did not get this. I thought it was just not for myself. But in 2016, when I read about Ethereum, it blew my mind. It was like everything I've ever wanted to find, all packaged in one project. And it sounded so nice and so good, and I was hoping that this would work. And when I started digging into it and researching, I actually invested in Ethereum before I did in Bitcoin. And I feel disappointed about myself that I did that. But as soon as I deconstructed all of these narratives and I understood what smart contracts actually mean and what world computer actually means, because it sounds so nice, it's such a great hype word. It makes you think that it's going to encapsulate everything under the sun. And then you watch CryptoKitties basically destroy this entire beautiful dream just because it has so many transactions that its blockchain can no longer process anything and it becomes expensive. And it makes you wonder, okay, I've been thinking about decentralizing everything that nowadays is censorship friendly. And that's out of the question when you have a system that's so fragile, so unscalable, and at the same time, if it were any different, it would get centralized. I'm pretty sure that these problems are going to get fixed maybe in 20 years when we have better technology, just like I've listened to David Chaum speak about his design with eCash, and he said it was centralized and revolved around an institution of which he was CEO, only because at the time there was not enough computing power to ask every person around the world to run a node. So by the time Bitcoin came around, it was a lot different. And computing has evolved and everyone had a computer in their houses to be able to validate transactions. So it was kind of a different scenario. I'm pretty sure that a lot of what we have today is going to be much more feasible maybe in 20 years when computing gets more powerful and we're going to have a lot more storage and it will not be an issue if this happens. And not only that, but we're going to have many more optimizations. And coming back to Bitcoin, I appreciate that the developers are trying to minimize the amount of data that gets stored into blocks so that it becomes so much more efficient and you have these small blocks, which instead of getting increased in size, you're going to have smaller transaction sizes so that you have more transactions fit into that small block, which I think is very much in the spirit of refinement, and it may not sound like it's disruptive. It may look boring from an outsider's view, but it's the kind of elegant software that we actually need. Just like compression doesn't sound like the sexiest idea for software, but it has saved so much money for companies that host files.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you take, data optimization, right? Bitcoin is pushing the limits of computer science, right? In its sync times and its, quote, compression, right? Ways that it is saving space in blocks. But all of it doesn't matter at infinity in terms of the blockchain is still growing, right? So any optimizations will cause the blockchain to grow slower, which is great. But in 2,000 years, Bitcoin won't be around, I'm sure, but in 2,000 years, Bitcoin's still the dominant thing, whatever, the blockchain is going to be massive. Unless you are, new technologies will come along that allow you to bootstrap state trustlessly without syncing from Genesis. There will be ways to, use pruned nodes for absolutely everything, which is already getting really good. There will be innovations that come along, but saving block space is ultimately a way to buy time. It's a way to buy time to invent solutions that make it so that you don't have to have the whole blockchain, that you don't have to sync the whole thing from Genesis. Because at scale, in hundreds of years, it doesn't matter how efficient the blocks are. If you still have to sync from Genesis and store the whole blockchain, you're screwed, no matter how small they are, right? Like, it's the recognition that if Satoshi had launched with, if Bitcoin originally had, quarter megabyte blocks, that everyone would be up in arms about quadrupling the block size to 1 megabyte. And the reason for that is because the blockchain is going to grow faster. Not because it's going to grow. It's going to grow no matter what you do. And at scale, it's going to be massive no matter what you do. It's about buying time. So keeping the block sizes small is not this overall solution to, that's how we make Bitcoin usable in the future. It's how we make Bitcoin usable today while we build alternative solutions, layer 2, layer 3, and alternative layer 1 approaches such as pruning and bootstrapping state, not from Genesis, etc. So we're buying time. And so I agree with your applauding of how the block size wars went, and every attempt made by Bitcoin Core and everyone working on Bitcoin to keep the blocks as small as possible, to keep the chain as efficient as possible. I'm just saying that all of those efforts are completely fruitless if we do not, in the meantime, invent wholly other scaling strategies like Lightning and layer 3 technologies, and again, layer 1 pruning technologies.
Okay, let me take this back to Start9 Labs and Embassy OS. And I'm looking at the list of applications, and you seem to cover everything from money to money processors to file storage to sort of Tor. I suppose you're also going to include some sort of VPN. There's a mention there that there will be a service launched by Start9 that's a VPN. And what else do you think would be useful but you cannot integrate at this time?
Interestingly enough, there is no category of software that cannot be integrated into our operating system that I'm aware of. We've talked about this quite a bit. So in fact, on the marketplace today, we've made an effort to offer every major category of computer software. So we have, like you said, we have consensus systems like Bitcoin. We have financial systems, payment systems like Lightning. We have social network. We have messaging. We have data. We have password management. What we don't have yet is budgeting, like personal finances, like where you could put together, sort of a self-hosted kind of Mint, like app where you can put your budget in and integrate your various, financials and have it pop out a budget, and you're not relying on a third party, maybe accounting software. But these are all kind of like, at that point, we're just talking about more and more functionality. 030 only augments the number of things that you can run on your Embassy because it introduces speed and storage capacity with the SSD support. So, for example, today you can run Bitcoin on your Embassy, but it is a pruned node only. You cannot run a full archival node because we don't have the storage space. And that limits what you can run on top of it, right? So many things will run fine against a pruned node. In fact, we are running quite a few things against your pruned node. We're running BTC Pay, LND, C Lightning, Sphinx, Ride the Lightning, Thunder Hub. These are all running on your Embassy, all in parallel, all at the same time, all against the same pruned node. It's extremely efficient, right? Like in line with the core developers' attempt to keep Bitcoin lean and mean and efficient and small, we at Start9 are also saying, look, our operating system, should be able to do things lean. Like I'm running 15 services on my Embassy, all in parallel, all at the same time, all over Tor, including Bitcoin in both Lightning implementations. And I'm using a grand total of 10 gigabytes of data and 50% of the CPU and RAM available on my Pi. So it's extremely efficient. And that has been a core focus of ours, is to not use the brute force attempt of throw more hardware at it, throw more disk space at it. We're trying to squeeze every drop of efficiency that we can out of very minimalist hardware, and then add more space when you really just want to crank up the juice. And so, at this point, if you look at our service roadmap on the website, which I think you were looking at, that thing is old and stale, and we need to update that. And that's just kind of a sampling that we threw up there just to kind of like give people a picture of, broadly what the capabilities of this thing are and will be. The real service roadmap for Embassy OS is the community forum where people are saying, I want this and I want that and I'll build this, because we at Start9 physically will not determine the service roadmap. It's whatever anyone wants to package up. So we have what we call our service packaging guide, which is posted online. It's very easy to follow. It's very easy to set up and do a Hello World app, where if there's a piece of software that you love to use, it's self-hosted and open source, and currently requires you to get on the command line and download things and manage dependencies and install Docker and blah, 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 and you would like to see it available on the Embassy as a button, there's nothing stopping you. In fact, there's many things encouraging you from packaging it up, using our packaging guide, and putting it on the marketplace for everyone on Earth to download and use, including yourself. And we've had multiple people from the community do this. And so we do not intend in any way to gate or determine what will be available for the Embassy. In fact, we fully expect many non-Bitcoin software systems and blockchains will be on the Embassy marketplace. And we think that people should be able to do whatever they want with their own computer, that we as a company not only shouldn't be able to, but we actually can't physically. We've designed the system such that we can't stop this. So if somebody is hell-bent on Monero, which I believe it was the Haven team. So Haven is a fork of Monero. Somebody at their team found the Embassy and was like, oh my God, I really want everyone on Earth to be able to push a button and be running a Haven node. And since Haven is a fork of Monero, they were like, I'll package up Monero while I'm at it too. So both Haven and Monero have already been packaged for Embassy OS as one-click installs, full node, pruned, etc. We at Start9 have not advertised those on our marketplace because we are still strategizing the marketplace itself, as in we do not want to be, Start9 does not want to be a Apple-style draconian gatekeeper of our own marketplace. We want any software, even if it's software that we vehemently disagree with and think should not exist, we think it's malware, whatever, we do not want to prevent somebody who is determined to run that software from running it. And in fact, if we could prevent them, we would be Apple. We would be no different if we actually had the ability to prevent them. So what we're doing instead is creating a, we'll call it recommended space where Start9 is going to put its reputation on the line and say, this is something, this piece of software is something that we approve, that we recommend, or we think is safe. We're basically saying, you know, we can't guarantee, because this is open source stuff that's changing, but like we personally feel comfortable ethically and from a security and privacy perspective saying you should run this software, or that you can run this software. Then there will be everything else where it's like you're kind of on your own if you're shopping in that corner of the store. Like you can be certain, we have signature validation mechanisms in 030 that you can be certain that you are in fact running the software you think you're running. So if you download Bitcoin or you download Monero or whatever, you can be certain that you're actually running Monero, that it's not some alternative binary or malware that you're installing. But we, Start9, will not stamp our name on it if we don't think it is viable. And so anyway, the reason that we haven't released some of these other software services is because 030, our next operating system version, is when we introduce this, quote, segregated marketplace. It's where the marketplace will be the like Start9 stamped and kind of reviewed things, and then the like community services that you're sort of installing at your own risk.
Mm-hmm. I like the sound of that. And I suppose at some point you're going to end up in a situation just like Apple did with cracking that iPhone 5C, I think, with when they refused to crack the cryptography of that phone, even though they ended up having stricter regulations, which in the next OS they were coerced to have some sort of backdoors for the NSA, and that sucked. But I can imagine you ending up in a situation where you get asked by the authorities to take down some sort of application, and you say, we can't do that. And they're gonna have to deal with the situation in which they cannot control anything because you cannot control it. And the best they can do is use good old-fashioned investigations to figure out who's running it and how to close it down.
Yep. And on top of that, even that's going to be hard because the system is designed, you know, there's no like preceding of keys. There's no, like everything is generated by you when you set up your embassy, all the Tor hidden services. It's all client-side cryptography. It's all like Start9 has no insight into what you're running, where you got it from, nothing. I mean, you can even sideload applications onto your embassy, right? You don't even have to go to the marketplace. As in today, when you download a service from our marketplace, it is our marketplace, as in we are hosting those servers where you're downloading the binaries, but which means a government agency could walk into our office and say, you guys are allowing people to download Bitcoin from your marketplace, so we're going to make you stop and take Bitcoin off. And we would have to say, okay, like we have no recourse. It is under our control. Bitcoin could be censored from our marketplace. However, we built into Embassy OS, the primitive of Embassy OS, like the basic functioning of it, that the user can easily visit alternative marketplaces, and that those marketplaces can be hosted on ephemeral Tor v3 hidden service hosts. So in other words, if somebody ever came in and told us to, censor our marketplace or do something, whatever, then everyone on earth who's running an embassy, like some random person could just be like, okay, well, I'll spin up a marketplace, which is also an open protocol. So Embassy OS marketplaces are a protocol spec that we wrote and we implemented, and we have one. We have a marketplace, and we're the only one right now. But there is nothing on earth that stops anyone on earth from using the Embassy marketplace protocol spec to spin up their own marketplace and host Bitcoin on it. And therefore, anyone who's running an embassy can simply plug in the Tor onion URL of your marketplace, which you're hosting anonymously, by the way. Like nobody on earth even knows that you are the person who's hosting that website, hosting that marketplace. I could plug it into my embassy and boom, I'm shopping. I'm shopping in a different store and I download Bitcoin, and it abides by all the same signature validation schemes and everything that our marketplace did. So we are actively trying to make ourselves irrelevant and powerless in this system, knowing that even if we do that, we will still be relevant because we are the ones pushing the protocol forward. We are the ones, building it. We are the ones who have the brand and name recognition. Like people are going to want to shop in our marketplace, but they don't have to. That's the important part.
Yeah, this approach reminds me of what I was reading in Timothy May's Cypherpunk FAQ, the Cyphernomicon, and I think it's useful to have this kind of services. So how can people follow you and see what's going on with Start9 and when you add new features?
The most activity takes place in our Telegram channel, which is gradually being migrated to our Matrix channel, because now that we have released Matrix on the embassy, and if you don't know what Matrix is, you and your listeners, you should go look it up. Matrix is, in our opinion, the most advanced, featureful, redundant, safe, secure, and private messaging protocol the world has ever seen. It can be self-hosted. Not only that, it's designed to be self-hosted, end-to-end encrypted, group chats, DMs, video, audio, media, you name it. It is a full-featured, self-hosted, end-to-end encrypted, extremely featureful messaging protocol, of which there are multiple implementations. The first was Synapse, which is written in Python, which is what we currently offer on the embassy. There are new ones coming. Dendrite is written in Go. Conduit is written in Rust. Those will be coming, we think, later this year. They'll be coming out of alpha. And we will offer those implementations on the embassy as well. But anyway, we are betting big on Matrix. We think it's the solution to messaging, private, secure, sovereign, independent messaging on this planet. We think it's the solution. And it's a button on the embassy. It blows signal out of the water in every way, shape, or form. And that is where we're moving our community chat. So if you want to stay part of the conversation, you can join our Telegram channel. From there, you will immediately get prompted to join our Matrix channel, which you can do by creating an account on somebody else's Matrix server or by buying an embassy and running your own Matrix server, which is the sovereign recommended way to do it, and then joining our community channel there. Obviously, we have a Twitter account that we post updates to whenever we have a new release or any kind of meaningful announcement. And every member of the team, including myself, is pretty much available. I direct message with multiple community members and customers on a daily basis. Like I am a single direct message away, happy to answer any questions or help in any way that I can, as is the rest of the team. We're very engaging, always present team.
You actually gave me a good idea. I should look into Matrix and see if I can get some of the podcast community on there to talk. I've tried to make Sphinx work, but it's so buggy that most people gave up on it.
Yeah. Right. We offer Sphinx on the embassy. It's on our marketplace. It is a very cool project. It had a lot of buzz. It was a super creative way to do messaging, as messages on Lightning transactions. Messaging doesn't need to be done that way, right? All you need for a viable messaging system is two servers talking to each other. It doesn't need to be built as a layer 3 application on Bitcoin. So I like Sphinx. I like Paul over at Sphinx. I run Sphinx on my phone. I'm in that channel, but we do not at Start9 view Sphinx as the likely most viable messaging platform of the future. We think Matrix, with Lightning payments integrated, is better than messaging on Lightning itself. So we are working with the Matrix team, not aggressively at present, because we're still trying to refine the basic usage of Matrix on Embassy and waiting for alternative protocols to emerge, or not alternative protocols, alternative implementations of the Matrix protocol. But we will be working with them and others to integrate Lightning payments into the Matrix protocol, such that in any chat, DM or otherwise, group chat, you can tip and pay for content, such that I could post a picture in a group chat and you can only see the picture if you send me sats. And that is all perfectly integratable into Matrix.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sounds interesting. And I'm not sure if I have any more questions for you at this time, but I very much look forward to having you on the podcast once again. Possibly when you launch WordPress, because to me, that's one of the most major breakthroughs ever. I pay, I think, $200 a year for the hosting of my website. And that's 40 gigabytes SSD space with lots of other nice features that I get, but it would be nice to migrate everything to a Raspberry Pi that I run from my own house, and I get better storage and faster at a cheaper price. So I look forward to that.
So do we. That somewhat inherently involves our ClearNet story, right? Like, not many people want to host their website as a Tor v3 onion URL. But if you do, like you personally, if you wanted to have your website also available as a Tor v3 URL, you could even do a vanity address where like the first 6 letters are, Bitcoin or something like that. You can already do that on the Embassy. We have a service on the Embassy Marketplace called Embassy Pages that we ourselves wrote. This was not a pre-existing piece of software. We wrote it. And it allows you to very easily host a website as a Tor v3 hidden service on your Embassy, accessible from anywhere in the world, censorship resistant, etc. And that exists today. You can do that on your Embassy in a matter of minutes today.
So if you have listened to the podcast up to this point, I suppose that you have found out how you can generate your own vanity onion address with the Embassy OS. I suppose that this information should have been mentioned earlier on, but this is like an extra for being a hero and listening to almost 3 hours of recording. So thank you very much, Matt. And I look forward to doing another one of these as soon as you launch new services.
That sounds great. Thanks again for having me on. It's been really nice meeting you and talking with you.
Likewise.
Golden Bitcoin, 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 golden Bitcoin. Voltoro. Voltoro.
Wasabi Wallet's innovative coin joins will make your bitcoins more fungible. So if you accumulate more than 0.1 BTC, you can mix it with other users to remove all traces about their whereabouts. So it's like putting multiple fingerprints on your dollar bills, and it becomes impossible to determine the last few owners of the money. Download Wasabi Wallet today and start coin. Bitcoin Takeover Radio is brought to you by Voltoro, the gold and Bitcoin exchange. Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro, grab your phone, use Blue Wallet on iOS or Breeze Wallet on Android, and scan the QR code on the webpage. So what are you waiting for? Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro, scan the QR code, and get that sweet pile of Bitcoin.
And let me tell you that we are really changing the world as we know it. The world is not anymore the way it used to be. No, no, no.
Bitcoin Takeover Radio.
What's up, peers, and welcome to Join the Wasabikas, a Bitcoin privacy podcast. And today I'm joined by the one and only Alex Gladstein from the Human Rights Foundation. And we're going to have a great conversation about, well, all things Bitcoin and how it relates to freedom in different areas around the world, and how monetary controls and fascism is all over the place, and how Bitcoin is a tool to solve that. And as well to go against the surveillance state, which is currently manifesting at ever staggering rates, and tools that we can use today to protect ourselves and our privacy in these regards. And among many other things, Alex is a prolific writer and great philosopher. So I'm sure that the knowledge that he will share today will be quite staggering. And as always, with this and with many other Bitcoin podcasts, upgrade to Podcasting 2.0. Go get yourself a new podcastingapp.com and boost some sats to those content creators that you value most. Pretty much all Bitcoin podcasts are onboarded now. So come join us over here. The grass is much greener. And with that, and without any further ado, Alex, how are you?
I'm great. I'm busy. You're busy. The price of freedom is eternal vigilance. So here we are.
Yeah, very much, right? And we all have to do quite a substantial amount of work just to stand still in the realms of freedom protection. But you have been doing, for sure, a monumental amount of work. But before we get into those nuances, like what drives you? What was the motivation force that got you into all of this venture?
Well, originally, I had spent a decade working with people who live under dictatorial regimes and tyranny, sort of, let's say, the more aggressive form. There are all kinds of tyranny in the world, but the most pernicious would be, straightforward political tyranny, where there are no opposition political parties, where there's no independent media allowed, where there's no independent judiciary, where there's no private property respected. So, unfortunately, about 4.3 billion people live under some kind of authoritarian state. There are, of course, excessive violations of individual liberties under all governments, but many governments have mechanisms whereby the citizens can swap the leaders, can push back, can sue the government, can expose them. So there's different structures around the world. So we focus on the countries that kind of have the weakest protections, and it's a lot of work. I mean, it's 4.3 billion people, 95 countries. It's plenty. And that was my background. So I looked quite a bit over the years at technology and the role that technology would play. Starting in 2007, I helped send movies dubbed into Spanish and books into Cuba for the underground library movement there. They were stuck, they continue to be stuck in this kind of communist police state, but they are able to use technology to get outside, at least in their minds. And that led us later to work on North Korea as well, where we've been sending USB sticks filled with outside information into North Korea over the last decade. We've sent about 100,000 USB sticks and SD cards in. So our politicians out here are dithering and useless and basically supporting the North Korean government in different ways for different reasons. the Chinese, the Americans, the South Koreans, like no one really wants to see the regime fall. So they kind of just keep the status quo, which means that these gulags and horrible conditions for these people just persist. So we could do something. We can act. We can help individuals. So we've been peacefully sending in information and technology, and we think that that's very important. We also do a lot of digital security training for activists to help them understand how to use things like Signal or VPNs. We've been doing that since 2013, and I would say that the activist movement, generally speaking, that we interact with has figured it out. Like in 2009, when we started doing big, large scale events connecting people, almost no activists from abroad were using any kind of privacy protecting technology. I would say less than 5%. Maybe much higher in terms of American activists or European activists, but like broadly, globally, no. By 2019, 10 years later, it was massive. I mean, now all of a sudden, I would say more than 90% of them were using some sort of privacy technology. They understood it. So we achieved a great deal in terms of communications privacy in that decade. But the next war is certainly on financial privacy, financial freedom. And, I went down the Bitcoin rabbit hole. Initially, it came on my radar in 2013, and we started accepting it as at HRF, actually, at the Human Rights Foundation in 2014. But I was a little skeptical for many years. Unfortunately, I paid the iron price in more ways than one. But eventually, I started to understand it in early 2017, and for the last 5 years, I've been just kind of going down the rabbit hole further and further and further. And I think that's a good place to start the conversation, because if you don't understand what Bitcoin is and the features of it and what it aims to do, what it makes possible, then you might be tempted to try and create financial privacy with other mechanisms or systems. And to me, that's not like an efficient use of time or energy, because this is the open source free money project for the world. And this is what we should be spending our time on. So I obviously appreciate what you guys are doing. I mean, anybody can create a privacy altcoin, but I don't think that's going to help in the end. So I appreciate the Bitcoin focus, and maybe we can start with that.
Yeah, I agree. This focus on Bitcoin is quite important. And we've reasoned with Nopara about this, that basically Bitcoin is for many reasons almost inevitable in its achievement of monetary success, let's say. But its privacy aspects are not yet really inevitable. Like the potential privacy leaks that we currently still have in everyday use are quite bad. So if we scale at this rate of privacy, we will have a serious problem. And since we cannot stop Bitcoin from succeeding on monetary terms, this means we have to very quickly fix all the privacy fuck-ups of the last couple of years.
Yeah, so two things on that. I do agree with you. I think it's inevitable. I mean, I think Bitcoin does not need our help. Bitcoin will complete its mission eventually of replacing central banking. I think that's what it's going to do, and I don't think it needs our help. However, as you say, humans can steer it in a particular direction. I think that it achieves its goal over time through its NGU, through number go up technology, through the fact that it has an independent and predictable monetary policy, which cannot be debased, which cannot be manipulated in a back room with cigars and at Davos. Like there's no shady group of people who can just like change the monetary policy of Bitcoin. That exists for every other cryptocurrency, from Ethereum all the way on down, and for all fiat currencies. So for all other forms of digital currency, and for all other fiat monies, digital or otherwise, there exists a small group of people who can change the rules. Not the case in Bitcoin. And I think that's why we all, are so committed to it, is because it's our one shot, right? It's our one shot to escape this like fiat system where people can just do things by decree, right? In Bitcoin, we control the rules. The users control the rules. And, we have a history in Bitcoin of proving that. And that's why I'm here. With regard to privacy, I think it's worth drawing distinction between the legacy system's privacy and Bitcoin's privacy. I think this is very important. I think this is what often people don't understand or miss. And it's a little bit of like the practical and here and now versus what is ideal. So clearly, from like a theoretical perspective, Bitcoin has like bad privacy, or it has many vulnerabilities. But from a practical perspective, it's way better than using your credit card or the legacy system. Like, it just depends on who you are, where you are. But like, obviously, if you live in Nigeria and you are fighting against the government, that government is not doing chain analysis right now. Like, now it may in the future, but right now they're not. So whereas they could use their surveillance power to understand that you were accepting donations last year for the protests against the police brutality, and they were able to use that information to shut down your bank accounts and fintech accounts. That's just QED. Okay. They could not figure out what you're doing with Bitcoin, and they could not figure out their bank accounts. So the Feminist Coalition set up a BTC Pay server. The government had no clue what was going on. I don't even think they know what BTC Pay server is. But let's say even they do, if they did, they weren't in a position to be sophisticated enough to de-anonymize what was happening. And that's what we call kind of practical here in the now privacy. So I think it's really important to distinguish these two things. There is ideal and theory, and then there is practice. And, look, over time, I do agree that governments will get better and better and better at sort of exploiting any vulnerabilities here. But just the very fact that Bitcoin is this parallel system that does not natively have your ID stack in it is a huge advantage for human rights activists. Now, it doesn't mean that they're not vulnerable in the same way that it doesn't, like Signal has your phone number on it. Okay, that's not ideal. Guess what? I still tell people to use Signal. I mean, there's vulnerabilities with VPNs. Well, guess what? You're still better off using a Tor or a VPN than not. So it's all just like an understanding that you can't press a button to achieve privacy. It's like a way of life. Okay. And then there's ways to make yourself not the lowest hanging fruit. Right. And in a lot of ways right now in the global human rights movement, it's honestly more about freedom than privacy at the moment. Like the larger issue is just the fact that like many people have their bank accounts shut down, or they are cut off, or their money is debased, and Bitcoin is their way out. And for many people, the government is not in a position technologically or financially to do mass surveillance, to try and go after them using the sophisticated technology that the NSA and that Five Eyes and that the European governments have. I think that's really important to distinguish. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, absolutely. Just as a reality check, privacy in the fiat banking system is absolutely non-existent in very many ways. Of course, full KYC data, full transaction history, who paid whom, when, which party settled the transaction.
Well, except for cash, of course. But guess what? Cash is being eliminated in different ways. And I wrote this whole piece for Cato about what would financial freedom and privacy look like in the post-cash world. Well, guess what? Who are the two biggest contenders for the heir to the social functions of cash, which are small payments, private payments, and savings? Guess what? It's CBDCs and Bitcoin. And I know which one I'm going to go with. So there we are, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So Bitcoin, even with all its flaws in regards to privacy, and even when the user would shoot himself in the foot 10 times along down the journey, with a high degree, your privacy is going to still be better than if you were using your banking system. At least in some regards, right? I mean, you can make quite bad mistakes in Bitcoin, but the gist of it is, right? If you use it somewhat reasonably, you're a lot better than in any banking system. And if you learn a little bit of extra and learn how to use the powerful tools correctly, well, then your privacy can be substantially better.
And that's where well, first of all, censorship is essentially impossible regardless. Yes, they can go find you and arrest you later, but like the mere fact that like right now, geopolitically, technically, if I send I don't care who I am, I don't care what government blacklist I'm on. If I send a UTXO somewhere, it's going. It's not. It's going to get processed by a miner, and it's going to be put into the blockchain. Like that's happening. So that's a really important distinction from the fiat system. It doesn't mean that you're not going to get arrested later, but it does mean that we have the freedom to send, and that's like an unrestricted freedom at the moment, which is really, really different from the fiat system. And I would say, to your point, it's not so much, it's really the role of the wallet app makers and the tool makers to improve privacy in many ways. Like, there was a really good piece recently by a guy named Anthony Roning that looked at all the vulnerabilities, not all, but like, let's say a lot of the vulnerabilities in Lightning with regard to privacy. And the interesting part is that almost all of them can be solved at the wallet level. Almost all, not all of them, but almost all of them. Wallets and what you do with your wallet can dramatically ameliorate the issues with, for example, Lightning privacy, and also I would say Bitcoin privacy. So if you could start having in the next year or two, CoinJoin native, or when you open a Lightning channel, the wallet is automatically doing some sort of CoinJoin or swap for you without even asking you. These things are going to be very important. So I think like the wallet makers have a lot of power. And when you look at like to change the world, I mean, when you look at the popular apps out there, the popular open source wallets, I'm bullish because they're very into privacy. I mean, two that I've worked with in terms of helping them talk to activists are the Blue Wallet team and the Moon Wallet team. And they're both very aggressive about privacy and non-custodial sovereignty, and it makes me pretty excited. I mean, we have people trying to do their best here. Now, what I appreciate what the Moon Wallet team is doing is that they understand the trade-off between a niche privacy tool and something that's actually going to get used by people, right? So like a good example would be, the difference between, something like Join Market and something like the mobile app for Whirlpool or something like that. Like there's going to be trade-offs, right? But like you do want more people to use it. And if it's not on a mobile app and it can't be done in 5 seconds, you're losing 70 to 80% of your users. So, look, we just haven't been there with the technology, but like the privacy tools, both for main chain and for Lightning, need to be on mobile apps. I really I mean, people could do whatever they want, and it's awesome. It's an open source environment, and we want to support everybody. And the niche users are important too. I mean, the people who are going to spend 12 hours a week studying, running their own node, and maybe running something like Join Market, like from a command line interface. Awesome. Like these people are incredible. Like they help power the Bitcoin ecosystem, but they're kind of like the shoulders that other people stand on. And the average user is just never going to do that. I mean, I'm sorry. So it's so important that some of that tech gets rubbed off onto the main population. And that's only going to come with like ease of mobile. And I stress this because of the work I'm doing in emerging markets. Like these people don't have computers, dude. And we're not going to airdrop Raspberry Pis. They have mobile phones. That's about as best as we can do. And they have spotty internet, but they can do it. They have mobile phones. So we need apps that they can use that can protect their privacy. So there's going to be trade-offs, but you know what? We have to push in that direction. I just don't see another way.
Yeah, that's very true. Right? And ultimately, you have to use the infrastructure that is available for the local users. And well, if there are only phones, then yeah, a desktop application isn't going to cut it, right? And that will be a tool that is not usable for a vast part of humanity. So yeah, that has to be taken into account. And again, it's not that it's impossible. It's just very, very difficult, and it requires a lot of hours of work and dedication to design and implement and review these applications.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I was speaking to a guy yesterday who I've gotten to know recently. His name's Fode. He's from Senegal. He's a Bitcoin and Lightning engineer, and he was telling me about the fact that his world changed when he saw the iPhone, the first iPhone. He was just so blown away by the fact that you could have a full web browser on a mobile device. And he looked at that in 2007 and he said, that's going to change the world. And it, of course it has. But I mean, then a few years later, quite early, actually, I think in 2010 or 11, he got into Bitcoin, and he was like, wow, okay, if we can merge these two things, it's going to change my country of Senegal, is what he told me. If we can have mobile Bitcoin usage, that's going to just completely change the country. It's going to empower people. It's going to break them free from monetary colonialism. It's going to break them free from all kinds of stuff. And that's what he's dedicated his life to. And again, like, you know, for that to work, we have to have robust, lightweight privacy solutions for mobile. So that's what I'm like really interested in looking at these days. And you know what? We don't have a lot of time to like just sit around, as you say. Guess what? Maybe I always hear Bitcoiners say, "Well, I'd rather have like the bear market," or oh man, we just had nation state adoption in El Salvador, and these people have 3 months to figure out how to do this. I wish we had another year, or I wish we had another 2 years. Well, guess what? You don't get to make the decisions. Like the world moves on, and now we have nation state adoption of Bitcoin as legal tender, and there's going to be thousands and thousands and thousands of merchants and businesses that in the next 3 to 6 months need to figure out how to use Bitcoin. That's where we are. So if your solution is not easy, it's not going to get used. So I mean, we need to push in this direction of how do we get lightweight mobile privacy solutions for Bitcoin users? This is one of the most important things that we can discuss in the coming years.
Yeah, that's very true. And the downside here is, right, that the quick and easy path is the one that is least private and least censorship resistant, right?
Right.
Easy to get bank accounts for everyone, basically, right? In some custodial application. That's very easy to scale as well. But yeah, doing it properly in a self-custodial and secure wallet, that on top of that is private.
Well, let's unpack that though, because it does help. So even something like Strike, because consider this. So yes, if you're in El Salvador, Strike is essentially, so you have to give your ID, it's full KYC, okay, to set up the Strike account. And it's settled in USDT. I mean, it's not even Bitcoin native in a way, but it does provide, it is better than the current system for privacy for this reason. Let's say I want to send remittance to my family there. Well, currently I have to like go to Western Union and like fill out a form, and then the Western Union keeps that record of who sent the money. I give them some cash or whatever I give, and the person on the other end picks it up. Okay, let's put aside how inefficient and ridiculous and extortionate it is. There's data capture there on both sides, right? Okay, today I can send Lightning to any Strike user instantaneously, and I out of a completely no KYC open source wallet. That is powerful, right? So at least one half of the equation is relatively private. I mean, yes, we can talk about how Strike may try to de-anonymize my wallet through my public key, but I can take steps to make sure they can't really do much, right? I could, if I really wanted to, I could coin join into my Lightning first, et cetera, et cetera. Like there's things you can do. And when we talk about the surveillance capitalist model and how it vacuums up all this information about you, there are these bridges, these halfway technologies that do help. Like even in America, like if you're using something like a Strike or whatever, like you could pay something with your debit card, and again, full KYC, and then, but your bank only sees $50 to Strike. It doesn't see what you bought on the other end, and the merchant doesn't see who you are. So again, there's these mid-ground solutions that are interesting, that are just providing a different paradigm. And then of course you have the whole Bitrefill gift card market, which is much more privacy protecting. Like Matt Alborg from Useful Tulips did this study, and he was looking at Nigerians who live in the United States. I mean, they're earning cash, full privacy and anonymous cash, right? Paper banknotes. And then they're going to like a CVS or a grocery store, and they're buying a gift card with that cash. Again, no KYC at all. And then they're sending a photo of that gift card to their family in Nigeria, who then puts that up on Paxful and sells it and gets Bitcoin in their account. Again, Paxful has KYC, but you don't know where the money came from. So do you see what I'm saying here? That there's like these interesting kind of new platforms arising that are providing like, let's call it half privacy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a really interesting point, right? Because Bitcoin is this open interoperable standard where users of different software wallets and different second layer protocols can still communicate and cooperate with each other, right? So you can have this one user being in a custodial money warehouse somehow on a Lightning custodial wallet, fully KYC'd, right? Completely have forgone on his privacy, but still, especially with the Lightning Network, where sender privacy is quite well protected, it's very difficult to find out who sent the money, especially if that other user is the cypherpunk who runs everything behind Tor and such.
Right. Now get this. Here's the dream, right? So, and I think it was like maybe Matt Odell who gave this metaphor first that I heard this, and I just think it's so useful. So, in today's world, in the banking system, in the fiat legacy system, you have your bank account, it's fully KYC'd. They know, the government knows what's going on. Okay. But then you can withdraw it into banknotes at an ATM. Okay. That gives you forward privacy, right? This concept of forward privacy. Now, let's say you're living in Argentina or Nigeria or the Philippines. Okay. Let's say you're using Paxful. All right. So you've got your Paxful account. You can assume, look, love Ray Youssef, great guy. But at the end of the day, it's an American company. They enforce KYC. They have to. Okay. So, all right. So let's assume, and you don't, it's not entirely clear how much Paxful shares with regional governments. Let's say they have to like cop up some stuff to the American government. But if you're like a user in Argentina, it's not exactly clear how much Paxful shares with that government, if anything at all. Maybe that's worth exploring, but like, that's just a note. But anyway, let's say you're a Paxful user there. Now they are integrating Lightning with withdrawals and deposits. I don't know exactly what day it's going to like go live, but it's happening. So let's say you've got your KYC light kind of Paxful account, and that's kind of where you're earning income into, or you're buying Bitcoin with your fiat or whatever. Okay, now you can achieve some semblance of forward privacy by withdrawing to Lightning to, let's say, a Blue wallet or a Moon wallet or whatever. And again, as you say, the sending is like better protected. So, okay, now we're starting to approximate the idea of an ATM and the idea of having the current world where your earnings are likely, watched and you pay taxes and whatever, but then you can withdraw some of that and you can have forward privacy and the government doesn't know what you're doing. We are starting to see the possibility for that to emerge for the emerging markets through a mobile phone. That's very exciting to me.
Yeah, that's very interesting, right? And it's here again, layers of defense. And sometimes it's just very difficult to be private. And especially if this is some official job that is registered with the government in any case, right? Then here, sure, that level is compromised. But there can be other layers of defense behind that, right? So withdrawing to your own wallet, doing rounds of CoinJoin, making payments over Lightning and such. Yeah.
Yeah. And this is a nuanced conversation. Obviously, we've been talking here for, 20, 25 minutes or whatever about this, and you can go very deep, but regardless, it's clear that like there is massive potential here for not just freedom money, but for private money too. And that's why it's very disappointing to see like the non-Bitcoin digital security surveillance community, like not understand this. It's really disappointing. So, about a month ago or something, 2 months ago, Edward Snowden, he's very into like Zcash or whatever. So he's given this talk, and I clipped part of it, and I said how disappointing it was that he dismissed Lightning as like shenanigans, and he even kind of like threw a jab at Monero, and he's talking up Zcash, and I just wanted to say how disappointed I was with that. And then he got very angry and he quote tweeted me, and he went off on how greedy I was and all sorts of stuff. And at the end of the day, it's quite clear that he just doesn't understand how Lightning works. And that's kind of sad. But I think he's a good and I look, huge respect for Snowden and what he did. But like, this is a proxy for like most people who are in the civil digital liberties space. Like I just spoke at this event called RightsCon. Great event that I've been working with these guys for like 10 years, going to their events. Some of my colleagues have spoken, et cetera, et cetera. And I gave a short talk on Bitcoin and financial freedom. There were hundreds and hundreds of panels and talks and sessions. Mine was the only one on Bitcoin out of hundreds of talks and panels. And we're talking a digital rights conference in 2021. That's how far away the mainstream community is from understanding what you and I are doing. It's kind of crazy, right?
Why do you think that is?
Well, to zoom out more broadly, the human rights movement has not, aside from what we've tried to do at HRF, has really do not understand Bitcoin. Like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, like just nothing, like a zero. I think there's a couple reasons. So number one, the human rights movement more broadly, for better or worse, is generally kind of left wing, sort of center left, okay, or far left, depending on who you are, okay. So they have these kind of natural alliances over time ideologically that probably led them to be angry at Bitcoin for various reasons. First of all, it was like just this idea that like it was created by, again, we don't know who created it. It could have been anybody. But I think there's this perception that it's like this Silicon Valley, like rich white guy thing. And they really don't like that. That's number one. The second perception is the environmental thing. And that's really where I think it comes down to for a lot of people, unfortunately. They think it's boiling the oceans, straight up. They really do. And they do not think proof of work is healthy or good. And they will fight proof of work till they're forced to buy Bitcoin later at a higher price that they deserve. And that's essentially what the situation is. That the tragic part of that is not only that Bitcoin is obviously this neutral, non-discriminatory global thing that is being worked on by everybody, and that in our last round of dev grants, we gave money to Bitcoin contributors in northern Nigeria, Korea, India, and the Middle East. And like, where do you think the capital of Bitcoin is today? Well, it's obviously in San Salvador and in Lagos. It's not in New York. So, this is a global phenomenon. But the environmental piece is really frustrating because that's actually just a misread. And I've spent a huge amount of time thinking about Bitcoin mining recently. But if you care about, honestly, if you're interested in a different system that's not so reliant on fossil fuels, that's what Bitcoin is. Our current system, the central banking system is very tied to this idea of the petrodollar and the dollar being supported by energy markets and especially by oil and especially through our pact with Saudi Arabia, military pact with Saudi Arabia. So our current system, which the dollar is built on and which the euro which all these other governments around the world sort of rely on, we're kind of like the central bank of everybody else's central bank. We have these swap lines. We come out, we rescue people during financial crises. The US government really kind of runs the world monetarily, and we are dependent in many ways on this petrodollar system. So the current system is extremely, let's say anti-ESG, we'll say. Bitcoin doesn't have to be reliant on oil or on dictators, not necessarily. It could, meaning there could be Bitcoin mining in various countries of different democratic degrees, but it'll be done by all countries eventually, in my opinion. And if you think about what people like Jeff Booth talk about with technology deflation, and you look at the graphs of some of these charts of the cost of some different ways that humans have invented to take things and turn them into electricity, it's quite clear to me that in 10 or 20 years, there's just going to be a lot more renewables because they're going to be cheaper, not for any other reason. And Bitcoin miners are completely united in one thing only. They're only after the cheapest energy. That's it. That's really all they care about. And that's great. They're loyal servants of the network, right? Now, that's going to lead them to do a lot of things. That's going to lead them to use whatever energy is cheapest. And you know what? Around the world today, in a lot of cases, that's stranded geothermal. Look what's happening in El Salvador with volcanoes. Stranded hydro. Look what's happening in Virunga National Park in the DRC. It's, what energy is cheapest in Texas? Well, solar and wind. So I've got friends who build these big campuses out there. Now, there's also going to be places where, for whatever reason, coal or natural gas are very cheap too. Some of that might be political, right? In China, essentially, a lot of the coal mining was it was like corruption. It was people who had originally flocked to China to do Bitcoin mining for that was sort of curtailed hydro. The Chinese government had just built up all this hydro energy over the last decade, way too much to use. And they weren't able to connect the transmission lines like soon enough. So they had all this sort of unused hydro, and that's why Bitcoin mining kind of started in China. But when the rainy season would like chill out and it would become more dry, those miners were like, okay, well, what do we do now? And then they like made deals with these like coal plants, and they basically got free energy. And that's a political phenomenon. That's like not necessarily the case. Like if you look at the price of energy, like around the world, in many areas, renewables is cheapest. And I think it's just going to get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. Bitcoiners also have to understand that, again, like the petrodollar system was a non-market system. It was not like the free hand of the market. Like the US government with its power and Saudi Arabia made this pact that changed the world. So I think Bitcoiners need to understand that the energy market is also a non-market situation. And whether or not they like it, they need to understand that like it is a very powerful force right now in the West and even in China and elsewhere to be anti-fossil fuel. And you may think that's inaccurate, unhelpful, whatever. It doesn't really matter because it's happening. So there's like huge social movements towards divesting from these things. And you can't just like leave that out of your calculation. So when we think about 20, 30 years from now, how are we all going to use energy? I mean, I think it's quite clear that, at least for Bitcoin, it's going to be like in a huge way renewable. And that's why it's so sad to see if people who are like kind of like part of the privacy technology community dismiss Bitcoin based on proof of work, when in reality it may be helping, what they want, meaning like a world that's like more carbon neutral or whatever. Also, just the lack of understanding of how important proof of work is and how that is the way out of the fiat system, and that regardless, you can't have proof of stake. Proof of stake is fiat money. It's a small group of people changing the rules, and you can't go down that road. I mean, that's what we're here for, to break out of and to build on, is a different model. And it's sad to see all these people like, say that proof of stake is going to help us or solve our problems or whatever. It's not. That would just be replacing the legacy system. And look, there's obviously many things the legacy system does well, and maybe those proof of stake coins will replace some of that functionality, as you're seeing with stuff like Uniswap, okay, or stable coins. Great. Okay. Well, guess what a stable coin is? It's literally just another digital representation of a dollar, essentially. Well, the dollar is the thing we're trying to get out of here. So again, I think that the reason why we've gotten a lot of skepticism is a lack of understanding of the critical historic importance of proof of work, a general skepticism for Bitcoin based on who were the early users demographically, and a lack of understanding of the global, how it's this open, neutral, non-discriminatory thing, and the environmental stuff, which I think is extremely misunderstood. So I think that would be my kind of detailed answer.
I still have this dream that once the US military is completely defunded, thanks to hyper-Bitcoinization, in that bankruptcy court, we will buy up all the aircraft carriers for a couple thousand sats. Mm-hmm. And these are, of course, powered by nuclear energy, which is a very green and by far the cheapest source of energy. Right? We're going to pack these aircraft carriers. Instead of war jets, we're going to pack Bitcoin miners and then sail over the oceans, mining Bitcoin. And most likely it's going to end up in a tragic boating accident. But hey, that's the whole point of it, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, long term, I do very much believe in part of your dream, in that, in as much as I think it sort of reduces the warfare state here in a huge way, and that's part of why I'm in this. If you look at like why Nixon floated the dollar, it was to fund the Vietnam War, which is extremely immoral in my opinion. So he couldn't have done it like had they not done that, right? It just wouldn't have been possible to finance. So they would have had to stop the war. They would have had to stop the bombing. And I think both left-wing and right-wing economists understand this. There's a really good part in David Graeber's book where he discusses, rest in peace, but he discusses this in detail, that like that is why Nixon floated the dollar, and that's why we left the gold standard in 71. So you can't say that obviously it's going to solve everything. Like demonstrably, there were tons of wars during the gold standard. But I mean, it was sort of a thing where like once you ran out of the gold, you were kind of done, and you had to like go find some more gold to keep fighting. That's why like the 100 Years' War had like many breaks in it, right? And the machine of war just sputters out if you can't finance it. So you looked at World War I, and guess what? The machine of war sputtered on way longer than it should have because Germany, Russia, other countries decided to just print money to finance the weapons and to pay the troops, and that obviously was ended very poorly. So if you have a world where you can't really do that, and where each nation's economic strength, whether they continue to have a fiat currency or like the sort of Bitcoin powered, kind of like Bretton Woods style, which I think is a possibility, or whether they just straight up use Bitcoin, they can't do that anymore. So that is a very interesting thing that I always think about.
So now that we have Bitcoin as the monetary alternative, how can we use the beauties of Bitcoin itself to actually be a financial sponsor to those people who are building the tools that we need to manage our finances again?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think there's this desire right now from a lot of people, which I'm torn on, to try to lobby other governments to adopt Bitcoin. And I'm just not sure that's the proper use of our time and energy. I think geopolitically, we should let Bitcoin do its thing. Like what happened in El Salvador was not a lobbying campaign. What happened in El Salvador was the result of Bitcoin Beach, a circular economy, a grassroots movement being noticed by a government and an opportunistic leader seizing that opportunity, and an entrepreneur, Jack Mallers, kind of putting the dots together. This was not some like top-down pressure campaign. It was an eye-opening bottom-up thing that the government realized could help them. Okay. And then, for whatever reasons, they decided to do it, let's say for self-interested reasons, obviously. Great. The guy knew he was going to be famous. Perfect. Welcome to the club. Like this is the Bitcoin club. This is going to help you. So that's kind of its incentive mechanism, right? So I don't know if like that sort of top-down approach is helpful here. I mean, it might be helpful, but I don't know if it's like, I think we just need to keep focusing on communities, on the tools, on the back end, and on the apps before governments, more generally speaking, sort of understand what's going on, which is why I thought that the Taproot thing getting zero attention from the mainstream media was incredible. Like when we look back in time 20 years from now, and we're like, oh yeah, like remember that time Taproot upgraded and like literally nobody knew about what it was, is going to be a little crazy, given what we know about how Taproot helps with different financial freedoms and what it's going to make possible over the next decade with other soft forks in the future. It's just kind of funny to me, but maybe that's a good thing. I mean, part of this thing is that Bitcoin is so weird and different that people ignore it. Even with the El Salvador thing, which should have been front page news of every newspaper, country adopts new kind of monetary system. That's a pretty insane historic thing. And like, it was like barely mentioned. So I think that's good. I mean, that's why Bitcoin's been able to go from zero to $1 trillion asset without without to be honest, a massive amount of pushback. Like it's just too weird and strange. Like the people in the State Department right now, they don't know what they don't really know what Bitcoin is. I don't think they could differentiate Bitcoin from like BitClout or whatever on like a quiz. Like I think that people at FinCEN obviously can, and other government agencies, but the foreign policy of the United States, like these people are not up to speed. Like they are still in the whole blockchain, not Bitcoin thing, which was a very effective social attack on Bitcoin, but also a very effective distraction mechanism. So the world's kind of like got distracted by all this other crap from 2017 onwards. Meanwhile, the Bitcoiners kept building. And I think that we would not have had such a free hand had there not been that distraction. Does that make sense?
Yeah, very much. I think that was kind of the good thing, right? With blatant scams going on, again, governments going after the low-hanging fruits.
Yeah, go after the ICOs.
E- Exactly right, and that left us alone. That was quite a good thing. Yeah, indeed. And I want to make the connection to one of your previous articles where you wrote about the petrodollar system, right? Basically saying that the U.S. dollar has a legal tender on oil trade, so that it has to be denominated and paid for in U.S. dollars.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Iraq suggested to how about we use the euro to settle these oil trades, and a couple weeks after, American tanks roll in. Now, this is, of course, horrifying, right? And again, your article is a great read on this. But now we have a rather similar situation in El Salvador, right? El Salvador has the US dollar as a kind of base currency, right? And all of a sudden they say, oh, how about we use this new Bitcoin thing? What do you think is going to be the reactions from the US military base?
Yeah, so a couple things. The Iraq thing was not quite as fast. Saddam, just to clarify, he announced the idea of a petro-euro like late 2000 and had really gotten it going by 2002. They were selling 5% of the world's oil in euros, and then 6 months later, we invaded. So I think that the U.S. was at like its hyperpower moment then, and we just aren't anymore. There is less demand for our debt. The U.S. government now eats more than half of all of the treasuries we produce. Like we eat our own debt. So, debt monetization just happening right now at a massive scale. We no longer have the muscle. I mean, if you just watch today's conversation with Biden and Putin, we don't have the geopolitical might we used to have, like after the Cold War ended. Like we're not going after the guy who's like building Nord Stream out and connecting Europe to Russia. And that's going to enable like a lot more non-dollar denominated energy trading. Like the petrodollar system is unraveling, right? It's on its back nine. It lasted 50 years very strongly. It'll last a few more, but it's in decline, right? So, had Bitcoin been invented in like the 80s or something, and El Salvador tried to do this, I have no doubt there'd be like a mysterious plane crash with the president or whatever. But we just don't live in that world anymore. I don't really, or at least most people don't. Maybe another thing would be like the French Empire in Africa. Maybe they would. But in 2021, I think the U.S. we have different tools available to us. We're not sort of this hyperpower quite that we used to be. So we'll see what happens. I think now is a good time. Like, again, had this been attempted in the 80s, 90s, or early 2000s, I think it would have been met with a different reaction. But it's been a couple weeks and it's been pretty quiet. Biden is talking to Putin. He's not talking to Bukele. He hasn't flown down to El Salvador. You can see that this is a peripheral issue. Like you know that Biden does not understand what has happened. Like they are signaling to us that they do not grasp the power and historic nature of what just happened in El Salvador. Do you see what I'm saying? Like he's looking elsewhere,
Yeah, that's probably true that the focus of most is elsewhere. Yet still, I know or I've heard that the IMF has requested a meeting, and apparently offered
they had a meeting.
Yeah,
right?
And
what are they going to do? Look, the IMF is like an appendage kind of the U.S. government in many ways, and we don't know what happened, but it happened, and the president continues to be enthusiastic about Bitcoin. I don't know, like they passed the law, like they're working on onboarding all these people. Whether or not the IMF will try to punish El Salvador is unclear. They may, pull back loan payments, things like that. They've done this in the past. The French have done this in the past in Africa. A good example is Niger is this country that has these massive uranium reserves, and the French, basically colonized Niger. One of the reasons why is to get these reserves, and they would go in and dig out the uranium, and they used it to power their country. So they have like 70% nuclear in France. So it's mostly from Niger. So at one point, the local leader in Niger wanted to charge more, and he was about to sit down and have that meeting with the French, and then there was like a little military coup, very conveniently, and apparently the French army was there, and they didn't do anything. They just let the coup happen, and then the new ruler was much more compliant, much more friendly, much more, oh, I'm not going to charge you anymore. So you could think of a similar situation happening here in El Salvador, but I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it just doesn't seem like the U.S. is that like fixated on this, even on this part of the world. Like it always seems like Latin America was like, even though it was so proximate to the U.S., that it was, at least ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis in the 60s to 70s, and what happened in Nicaragua in the 80s. But in the last 20 years, like Latin America clearly has been like less of a focus than the Middle East, Russia, China, etc. Right?
Yeah, I would say so. Hopefully it stays that way.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's this path to more. Look, as soon as a couple other Latin American nations, adopted as legal tender, I mean, there's not a lot anyone can do. I mean, we see where this is going. A potential future outcome is that like you have this kind of like regional zone where there's like a very Bitcoin friendly part of the world where there's just like open markets, like lots of foreign investment coming in, like people are able to just use money easier. It could be very exciting, and that's possible as long as it's not sort of crushed. But I guess what I'm saying is I doubt even the power to crush these things anymore. I just don't know how much full power the U.S. has.
Yeah, we will see how the situation further evolves. But I'm also very curious to see how you're on the boots on the ground, helping out to build out the Bitcoin infrastructure that we're needing. So the Human Rights Foundation has now quite a great track record of sponsoring different free software projects. Can you tell me more about it? Why do you do it?
Yeah, so we have this strategy in Bitcoin of doing three things. First of all, just general public education awareness, articles, talks, videos, just trying to get the word out. We created a video with Reason Magazine, and it's gotten 1.3 million views. I think that's really helpful. It's like 5 minutes on why Bitcoin matters for human rights. That's been a big hit. We've done a lot of things like that. We're going to continue to do a lot of things like that. Second would be trainings, like, sort of privately, we work with activists to help them understand Bitcoin. If they wish, Bitcoin's voluntary. They have to tell us they want to proceed. Like we basically offer courses that are like, 101, like what is Bitcoin? And then we're sort of like optionally, if you want to learn how to use it, like sign up for our like follow on, and then it's their choice. And if they want to do it, and a lot of them usually do, we help them out with that. And the third thing would be development, supporting the ecosystem. So through our Bitcoin Development Fund, which you can learn more about at href.org/devfund, we fundraise from people, or people reach out and just donate to us. A lot of donations come in through Bitcoin. We run our own PTC Pay server. We have PayJoin, we have Lightning. It's a lot of fun. And we then quarterly distribute the funds up. We split them up and support projects working on things that we think are relevant to human freedom, whether that be running your own full node, whether that be multi-sig, whether that be Lightning, whether that be privacy, whether that be translation into different languages of Bitcoin works, whether that be running a newsletter on privacy, whether that be inventing a new way of doing privacy in Bitcoin. Like we supported Chris Belcher in CoinSwap. That was our first grant. Whether it be core development, we've supported Calvin Kim working on Utrixo, Jesse Posner, who's going to be doing some stuff looking at Frost, and he was also looking at some smart contracts on Bitcoin, that some work he just finished up. We supported Gloria Zhao and Drew Mehta's work on like the mempool and on Sybil attacks. So we're looking at both the core, but also the app layer and the broader ecosystem. So that's kind of where we are, and we'll have another round of those in September or so.
Okay, so that's nice. How does it work? I mean, for one thing is that you could donate your own capital of the Human Rights Foundation, but this is also that it works with these passing donations, so to say, so that other people donate to you so that you distribute it.
Yeah, that's exclusively how it works. So we don't use general operating money to do this. It's entirely reliant on donors who specifically say, I want this to go to the Dev Fund. So people can donate, and we will use your money to give to devs who we think are doing important work to help Bitcoin be more usable, more decentralized, more resilient, more private. That's
Yeah,
kind of our goal.
that's awesome, and that gives you kind of a way to curate, right, and to suggest great projects that the donors would otherwise maybe not have noticed.
Eventually, there's going to be tons of options in this space. Right now, it's thin, but you have Brink, which is it's kind of like a grad school for developers, which is awesome, and we've worked to support some of their stuff. I mean, you have OpenSats, which is just getting off the ground, which is going to be a way for you to kind of I think give more sort of directly to certain devs through like a board they have put together there, which is cool. And there's, MIT has the DCI, so they're supporting some core devs there. But outside of that, it's really just corporations supporting devs right now. It's whether it's BitMEX or Gemini or Square, which is great. We want to see that, but I'd like to see a more broad set of actors in the future doing this work, across nonprofit space, across university space, etc. So we'll see if we can get there. I mean, obviously, I'd love to see human rights organizations supporting Bitcoin. So hopefully we'll get more of that,
That's interesting. And so how do you find the projects that you donate to, and kind of are there some criteria for that choice?
Yeah, I mean, look, again, we're trying to, if you have global money, it's got to be made kind of around the world. So we're very interested in helping developers and app makers who are around the world, especially in the countries that we focus on, because we feel like they probably understand the needs of the local kind of populations more. So it's great to support the Moon Wallet team in Argentina, because they kind of have an understanding of what Argentines need, right? Great, support you. So look, we're always on the lookout for new projects. People, you can apply. You can just write to us with your ideas, and also if you're in the space and you see something cool that you think should be supported, just write to us. I mean, it's pretty open. Again, we're just one of many options out here, but we'll try to have this global focus, and that'll probably be what sort of differentiates us, at least at first here.
And whenever you kind of take someone else's money and with the intent to pass it on forward, right, there's some requirement for transparency, right, to make sure that the money that other people give to you actually ends up being invested in good causes. How do you handle that transparency, especially with the relation that maybe some of those people whom you donate to prefer to stay private for numerous reasons?
Yeah, well, it's tough. I mean, we're a 501c3. So if you're going to receive a grant from us, you have to fill out a form. If you're a U.S. citizen, it's fairly detailed. Obviously, Uncle Sam doesn't like people earning money without it knowing. It's considered a prize, so you have to pay income tax on it. If you're not a U.S. citizen, we still have to know. It's a very light KYC thing, but we kind of have to know who you are and report that to the government, just because that's how it works. I think that other organizations that are not 501c3s obviously have more discretion. And indeed, you can donate directly to devs who are pseudonymous through their Git pages or whatever. But if we're going to support somebody, we do need to know. Now, we're not look, it's all about trust, right? We've supported several NIMs. We're not going to, we're not going to tell anybody who they are. But it is what it is, if that doesn't work for you, then it's not, and then obviously we can't give you a gift. But we can still acknowledge what you're doing. I mean, in a lot of cases, it's not entirely about the money. It's also about the acknowledgement, right?
Yeah, for sure. So then that's interesting that these official reports of the donation are not made public.
No,
I presume then. Okay, but
No.
but do you still keep a public record of where you donated the money to?
Yeah, of course. If you just go to href.org/devfund, you'll see a list of everybody we've given money to.
Awesome.
So we're up to close to 20 people in organizations over the last year, and we just want to keep it flowing.
Yeah. So I think there's a bit more to unpack here, with the donation thing, because Bitcoin already enables for people to get paid in numerous ways. and even anonymously, and projects like BTC Pay Server make that quite easy, at least in some aspects. But where do you see that we can get further tools and toys to get people paid more seamlessly?
Well, I think that one of the things we're committed to is helping any activist who wants to accept Bitcoin. We want to help them, right? So for now, BTC Pay is a sort of it's non-trivial to set up. It is a little bit of a process, but it's not like the craziest thing. And we'd like for them to have that open source payment processor available on their website. So if anyone around the world wants to donate Bitcoin or Lightning, it's just like very easy to do so. That's one thing we want to help with. We started an internship program with Blockchain Commons, so they're going to be like helping onboard people through this. Like smart Bitcoin students will be like there to like kind of white glove help people with the BTC Pay side of things because it's a little complicated. But it is getting there. And I saw something the other day, even because look, a lot of people use like a hosted node. For whatever reason, they can't run their own node or whatever. I think there's now ability to pay for that with Lightning. I saw something like that the other day where you can now pay Luna node or something in that way, which is cool. But anyway, the point is we want to help activists get the ability to receive. Like it's just a learning journey. If we can get you to understand how to receive and store the Bitcoin, that's step one. Step two is understanding that you can like pay people with it, like your colleagues, translators in different countries. Step three is understanding like when you need to sell it into fiat, how do you do that? Because we still live in that world. So we try to like teach people how to, as safely as possible, sell off some of their Bitcoin if they need to for whatever reason. What's the best way to do that? And that's highly contextual based on the country you live in. Sometimes it's going to be a service like Paxful. Other times it's going to be Telegram groups. There's obviously different trade-offs. Like you can do stuff on a Telegram group or in a peer-to-peer marketplace that's zero KYC, but then you're like trusting this person. With Paxful, you give up some KYC, but they act as an escrow. So everything's a trade-off. We just want to make sure people understand the trade-offs,
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the more technology is being built, the more different options we have. So the trade-off decision-making process can be much more nuanced, hopefully.
Yeah,
so.
The more liquid this gets, the more ever-present it gets, the easier it becomes to do non-KYC stuff. It's just that's just the flow. But if there's no one in your country that like if you live in Burma right now or Myanmar, like it may be hard to find someone who's willing to give you Bitcoin for your fiat, right, or vice versa. And a centralized service is very helpful for that. And you may decide it's your trade-off that you're making. You may decide it's worth it to sign up for that service. I don't know. And then it's about, again, the morals of that company. Do they then tell the government of Myanmar that you did it or not? I mean, it's unclear, but like we would hope not. But like certainly I wouldn't count on that. But I don't necessarily think they do that. Like there's a track record of tech companies. Obviously, if the NSA is coming after you, you're toast. But there's a track record of tech companies refusing that sort of activity or requests, like Google and all these companies, despite how intensive they've been with the surveillance state in their home countries. They've like refused requests from countries like Turkey or other countries to like do censorship or give up data. And I don't know. And even in America, like, look, there's a reason why Signal is based in America. Like, I don't know if you read what Moxie says, like how many times have they like said no to a request from the government? Like he actually publishes it. It's like crazy amount. And it's not like they have that much to give up in the first place, it's just metadata, but the government always is coming to Signal to ask them for stuff. And they say no all the time. And that's the beauty of living in America versus Burma, because in Burma, they're not going to be like, oh, you're going to say no? That's fine. We'll move on. No, they're going to come to your house and torture you until you give it up. So it's very, very important that people still appreciate that difference, even though all societies are imperfect, of what it means to live in a society that has some semblance of rule of law and freedom versus one that doesn't. I think that's very, very important to underline here. Like, it's no coincidence that the inventors of Bitcoin and PGP and Tor and Signal were like all likely in Europe or America. Like they were all in countries that probably weren't gonna like, and we did try to go after all those people. There's a reason Satoshi's gone, but like, there's a reason why Moxie Marlinspike's not in prison. Like we have certain rights here in America. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that is true. But then again, a shame when people like Ross Ulbricht get for a similar service completely demolished.
100% free Ross, but like it was easier for the U.S. government to make that case for Ross than someone like Moxie, right? There were some. This is a different case. You know what I mean? So
Very true.
Yeah, but I mean, look, and yes, all these centralized mixers, they're all going to get caught. Like that was a bad business model, but that's why we want the decentralized kind. So that's key. And in the US, I mean, you could actually look at the end of the day, like I think what the cypherpunks thought was accurate, meaning we can't sit around and wait for the government to like give us our rights. We actually have to just go and take them with open source code. That's the way to do it. Otherwise, we're just waiting around forever. And you have all these people who criticize the surveillance capitalist model and criticize Facebook and stuff. And what is their answer? Their answer is to regulate these private companies. And that's just not going to work. Like, that's not how you stop surveillance. That's going to just open up the door to more state surveillance. The answer is to use open source code and to make it so nobody can surveil you. I mean, that's the answer. So thankfully, we had the cypherpunks and we had Satoshi, and now we have a chance. So it's actually a kind of exciting time to be alive, I think. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and it's quite remarkable in hindsight, like the amount of freedom, especially that thinkers like the cypherpunks had, right? That were prerequisites for them to even come up with these crazy ideas, right? So it's quite beautiful to behold in hindsight.
Yeah, and I don't want to. I mean, clearly, like the U.S. government tried to stop public key cryptography from escaping into the world, and they tried to stop Zimmerman, but guess what? They failed. So and to the benefit of mankind. So again, here we are, and I don't think we can ever take any of these freedoms for granted. But Bitcoin allows us to have some of them in the cyberspace world, right? It allows us to have property rights. It allows us to have the freedom to send and receive and store and save. And that's now a possibility for anybody with internet access. And that's just really mind blowing. And I think that's, again, if you actually care about financial privacy, I would ask you to consider how you could contribute in some way to Bitcoin. Like, even if you feel like engineering wise, it's a lost cause, like, well, you know what? It's going to be around for a long time. And El Salvador is not the last nation state to adopt Bitcoin. And, Tesla is not the last Fortune 500 company to adopt it. Its attributes are too appealing to people. Like it's sound, honest money is going to catch on in a way that is hard for anybody here to even imagine over the next few decades. Like, it's so irreversibly going to change the world that I just would say that even if you're working on a different project, like, try to consider what, I don't know, 5 to 10% of your time would be like on Bitcoin. Like we could use the help,
Putting in 5% of your time is the same advice of putting 5% of your wealth and buying Bitcoin with that.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah,
sure,
you can be hedged.
It sounds good at first, right? But I mean, once you start it, very, very quickly, you're going to be at 95%, if not 100.
Yeah. So this is the thing that's being adopted by nation states and Fortune 500 companies, and we're just at the beginning here. And over time, again, people will seek this thing out as digital gold. But you know what? They're going to get the digital cash thing too. You can't separate the two. So let's try and make that digital cash piece as strong as possible. And I think there's tools on the table here for us to use even today that are quite powerful. I just think we should, it'd be awesome if we could get them into the hands of more people.
Yeah, for sure. And you're doing great work with funding and advocating for this development. So what are some of the articles that you're currently writing? What can we expect in the future?
Sure. I'm doing a fortnightly column for Bitcoin Magazine. Every 2 weeks, I write something. The last one was kind of a transcription of my interview with Jack Dorsey, which was really interesting. The next one is going to be about how people in West Africa are using Bitcoin to escape from colonial monetary colonialism, where the French government still controls like 15 countries from Paris in a very outrageous way. And they're fighting back with Bitcoin, which is really cool. So that'll be my next piece out next week. And I'll just keep going. I'm just trying to explore like the unbeaten path here of, monetary injustice around the world and how people are using Bitcoin to fight back.
I see. Very nice. So tell me a bit more about the monetary colonialism.
Yeah. So, as France decolonized from Africa in 1960, around that time, it tried to keep a lot of the benefits without the obvious political colonization. So basically what they did is they like made these agreements with all these local rulers that were now independent, that they still had to use the franc. And they called it essentially the acronym for it is the CFA. And basically France still controlled all the money. They printed all the money. They made all the notes and coins. All the countries in this arrangement, there's like 15 of these countries. There used to be a lot more. A lot of them broke away and paid a heavy price for that. But it was an arrangement where 100% of the reserves had to be stored in Paris. So like if you're a coffee exporter in Gabon or in like Senegal or Togo or wherever, like, when you sold your goods, like the foreign exchange, balance of payments increase would go up in an account in Paris, not locally. Now this was like slightly changed in the 70s, where they brought the central banks actually to Africa, in Senegal and Cameroon and Comoros, but you still had to give 65+% of your reserves up to the French, and they have discretion over that. The rest of your money, you could spend it kind of however you wanted to as a country, but most of your reserves, most of your savings as a country was at the discretion of the French, and they get to this day first right of refusal on any export goods, and they get to pay below market price, and they get first right of refusal on any contracts. So if you want to build a bridge or some sort of infrastructure, you gotta hire French engineers first, kind of at above market price, and then if they don't want to do it, then you go shop around. And the big excuse for this whole thing was that like it would be like the African nations would benefit because they'd get this low inflation rate tied to the franc and now the euro, whereby otherwise, oh no, you'd like fall into like hyperinflation or whatever. And that's just not really the case in terms of that being like a social goal. Like essentially what's happened is, yes, like all these countries have had this currency, so they've been restrained in certain ways and they've had low inflation, but not a single one of these countries is a democracy. Half of them are in the 10 poorest countries in Africa. None of them are in the 10 richest countries in Africa. And it's in a large part because of how constrained they've been. I mean, these economies are so constrained to like stay on this peg that they can't really create, the local banks can't create credit, like there's no loans happening, like there's no economic activity. It's very depressing. And they're all cut off from the outside world. Like basically if you have CFA francs and you like get on a plane and you go to America or Australia, they're worthless. Like no one will take them. You have to go through the euro. So there's seniorage at that level. So like France and the ECB continue to extract seniorage from these people. There's 3 times as many people who live in the French colonies today as there are in France. It's 180 million, it's like 60 million or whatever. And they continue to like be able to manipulate that system to get cheap goods, to print money to get cheap goods. Whereas the African countries can't do the same. Like they can't print money to get cheap goods, right? So it's just the continuation of slavery by other means, and it's really depressing. And some people are using Bitcoin to escape, to enter into a new money system that's not controlled by a colonial occupier. And I think that's pretty cool. You can't colonize Bitcoin.
Yeah, the world is sick because the money is poisoned, and Bitcoin is here to fix it all. Because the Cantillon effect is going quite wild, right? And
yeah,
if you live in America
that is
or
quite
Europe,
the Cantillon effect. That one is like the Cantillon effect on overdrive, the CFA.
yeah, exactly, right? And people living in Europe and America are for sure the benefactors, those who receive newly printed money earlier than others. right? So Bitcoin is a way to break the wheel and to move away from this perpetual theft from everyone to each everyone. Quite a bizarre system, but well, thanks to Bitcoin, we have a way to opt out. Alex, thank you so much for joining me today. That was a marvelous conversation. I enjoyed it quite a lot. Where can the people find you?
Thanks, Max. You can follow me on Twitter. DMs are open at Gladstein. You can follow the work at HRF at hrf.org. You can come be with us in person at the Oslo Freedom Forum event series. Next one's in Miami, October 4-5. We'll have a Bitcoin track. It's going to be a lot of fun. You can check that out at oslofreedomforum.com. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks again for coming on. And also a whole bunch of thanks to those people who make the show possible, especially Saxonet and BTC Paradigm who do the editing, Nubuntu who does the show notes, and Yegor who does the amazing artwork. Great crew. And of course, thanks to all the other contributors to Wasabi and all the other amazing free software projects. Keep it going. We have a bunch of stuff yet to build, but with people like you on board, well, it's a whole lot of fun. So thanks again and see you on the next show. Bye-bye.
All right. Take care.
Bitcoin Takeover Radio is brought to you by Voltoro, the gold and Bitcoin exchange. Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro. Grab your phone, use Blue Wallet on iOS or Breeze Wallet on Android, and scan the QR code on the webpage. So what are you waiting for? Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro, scan the QR code, and get that sweet pile of Bitcoin.
And let me tell you that we are really changing the world as we know it. The world is not anymore the way it used to be. No, no, no.
Bitcoin Takeover Radio.
What's up, peers, and welcome to Join the Wasabikas, a Bitcoin privacy podcast. And today I am joined by the one and only Jeremy Rubin, who has been contributing to Bitcoin infrastructure projects for quite some time, both in terms of vault constructions and congestion controls and sidechains and all types of crazy magic that we will talk about today, with a specific focus on Sapio, which is, well, almost a new programming language, somehow of a smart contracting vehicle that allows for interesting property rights to be defined and enforced in Bitcoin for sovereign individuals. And I think the mission of Sapio is absolutely fascinating, and we will get into more of these details right here on the show. As always, thanks to all the contributors who help out making this show possible. All the editors, Saxonet and Rafe, Nubuntu for the timestamps, Yegor for the artwork, and all the others. Toss us some sats with the Podcasting 2.0, newpodcastingapps.com to make this show even better. And without any further ado, let's get into it. How are you today, Jeremy?
Hey, Max. Thanks for having me on. I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself?
Oh, fantastic. And really excited to talk to you today, because even though I've been following you for a while and looking at the things and the magic that you build, just rather recently I stumbled upon the Sapio website and was absolutely blown away because, first of all, well, it's dark mode and that's a good thing. But then also the mission statement and the vision and the tools that you've been now building is quite substantial. So I'm very eager to get into the nitty gritty of this today. But before we get into Sapio, like what drives you to dedicate your time to building Bitcoin tools?
Yeah, that's a great question to start with. I think that Bitcoin is perhaps one of the most important technological revolutions in this modern era that we're in. And I can think of almost no better way of spending my time than driving it forward as much as I possibly can. A lot of the work in Bitcoin is not technical work, it's political work. I look at other ecosystems and communities, and I see maybe technical developments that are a lot more exciting. Things like zero knowledge proofs, or some of the DeFi protocols happening in Ethereum, I think are really exciting as well. And I look at Bitcoin and I go, wow, like we don't have any of that kind of things. I think that we don't need all of that. Some of it's kind of noise and not signal. But for the parts that I do think are legitimately signal, I want to see a path forward for Bitcoin to be able to adopt and supplant any of that and remain, the decentralized market leader that is going to be a currency for the entire world. That's sort of what drives me and why I spend my time on Bitcoin rather than getting into the shitcoins.
And what brought you to working on free software more general?
So with the development of Sapio, there's actually quite some period of time where it was not publicly released, and I was considering different ways of putting it out there. I think that there are a lot of challenges in building open source software for the Bitcoin ecosystem that make it difficult to both produce and monetize the technology. So I don't know if I would say that I am in open source 100% by choice. I think that there's also sort of a discrepancy between what is open source and what is free software and what is Libre software. So those are kind of three distinct categories. Open source is where you're able to see and verify the code for yourself. Free software, let's define it. This is not standard, but it's something that you don't have to pay for. And Libre software is software that you have liberty in how you use it and what it's able to do for you. I think all three of those are important goals. The difficulty comes is, sort of like how do you produce software? So for a while, I was looking at, well, for Sapio, what if I were to be able to monetize by saying, essentially everybody who isn't Coinbase can use it for free. And Coinbase has to pay if they're going to use it for something like some licensing fee. I thought maybe that's a reasonable way of monetizing. But as I sort of tested those ideas on the community, I received pretty harsh feedback that if I were to implement things that way, that not only would nobody use it, but people would go out of their way to re-implement everything that I had ever built and make sure that there was no way that I could ever monetize it. That's sort of negative, I think, overall. I think there's a reasonable way that you can do dual licensing where 99.9% of users have a completely free and Libre open source license to use, but you have like some set of actors who don't get that. I think that there are like reasonable things around that, but the community is, I think, pretty centered around everything has to be 100% open source Libre. And so I said, you know what, like it's not my role to change that norm. I will, go with what that is, because I think it's more important that I get out the software that introduces these capabilities and functionality for the entire Bitcoin community than it is that I'm able to monetize off of it. But that's sort of an important point, which is that the Bitcoin community absolutely needs to do better at monetizing builders in the space, because when you're trying to build the most radical self-sovereign software you can, there are a few ways that you are going to be able to insert yourself as a middleman into that. And the more that we do not provide a way of supporting people building that type of software, the less of that software will ultimately get built. So to me, it's a very important issue is how people are able to monetize, and something that as a community, we're not doing exceptionally well on today.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? Building software is crazy complex and very expensive, and it's difficult to find a revenue model so that people actually are willing to give up their precious Satoshis in order to get the software that you use. But there are, and of course, a revenue-driven approach is very, let's say, successful. I think especially because there's a feedback mechanism involved, right? If you're revenue-driven, then that means your clients actually value the stuff that you do, so you're on a good track. And on the other side of the spectrum, we would have some open sponsorship or donation grant, right, where maybe the feedback mechanism is a bit more deterred, right? But where do you see some other challenges in between the approaches, or maybe even some new approaches entirely?
Yeah, well, so Judica, which is the entity that I have that owns Sapio and its development, even though it's open source, at this point, is a C corp entity, so it's an investable thing. I do believe in capitalism. Like a lot of Bitcoiners, like they might think that the software will get produced as sort of an externality of capitalistic activity. But I think the point that you touch on around product market fit and saying, how is the software that I'm producing giving value to the clients? What are they willing to pay for? That is an incredibly powerful force that leads to like the production of high quality tools. So people paying for their tools is actually good, because when you have an entity that says, oh, we need to make stuff that's good enough for people to pay for it, that's actually good for getting things that are good. And without that, you have a lot of maybe things produced by scratch your own itch. So problems are only solved when somebody's motivated enough to solve it. And ultimately, like, I don't know what Coinbase internally wants. And with open source software, it's relatively difficult for me to have a commercialized relationship with downstream providers. So I think that is something that I'm sensitive to. The reality is, with the grant model, it's really bad for funding teams. I would really benefit from having a team of 10 developers around to work on Sapio. Like, it's a really big idea. There are a lot of things that need to go into it to making it the best possible tool. And there are different aspects that, as a solo developer, not only do I not have the time to develop all of those, but I don't have the skill necessarily. Like, I'm a pretty decent programmer and engineer. I'm probably worse than my credentials might suggest. But there are things that are like out of reach for me around like compiler internals that would probably take me years to be able to produce the thing. If I had a team working on it and the funds to afford a team, I would actually be able to get this to market a lot faster. As a lone mountain man style development, it's pretty difficult to afford the resources to drive that forward. So I think that's where I see the grant model as being good for some amount of independence, but it's very bad for allocating sufficient resources to realistically develop large software projects.
Yeah, and so grant here defined as basically you give someone money and a rather hands-off approach, right? With you just do something in general that will help the area.
Yeah.
But what do you think then, on the contrary to, for example, bounties that are clearly defined? This is the problem. If you find a solution, this is the amount of money that you get. And it could even be an open one, right? So that anyone who tackles the problem and solves it actually gets paid.
I think that bounties are a decent idea, but they're hard to practically implement. Where we've seen success in the programming field is bug bounties, because you can develop a bug and vulnerability, and then you can make a proof of concept and you can submit it, and it's pretty clear how to assign credit and attribution for that. On the other hand, even though you might hear people say like it's not a feature or not, it's not a bug, it's a feature. Like, bugs are not features. So feature development is a lot harder. If I were to say, hey, I need a type system for Sapio, and by the way, this is going to be something that's developed in the open, then what's to stop somebody from seeing all the research that happens in the ecosystem and then right at the last mile doing a hackathon for a week and producing a result and then stealing, all of the work? And so when you're trying to produce something in public, how do you end up assigning the final bounty for something? For example, let's say that there's a bounty for a new CoinJoin protocol, and somebody goes out and says, here's what we want the properties to be, but in order to claim the bounty, there needs to be an implementation. And then somebody spends like months developing a spec, and the spec is like really good. It's shared on the mailing list. Other people have put feedback into it. They did a ton of work. And then once that spec is basically implementable, some good developer says, okay, well, I implement it. Here's the implementation. I claim the bounty because I'm the one who satisfied the constraints. That's something that can happen in a bounty ecosystem. And that can be pretty damaging, I think, for how much time people are willing to invest into the bounties. So the bounties, I think, typically end up being much smaller in scope because it's hard to produce like significant works of engineering under a bounty model, because there's no guaranteed payout if you've been putting in the work.
Yes, that's true. And there are also 1,001 ways to implement a feature request, right? And so many different nuances that cannot really be anticipated up front. So what if you have a feature request in mind and then someone delivers an implementation that, is roughly there, but there are many other ways how you could have solved the same thing much more elegant? Right? How do you turn that person down? Is that even fair, right? Should the bounty be open until it's properly done? Who defines all of these things, right? Many open issues with bounties too.
Yeah, so I currently have one active bounty, and the way that the individual who set it up, first of all, it is a bounty that is only claimable by me. So that exists, and it's not a bounty for any specific implementation. It's a bounty for like the concept of something being available to the community, and it sort of is recognizing that it's based around check template verify, but it's recognizing that whether or not check template verify gets in to Bitcoin, which is still an open question, the entire ecosystem is benefiting from my advocacy for this general shape of solutions. So whatever ends up getting in, whether it's defined by me or someone else, it's going to be based on what I've done. And so I have a bounty that sort of recognizes that, but it's not claimable by anybody else. If somebody else were to say, "Hey, I made some tweaks to check template verify, and here's a better way of doing it," now do I get that bounty? Like they wouldn't, because it's based on my advocacy efforts. So I think that can work, but it's also very difficult for me to claim that type of income. Like it might take, and I hope not, but it might take 5 years to get check template verify through. So can I really feed my family on a bounty that is claimable with like 5 years of work? It's not even like a sure thing. Like that's a little bit difficult. So bounties, I think, are very hard for people to build reliable income on, and reliable income is pretty important to developers overall. They don't have enough. Like as a developer, you have like time for like 1 or 2 projects. So if you have bounties on both and both take years, like you might not be able to continue actually doing that work from a practical point of view, and you might end up taking a job doing something to fill your time rather than being able to actually dedicate your focus on Bitcoin.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And this is the difference between a capitalist and a laborer, so to say, in the classical defined sense. That the capitalist puts his own money up front, right, and he expends his cash today with the hope that tomorrow he's going to get some revenue in when he satisfies his clients. Right. While the laborer does not have that temporal investment. Right. The laborer gets paid today, and he is happy and can feed his family today. Right. He doesn't have to wait in the uncertain future until the profit maybe comes in and maybe not, right? So not everyone wants to be, and not everyone needs to be the capitalist in the sense that forgoes his today's consumption in order to invest this capital and hopefully in the future get a risky return, right? So finding some ways where, especially, let's say, artistical jobs, and I would say coding is an art form, is kind of removes that risk factor and reduces the uncertainty of the artists, so that they know, hey, I can be very creative and not need to worry about the cash flow right now, because I know that I'm taken care of on the financial side.
Yeah, so I think that gets a little bit abstract. Capitalism in general, I think we both believe is good, and more things should be capitalistic than not. I think where it's difficult is that Bitcoin is ultimately a platform for capitalism, and having people developing Bitcoin with capitalistic interest is actually bad for Bitcoin in certain senses. So an example of this is, let's say that I have 2 developers, one is a laborer, one is a capitalist, and both are trying to implement a specific feature into Bitcoin. One, the capitalist, looks at the problem and says, I know how to solve this problem in a way that I will be able to uniquely earn a profit over the next decade. And this is not inconceivable. One example of this would be, hey, I came up with a new signature algorithm that's really great called Schnorr signatures, and I've patented it. And Bitcoin can use the patent however they want. And we have a carve out that says only major exchanges have to pay a fee for using it. And that would be a way to say, okay, well, you're going to make a lot of money doing that because the exchanges do a lot of high value transactions. Good for you. Bitcoin probably shouldn't adopt that, right? And that's historically why Schnorr was not used in Bitcoin sooner, is we wanted to wait for the patents to expire. On the other hand, you can have the laborer, and the laborer says, hey, well, I was paid to develop this. It's a work for hire for Bitcoin, and this goes into the public commons, and it's done in a way that there's no encumbrances or any way of me monetizing. It is a platform for anybody to build on top of. And so that helps the ecosystem of Bitcoin be competitive and not have some sort of middleman to people's business. So I think that that's where there's sort of a mix where you want capitalism to be the incentive for using something, but anytime somebody's able to lock in a way of earning money by Bitcoin being operated, it sort of is a little bit negative for the ecosystem, because things should be done without middlemen. So that's sort of there's this like fundamental tension, and developers are definitely caught in the crossfire. If you remember, like the shade that Blockstream was getting with sidechains, it was Blockstream is developing sidechains specifically so that Bitcoin will not get any development effort inside of it, and all scalability will be pushed onto Blockstream Liquid. Therefore, there will be no transaction fees in Bitcoin. Blockstream is an attack on Bitcoin. That was the argument that was made. And Blockstream is going to develop this technology that's really good, but they're not going to be able to push it into Bitcoin because they're not going to make that effort, because they want to incentivize people to use their sidechain platform. These were like 2017 era attacks on Blockstream's business model. That was like the big meme, was the Blockstream business model. And there's an element of truth in that. Whether or not Blockstream as an entity had that intent at any point is not, my job to weigh in on. But what I can say is that there's definitely that sort of incentive space. You look at something like the Lightning Network and how collateral loaning is forming. There's an incentive to do this in a way that there's an ability to extract a rent on users of the ecosystem, rather than developing it in a way that has zero collateral requirements, or zero way of monetizing. I don't personally think that that's bad. I think developing things in a way that there's a possibility for a developer to monetize it is not only natural, but probably good, because we need to pay for the work somehow. But if Bitcoin does want an ecosystem which has zero middlemen anywhere, then we need to do a better job at investing capital into the platform itself, with no expectation of a direct return on it.
Yeah, and this is the other kind of crazy thing, right? Because usually venture capital is used to finance these recklessly edge case projects. But then again, these projects usually have some exit strategy, right? To make a public offering or to get sold out by a different venture fund, right? But well, with free software, there's very few exit strategies that actually make sense. Like, how did you consider that with Utica being an investable company?
Yeah, so the issue I think is less so exit strategy, more so moat. And a moat is, how am I going to be the only person who can do this? That is central to the exit strategy, but it's not. It's not necessarily like venture capitalists will continue investing in businesses that don't have an exit strategy as long as they have a moat, because eventually the company will have an exit. There'll be some way of going public or earning revenues, as long as there's a moat. And for open source software, putting a moat in is actually pretty bad. You can have network effects. So, for example, the Lightning Network has network effects. What's the moat for what if another payment channel technology comes along? Well, it's like, well, everybody already has the Lightning Network, and therefore people will prefer to continue to use the Lightning Network rather than something new. But anybody can provide liquidity in the Lightning Network. There's no exclusivity for Lightning Labs or for Blockstream or Async or any of the other Lightning companies. So it's pretty difficult that anybody will be able to actually capture the market share. That is sort of the major concern. And for smart contracts, for Judica, the things that I'm developing, there's sort of multiple layers. There's Sapio, which is sort of table stakes technology for the things that I want to be able to accomplish with Judica. It just needs to exist. It needs to be out there. I don't see there being any value in having a moat around that and saying that I'm the only person who can use this technology, because ultimately the ecosystem needs to adapt infrastructure very widely in order for it to be usable. So putting a moat around that would just prevent adoption. And right now I need to drive adoption. I'll figure out the exit later. That's sort of what I'm telling you, is that exit is less important than moat. What's the thing that you can do that you have a core competency in? And for Judica, I see that there being a couple things that I would have a moat around. One is expertise. That is something that is pretty difficult to build up, but it's not, it's not insurmountable. We've seen companies in the Ethereum space build up a reasonable amount of moat. For example, Open Zeppelin has a very good reputation in the Ethereum space because they've worked with a very wide variety of projects. They have standard contracts that everybody wants to use. So if you're using those standard contracts and aren't willing to pay for a sign off from the Open Zeppelin team, it's a negative indicator for developing a project in that space. Maybe Judica at some point plays a similar role where we say, hey, there's a lot of value we can provide by having us look at your application and audit it. Pay us for that. But services businesses are very hard to monetize in a venture-driven way. There are few and far between exits in that. Red Hat is the major one that comes to mind, or maybe MongoDB. But for MongoDB, they have like a better tier technology available to corporate clients. So I don't necessarily see that as a solid exit. What I do see as being possible is developing out, for example, DeFi protocols on top of Sapio, and then market making in that environment. But market making is a competitive thing, and anybody can show up with capital. So there might not be a long-term moat around that either. Ultimately, it's my job to find something that I can have a moat around. Maybe it's operating side chains, maybe it's something else. But for now, I'm more worried about the adoption phase. And that's something that VCs are generally good at as well, is growth at any cost. Growing, getting more people using things, and bringing new technology to the forefront. That's the phase that I'm in right now.
Very interesting. And yes, of course, right? This is we're all building financial technology here, and network effects are massive in finances, right? So to have that ability and to get more and more people involved is critical. So what are some of the strategies that you have now to increase the user base and interest of Sapio?
So I just put on a week or two ago this event, Pleb-Fi, at the Bitcoin Miami conference. It was like a satellite event. And for that, we had something around 80 people come through the day to learn about various things happening in the Bitcoin ecosystem, as well as sort of looking over our shoulder at what's going on in other spaces as well. And that was really successful, I think, in driving interest in how to use tools like Sapio or how to help mature them. So that was really important. We're going to have another iteration of that event coming up later this summer in Austin around BitBlock Boom. Austin is where the Pleb-Fi will be, and I think that the BitBlock Boom is actually in Houston, so we'll maybe have a bus for people or something. We'll figure that out, how we get people between them. But that's going to be really important for teaching people more about how they can use these tools and how they can think about applications. It's still a little bit greenfield to actually use Sapio in the wild. You can use it on mainnet today. Because there are certain features like BIP119 check template verify that are not yet available in Bitcoin Core. Ultimately, you have to make some different trust assumptions. You need a signing server to emulate the functionality. But as time goes on, you won't need those trust assumptions, and it will be easier and easier to deploy applications to mainnet with Sapio. So right now is the right time to get people involved and to learn from what people struggle with, and then fix those things and build more tooling. But it's pretty hard to sit in your armchair and say, I know what the perfect tooling is that everyone needs. It is this. I think that that's not capitalistic. It's not necessarily my job to tell people what they want. It's my job to listen to what people are struggling with and solve those issues in a compelling way. There is a little bit of the Steve Jobs effect where it's, if you ask people, what they wanted, they would say a faster horse. So I'm not asking people, hey, what is it that you want me to build for you? What I'm trying to do is get people to experiment, fail, learn from their failures, and solve the problem for them. But until I know what those problems are that they experience in actually building and deploying applications, it will be difficult for me to produce those toolings until I see people actually failing in the wild.
Yeah, and this failure is a critical part to the process, and good that you have it so deep in your mindset. And it seems to me that Sapio is somewhat of a like in that same line of reasoning, it's the result of looking at Ethereum and seeing there are many really cool things that can be built here, but there are also downsides, right? And trade-off decisions. And where did you see some of those like critical trade-offs? And how does Sapio solve these problems?
Yeah, so Sapio is existing in a very bizarre space of programming languages. It's really not like anything that most people have ever used before, unless you're maybe a programming language theorist or a electrical engineer. And there aren't that many of either of that group involved in like Bitcoin development. Essentially, for Sapio, what you are designing is not a program, but a circuit. And there's a little bit of a distinction between a program and a circuit. A program is, it could be many different things, but a program generally is something that is running in some environment, and it is, let's say it's an interpreted program. There's some code that's running real time with whatever information is coming into that program, whatever input is. And a circuit is, it's definitely a subset of a program, but a circuit is really like hardware. It's like we've put together these pipes and valves, and it's sort of fixed and defined ahead of time. And there's not, it's sort of bounded. It's fundamentally bounded. It has to fit within a certain area. And Sapio produces circuits. Programs, you can have memory. You can dynamically grow that memory, and you can have a program that does very different things depending on what the input is. But in plumbing, in a circuit design, the set of outcomes is fundamentally very fixed. And Sapio targets a very fixed type of program. And that is not what Ethereum tries to do. Ethereum with Solidity, it's very loose. There's lots of different things that can happen as long as you're paying fees for the storage you take up. Looks good. It can respond dynamically to new events that were not foreseen at the time that the programmer made it. It reacts to new contracts that exist, and you have to make sure that your assumptions in your contract are valid against all new contracts that could exist on the network. An example of this where that wasn't true is like flash loans. Like there were liquidity assumptions for a lot of DeFi protocols that nobody would be able to, for example, get infinite amounts of a token. But then there were tokens that said, well, actually, we allow people to flash loan as much of this token as we want. Or there are protocols that said you can borrow as much of our available liquidity as we have if you return it by the end of the transaction with a small interest rate. And that broke a lot of the assumptions that people made in that ecosystem. In the Sapio world, things are kind of fixed, and you don't have this sideways composability type of issue. There are benefits and costs to not having that, but ultimately for what I'm trying to do with Bitcoin is I am trying to move the window of possibility forward. I don't necessarily know that this is like the final resting place, but I think that I want to bite off a big chunk and chew on it. That's sort of the goal for Sapio, is to deliver a ton of functionality for people, let the market experiment, and where we realize that people want to do a specific thing that Sapio can't support, then we will expand that functionality further, or we'll try and come up with safe designs to do so.
Okay, that's so interesting. But where's the difference between Sapio and something like Bitcoin Script or Miniscript?
Yeah, great question. So Miniscript is actually currently a part of Sapio. With Sapio, you are defining a commute. And with Miniscript or Bitcoin Script, you're defining a key. And the difference is if you have a key, the key tells you that you can unlock your car or you can unlock your house. It tells you how to operate it. It's like a car, click the button, a key, put it in the lock and turn, a bus pass, tap it on the reader, right? That's a key. But it doesn't really tell you what you do once you've actually gotten that access. And a commute tells you, here are the steps. So for example, go to the train, tap your pass, enter and board the train. Take the train 5 stops. Then exit the train. Walk 5 blocks to your office, insert the key into the lock, turn it. That's a step-by-step procedure, and you can have forks in that commute as well. You can say, if it's a Tuesday, it's your day for donut day. So go to the donut shop, pick up donuts, and then go to the office. They will not let you into the office unless you come with donuts. So you can define different types of flows, and it's procedural and stateful. Step by step by step, you're doing something, whereas a key is sort of an atomic single action. Click the button, insert the key, turn it. And there's no statefulness to that, if that makes sense. Whereas a commute, there's an expression of what is the next step.
That's a very useful analogy. And so in your vision of Bitcoin, these two things are very separate. We have Miniscript for the keys and Sapio for the commute, as you say. But how does that compare to, for example, the Solidity language in Ethereum?
Yeah, so I think it's useful to go back to the plumbing metaphor. So imagine you have like a set of pipes, and then on those pipes you have valves and splits and things like that. What Sapio is defining is a ability for you to turn valves and decide where the water flows. And at the end of that period, some amount of water flows out. And maybe, if you just to kind of work with this visual metaphor, those like water wheels that kind of like turn for a little bit and then the water dumps out like a second later, like the water fills up and then the piece of bamboo like flows down and dumps a chunk of water. You can imagine that kind of stuff in this big pipe diagram. And that can sort of emulate things like time locks or other functionality. So Sapio is really defining this type of flow where the funds should go. And the very end result, there's a spigot and it goes into some predefined cup. And then whoever owns that cup can, take it and drink from it, or they could walk it over to another pipe and they could pour it into that pipe and see what happens. Or they could take it and pour it back in the same top of that pipe network and then let it flow through again. So that's sort of a little bit of a weird metaphor, but that's what Sapio is. And to compare to Ethereum smart contracts are a lot more like having a virtual assistant, and you tell the virtual assistant what things they should keep track of. And that pipe network is much more dynamic. So you can say like, hey, look, we have a certain program that we want you to run. Please run this program. And that assistant is going to check it against their internal logic and then execute whatever you've specified. But the set of possible outcomes, it's not like a row of cups and the water ends up in one cup. It's like somebody prepares your order and does what you've asked. And it could really be any type of outcome. They could do something very sophisticated. You could say, hey, look, I have a new cup. Please take this new cup and add a pipe to it that says, if we've waited 3 days, then put it in this, and then you could dynamically patch in this logic. So that's where it's a little bit different. You can have things that are recursive in Ethereum, so you can automatically have, once funds reach the bottom, you can have a pump that pushes the funds back to the very top, and that can happen infinitely. So like a perpetual motion machine. So that's sort of where Ethereum Solidity differs from what's possible with Sapio. Sapio is sort of like a fixed flow where you just put the things in and, it comes out. Whereas Ethereum, it's much more interactive. Like there's statefulness and you can add and subtract things while there's water in the system. And you can imagine this is sort of where there's a natural analogy for what the security vulnerability is. You can imagine that a plumber goes in to change out one of the pipes and doesn't have a valve closed off, and then water leaks out everywhere, right? And you've flooded the whole building. That can happen when you have this sort of dynamic logic where you can't verify the set of modifications that can happen on the running program, and that running program actually has money locked up in it.
Yeah, I see. So this is some of the, let's say, security benefits of having a bit more limited capability as Sapio does. But are there some other rationales why you chose down that more narrow path?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing is technically, what can we support in Bitcoin with minimal modifications today that gives us maximum power to define useful applications? And this is what I came up with. I personally think that there is space to have extended functionality in Bitcoin that goes beyond this, but it will take quite some time to prove that it's safe and will be, not used in negative ways in the network. So that will pan out over time. But for now, I think that this is like a very large and substantial chunk of software to work out how to use that later on can be patched to extend the functionality. So the way that it works right now, in the future, like we might be able to add things that get it closer and closer to what Ethereum implements and give Bitcoin users more and more power and sophistication. But I don't think that that means that we shouldn't do this right now, because this gives Bitcoiners an immense amount of power over their funds. And I have 4 verticals that I think are really important: decentralization, privacy, self-custody, and scalability. I think Sapio and Check Template Verify is an extremely critical part of that infrastructure and dramatically increasing all of those categories. So that's why I think it's like a reasonable enough chunk to carve out. There are more ambitious chunks to carve out. What I think Sapio and Check Template Verify specifically accomplish is punching very, very heavily above their weight for the amount of technical complexity they bring on. It's a very simple idea, a very simple concept that allows you to do quite remarkable things.
Yes, and let's get into Check Template Verify a bit later. And I think right now there's still one interesting point to cover, is that Sapio is, it's out there. You can use it, and it did not require any major changes to the Bitcoin consensus rules. Now it can be improved with further consensus changes, but ultimately they're not necessary. So tell us a bit more why that is and where Sapio actually sits in the Bitcoin stack.
Yeah, so there's essentially a trick that you can use where when you need a new opcode inside of a Bitcoin script, you can replace it with a set of keys. For simplicity, let's just talk about it being a single key. If you're going to be doing this once Schnorr locks in, you can have a federation that is built out for this emulation functionality, and it would be opaque to the the network what you're actually using. So I think it's safe to basically just think about a single key. So imagine that I replace an opcode with a key, and then whenever I want a signature from that key, I broadcast the transaction to it, and I say, please sign this transaction, but only if the transaction would be valid if instead of a key, it were this opcode. Does that kind of make sense? So what we're doing is we're saying we are emulating the functionality of Check Template Verify with some server run by either you and a counterparty or some other agent in the network who's ensuring the correct execution.
Aha, that's interesting. So you basically these spending conditions are not verified by the Bitcoin full nodes per se. They verify what they see, right? And what they see is a regular public key and signature. But that public key and signature is not from the ultimate user who has his funds locked up, right? But he instead trusts this other third party who owns that private key, or who knows that private key, and who commits to, who promises to only sign with that private key if this transaction verifies the spending conditions as if Check Template Verify or any other opcode for that matter is upheld. So here this external node or cosigner, so to say, is to be trusted that he verifies the new opcode conditions. And if that trust is upheld, and he only signs the transaction when the opcode is validated, and because other full nodes just verify the regular Bitcoin consensus, meaning check that signature, then it ends up being the same thing, right? That every full node verifies that signature, which means that the new opcode has been upheld.
Yep, you got it down to a T.
That's really genius. That's quite cool. Where's this used elsewhere?
Yeah, so I don't think I can claim that I uniquely came up with this concept. Maybe I came up with this explanation of it. But an example where it's used today is Blockstream's Liquid sidechain, where if you remember back in the day, they were trying to do a trustless two-way peg, but they ultimately couldn't come up with a sound way of getting that functionality into Bitcoin to validate another chain. And so as a result, the peg mechanisms are done using a custodial provider, essentially. And that means that those functionary nodes are essentially emulating if there were a way of actually validating the full sidechain data before it was possible. I think where this is different is this is a conception of emulating functionality that is not technically out of reach for Bitcoin that we actually know how to do. We perfectly could have check template verify, tomorrow in Bitcoin Core if it were, super necessary. It's not complicated. There's not any unknown science to it, but there's unknown consensus on if it's a good idea. And so that's where this type of Oracle server can be a good substitute for something else. And it's a general technique that I think could be used more broadly to drive feature development for Bitcoin. Is if you want a new opcode, well, set up a signing server and emulate the functionality.
Yeah, that's very interesting. This is a very permissionless approach, right? And I don't think that anyone could stop you from doing that.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, of course, it just all hinges on this one trust
Yeah.
facilitator.
And who do you want to trust? I personally don't really want to trust anyone. And as a result, I don't love this. I certainly also don't want to be the one running the signing server. There's legal risk in running a signing server because you could be seen as, let's say, a money transmitter. So I don't want to be a money transmitter. So I don't want to run the signing server for people. You could be, a target for hacking. People could say, if I get this, I'm going to be able to steal all this Bitcoin. So I'm going to try and hack the server. That's where you probably want it to be ultimately a federation, and you probably want some participants who are anonymous and nobody knows who they are, and you can only talk to them through the Tor network. You also might want to say that for any given protocol, let's say, between you and I, well, we'll just both run an emulating server and we'll reset our emulator after the fact and reset which key it's using. And then we'll delete that key. And so you and a group of counterparties could form a contract with a pretty simple, signing server technology. And then that would also work reasonably well. So that's something that I think there are different types of solutions that people might want to pursue for that. That's something where the market can probably figure out what trust assumptions people are willing to do. But ultimately, my vibe is fuck trust assumptions, build the technology in the most decentralized way possible. So that's how I want to drive things forward. And that's why I've been pushing for check template verify.
Yeah, I see. But at the same time, you don't let yourself be stopped just if the technology does not exist in Bitcoin consensus rules. You find a genius way to work around that and, provide further proof of concept that CTV is actually a good idea to follow down on.
Yeah, and I think the really important part of it in the Sapio story is that it does mean that you can use Sapio today. I was struggling to think about how can I advocate that anybody start building on Sapio. I mean, it requires technology that is out there. I talked to one very well-known venture capitalist about how to fund this work, and the feedback I got from them was, our fund thesis says that any company that requires changes to Bitcoin Core to ultimately succeed is uninvestable. That fucking sucks. And that's where, at that moment, I said, well, I need to make a part of the story for Sapio, how it can be used regardless of what happens in the rest of the network. And this provides a path for that. And now when I run a workshop, I can tell people, hey, look, there's a server in the cloud that I'm running that you could use if you want to and you're lazy. Otherwise, here is the command line program that you run in order to run your own server and connect it to your implementation of Sapio, and have at it. Do whatever you want. So I've been able to run, for example, congestion control trees on mainnet with no problem. And I have somewhere in the cloud a server that has a key. And I, when I'm compiling my program, it calls out to that server and it establishes signatures for the transactions that I want to run. The tooling is there for you to be able to define federations of participants, so you can define multi-sig federations as well. And it, it works well enough. So if you did want to really use it today, there are a few key properties that you can't get that I think are also very important around non-interactivity. Those non-interactivity guarantees are amazing. Like they let you do some really crazy shit that I'm really pumped about. So without it, like I think it is pretty like hampered. But if you just want to get the protocols going and you want to get proof of concepts online, and you're going to tell your users like, yeah, unfortunately you have to trust us for now, but here's like a 10 of 15 thing that's going to be signing off. Or actually you can use unilateral no, not unilateral. You can use unanimous consent federations. So you can use a 100 of 100 in the Taproot world signing server, and as long as they're all online when you're compiling your contract, then your contract will be compiled. And only if only if 100 out of 100 want to cheat you, then you'll lose your thing. So maybe that's a good enough trust guarantee for getting some protocols off the ground. I don't love that, but hey, it's a path forward, and it's a way of adding new functionality to Bitcoin without consulting the rest of the network. And once your new feature is widely adopted, you can say, hey, we want to delete our federation. Please replace it with an actual opcode.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So let's get into some use cases. Actually, first, let's define OpCTV. What is this Object Template Verify thing?
Essentially, Object Template Verify is the ability to commit to a transaction inside of the Bitcoin script of a coin. So what you're saying is like when I go to unlock this UTXO and spend it on the network, I've provided more or less the TXID of a specific transaction it can participate in. And if that TXID matches the TXID on the network, then that branch of the script will succeed. We're using a slightly modified TXID though. The TXID has certain pieces of information deleted from it in order to get around a hash cycle. So it's a little bit modified. But the effect is that if that branch of the script is taken, then there's only a single transaction that can inhabit the spending of that specific coin.
Okay, that's very interesting. So the script of a single UTXO says exactly inside of which transaction ID it can be spent. And that's interesting because a transaction ID can reference multiple things, right? There are different signature hash flags that can be set. And then, for example, all inputs are included or none, right? Or just some outputs or the amounts and such. But so how do these hashing flags change the whole equation?
Yeah, so technically CTV has kind of its own sig hash setting. And that setting is to hash everything that can change the TXID, except for the out point being spent. The reason why we make this restriction is that check template verify should work even if there's nothing like any preb out available. Any preb out lets you do some pretty cool things in the Lightning Network. It's also an upgrade coming to Bitcoin, baby, if the community wants it. But there are certain protocols where you might want to pre-sign a transaction based on a specific event that happens. And under that, you might need to know the exact TXID. And if you need to know the exact TXID, then you can rely on a chain of check template verify covenants not modifying the TXID at the end of it, if there is a single input along that entire flow. If there are multiple inputs, then because we don't bind the actual out point, well, then somebody could change change your thing, and they could change it without your permission. So that's where there's a little bit of an edge, but there's a set of sort of well-defined check template verify programs that use a single input per step. And those ones, it is impossible for a third party to modify the TXID. Therefore, you can depend on that TXID for example, like an HTLC.
Yeah, I see. And I mean, there come a bunch of like edge cases to mind. Like, for example, what if there are two separate UTXOs and each of them have in their spending conditions a object template verify with different transaction IDs, right? But I mean, there can be a double spend in that commitment transaction. If you get what I mean, right? That both of these transactions that are referenced could spend the same coins kind of twice.
Yeah. That's a great question. I call that the half spend problem. So there are interesting things.
That's a good name.
There are interesting things you can do with it. Like if you wanted to program with it, there are kind of cool things you can do when it's intentional. Like let's say I had two coins, both for 0.5 Bitcoin. They both have the same covenant, and the covenant says 1 Bitcoin comes out. So then you really have to find another person who's willing to, fill the rest of the funds. But there's sort of this edge, which is, well, what if they both have 1 Bitcoin? It's a 1 Bitcoin transaction fee. How do we preclude that from happening? The choice that I made in defining check template verify is that the input or the hash commits to the index that the covenant is being executed on. And so if you have two covenants and they're both saying that they've got to be at index 0, then they can't be spent in the same transaction unless you specified that this coin can be spent at index 0 or index 1. And then in the other one, you said index 0 or index 1, then they would be able to switch places if you wanted to.
So you can have that or condition though?
Yeah.
But where sits that? In the Bitcoin script?
Yeah. So in the Bitcoin script, and this is sort of like, how do you actually use check template verify in a real program? I think it's a little bit easier to imagine this in a taproot world where you have a tree of possibilities. Imagine each leaf of that tree says a different transaction.
Yeah. And of course, when you spend that coin, you must commit to one of these leaves. And then therefore you end up with only one transaction.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, that's fascinating. So now that we got a bit into how check template verify works, what are the cool things that we can do with it? And one thing you already mentioned is congestion control. So what's that all about?
Yeah. So if you go back and watch, I think it's like my BPace 2017 or something talk. That's the Stanford conference. It's now the Stanford Blockchain Conference. I talk about this idea of congestion control. And where I originally motivated it was I said, closing a Lightning channel can be expensive if you have a lot of HTLCs. What if you were able to close the channel and commit to the closing state, but then at a later block actually create all of the UTXOs needed to close the channel properly? That would give you a benefit in terms of being able to close even in times of high fee, and then just extract the HTLCs that are contentious or could fail. It's sort of a powerful idea that you're able to have a protocol and then choose which bits of state you're unrolling at any given time in order to respond to high fees on the network. This is actually I think pretty important. That was the original idea behind congestion, and I tried to do it a few different ways. The first way that I tried to do it was I said, okay, well, what if we just had covenants? People said, covenants are too powerful. And then I said, okay, what if we tried to have just emulator servers? And people said, well, just emulator servers are, too interactive and too trustful. And you're talking about ECDSA and no one wants that. And said, okay, what if I design this minimal opcode and then is really only trying to accomplish a very limited set of things, and we'll see what else we can do with it. And that's how I came up with check template verify in the first place. I presented it in May 2019 at Bitcoin Devs in San Francisco, and then there was a reasonably positive response to it at that event. It's Chatham House rules, so I can't say exactly who was happy about it, but people gave me good feedback that this is sort of in a reasonable direction. But there were a few things I had to fix with it. But the idea of the congestion control tree is relatively simple. Rather than getting into the nitty gritty of a Lightning implementation and how you'd have all the rules to do it there, I envisioned a world where an exchange wanted to pay out 100,000 users in a single block, and they did not have the ability to pay the fee rate that was currently prevailing. Because there's a lot of chain demand. It's let's say it's a run on all of the exchanges. It's proof of keys day, and everybody's putting their funds on their Ledger Nano and then, putting them back on the exchange the next day when they want to trade. So that was sort of the idea that I had in mind. How can I pay everybody all at once when maybe there's not even enough block space to cover a batch with all of those participants? It would have to go over multiple. Can we come up with something that would allow us to settle essentially an unlimited number of payouts at a time? And what I came up with was a tree of transactions. So at the top level, you have a single output that receives, let's say, 100 Bitcoin. And then it does a transaction that splits that UTXO into 4 pieces. And then each of those 4 pieces splits into 4 pieces. And each of those 4 pieces splits into 4 pieces. And you can kind of see this branching structure of these transactions. And then way down at the bottom, you would have individual leaves. And those individual leaves would be payments to specific addresses. So that's the idea of a congestion control tree, is that in order to confirm payments to everybody, all you have to do is create that single output. You just create that, and that spawns a tree. In order for somebody to verify that they have funds in that tree, then all you have to do is check that Merkle proof that there's a series of transactions you could broadcast that would get you funds. And so you check that and you verify that it's true. And then when you want to redeem funds for yourself, all you have to do is broadcast that to the network. And the length of that, this is where it's really important. And let's say you have 100,000 people and it branches with a factor of 4. How many transactions would you have to broadcast? And keep in mind, these transactions are 1 input, 4 outputs. So these aren't huge transactions. How many would you have to broadcast in order for anybody to be able to claim out their funds? It turns out the first person would have to broadcast 8 transactions. That's really not that bad, right? So you're talking about 8 transactions. Each one is relatively small. And then you can get your individualized coin out. So if somebody really needed their money immediately, it wouldn't be that much work for them to be able to get it. How much would the next person need? This is a powerful idea called amortization. Each subsequent withdrawal reduces the amount of work that has to be done for another group of that network. So if the first person does 1 transaction that expands out to the top level 4 people, then the next subsequent person doesn't have to do that first transaction because somebody else already did it. So the next person only has to do 7. And then it sort of splits. So there's after one person does the top 8 transaction, then 3 of the participants have to do 7. And then down that tree, then 3 of the participants have to do 6, so on and so forth. And the total overall work for the entire network is essentially constant. That it is a factor of, with a branching factor of 4, I think it's like 25% more transactions than if it were individualized, or 25% more block space. And so you get this decongesting effect where you can wait to do those transactions until there's a low fee period. And it puts a back pressure on the network as well, because why would you want to pay transaction fees for something that's not urgent when you can just wait for somebody else to do it if they're more urgent than you? So it puts a back pressure that people are incentivized to wait longer for somebody else to pay the transaction fee for you. So I thought this was a really good mechanism that could be an important part of the Bitcoin in the future, where this congestion control would help suppress volatility in the mempool and give people full confirmation while making them wait for redemptions.
Yeah, that's fascinating on so many levels. And one thing to point out is that even though the relative fee rate, so to say, can be meddled with here, right? So that when the fees are currently high, you just publish that commitment output, so to say. And then later when the fees are low, you publish the rest of the transactions. However, the issue is that the total transaction size in virtual bytes of such a tree structure is much larger than if there were only one transaction making all these payouts, right? The same reasoning as transaction batching, just alone for having the transaction headers, right? Let alone UTXO size growth and such. Where do you think that trade-off between higher total size but potentially less relative fee rate, where's that pressure here?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And there are some interesting design spaces around this. One thing that I designed CTV around was compressibility. This can't happen in consensus, but it can happen on broadcast layers or on other layers, which is that in order to verify a payout through this congestion control trade mechanism, you actually only need like the Merkle leaves of that lookup path, and the transactions themselves, because they might be deterministic, those can be basically pruned because you know exactly how the transaction rolls forward. So there's some amount of pruning that can happen because it's deterministic function computed on the leaves. So just given the leaves, you're actually able to prune out a lot of that state. That's pretty complicated. I think that that's like something that would happen in like, decades from now, that people would do this as an archival thing. They would identify this pattern and then they would prune out the state that you don't need. But the more general question is like, does this actually improve things, and or how much worse does it make it? And ultimately, there's not a single answer because there are multiple scenarios where it can be more or less beneficial. One thing that I would give as an example: what if instead of this tree structure, what if I just have a single hop? Let's say I'm paying 100 people, and then I have a single compressed transaction and then a single expand transaction. I can give those 100 people full confirmation, right? Where everybody sees that single output guarantees that there's an expansion that pays out to all 100. And the total overhead is insanely small, right? It's one transaction divided by 100 outputs. So it's a really negligible amount of overhead for the entire thing. But now when fees are really high, I can get all of those things confirmed and then wait until fees go down and actually save a pretty amount of money on the fees. And I'm using just negligibly more block space. So I think you can, and basically by increasing that number of what the radix is, whether it's 4 or 100 or 1,000, you can get that amount of overhead arbitrarily small. The other side of this is that the overhead is a constant factor. It is not a asymptotic factor. It's just basically if there are n people getting paid, it is k times more than if you just did the naive batch. Like it could be log n, for example. Like because it's a tree, you might think that it would be like n log n, but it's actually just a constant factor. So it's not as bad as you might think. The other side of it, and this is like a very niche thing, is that I kind of roughly proved in a simulation that for batching, if you know that you have different customers who have different levels of priority, batching is irrational. The logic behind this is that let's assume that I have tier 1 customers and tier 2 customers. Tier 1 customers want transactions confirmed in the next block. Tier 2 customers want transactions confirmed in the next week. Is it rational for me to put them in the same batch? It is not, because for that block space consumption, I have to pay the highest fee rate any of the customers needs for that batch. So naturally, as a business, when I have different priorities for outgoing payments, I will need to split them into 2 distinct batches. Now, here's the niche property that I proved, which is that if you want to pay out to multiple batches with different fee priorities, check template verify ultimately allows you to do that from a single output, and that reduces the total amount of bytes that you are using for the protocol because it reduces the amount of signatures and transactions that you have to do. So overall, even though you are seemingly using more block space, what I proved is under rational circumstances, you might already become a larger consumer of block space, and check template verify allows you to utilize that space more efficiently.
Yeah, that is really interesting. And because in this OpsCTV, if you have this tree structure, right, how many transactions you individually have to make to get that final settlement depends on how many of your local peers in the tree kind of already made other transactions, right? And then here, so you might even be able to, when you construct this first commitment output, to order the time preference of the receivers so that they get to be localized as well. Does that make sense?
Yep. And there is, and I wrote code for this at some point that I could revive. There are a lot of different types of programs that you might want to optimize around. One is, let's say that I know the priorities of my users, but they're not paying me extra for service, so I'm not going to give them priority position. There's like priority boarding on an airplane. I might want to smear around everybody and guarantee that there's one high priority person in each bucket so that there is maximal sort of dispersion of people willing to drive the entire tree to progress. Or I might want to bucket people who are of similar priority together and say, well, I've got 4 high priority users. Let's bucket them together because then they'll share and they'll amplify each other's priority. So there are different ways that I can do that depending on what my incentive as the payer is or what my clients expect. I don't know. I haven't proven like what is optimal or perfect, but there are definitely different design spaces in how you sort the users into the tree.
Yeah, fascinating. And I think a lot of optimizations can be done with this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, fascinating. And
I guess the one addition that I would add on to that is that there's also a notion of like how big should each node in that tree be, because then there's a question of like how much individual culpability does each entity have. So if you did like the branching factor is like 100,000, then for the first person who wants to get out, it's just going to be ridiculously expensive. And so I actually proved that radix of 4 is optimal as a balance of the amount of block space required by any individual is optimized at radix 4, that they have the minimum amount of extra shit they're paying for.
That's interesting. But still, how much is the average using paying extra for the scheme? I mean, it's difficult to say, right? Because some users will pay much more, while some users will pay almost nothing.
Yeah, and I guess the question is paying more than what? So one example, and maybe this makes sense to get more practically applied for Wasabi. Let's say that this is done in a coin join. This makes coin joins really freaking cheap to do, right? And there's a trade-off, which is that now you're going to leak some information about priority because it goes into a tree, and whoever comes out first, like obviously had some more priority around it, but they're now essentially really cheap to do. Just to do the join itself is O of inputs plus 1 output, rather than being O of inputs plus outputs desired. So join protocols can get a lot cheaper in terms of spot demand. And here's the question. Let's say that you are a high priority user trying to mix with low priority participants. Then when you go to child pays for parent out of your thing, you have to child pays for parent bump the entire O of N coin join. So it's a lot more expensive for you because you're going to be creating everybody else's outputs. And so under that model, it's cheaper for you because now you're just paying for your lookup path, which is log n. So you're paying actually quite a bit less in this model for a larger coin join, which gives you more anonymity, even though you're leaking that you were a priority user. So there is actually, for a lot of users, I think that this type of technology can decrease fees, even though the overall aggregate fee revenue for miners would go up. It's sort of like a weird mirage. For users that are low priority, they're also not paying more because they're just waiting. So it's sort of interesting. Like more money is coming out, but it's not really clear exactly who it's coming from because everybody independently, feels like they're getting a slightly better deal. It's sort of like in the middle, people are paying a little bit more, and that integral over all users produces more block space and more fee revenue, but also a healthier mempool backlog because there are more things you have sort of that infinite backlog at 0. Where you have a lot more people who have full confirmation, but when fees are low, they're going to be more aggressive about trying to fill that space. So I think that that's also a positive effect for the network. The other impact where it causes less fees to be spent is under replaced by fee. If you imagine that you have a batch with, let's say 100 outputs, and then you replace it, you have to pay higher absolute fee and higher fee rate in order for your transaction to go through. And that means that it's very expensive to replace something with a lot of outputs. Whereas with Check Template Verify, these protocols where you're paying a lot of people and you're doing replace by fee, now you're only replacing a single output. And so you're paying a lot less per incremental transaction. So replace by fee protocols also get a lot cheaper.
Yes, but replace by fee also changes the transaction ID, right? So that will mess up the script itself. Or maybe to more generally phrased, how do you actually pay for fees in this? And do you need to figure out the fees at the time where you create the commitment output?
Yeah, so those are two very separate questions. So that's let's start with like the first one, which is replaced by B changes the transaction. It changes the transaction, but we're talking about the initialization of the protocol. So what we're comparing is, let's say, a coin join where you pay out to 100 people, right? And it's a single transaction, to a payout to create a tree that pays out to 100 people. So you're not changing the like, and then let's say you're adding one more person in or something like that. So with Check Template Verify, you change the output script, right? So you're actually paying into a different protocol because you're adding a new user. And then with the sort of online batching protocols, you end up paying quadratically for fees because you have n people, and then you add one more, you add n more over time, and then you're paying n times n in terms of each transaction where you add people. So that's sort of the comparison, and the TXID changing in this case, because it's not a part of CTV and the inputs being spent, you're not violating the property that I gave you earlier, because this is in the input space of something that was not previously in Check Template Verify. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see.
And then in terms of the fees, that is one thing that's a little bit unfortunate, is that you cannot modify the fee rate. Asterisk. There are a few cases where you can. With Check Template Verify, you're locked in with whatever you initially set. This means that Check Template Verify generally assumes that you're going to drive progress using child pays for parent.
Mm-hmm. I see.
And child pays for parent has issues. For example, pinning is an issue. So you can get stuck. I've been working over the last year or two on how to fix the mempool to provide a non-DOSable interface for Check Template Verify contracts. Unfortunately, like, that's been progressing pretty slowly. I have a lot of ideas. You can special case some types of Check Template Verify contract because you can bundle them together. So there are some properties that, if you have a well-formed Check Template Verify tree, you can compress them into a single mempool entry. That's pretty sophisticated to do in the software, so that's not really proposed right now. There are also some proposals that I have around this sponsors opcode that would allow you to make an independent transaction that drives progress forward for an arbitrary other protocol. I think conceptually it's a good idea, but it's a long way for that actually being possible. So there are some issues. What I can say anecdotally is, like, I did a Check Template Verify tree using Sapio and emulation on mainnet. And what happened is the initial transaction or two went through and the rest got stuck. And then, a few weeks later, there was that period where there was like 1 sat per VByte or something, and then they all cleared. So it does work conceptually. Wallets know to like rebroadcast their stuff on some frequency. So it does kind of work in the current architecture for this stuff. But yeah, paying fees is a little bit problematic if CPFP is not reliable.
Yes, and to add on top of that, again, child pays for parents increases the total transaction size, right, and therefore also the fee burden.
It doesn't. It does if you're talking about anchor outputs. So anchor outputs would increase the total overhead. My guess is that if you added anchor outputs at each branch with like an opt true so that anybody can spend it however they want, it would probably bias the optimal radix towards like 5 or 6 for the branching factor. But the actual overall overhead of that is still constant because the number of nodes in the tree is a constant factor more than the number of total leaves. And so the overhead is still not super substantial. The other side of it is that if you are able to broadcast to your leaf, then you don't need any anchor outputs in your protocol. And it's not, you don't CPFP to get progress because you're already fully confirmed. You only CPFP when you're going to spend. So it's kind of like when you're going to try and make a new payment, you have no need to try to CPFP just to confirm funds. And this is in contrast to the existing status quo where when somebody pays you and it's not enough to go through, right, then you're not fully confirmed. So you actually rationally will CPFP up until like, let's say you're getting paid by somebody who you have no idea why they're paying you. They're just sending you money. You will rationally CPFP up until only earning 1 Satoshi out of that transaction, because otherwise they can just double spend you. Whereas with CTV congestion trees, you know that you're fully confirmed, so you're not anxious. And there's also another reason that I can get into, which gets into sort of like another use case, which is the Lightning Network, is that actually you can get paid into a non-interactively constructed payment channel between you and another counterparty. And so you might not even need to ever expand until somebody else does, as long as you're able to operate that payment channel. So you can immediately, even though the UTXO is not fully confirmed, you can immediately use it as a fully functional payment channel.
Oh yeah, that's also interesting, right? Because the funds is quote unquote virtually committed to in the blockchain in this commitment output, and even though the actual channel outpoint is not yet there, in theory you can have it. But so yes, you can open this channel, but what if you would, for example, want to close it again? Yeah, then you need to fill up the tree and make the progress until the actual UTXO comes out, and then also close that channel in a follow-up transaction.
Correct. And in that case, it is like logarithmic growth. So, maybe like an interesting exercise to do is, why don't you tell me a total number of transactions that it's acceptable in the worst case for somebody to experience? Just pick a number.
The total number of transactions before you actually get the coin on the chain, right?
Yeah. Just pick a number. Like let's say it's 8. Like 8 is the number. That's the number from earlier, so that's easy. That means that you can pay in a batch 100,000 people, and the worst case person is going to have to do 8 transactions in order to get their payment channel removed completely. It's actually a little bit better than that, because each payment channel has 2 parties, so 2 people got paid. So really, that number is 200,000. So if paying 200,000 people, in worst case, you have to do 8 transactions that are size 4 outputs each in a single input. So essentially, that I think that comes out to like something like 250 bytes. I could be a little bit off on the math. So what you're talking about is worst case, you have to do 2,000 bytes into the network in order to get your payment channel opened fully.
Yeah, but again, like in the meantime, I can already send and receive payments, right?
Yep. So you don't have to open it until you have to cooperatively or uncooperatively close that channel, right? As long as you're cooperating, you don't need to close it.
Yeah, exactly. And then how about those timeouts, right? When do the timeouts in Lightning actually kick in? Because the token is not yet there.
Yeah, so the timeouts can all be done relatively. So they don't start until you actually open the channel.
And since it's not open, at least not directly on the blockchain, although it's committed to open on the blockchain, so then you cannot do uncooperative closes in that time, right?
So yeah, it would. So the protocol for doing it is essentially you have a channel that is I have a diagram of this that maybe you can put in the show notes. So in order to do a non-interactive channel, essentially you move a coin to an address that has 2 possibilities. One is you cooperative close, so 2 of 2 signature, or there's a check template verify that sends it to some transaction B, where that transaction B creates an output that can close either 2 of 2 cooperative or CTV with some transaction C. Transaction C has a relative time lock that says that it takes 2 weeks from the creation of B in order for that to be able to be broadcast on the network. The other 2 of 2 is used for your channel updates. And so essentially what that looks like overall is that when you create this channel in the tree, it is sort of in this nascent state where you're able to sign all of your like channel updates and payments back and forth with your counterparty, but there's nothing that can be broadcast to the network immediately. And it's only once the channel is fully expanded out to the network that the timer starts for that that uncooperative close. And here's where the really important property is. The uncooperative close, that timer only starts once one of the parties claims that they're starting an uncooperative close. So it's not like once the channel is expanded out, then like, oh no, now the clock automatically starts ticking. It's once one of the counterparties claims that they're doing an uncooperative close, then the 2-week timer starts.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. And again, it removes that main issue that you're still waiting for a long time to actually get that coin on the blockchain, which you can spend alone, right? Well, but if you have a Lightning channel, you just pay away instantly.
Because you can immediately start using it. And this is where, like, if you'll let me get like super excited, this is where like things start getting really cool. One thing is, imagine that you want to do this from a coin join protocol. Well, now in that coin join, you can have everybody creating Lightning channels, and you can do it in a way that doesn't like reveal that you're doing a channel setup, because all you have to do is create an address that maps into one of these non-interactive channel setups, and then it's essentially insured. And with Taproot, if you cooperate to close, then nobody finds out that you have even had a channel hiding under there. So in the non-interactivity means as long as the correct amount of money goes to that address, like you've successfully created a channel. That's really powerful. The other point that makes this like really exciting is, imagine that you participate in coin joins regularly, and you have a number of channels. Well, what you can do is you can essentially swap channel by channel in order to get all of your funds available only in a single redemption. So let's say that I had like N payment channels. Let's just use 2 actually for simplicity. Let's say I've got 2 payment channels. What I can do is I can route all the funds so that I saturate on one of those payouts. So then, rather having to redeem 2 different branches of a tree to get my money out, I can saturate one of my channels, and then I can just redeem my funds in a single payout. Now imagine I have N payment channels. Now, depending on how much liquidity I have in each of them, I can try to saturate one of the links and then claim out a single one. This is a really, really powerful concept where, by deferring the creation of these outputs, I actually have an opportunity to reduce the total amount of chain work that I'm doing.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I mean, I think the possible use cases for this are, well, quite large. But doesn't that kind of make you afraid too, right? Because there's so many things possible. How do you know that there's not some edge case that is actually very dangerous here?
Yeah, I mean, that is a great question. The answer is basically fewfold. One is that check template verify is already very easy to emulate with a signing server. So the only thing that we're changing with check template verify is a trust assumption. Does that make sense as to why, like, if you were worried about what can check template verify do, it's really nothing that can't already be done by having a signing server. So what's the problem?
Yeah, but I guess that's somewhat a very general counter argument, right? Because a lot of things are possible with signing servers.
Yeah. So let me give you why this in particular is not concerning. Check template verify, all it does is check a hash. It is O of 1 work. The hashing algorithm that I chose does caching, so that even if you had a million check template verify opcodes in a row, it's not going to cause that much additional hashing to happen. There's no quadratic hashing attack. Outside of that, there's not much else that can happen. It's not like it can accidentally take quadratic or exponential runtime to validate. It's really a simple hash check. So there would have to be a lot of other things broken in Bitcoin if check template verify were to be broken in that way. Like we probably would have a lot of other vulnerabilities in how we're doing hash computation currently.
Yeah, I see. Right. So it's yet another very simple building block. And then because it's such a simple building block, a lot of things can be done with it. And that's both reassuring, right? Because the actual building block is quite simple, but still scary because so many things are possible.
Yeah. And I think that that's where, like, it's both exciting and scary. That you're absolutely right. Like, Sapio was built specifically kind of as an answer to a challenge. Like, I had all of these ideas in my head and a lot more, actually. We've mostly been talking about like privacy and scalability. There's also self-custody and decentralization, that they're really important applications too. But I had all these ideas like specced out. You can see on the utxos.org website all these different use cases. And a lot of people didn't actually believe me. They're like, yeah, you're just saying that it solves everything, but like, where's the actual running code for these things? And as I tried to build out these applications to show people, I realized I was writing the same thing again and again. And so then that's why I made Sapio. I said, look, there's general purpose tooling that can be built in order to show people how to build it, but actually make working applications for any of these use cases. And Sapio kind of crossed that chasm of like, oh shit, you can actually do a ton of experimentation on this platform, and you can build really incredible things. So yeah, it is exciting. It is scary. I would say that if this scares you, you should be just as scared as Sapio with mainnet and signing servers as you should with check template verify rolled out. Because like it or not, this stuff is here.
Yeah, the beauty and bane of permissionless, the nature of Bitcoin.
Exactly. I mean, try to stop me, you can't.
Exactly. Yeah, this is fascinating. So, just to confirm, are there any other interesting use cases for object template verify in the CoinJoin example, or is it just again that congestion control?
I think that it's mostly congestion control. I won't say there's not other things that are cool too, but none of them immediately come to mind. So I think that that's probably fine. The congestion control is, making it cheaper and more cost effective, no matter what the prevailing fee rate is to do a coin join when you need one. I think that that's probably the main sell.
Yes, yeah, that's true. And again, one of the biggest downsides of CoinJoin is its large on-chain footprint. And to be able to reduce that burden, especially for some relative percentage of users who have that high time preference, it's extremely interesting. I would just have to do a lot more thinking on how the actual privacy of the privacy threat model changes when you split up users into different batches of withdrawal priorities. And especially, what if they remix, right? So what if you wait a couple and then eventually your spending transaction is actually a remix and a new coin join? Lots of nuances here.
Yeah, so that actually brings up two sort of interesting points. The first is, privacy. It's worth very careful consideration before doing this. There are ways that you can still benefit from the congestion control that do not affect privacy. My hunch is that spending priority is something that coin joins already leak because you can already see who spends first. So I don't think that there is fundamentally new information that is leaked. It just seems like there is new information that's leaked because really there's a bigger difference on chain, but I think it's already information that's leaked. The other side of that is, well, what if somebody remixes into another protocol? That's something that is a general purpose thing that's kind of cool in check template verify with Sapio, is that there's a certain point where I think I said in the metaphor at the beginning that you're filling up these cups with water and eventually you take the cup off the table, right? And you've got a cup of water, and what you do with that is your business. Sapio does have tooling that helps you express what should happen with that water. And so what you can say is you can say, hey, look, this is a glass of water. You can really do whatever you want with it, but we highly recommend putting it back into the same protocol again or into some other protocol. An example of this would be, imagine I express in Sapio a federated sidechain, and ultimately, the federated sidechain allows for some set of signers to remove funds from the protocol. Sapio can help you express that you receive a request from a user, you validate it against your database that it's a valid request, you update your database, and then the remaining funds go back into the federation. Sapio can express that logic of what should happen. So if you are a coin joiner and you are saying that, look, I'm just a market participant, Sapio can help you express that logic of you receive funds out and then you put them into a new coin join again later. So that's something that you wouldn't be locked into that, but you can get help writing the logic that makes your coin join market making bot run.
And again, right, as soon as we have channel openings in coin joins, I think then that shows even more the power of the congestion control of coin joins with non-interactive channels being opened. That's shaping up to be very complex and interesting, and I'm sure we can build a bunch of fascinating things with it.
Yeah, and I think one of the main things that I really like about the non-interactive payment channels inside of congestion control trees is that like the non-interactive channels themselves are a standalone interesting protocol. Even outside of a congestion control tree, it's kind of cool that if your keys are offline, I can initialize a channel for the both of us. Like that's actually pretty innovative, just alone, because right now we both have to have a key online, right, to sign off on the recovery path. CTV gets rid of that, and Sapio makes it easy to write the code that expresses that logic. What's also very neat about that is you can initialize channels into arbitrary sub protocols. So that's a little bit of a mind bender, but imagine that I initialize a channel with a federation. And then if the channel, let's say it's a multi-party federation with like 100 people and one person is paying into it to initialize it, or maybe it's constructively built kind of like within anyone can pay until you have enough funds. So anybody can pay until there's enough funds. We don't care who's providing which input, but and it opens up a payment channel between all of us. But then the contested case, which any of us can initiate, pays into a congestion control tree, right? So you've nested the protocols inside of one another. And imagine you come up with a DeFi protocol based on Sapio. Well, you could open up, for example, an option contract as the initial closing state of your contract. So you could have some Oracle protocol, which says, based on the price of gold, you get a certain amount of Bitcoin. And that could be the initialization of the payment channel. So you can put arbitrary things inside of other arbitrary things. Sapio makes it really simple to be able to express that general purpose logic of the default closing case of a channel might be some other protocol that I'm interested, and I can make it in a non-interactive manner.
Yeah, nesting things, turtles all the way down. I'm sure this is going to somehow break the universe, but so far it still works. Yeah, it's fascinating magic that you're building on, and we mentioned. Yeah, I was just curious if there are any big broad topics that we have not yet spoken about that you would like to mention about all of these conversations.
Yeah, well, I think to just put a specific keyword to that concept I just introduced, it's composability. It's a major topic in Sapio, which is how do we reuse effort? It's sort of the entire reason for Sapio existing is you can make all these protocols as one-off things, but how do we reuse effort? And as we reuse effort, how do we make things that can integrate with one another? That's something that's still developing and expanding what that means. But it's really important for Sapio because what I want is to be able to develop standard purpose contracts, for example, non-interactive channels or wallet vaults or anything else for that matter, where you are able to take components that exist and pick and choose and compose. That's something that Ethereum and Solidity are kind of magical around, is that you can compose things pretty neatly. Like, let's say that I have a special purpose governing DAO that is holding some Ethereum, and then I want to deposit that Ethereum into Uniswap with some other token that we have. Like, all of that just kind of works, even though Uniswap had no idea at the time that they wrote it that you might want to do this thing in the future with this weird DAO. I really want to see the ability for me as like a wallet developer to say, hey, look, we developed out this wallet vault application, and you can pick your own cold storage application. And then you just seamlessly plug in your cold storage application, and it knows how to message pass between one another to construct the entire protocol, and everything kind of just works. That's a level of magic that I think is in reach right now, but it requires a development of these types of standard components and frameworks at a layer up. And so that's something that I'm really excited about, is that composability, because I think that that's the point where people can really start building, the money Legos world, where you're not on the hook for every little bit of the protocol you're building. You're just on the hook for the unique magic that you've developed.
Yeah, and this is again very similar in the vision to Miniscript, right? To have these building blocks that are modular and that work well with each other. That's a nice vision. Maybe along that line, this is also quite similar to the Rust ecosystem, right? Great modularity and composability. Maybe go a bit more into these details, why you chose Rust as a programming language for Sapio.
Yeah, so originally when I made the prototype of Sapio, I did it inside of Python. And the architecture of it is basically the same as the current Rust implementation. And that was because I had this concept of I want it to be really simple to deploy. It should be an environment that everybody already has on their computer. And I want things to be very easy for developers to get a hold of. And I kind of hit a Tower of Babel moment where the Python code was getting just hideously complicated, and it wasn't fast, and changing things. It was really hard to detect how changes in one part of the code affected another part of the code. And I felt like it wasn't yet collapsed, but it was imminently going to hit complexity collapse. And I would make something that was not secure and would result in people losing funds. And so I took a couple months to re-implement everything in Rust. And that was challenging in part because, getting the exact match for the behavior that I built out in Python was pretty difficult. It was a little bit sad because going from Python to Rust means that you're adding another compiler pass into the mix. Now you've got to compile these programs, whereas previously you could just run them. So that's a little bit less user friendly. And Rust is not as widely adopted in the world as Python is. So I felt like I was going to be cutting out some users. But what I felt is that for the type of users who want to develop and deploy Bitcoin smart contracts, learning Rust is a pretty small obstacle to overcome. And ultimately, it will make the writing and development of these contracts much easier because you'll be automatically insulated from different types of issue. And I don't mean the memory safety, because ultimately for a lot of them, memory safety is not terribly important because you can run them in their own module and just pass the arguments to. But the reason why Rust helps is the type system is really sophisticated. So when you're working on a state machine, Rust has type level state machines that you can do that ensure that your state transitions are valid at compilation time. So that was a really powerful tool, and I used that pretty heavily. So being in Rust, I think was really good. In terms of not being a standalone language, I wanted people to be able to benefit from all the tools available in the Rust ecosystem and to be able to deeply integrate Sapio contracts into Rust applications. And so that was also a natural choice. If I had made my own standalone language, kind of like how Miniscript is in a sense, where, okay, well, you pass a string of stuff to a Rust Miniscript compiler and it gives you a result back. That felt like it would make the things that you can express inside of Sapio too limited. For example, in Miniscript, I can't write that a public key should be downloaded from the network. So I can't write inside of Rust Miniscript hey, download this key from the network. You actually can do something like that. There's an API for translating keys from one key language to another key language that in theory could work for functionality like this, but it's not Miniscript is not a general purpose programming language. So you can't do loops, for example. You can't say do some computation to determine the structure of this thing. Whereas in Sapio, because we have a full-fledged Rust programming language, you can express all of these concepts, and you can run any Turing complete optimizer, for example, that you want that downloads things from the network, that solves some hard problem, and then outputs at the end of the thing a certificate of the fully compiled program. So that sort of gives you a lot of power. And because of how Sapio is defined to produce a static artifact of pipes, right? I said earlier that's like a fixed set of pathways. You always either finish compiling or don't finish compiling. And if you finish compiling, you have a complete analyzable artifact of all possible state transitions.
Yeah, I see. Absolutely fascinating. So if wallet developers would like to look into Sapio and what's possible with it, where do they go?
The best resource is learn.sapio-lang.org. I put a book together that is sort of a interactive tutorial where you can, see how Sapio works, read about the library's structure, how the compiler works, what's possible, what's not possible, and then do some exercises that should challenge you to think about how to use Sapio. There's also a number of examples in the Sapio GitHub, which is linked from that the book website, that you can go through and see how to implement various concepts and ideas.
Really fascinating. Jeremy, you're working on some mind-blowing magic. I'm very happy that we have you here in the Bitcoin rabbit hole. And yeah, thanks for the conversation. Thanks for shedding a light on all what you do. And one more time, where can the people find you?
I am at Jeremy Rubin on Twitter, so just hit me up there. I'm also that on Telegram. We have a OpsCTV Telegram group if you're interested in helping drive this progress forward. There's also some IRC rooms, but IRC is in a little bit of turmoil, so those are less active now.
I see. Well, Piers, you heard it here first. OpsCTV will break the entire universe and make even more cool things possible. So stay tuned. It will be a lot of fun. And again, it's already usable nowadays, just with some trust trade-offs. But hopefully soon, in 2 weeks, when we have OpsCTV locked in and activated to the Bitcoin consensus rules, well, then let an entire wave of new innovation be unleashed. Jeremy, one more time, I thank you very much for joining us. And Piers, see you on the next show. Bye-bye.
Bitcoin Takeover Radio is brought to you by Voltoro, the gold and Bitcoin exchange. Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro, grab your phone, use Blue Wallet on iOS or Breeze Wallet on Android, and scan the QR code on the webpage. So what are you waiting for? Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro, scan the QR code, and get that sweet pile of Bitcoin.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. What's up?
Bitcoin Takeover Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
Bueno, bienvenidos a una nueva charla introductoria Descubriendo Bitcoin. Nuevamente un video práctico sobre mercados P2P. Ya visitamos Horol junto a Dani Galos. El día de hoy vamos a estar revisando qué ofrece Local Cryptos, que funciona de la misma manera, sin custodia, sin KYC. Y como siempre les acompaña Javier Bastardo por acá. Hoy traemos como invitado a Kevin Negocios, el popular Kevin Hernández, pero tiene problemas de internet. Antes de partir esta charla introductoria sobre mercados P2P sobre local cryptos, recordarles que este es un espacio patrocinado por RSK, que es una sidechain de Bitcoin que permite a través de un esquema de anclaje de su token RBTC a Bitcoin y además utilizando la minería conjunta, el merged mining, pues permite que puedas utilizar tu Bitcoin como base monetaria para distintos propósitos, bien sean finanzas descentralizadas, contratos inteligentes para otro tipo de productos. Así que bueno, invitados a que le echen un ojo a los productos de RSK y gracias obviamente por su apoyo. Vamos a partir de una vez. Esta es una serie de videos que estamos haciendo para que las personas que nos vean sepan utilizar mercados P2P. El primer video de esta serie fue para hablar qué son los mercados P2P, que generalmente son plataformas a través de las cuales los comerciantes o traders se encuentran para comerciar. Pudiésemos entenderlo inclusive como una suerte de marketplace, donde los distintos agentes económicos se encuentran para intercambiar bienes y servicios, en este caso directamente bienes, que serían bienes digitales, Bitcoin, para intercambiarlo por moneda fiat generalmente. Y la principal ventaja de un mercado como este es que no dependes del order book de la plataforma ni de su liquidez, sino de las ofertas que tengan otros usuarios dentro de la plataforma. Bueno, esa es una presentación breve de qué son los mercados P2P. Habíamos comenzado la serie de reviews sobre este tipo de plataformas con Hodl Hodl. Hodl Hodl es una plataforma de intercambio de Bitcoin P2P sin custodia, sin KYC y que, bueno, busca emular lo más cercanamente posible el uso de Bitcoin, obviamente conectándolo con el mundo fiat a través de este esquema de ofertas de compra o venta que publican los usuarios de la propia plataforma. Local Cryptos, que es la plataforma que vamos a estar analizando y revisando el día de hoy, también cuenta con un esquema muy similar, sin custodia, sin KYC, pero la diferencia es que además de permitirte comprar e intercambiar Bitcoin, también trabajan con algunas shitcoins que vas a ver que están disponibles allí. Las principales desventajas, también similar a lo que ocurre en el caso de Local Cryptos, es que, bueno, tiene no tanta liquidez. Tiene más liquidez Local Cryptos que Hodl Hodl, pero igual no compite aún con Local Bitcoins o con Binance. Y bueno, si suben las comisiones en la red principal de Bitcoin, se encarecerán esas transacciones que también aprovechan las multifirmas de Bitcoin. No sé si Kevin ha logrado conectarse. Vamos a ver si está por acá. Pero bueno, ya saben que eso es lo que vamos a estar conversando hoy. Kevin, ¿me escuchas? ¿Estás allí? Ojo, de todas maneras, si Kevin no logra conectarse con nosotros, que era como para más o menos hacer el mismo paseo que habíamos hecho con Dani Alos la vez anterior sobre Hodl Hodl, de todas maneras vamos a revisar cómo funciona la plataforma. Y bueno, o sea, para que sepan que de todas maneras puede ser que partamos a hacer otra vez el encuentro práctico como tal, para que, bueno, puedan ver cómo funciona. Ok, vamos a ver si ahora sí. No sé si me escuchas. Manifiéstate, Kevin.
Buenas. Sí,
Ajá,
efectivamente.
se escucha.
Sí, aquí, te estoy escuchando,
Ok, bueno, bienvenido Kevin Hernández de Criptodemia. Lo trajimos porque, bueno, Criptodemia trabaja con Local Cryptos, entonces se supone que Kevin debe conocer esa plataforma bien.
Efectivamente. Y de hecho es una plataforma bastante amigable con, digamos, todos esos features que uno quisiera tener de forma avanzada, te los presenta de una manera bastante friendly, así que es una plataforma muy útil para cualquier persona, desde el avanzado hasta la persona que apenas está haciendo su primer trade P2P.
Ok, bueno, Kevin, como había dicho, es de Criptodemia, que es un canal educativo sobre Bitcoin y criptomonedas. Y bueno, tienen allí una relación de patrocinio con Local Cryptos, entonces bueno, obviamente por eso trajimos a Kevin para visitar con él la plataforma. Quienes nos estén viendo en YouTube, porque obviamente este es un video eminentemente práctico, así que necesariamente, idealmente deberías estar viendo. Lo que estamos mostrando es la pantalla principal de Local Cryptos, cómo luce una vez ingresas al link. Aún no nos hemos registrado ni nada. Yo ya tengo mi cuenta, ya igual que hicimos con el review anterior, yo ya tengo todo preparado aquí, pero lo que quería es que vieran cómo luce. Sale en inglés, te permite cambiar la página directamente a español, me imagino porque sabe por el IP. Hablan sobre lo que ofrecen los servicios, 40 formas de pago, sin intermediarios, sin custodia, permite mensajes cifrados en el chat, contrato de garantía desarrollado sobre la blockchain y funciona en todo el mundo. Bitcoin y las shitcoins que están disponibles, el comercio P2P nunca fue tan sencillo, te dice los pasos que vas a llevar, crear una oferta, mirar las ofertas de compra y venta, abrir un intercambio y realizar la transacción. Y bueno, sí, con el resto de la información que cada una de este tipo de websites va a mostrar. Ahora, bueno, nos quedamos nuevamente sin Kevin Negocios. Ahora les voy a mostrar cómo se ve en directamente ya cuando estás logueado. Nuevamente, mi user, aquí está Río Guaire. Ya vamos a ver lo que te pide es un login sencillo. No es mal de morir tampoco. Vamos a ver que creo que Kevin otra vez. Ah, sí, aquí volvió. Saludos a quienes nos acompañen en vivo y también a quienes vean este video práctico luego. Ok. Así luce igual que cuando entramos, ahora que estamos logueados, luce prácticamente igual que lo que acabamos de ver antes de estar dentro, pero la principal diferencia es que en la esquina superior derecha sale nuestro nombre de usuario y también una pequeña campana sobre las distintas notificaciones que vas a recibir una vez comiences a abrir diversos comercios acá. Vamos a ver cómo lucen las ofertas en Local Cryptos para ver en qué se diferencia con Horror, de repente en qué se diferenciará de otros mercados P2P que también vamos a estar analizando. Ok, nos preguntan, y esta es interesante, ¿cómo saber que es la página original y no un phishing al momento de ingresar por primera vez? Aquí hay un elemento clave que debemos recordar. Lo que pasa que en el sistema operativo que estoy utilizando para hacer este video no muestra la cajita donde se coloca el URL, pero siempre el consejo básico de seguridad para utilizar cualquier tipo de sistemas de este tipo es que te asegures que tenga su candadito y que cuando abras para editar el URL diga HTTPS localcryptos.com en este caso. Otra forma en la que pudieses entrar utilizando la plataforma directamente sería ir a la cuenta de Twitter ir a la cuenta de Twitter de Local Cryptos en este caso, clicar en el link que ellos mismos seguramente redirigirán desde allí y asegurarte nuevamente que tenga su candadito y que dice HTTPS palito, palito. Esa creo que es una forma súper sencilla y una vez que haces esto, otra recomendación sería añadir estos links a tus favoritos, de manera que siempre que abras un link va a salir que está entre tus favoritos, entonces vas a poder, bueno, completar el ingreso a la dirección sin ningún tipo de problema. Ok. ¿Por qué? Porque, bueno, es que Local Cryptos antes era Local Ethereum, por eso me imagino que primeramente ofrecen opciones de intercambio de Ether. Bueno, así luce el libro de compras de Local Cryptos para Bitcoin. Y ven del lado izquierdo el nombre del usuario, en el centro qué tipo de pago aceptan, dónde están localizados y los montos que pueden ser en bolívares o en dólares, dependiendo de qué tipo de otro intercambio se realice. Y bueno, lo mismo, más abajo de esa página de ofertas podemos ver las ofertas de venta, la misma distribución, usuario a la izquierda, tipo de pago al centro, país y monto. Vamos ahora nuevamente al principio para nosotros mismos hacer lo que nos decía eh, de crear una oferta. Perdón, que fui a donde no era. Ok, un elemento clave es que hay una tasa de 0,25 por crear la oferta y las personas que decidan tomar una oferta de compra o de venta dentro de la plataforma de Local Cryptos deberán entonces pagar 0,75% del monto de la operación para poder tomarla. Súper sencillo y como ven, cuando clicamos en crear una oferta, automáticamente se abre bastante visual lo que tienes que completar y no solamente eso, sino que te muestra como los pasos que debes cumplir. ¿Qué tipo de oferta quisieras crear? Vamos a crear una oferta de compra de Bitcoin que diga que estamos en Venezuela, porque si recuerdan la vez que conversamos con Danialos de Horol Horol, nos dijo que si bien es cierto que las ofertas van a estar disponibles a nivel global, siempre va a ser mejor mostrarle... ¿Qué es esto? No sé por qué sale una bandera de Cuba a la verde. ¿Qué es esto? Venezuela dice Cuba, what the fuck. Venezuela. Bueno. Venezuela, Cuba. Bueno, en fin. Ahí está Venezuela. Que colocar el país hace que la oferta salga más pronto para los usuarios que también están en el mismo país que tú. Entonces, bueno, a pesar de que no es que es mal de morir colocarlo, es bueno utilizarlo. ¿Qué moneda vamos a utilizar? Vamos a utilizar Bolívar Soberano y continuar al paso 2. Ven que, a diferencia en el caso de Horol Horol, que toda la lista de elementos que debes completar está allí disponible en una misma lista, porque estás buscando una ciudad, no el país. Bueno, Santiago es el equipo de Local Cryptos. Está acá directamente respondiéndonos por qué es que estaba el error. Voy a volver entonces. Si tienes tiempo de conectarte, te puedo pasar el link y así me acompañas. ¿Qué ciudad te gustaría mostrar? Oh, fuck. ¿Y dónde está el país? Bueno. No quiero mostrar ninguna ciudad. Me voy a salir de esta oferta. Crear nueva oferta, compra de Bitcoin, una ciudad. No, entonces no ponemos ciudad. Ponemos Bolívar. Bolívares. A la madre. Bolívar Soberano. Caracas. Bueno, ahora sí. Ahora sí, gracias Santiago. Gracias Santiago iluminándonos. Sí, exacto. Me entero que en Cuba hay una ciudad que se llama Venezuela. Pero bueno, como vieron, en vez de colocar acá, que era lo que yo estaba haciendo por error, colocar Venezuela, ponemos Caracas y ya automáticamente sale la bandera, sale el país acá e inclusive nos sugiere que estamos buscando el ticker VES, VES, que es el ticker del Bolívar soberano a nivel internacional. Esta pregunta que nos hacen sobre la diferencia entre local cryptos y Binance la voy a responder hacia el final. Ahora quiero completar la creación de la oferta para que no se nos vaya el tiempo tan largo. Ok, tienen transferencias bancarias, efectivo en persona. Bueno, no sé si me gustaría mucho hacer ese tipo de operaciones acá en Caracas. Depósito bancario y también cuentan con otra serie de opciones de pagos internacionales que a pesar de que acá en Venezuela puede ser que estos servicios no operen directamente, si tú quieres movilizar fondos de un lugar a otro y en ese otro lugar desde donde tú vas a recibir o tu familiar o quien sea va a recibir, pudieses entonces utilizar uno de estos para hacerlo más sencillo, colocaremos una transferencia bancaria, nos comentan cuáles son los métodos de pago restringidos, Skrill, Revolt y Payer. Skrill, bueno, no sé, bueno. Eh, hasta que hayas completado un nivel de intercambio de al menos $50. Y en el caso de PayPal y Venmo, tienes que haber completado ya $1,500 en intercambio. ¿Qué tasa quieres ofrecer? Precio de mercado dinámico y ecuación personalizada. Vamos a elegir precio de mercado dinámico. En la ecuación personalizada, me imagino que uno podrá tomar diferentes tasas y añadirle allí de manera personalizada cualquier otro elemento, pero en el caso del precio de mercado dinámico, puedes elegir un margen porcentual por encima o por debajo del precio de mercado en una casa de cambio determinada. Entonces vamos a poner que sea 1% por encima de Binance, ¿no? Binance, de BTC USD. Ok. Y si ven, del lado derecho ya va completándose cada vez más nuestra oferta. Tipo, compra de Bitcoin en la ubicación Caracas, que es en Venezuela, no Venezuela, ciudad de Cuba. Moneda Bolívar soberano, en detalles, método de pago, transferencia bancaria, utilizando como referencia el precio BTC contra dólar más 1% en Binance. Luego habría que ir a personalizar. Nos comenta Santiago, que es de Local Cryptos, que esos medios de pago que son restringidos están en ese estado de restricción debido a que son considerados medios de pago de alto riesgo, especialmente por el riesgo de fraude por contracargo. Ahora que ya hemos llegado al paso 3, vamos a escribir un título, compro tus sats rapidini. ¿Quieres colocar en términos de la operación? Ajá. En términos de la operación. Y esto es importante porque siempre debemos ser lo más claro posible a la hora de crear una oferta de compraventa en este tipo de mercados. Vamos a poner que trabajamos desde las 8 a las 18. -4, que es la hora venezolana. ¿Quieres establecer algunos límites? Oferta mínima que sean al menos $10, 33, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Y bueno, vamos a cambiar hasta $20. No vaya a ser que 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. ¿A qué hora estarás disponible? Bro, ya te dije, de 8 a 6, para que no sean tantas horas aquí trabajando en el intercambio. Recuerden que si tienen alguna duda, las personas que están acompañando en vivo la creación de este video, pues pueden dejarla y así podemos resolverla de una vez. Si no es directamente sobre el paso a paso que estamos haciendo, las voy a responder al final, pero no duden en dejar sus preguntas. ¿Quién puede comerciar contigo? Cualquiera recomendado o usuarios con número de teléfono verificado. Vamos a poner número de teléfono verificado. No quiero que revelen su ubicación, así que, ok. Ya esta oferta estaría lista, completada. Si ven, hemos cumplido los 3 pasos. En el resumen que aparece en la parte de la derecha nos dice todos los detalles que nosotros hemos ido programando y no quedaría más que publicar. Pero debo verificar mi email antes de publicar una oferta. Ok, voy a verificar mi email. No sabía que tenía que verificar mi email antes de hacer eso. Voy a compartir esa pantalla donde me dice para verificar el mail rápidamente. Aquí. Ok. ¿Cómo lo verifico? Déjame verificar mi email. Invitar a tus amigos, importar reputación. ¿Será que tengo que entrar a mi correo? Me imagino. Voy a entrar a mi correo, muchachos. Bueno, ya saben que para poder publicar cualquier oferta dentro de la plataforma de Local Cryptos van a tener que verificar su email. Supongo que Local Confirm. Ok, y aquí le voy a dar confirmar. Ahora sí. Ok. Lo que había que hacer era darle clic a un... Tenía un link por allí en el correo que no le había dado. Me dio hasta una notificación acá, ven, a la parte superior derecha. Ok, gracias. Ya perdí mi oferta nuevamente. Ahora la voy a hacer de vender, ya que vieron que solo me faltó ese último paso para hacer la de compra. Caracas, PES, continuar pasos, transferencia, esto lo vamos a dejar así. Precio dinámico, 1% por encima de Binance, continuar. Vendemos Sats Rayo McQueen. Y es que hay que ponerle un flow distinto, ¿no? hay, hay una gente que tiene que... El coqui. Ya. Estaba mostrándoles la pantalla que no era. Voy a hacer la oferta... Ay, no. Este tampoco es. Voy a hacer la oferta de venta. Crear una oferta. Listo. Ya voy por el segundo paso. Le estoy poniendo nombre. ¿Quieres definir tus términos? Trabajamos 12 horas al día. Como les había puesto, al menos vender $10. Ya. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oye, ya viene la solución a estos problemas. Ay, chavismo, le voy a quitar ceros otra vez a la moneda, muchachos. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Si le quitamos, ¿cuántos? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, bueno, excelente. 33 millones van a ser 330 bolívares. Se acabó, se acabó la devaluación del bolívar otra vez. Ok, trabajaremos de 8 a 6. Solo usuarios verificados. No quiero que me manden su location. Y listo. Ya aquí tenemos entonces nuestra oferta creada. La voy a pausar. No vaya a ser que alguien de verdad la tome. Y es el mismo proceso que acabo de completar, tanto para compra como para venta. La idea de que estuviese Kevin como contraparte es que él iba a tomar mi oferta y íbamos a hacer el proceso para que vean cómo se va viendo mientras se va completando desde el punto de vista de la contraparte. Igual él iba a tomar mi oferta de compra o de venta, pero es que está teniendo problemas de internet. Saben que estamos acá en Venezuela. ¿Por qué piden las horas disponibles? Porque de esta manera tu oferta va a estar visible o no dentro de la plataforma y hace más sencillo que la gente pueda comerciar contigo. Y lo del correo fue un cambio que hicieron recientemente, nos comenta Santiago de Local Cryptos. ¿Qué más debería mostrarles? O sea, obviamente debería mostrarles cómo es la oferta, pero necesito mi contraparte para ir hablando con él. Aquí hay un error. No debería ser el segundo factor de autenticación el email. Deberían tener una aplicación, que es lo más recomendable. Nos da los detalles sobre nuestro monedero web dentro de la plataforma. Podemos utilizar un enlace de referidos. Yo no utilizo los enlaces de referidos. No sé, me hace sentir incómodo. Importar reputación, esto es muy importante porque si como yo es primera o segunda vez que estás utilizando la plataforma, pero ya has utilizado otras plataformas, vas a poder comerciar utilizando, digamos, esa ya, ¿cómo se llama? Esa reputación que has creado en otras plataformas. Nos responde por acá Santiago, va a ser visible siempre la operación, no es que se esconden los horarios disponibles, pero no serás penalizado si abren una operación fuera del horario seleccionado y no respondes. Es decir, que tu oferta siempre va a estar visible, pero si alguien de repente abriera comercio contigo en una hora en donde tú no estás, pues no habría problema allí. Nos preguntan que si hemos hablado de la liquidez de local cryptos en comparación a Hodl Hodl. Fue uno de los primeros comentarios que hice nomás partiendo el video, que a nivel comparativo funcional trabajan más o menos de la misma forma, pero en local cryptos hay mayor liquidez, por eso lo estamos tomando de segundo, Hodl Hodl primero. Características muy similares al de esta plataforma, pero ahora vamos con este segundo que tiene mayor liquidez. Ah, no, pero yo no decía que fuese un error de local, decía que era un error mío. O sea, no hay que tener como doble factor de autenticación el email. O sea, pues si sale como predefinido, no importa. Lo importante es que uno lo cambie a alguna de estas opciones que, como nos menciona acá Santiago, que es de Local Cryptos, OTP, como Google Authenticator o Authy. ¿Puedo sacar los satoshis de Local Cryptos a una cold wallet? Claro, siempre. Tú pudieses enviar directamente tus fondos de la dirección de resguardo directamente a tu cold wallet. Puedes enviarlo de la dirección de resguardo a un monedero intermedio y luego a tu cold wallet si es que quisieras hacer algunos pasos allí de Whirlpool o alguna cosa para ofuscar más los fondos. Saludos también por acá desde Caracas. Y bueno, aquí nos dice Santiago que Local Crypto funciona igual que cualquier otra wallet sin custodia. Lo que quiere decir que, bueno, claro que puedes enviar tus fondos sin problema. Ok. Ya entonces le mostré las ofertas. Creamos una oferta. Vamos a ver cómo luce mi oferta. Ocultar todos los tips. No quiero ver tips. Así luce una oferta en Local Cryptos. Como yo puse en mi oferta que solamente comerciaría con gente que tenga su email, su número de teléfono verificado, yo mismo tendría que vincular un número para abrir una oferta de compra con Río Guaire, que también soy yo. Eres el comprador y transfiere el dinero a la cuenta bancaria del vendedor, que una vez inicias la transacción, vas a poder comunicarte por el chat, pedir los datos, cómo funciona la mayoría de estas plataformas P2P. No hay realmente mayor contratiempo. O sea, en líneas generales, los mercados P2P todos trabajan de una manera muy similar. O sea, vas a encontrar prácticamente la misma distribución, vas a conseguir prácticamente la misma información. La principal diferencia será la liquidez, principalmente la liquidez, y también el tipo de custodia que exista sobre tu fondo. En el caso de Local Cryptos, no es que ellos tienen tus fondos como en el caso de Local Bitcoins o Binance. Los fondos están en una multifirma. Así que ese es un elemento que diferenciaría, ya respondiendo a una de las preguntas que nos hicieron por acá, ese es uno de los elementos que diferenciaría el mercado P2P de Binance frente a el mercado P2P de Local Cryptos. Que Binance tiene la custodia completa de tus fondos, mientras que en el caso de Local Cryptos, tú vas a poder firmando una transacción con una de las firmas de esa multifirma, tener nuevamente tu fondo si es que hubiese algún tipo de problema. Y Local Cryptos tiene también una llave en el caso de que hubiese una disputa, poder mediar para resolver a favor de quien corresponda reciba los fondos. Así que, bueno, esa es una diferencia clave. La siguiente diferencia, que no tiene absolutamente nada que ver con las características, sino con las propias dinámicas del mercado, es la liquidez. Obviamente, Binance es el mercado más líquido hoy por hoy, inclusive por encima de Local Bitcoins, que era el mercado P2P dominante, pero ya eso es cosa del pasado. Ok, y bueno, ven la información que ya yo había colocado. Aquí está el título de la oferta, aquí está la descripción que había colocado. no he hecho ninguna transacción, así que no es que se están perdiendo de nada. Y también te dice cuándo se creó la cuenta. La misma información que vamos a conseguir en otras plataformas. Los front-end de todas esas plataformas son idénticas. La diferencia sería la liquidez de cada plataforma, nos dicen por acá quienes nos acompañan en vivo. Bueno, ahí ya hemos visto crear la oferta, cómo luce la oferta, cómo luce el libro de compra y venta. Me hubiese gustado tener a Kevin para poder completar la oferta, o sea, mostrarle más el proceso de la oferta, pero de todas maneras, como este video va a quedar corto, podemos hacer una segunda parte en donde solamente sea eso y así entonces añadirlo a la descripción de este video. De todas maneras, bueno, gracias por acompañarnos y gracias a Santiago del equipo de Local Cryptos que estuvo allí respondiendo algunas de las dudas que surgieron. Así que bueno, nos veremos en una próxima charla introductoria descubriendo Bitcoin. El siguiente episodio, luego de completar este proceso de compra y venta, para que lo vean más a detalle, será sobre Binance y Local Bitcoins, ambos a la vez porque son los más líquidos, quizás son de los mercados más grandes y los más utilizados. Estos dos primeros, Horol y Local Cryptos, tienen unas características bastante particulares que les invito a que curioseen, porque bueno, sin KYC, sin custodia es muy interesante para el Bitcoiner. Así que bueno, gracias por acompañarnos.
Bitcoin Takeover Radio is brought to you by Voltoro, the gold and Bitcoin exchange. Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro, grab your phone, use Blue Wallet on iOS or Breeze Wallet on Android, and scan the QR code on the webpage. So what are you waiting for? Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro, scan the QR code, and get that sweet pile of Bitcoin.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. What's up, 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 what's up?
Bitcoin Takeover Radio.
Recuerden que es hora de Bitcoin. Es hora de Bitcoin y mientras más pronto te des cuenta, pues mejor para ti. ¿Quieres conocer más de esta iniciativa? Visita eshoradebitcoin.org y también es hora de Hablemos de Bitcoin, un espacio de difusión que hemos creado en Satoshi en Venezuela para mantenernos activos y conversando sobre Bitcoin. El día de hoy tenemos a Joaquín Morinigo de Paraguay, con quien vamos a estar comentando un poco la propuesta de ley y un poco más la realidad paraguaya, pero antes de eso vamos a tener un mensaje de nuestros patrocinantes. Hablemos de Bitcoin es patrocinado por Leden, una suite de servicios que te ayudan a ahorrar y ganar más Bitcoin y dólares digitales. Los productos de Leden te permiten generar intereses, pedir créditos en dólares y obtener créditos para comprar más Bitcoin. Sus cuentas de ahorro en Bitcoin y dólares USDC, en colaboración con Genesis, ofrecen las mejores tasas de interés del mercado, trabajando con la institución más establecida y con mayor transparencia de la industria. También cuenta con un servicio llamado B2X, exclusivo de Leden, que te permite utilizar tu saldo en Bitcoin para obtener un crédito en dólares y comprar el mismo monto de Bitcoin. Y si necesitas dólares pero no quieres vender tus Bitcoin, puedes obtener un crédito respaldado con tu Bitcoin en menos de 24 horas y no tendrás que venderlo. ¿Quieres ponerle alas a tus Satoshis? Aprende más en leden.io. Recuerda revisar las tasas de interés vigentes, tanto para la cuenta de ahorro como para créditos en su página web. Ahora un mensaje de Horol, un mercado de intercambio P2P sin KYC, sin custodia y totalmente user friendly. Deshazte de tus bolívares hiperinflacionarios con un servicio en donde no vas a tener que entregar información de más ni para comprar ni para vender tus bitcoins y en donde además no hay custodia de los fondos y también vas a poder disfrutar de una plataforma de préstamos que funciona sin KYC, sin custodia y de manera totalmente user-friendly. Horror, horror. Y finalmente, Bitrefill. Bitrefill es la manera más sencilla de vivir con tu Bitcoin. Recuerda que tienes múltiples opciones alrededor del mundo para gastar tu Bitcoin y comprar bienes y servicios de la manera más sencilla a través de la plataforma de Bitrefill. Entonces, bueno, recuerda que es la manera más simple de vivir en Bitcoin. Bitrefill. Y bueno, claro, recordarles que se suscriban al canal de Satoshi en Venezuela, que es donde ocurre la magia actualmente. Bueno, bienvenidos entonces a Hablemos de Bitcoin, un nuevo episodio. El día de hoy con Joaquín Morinigo, como les habíamos dicho, @CryptoBoy, con quien vamos a estar conversando sobre Paraguay, una reciente propuesta de ley que hubo por allí y ver qué tan bullish o bearish es esta nueva propuesta que hay en la región latinoamericana. ¿Cómo estás, Joaquín? ¿Todo chévere?
Javier, muchísimas gracias por invitarme, más que feliz que estar acá y bueno, y muy agradecido y bueno, y sobre todo le sigo a Satoshi en Venezuela y bueno, te sigo a vos, una de las leyendas latinoamericanas vivientes de Bitcoiner.
Bueno, gracias por eso. Estamos aquí todos metiéndole con todo a Bitcoin. Bueno, vamos a empezar de una vez. Si alguien que no te conoce y quisiera de repente saber quién es Joaquín Morinigo, cuéntanos brevemente quién es, qué haces y bueno, nada, bienvenido a Hablemos de Bitcoin.
Genial, bueno, soy Joaquín Morínigo, @CryptoBoy en Twitter y en todas mis redes sociales, menos en Facebook y en LinkedIn. Soy un chico de 18 años de Paraguay que trabaja en dos startups diferentes, que soy fundador de una y cofundador de otra. Bueno, soy fundador de CryptoPay, que es el primer medio de noticias sobre criptomonedas de Paraguay. Actualmente la página está en mantenimiento, vamos a relanzar entre julio y agosto, vamos a ofrecer cursos, vamos a ofrecer consultoría, servicios técnicos para equipos de minería y demás. También contenido multimedia como podcast y videos en YouTube. Y bueno, en mi segunda startup, que soy cofundador, es Araput Network, que busca ser la primera blockchain en la historia de Paraguay. Y bueno, ese soy yo, soy fanático de Bitcoin. Compré mi primera criptomoneda cuando yo tenía 13 años y no compré Bitcoin en el 2014. Compré Darkcoin, que bueno, después se cambió el nombre a Dash. Y bueno, y así empecé. Y realmente empiezo a meterme a invertir como loco en criptomonedas en el 2017-2018, cuando el sistema financiero paraguayo no me dejaba invertir en servicios tradicionales porque, bueno, no tenía 18 años, era un informal, entonces yo buscando en dónde invertir mi dinero fiat, encuentro las criptomonedas y ahí entro con todo a Bitcoin, Ethereum y demás criptomonedas. Yo no soy un maximalista, no me considero un maximalista, me gusta trolear maximalistas, pero bueno, soy un entusiasta de criptomonedas, blockchain y Web 3.0 en general.
Bueno, yo tampoco soy maximalista, a mí sencillamente me gusta Bitcoin, pues, ¿qué vamos a hacer? Pero bueno, no, excelente, además bien que te llevo unos años ahí, entonces uno ve ya la diferencia generacional y, o sea, desde jovencito ya expuesto directamente a este tipo de tecnologías y muy importante lo que decías de la motivación empujado porque el propio sistema tradicional no te permite si no eres mayor de edad, participar de este tipo de mercados. Entonces tener una opción como Bitcoin o criptomonedas, pues obviamente abre allí un panorama interesante incluso para los jóvenes latinoamericanos. Y bueno, el día de hoy vamos a hablar directamente sobre Paraguay, que bueno, como había dicho, está generando por allí un poco de ruido, un poco de hype alrededor de esa propuesta de ley de Carlos Rejala. Llegaremos allá, pero antes quisiera que nos hicieras un panorama de lo que es actualmente en Paraguay, cómo está la economía, cómo está la política, si ves que está todo tranqui, si deberíamos echarle el ojo a algo más de lo que está pasando en Paraguay. Coméntanos allí.
Bueno, genial. Paraguay tiene una de las monedas fiat más estables de Latinoamérica, por no decir que es la más estable. De aproximadamente 1942 tenemos la misma moneda fiat. Nunca le sacamos un cero a la moneda siquiera. Tiene una inflación controlada que según el Banco Central es de aproximadamente 3% anual. Yo no creo en el Banco Central y en su índice de inflación. Pero bueno, Paraguay es un país que está en el medio de América del Sur. tenemos como vecinos a potencias como Argentina, Brasil y bueno, y Bolivia. Paraguay no tiene mar, somos un país mediterráneo junto con Bolivia, donde la energía es muy barata, por eso muchos mineros, hay mucha actividad minera en Paraguay. Y bueno, y sobre todo Paraguay tiene un gran problema que es la corrupción de los políticos, que es uno de los países más corruptos del mundo. Creo que estamos con Haití y con Nicaragua en ese top de los peores del mundo. Y bueno, eso es Paraguay, que dentro de todo, dentro de sus cosas malas, tiene cosas muy interesantes. Y bueno, y para mí es un gran país para hacer crecer el ecosistema cripto y ser un ejemplo de criptomonedas blockchain de Web 3.0 desde Latinoamérica para todo el mundo.
Ok, perfecto. Además, por allí se habla mucho de ese potencial energético, precisamente como para apalancar lo que puede tener de adopción Paraguay. Creo que, y bueno, llegaremos hasta allá, pero mucho de lo que se habla en la ley tiende a fijarse específicamente en esa fortaleza que tiene Paraguay. Y bueno, también te voy a preguntar sobre eso, pero antes de llegar allá como tal, además de la estabilidad de la moneda, digamos que las instituciones son confiables, existe un marco estatal real o todo se basa en la corrupción, o sea, como dice que están entre los más corruptos, me pregunto eso también.
Yo te diría que Paraguay se basa en corrupción, o sea, en Paraguay todo se mueve más rápido con la coima, o sea, con los sobornos podés hacer lo que quieras en Paraguay, es una pena, pero es una realidad. En las entidades gubernamentales hay muchísima burocracia, pero bueno, lastimosamente con la corrupción cualquiera que tenga dinero puede acelerar cualquier trámite.
Sí, seguramente de eso no va a estar exento bueno, la entrada que haya a la industria por allí. Además, por aquí nos comentan que corruptelas con el gobierno hay en todas partes del mundo, así que bueno, comparto también ese sentir.
Salud por eso.
Ahora sí pudiésemos pasar a hablar sobre la energía. Coméntanos por eso que habla sobre que tiene mucho generación energética. Hay allí una colaboración de Paraguay con Brasil para proveer energía, o sea que es una realidad, pero bueno, conocerlo un poco más a detalle desde tu perspectiva.
Genial. Bueno, Paraguay es un país muy chico, somos solamente 7 millones de habitantes, o sea, al lado de Brasil y Argentina somos un poroto. Y bueno, y tenemos dos hidroeléctricas gigantes que compartimos, por un lado con Brasil, que es la represa de Yacyretá, y bueno, y por otro lado con Argentina es Yacyretá, y bueno, y con Brasil convertimos Itaipú. Generamos muchísima energía limpia, porque bueno, usamos energía proveniente del agua. Y como Paraguay es un país tan chico, no usamos toda la tecnología, entonces terminamos vendiendo el excedente a Brasil o Argentina por una miseria. Y si bien Paraguay produce muchísima energía, hay un gran problema. La distribución eléctrica en Paraguay es muy mala. O sea, hay partes en Paraguay donde la energía no llega. Entonces, la energía no se distribuye correctamente, lo que es una pena porque, bueno, vos salís de Asunción, que es la capital, y vas hacia el Chaco, que es la región más desértica, y en muchos lados no tienen luz, ni siquiera tienen agua. Entonces, sí, Paraguay genera muchísima energía, pero no la distribuye de manera equitativa ni de manera correcta.
Y eso también pudiese ralentizar la entrada de mineros, pues porque tendrían que ir directamente a donde las instalaciones ya están hechas o donde al menos la creación de esta infraestructura para operar grandes granjas de minería tendría que estar cerca de lugares en donde ya el sistema energético está desarrollado y tiene una buena distribución, como nos comenta Joaquín. Ok, y ahora sí, ya después de esta introducción, podemos entrar en materia Bitcoin, criptomonedas, eso que dices de Internet 3.0, toda esta tecnología alrededor. Ok, ¿cómo está la situación de Paraguay con respecto a esto? ¿Hay presencia de Bitcoin en los cambios, en las calles? ¿Hay uso de contratos inteligentes hay especulación contra el guaraní? No sé, o sea, lo que se te ocurre sobre eso que llaman la gente adopción, uso, coméntanos la realidad paraguaya, Joaquín.
Bueno, acá va la realidad de Paraguay con criptomonedas sin filtro, porque yo no digo mentiras y no soy el chaleco antibalas de nadie, ni mucho menos de los políticos, así que vamos a darle. Paraguay tiene un gran problema que es el oligopolio bancario, es decir, los bancos están metidos en absolutamente toda la vida de los ciudadanos. Por más que en Paraguay hay una gran tasa de informalidad, mucha gente no está bancarizada, pero los que estamos bancarizados tenemos los bancos por todos lados. Los bancos son dueños de casa de bolsa, son dueños de aseguradora y bueno, y son dueños, controlan casi todas las finanzas del país. Y bueno, y hay un gran lobby en el Congreso de la Nación que es muy pro banco, pro Asobank, que es la Asociación de Bancos de Paraguay, por lo que son muy conservadores y ningún exchange cripto, por ejemplo, puede abrir en cuentas de banco. Por eso no tenemos ni un exchange internacional que esté operando en Paraguay, que tenga oficinas físicas en Paraguay, porque se le hace imposible abrir si quiere una cuenta de banco. Y bueno, y esta otra matriz que es Paraguay es un buen lugar para lavar dinero, lastimosamente. Entonces, muchos bancos o muchos exchange cripto deciden directamente no venir a Paraguay por el riesgo de lavado de dinero que hay. Y bueno, fuera de eso, el mercado paraguayo de Bitcoin está creciendo. Te diría que somos aproximadamente de 30.000 a 50.000 usuarios que usamos Bitcoin o criptomonedas, tanto sea para comprar y holdear, como lo hace la mayoría, o para gastar con este hype que el diputado Rejala estuvo haciendo. Por un lado fue malo porque generó falsas expectativas, pero por otro fue bueno porque hizo que más lugares empiecen a aceptar criptomonedas. Yo particularmente yo compro todos los meses Bitcoin y siempre separo unos satoshis para usar con Lightning Network y bueno, y gastar en algunas cosas. En Paraguay se usa mucho Bitrefill, por ejemplo. No, sino de forma local estamos viendo por dónde podemos usar, como la adopción de lugares que acepten Bitcoin y criptomonedas en Paraguay está creciendo de a poco. Y bueno, y sobre todo el mercado paraguayo se basa en el peer-to-peer puro y duro, ya que lastimosamente el sistema nos obliga a que todo sea peer-to-peer. Y bueno, el mercado paraguayo se basa en confianza, en una confianza que se va construyendo y en una confianza que como somos poquísimos usuarios de criptomonedas, a los famosos cambistas de criptomonedas todos les conocemos. Pero bueno, el mercado peer-to-peer es gigante, pero otro problema que hay en Paraguay, aún el Bitcoin no se conoce mucho. Si se conoce, son por los esquemas Ponzi. Lastimosamente Paraguay es un nido de esquemas Ponzi. D9 en su momento estuvo fuertísimo en Paraguay. Y bueno, cada día crecen más esquemas Ponzi y lastimosamente hay un tabú muy grande que, bueno, la gente piensa que Bitcoin es una estafa, pero realmente piensa eso porque los esquemas Ponzi en Paraguay son muchísimos y ya mucha gente cayó estafada y las autoridades en Paraguay lastimosamente no hacen nada con los esquemas Ponzi. Entonces, en las comunidades, en las diferentes comunidades, en Bitcoin Paraguay, en Hashpi y en Team Minero Sarambí, por citar de algunas comunidades de Paraguay, es una lucha del día a día informarle a la gente que tenga cuidado con los esquemas Ponzi y bueno, y evangelizar con la palabra de Satoshi a quienes podamos.
Bueno, escucho un panorama que me parece conocido a pesar de que, bueno, esta es la criptonación, pero bueno, no estamos tan desolados así. Eso que comentabas sobre los mercados P2P me parece súper interesante y quisiera conocer un poco más dónde funcionan, de repente cuáles serían las redes o aplicaciones o si es directamente entre amigos, son así tan pocos que lo hacen entre amigos. Entonces, bueno, coméntanos un poco sobre ese mercado P2P duro y puro, como decías.
Cuando hablo de duro y puro, realmente me estoy refiriendo al viejo cripto versión Paraguay. ¿Por qué? Porque se basa simplemente en confianza y en los amigos. La mayoría, hay gente que solo se dedica a son cambistas solo de criptomonedas y bueno, y es a lo que a lo que nosotros, los usuarios de cripto, compramos y vendemos siempre. Y bueno, y se puede mover mucho dinero. En la mayoría de las transacciones peer-to-peer son de poco dinero, pero el tema se complica cuando hay que mover mucho dinero porque bueno, ya que no podemos usar bancos y demás, la logística para mover tanto dinero fiat a veces es complicada, pero bueno, igual sobrevivimos. Y bueno, cada vez más plataformas están teniendo impacto en Paraguay, como, no sé si puedo citar nombres, pero bueno,
Sí, claro, sin problema.
Bueno, Binance, por ejemplo, está creciendo mucho en Paraguay, es una de las plataformas más usadas. Y bueno, Hold también se usa bastante de a poco y otra que se llama BIS creo que también. Pero la mayoría creo que en Paraguay tendemos más a hacer anti-KYC y bueno, por una cuestión de privacidad y de confianza nos movemos entre amigos para comprar y vender.
Claro, es que además que si dices que no, que es el lejano oeste, que además los bancos no están muy puestos para la tarea, que no les interesa seguramente, suena bastante coherente que no quieran exponer datos porque tú no sabes quién está del otro lado del trade, si realmente estás hablando con la IRS paraguaya. ¿Cuál sería la organización equivalente a la IRS en Paraguay?
Sí, la Secretaría de Estado de Tributación, la SET.
Oh, bueno, casi como la SEC en Estados Unidos, pero bueno,
Sí,
ahí la
casi.
SEC paraguaya. Ok, quería preguntarte también sobre el estado de la minería, porque obviamente con todo el movimiento del hash rate desde China, con esta idea de que muchos de los operadores de esa infraestructura de minado que ya existía están buscando a dónde minar, a dónde mudar sus operaciones, y Paraguay con estas características que habíamos conversado de una alta generación de electricidad había como captado atención e interés. Entonces, saber cuál sería la realidad de la minería en Paraguay, si hay empresas o hay de repente algunos mineros o grupos de mineros. Los mineros generalmente son más privados todavía, así que más o menos me imagino por dónde vendrá la respuesta, pero igual coméntanos allí sobre la minería en Paraguay.
Bueno, la minería en Paraguay es algo que se hace desde, yo tengo amigos pioneros de la minería en Paraguay que desde 2011, 2012 ya están minando Bitcoin. Y bueno, y sí, hay bastantes granjas de minería en Paraguay, la mayoría es de capital paraguayo, pero también hay una gran parte que es de capital extranjero. Lastimosamente, muchas empresas de afuera venían a Paraguay y bueno, como no había un marco regulatorio por el tema de la minería o no había seguridad jurídica a nivel país, se terminaba yendo a otros países como Azerbaiyán, donde bueno, la electricidad es barata y bueno, Azerbaiyán es muchísimo más crypto friendly y bueno, y mining friendly que Paraguay. Bueno, dato interesante, en Paraguay está una de las granjas de minería más grandes del mundo que nunca fue paraguaya, era de unos brasileros que terminaron vendiéndole a unos chinos. No sé si la transacción se completó o no, pero bueno, está ahí cerca de Brasil, está esa granja. Así que bueno, esa es la situación de minería en Paraguay.
Bueno, ahí hay actividad, hay allí interés. Bueno, el día de hoy la idea era conversar también sobre la ley. Vamos a poner en contexto, ¿no? Porque este es a partir de, digamos, la puesta en marcha, la aprobación de la ley Bitcoin en El Salvador. Todos hemos visto que hay un hype, o sea, es innegable. Hay un hype alrededor del español, hay un hype alrededor de Latinoamérica, hay un interés renovado en los países de la región, o sea, que eso es innegable, pero no solamente desde la comunidad Bitcoiner, usuarios de Bitcoin, empresas asociadas al mercado o las criptomonedas en general, sino también desde los políticos que han buscado de alguna manera u otra meterse también en esta ola de interés, esta ola que ha llevado a incluso el propio presidente de El Salvador, Nayib Bukele, a conversar directamente con varios de los principales y más vocales conversadores de Twitter, de Bitcoin en Twitter, cuando hizo ese Twitter Spaces en donde explicó en vivo de qué se trataba la ley Bitcoin en El Salvador. Entonces, con este contexto viene Carlos Rejala, que es un diputado paraguayo, a hablar sobre que estaban trabajando en un proyecto de ley en donde al principio parecía que estaban buscando una meta similar a la de Paraguay, luego parece que a la de El Salvador, luego parece que no tanto, y luego, obviamente, en la presentación como tal del proyecto, ahí nos damos cuenta que sencillamente no es ni parecido. Entonces yo tengo un extracto del senador que lo acompañó en la presentación, senador Fernando Silva
Silva
Fachetti.
Facetti, ese mismo.
Exacto. Y bueno, vamos a verlo, son unos 3 minutos, de todas maneras va a estar allí el link al video entero para que puedan comentarlo y verlo ustedes y sacar sus propias conclusiones.
Proyecto básicamente que está titulado que regula la industria y comercialización de activos virtuales, criptoactivos. Y lo que busca es legalizar el uso, la generación y la comercialización de activos virtuales. Esto
Ajá, ya antes de continuarlo ahí, para que vean que hace bastante énfasis en regularizar la generación de activos virtuales y era lo que comentaba al principio, que mucho del interés de la ley está en la actividad de la minería.
Activos que son una realidad ya hoy en el Paraguay y están en un área gris entre la legalidad y la legalidad, debido a que Paraguay tiene muchas oportunidades a partir de la producción de energía limpia, energía barata y de los excedentes que está teniendo, que nos coloca en una excelente posición para generar esto que proponemos, una industria de activos virtuales, que es una industria electrointensiva.
Hay otro elemento clave, es que no se menciona Bitcoin directamente, sino que se habla de activos digitales, criptomonedas o criptoactivos. En ninguna parte de la ley se hace mención directa y específica a Bitcoin, como en el caso de la ley Bitcoin en el...
Es una industria generadora de una mano de obra especializada y es una industria que va a generar activos a través de impuestos para el país. Básicamente el proyecto, que es un proyecto marco de 23 artículos, tiene el objeto, que es justamente la de legalizar y reglamentar, fiscalizar el uso, generación y comercialización de activos virtuales. Tiene un ámbito de aplicación, que son a las personas.
Vamos a devolver un pedacito aquí para hacer énfasis en lo que dice de la fiscalización.
Es justamente la de legalizar y reglamentar, fiscalizar el uso, generación y comercialización de activos virtuales. Tiene un ámbito de aplicación, que son a las personas físicas y jurídicas que se dedican a esta rama. Tiene la parte de definiciones, donde claramente se establecen los conceptos de figuras que para muchos son nuevas, como por ejemplo el activo virtual o criptoactivo, el token, la minería de activos virtuales, los proveedores de servicios de activos virtuales, la cadena de bloques o blockchain. Tiene una autoridad de aplicación, porque al proponer nosotros que esto sea una industria, obviamente la autoridad de aplicación principal va a ser el Ministerio de Industria. También, como la idea de este proyecto es convertir al producto final de la industria electrointensiva que genera activos virtuales en un commodity, el lugar de comercialización va a ser la Comisión Nacional de Valores, que va a ser la otra autoridad de aplicación. Al tratarse de un movimiento financiero muy importante, porque hoy este es un negocio que mueve miles de millones de dólares en todo el mundo, tiene que intervenir una autoridad que ya está de hecho involucrada hace un tiempo y por recomendaciones del GAFI también lo viene ya haciendo y va a tener una mayor participación, que es la CEPRELAT, la Secretaría de Prevención del Lavado de Dinero. Recordemos que GAFI ya habla de los activos virtuales en recomendaciones del año 2015, 2019, 2020 y en 15 días más vamos a tener una nueva misión de revisión de nuestras normas y yo creo que con esta presentación vamos a estar dando un paso muy importante para plantarnos firmes, para plantarnos con transparencia ante los responsables del Grupo de Acción Financiera y sobre todo su autoridad de aplicación.
Bueno, directamente es para regular, para poner impuestos, para aprovechar que el negocio es pujante. O sea, que no se parece en nada a la propuesta en El Salvador. ¿Qué te parece la ley, Joaquín?
Estoy leyendo un tuit nomás que dice, sabes que tu ley no salió y por eso estás perdiendo tantos seguidores en Twitter, le tuitearon al diputado. Bueno, mira, yo creo que se había filtrado un borrador una semana atrás de un proyecto, de un borrador que era el diputado Rejala, que ese sí que era cualquier cosa. Pedía, por ejemplo, que todas las personas que compraban y vendían criptomonedas tenían que tener una licencia que seguro que iba a emitir una autoridad. Creemos que era la Comisión Nacional de Valores, o sea, la SEC de Paraguay. Y bueno, tenía muchas incongruencias técnicas. En este borrador que finalmente en la Cámara FinTech estuve acompañando con el senador Fernando Silva Facetti, que de hecho es un proyecto de ley que me cuentan algunos contactos que ya se estaba trabajando desde 2018-2019. Es mucho más friendly, pero como vos sabés, o sea, como todos saben, no habla de Bitcoin, no habla directamente de Bitcoin en ningún lado, habla directamente de criptoactivos. Y bueno, y se centra muchísimo en la minería. Y bueno, y creo que este proyecto se hizo para, bueno, que la minería sea una industria y que los inversores de afuera puedan venir a Paraguay y tengan la seguridad jurídica de que lo que están haciendo no es ilegal o lo que están haciendo no está en gris. Pero bueno, muy seguramente los mineros deberán pagar impuestos como cualquier otra industria y de igual manera Paraguay tiene una de las tasas impositivas más bajas en la región, así que igual puede ser un atractivo para los mineros en vez de irse a Azerbaiyán o en vez de irse a Kentucky o a Wyoming, que vengan a Paraguay a minar.
Y los precios de la energía también, que no son los más atractivos de todos, pero igual están allí en un buen renglón, un buen interés. ¿Cuántas empresas o cómo es el mercado de energía en Paraguay? Que eso se me pasó preguntarte.
Genial. En Paraguay, la ANDE, la Administración Nacional de Electricidad, tiene el monopolio, pero hay un caso interesante. En una localidad de Paraguay que se llama Villarrica, estaban podridos de la ANDE, así que consiguieron que una empresa privada, que no me está viniendo el nombre ahora, si hay algún paraguayo en el chat que ponga, en Villarrica es una empresa privada la que está dando electricidad a los villarriqueños, villarricenses. Y por ende, también hay una gran actividad minera en Villarrica, ya que no dependen de la ANDE, dependen de esta distribuidora de energía privada, por así decirlo.
Ok. Aquí nos dicen que se llama Clifsta. Gracias a
Ahí está.
Enzo y a Nelson, quienes nos están acompañando, asumo, desde Paraguay. Ok, volviendo sobre la ley y, bueno, viendo además esta realidad de la electricidad, viendo la idea a la que hacía referencia Silva Facchetti sobre que sea una industria, el énfasis que hace sobre la cualidad de commodity de este activo que se va a generar, vemos que es totalmente diferente a la idea de Bitcoin como moneda de curso legal. Desde tu perspectiva como usuario de Bitcoin, criptos y todas esas tecnologías, ¿cuál sería la regulación ideal para ti?
Mira, la regulación ideal para mí es que, bueno, ya era hora, muchos mineros pedían que se les regule. Directamente esta ley no afecta a los usuarios del día a día de Bitcoin, ni al mercado peer-to-peer, ni nada, como no es el caso del borrador del diputado Rejala, que sí afecta al mercado y a todos. Esta afecta más que nada a los mineros, pero sobre todo a los mineros industriales que se deberán legalizar de alguna forma. Y esto me hace acordar la ley FinTech en México, donde varias empresas se tenían que adecuar a las normativas de esa ley. Bueno, en Paraguay los mineros se van a tener que adecuar, mejor dicho, los mineros industriales se van a tener que adecuar a esta nueva ley. Y algo que te quería comentar es que de hecho ya había la Secretaría Antiprevención del Lavado de Dinero en el 2019-2018 ya había sacado una normativa que todos los exchange paraguayos, bueno, mejor dicho, decía, y creo que estará en algún lugar de internet, decía que los proveedores de servicios de criptoactivos y los mineros de criptoactivos deberían registrarse como sujetos obligados ante la Secretaría de Prevención Antilavado de Dinero. Yo creo que lo que hace esta ley es básicamente, bueno, básicamente regularizar en la ley, finalmente, valga la redundancia, lo que ya se venía hablando en el 2018-2019.
Ok, como darle el ejecútese de alguna forma, ponerla en marcha para que, bueno, comiencen a regularizarse. Ok, bueno. ¿Qué crees? ¿Crees que se va a cumplir? ¿Crees que va a entrar en vigencia? Estos dos diputados, bueno, diputado y senador, tienen fuerza en el Congreso. ¿Ves que puede basarse en coimas? No sé, cómo es la posibilidad de que la ley se convierta realmente en ley y no solo se quede en propuesta?
Yo creo que es muy probable que se convierta en ley, pero bueno, por suerte tiene que pasar por audiencias públicas y demás. Y bueno, yo creo que la comunidad que vamos a intervenir, vamos a cambiar algunas cosas, vamos a proponer que se cambien algunas cosas seguramente, porque la comunidad, para mí, para una ley se cumpla, tiene que estar la comunidad y sobre todo tiene que haber transparencia, que es algo que la comunidad siempre está pidiendo a gritos que se cumpla. El senador Silva Facetti es del Partido Liberal Radical Auténtico, uno de los dos partidos más tradicionales de Paraguay, tiene una bancada muy grande en el Congreso. En cambio, el diputado Carlitos Rejala no es de un partido tradicional, es de un partido nuevo que es muy chico, que entró en las elecciones pasadas. En diputados tiene solamente 2 diputados Rejala y uno más. Y bueno, esa es la situación. Yo creo que es muy probable que esta ley se apruebe, pero yo creo que van a haber modificaciones de por medio y sobre todo creo que la comunidad va a presionar mucho para que hayan algunos cambios.
Y bueno, coméntanos cuáles serían de repente esos cambios que tú ves que pudiesen haber y si tienes alguna idea que quisieras llevar a esa discusión, de repente, bueno, para estar preparado también.
No, genial. Por ejemplo, al hablar, hay algunos conceptos básicos que te dice, por ejemplo, que es una criptomoneda y que demás, que son conceptos que técnicamente no están correctos. Son 5 o 6 conceptos que están muy mal escritos, que esos estoy casi seguro que van a cambiar finalmente. Y bueno, y otra cosa que varios mineros pidieron es que se haga una división entre quienes son mineros industriales y quienes son mineros que hacen por hobby, por ejemplo. Entonces yo creo que estas distinciones al fin y al cabo van a ver de quiénes realmente son los que tienen que sacar la licencia porque hacen algo como una actividad del día de quienes por hobby, por ejemplo, no lo hace. Porque al fin y al cabo la minería de criptomonedas en general se puede hacer desde una computadora. O sea, Monero se mina de la computadora. Hay lugares donde puedes minar Bitcoin de la computadora y demás. En Ethereum se mina con tarjetas gráficas y sería ridículo que alguien que está minando Monero en su compu tenga que sacar una licencia para minar Monero en su computadora que él pagó, con una luz que él está pagando, con un wifi que está pagando otra vez. Entonces yo creo que estas son algunas matices que, bueno, finalmente en la ley van a cambiarse para la tranquilidad de todos.
Ok, perfecto. Bueno, hemos hecho un repaso bastante completo sobre la realidad paraguaya en general, sobre adopción y uso de Bitcoin y criptomonedas, también sobre la ley. No sé si nos quieres comentar lo que estés haciendo ahorita, quieres contarnos qué se viene por allí con ese proyecto de noticias que habías mencionado.
Genial, bueno, CryptoPay se viene con todo. Vamos a revolucionar el mercado paraguayo. Vamos a hacer a mucha gente no le gusta que use esta palabra, pero bueno, vamos a hacer un hub de lugares para gastar tus criptomonedas en Paraguay, en un sitio de información para que la gente pueda acudir en Paraguay, porque muchas veces la gente quiere saber qué es Bitcoin, pero entra a internet y lee Wikipedia, cosas así. Queremos poner fuentes fidedignas, queremos evangelizar a la gente, vamos a ofrecer cursos básicos, intermedios, avanzados, porque finalmente estar en el mercado de las criptomonedas es como ser médico y mucha gente me odia porque digo esto, pero es la verdad, porque cada día salen cosas y cada día tenemos que estar estudiando qué sale, porque vos podés entrar en el mercado de las criptomonedas hace un año y ahora cambia muchísimo. Es un mercado ultra dinámico y es un mercado donde la gente no se puede quedar estática porque si no pierde mucho conocimiento. En CryptoPay va a venir a revolucionar el mercado paraguayo y bueno, vamos a traer muchísimas cosas nuevas y sobre todo vamos a hacer un lugar, un espacio donde los bitcoiners, donde toda la comunidad de criptomonedas, tanto como veteranos como nuevos, puedan convivir en un ambiente potable.
Ok, bueno, no, perfecto. Ojalá tenga fuerza y que la gente sepa que tiene allí un lugar para encontrarse y conversar sobre estos temas que al final, como uno de los elementos clave de poder meterse de cabeza en este tipo de tecnologías es que haya una comunidad con la que comentar y aprender sobre estos temas y no hay nada como encontrarse en eventos, en meetups, en actividades, en un espacio que pueda ser recurrente, siempre es súper importante. Hemos estado mostrando prácticamente durante todo el show tu usuario de Twitter, @CryptoBoy con y latina las dos. Pero de repente si alguien quiere conversar contigo, quiere saber un poco más de tu proyecto, preguntarte alguna cosa sobre Paraguay o nada, en general conversar contigo, ¿dónde te consiguen, bro?
Por Twitter me pueden tirar en Twitter, yo hablo siempre en Twitter, soy muy activo. Es más, yo tengo Twitter hace menos de un año realmente y yo decía, no, pero Twitter no vale la pena y mentira. Twitter es el mejor lugar para informarse sobre criptomonedas. Y bueno, y en LinkedIn también suelo estar muy activo como Joaquín Morínigo, me pueden buscar sin problema. Y estoy @CryptoBoy también en Telegram, si directamente me pueden escribir, me quieren escribir a mi Telegram sin problema con ese mismo @.
Ok, perfecto. Entonces ya saben allí cómo conseguir a Joaquín si quieren conversar con él. Y bueno, hemos tenido un bastante completo episodio sobre Paraguay, conversando sobre la realidad político-social de adopción de Bitcoin y criptomonedas, y obviamente que en Paraguay ya saben que es hora de Bitcoin también. Vimos allí, como nos decía Joaquín, sin mucho, no sé, como sin esconder nada, hablando de la realidad más real de Paraguay. Así que bueno, muchas gracias por tu tiempo, Joaquín, y bueno, gracias a las personas que nos acompañaron en vivo y que nos escuchan en su agregador de podcast preferido.
Bitcoin Takeover Radio is brought to you by Voltoro, the gold and Bitcoin exchange. Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro, grab your phone, use Blue Wallet on iOS or Breeze Wallet on Android, and scan the QR code on the webpage. So what are you waiting for? Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro, scan the QR code, and get that sweet pile of Bitcoin.
What's going on, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Talking in Bits, where we walk you through Bitcoin bit by bit so we can provide you with the information you need to succeed and persist. Back with episode 26, we took a week off, but it was lovely. What's up, Ben?
What's going on, bro?
Got Ben here as always. Everything's good, man.
How was the trip?
It was good, but like I told you, I was in Bitcoin and out of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's been going on. The listeners are going to have to rely on what you saw going on and what you were observing.
$3.6 billion.
You want to start with them?
Gone.
You want to start with them? What's that?
Yeah, a South African exchange owners disappeared with $3.6 billion worth of Bitcoin. So that means if you leave your Bitcoin on an exchange or any platform, again, it's like leaving it. It's like a hot debit account, right? A hot bank account. And
yeah,
if the owners disappear, so does your money.
Did you say it was just brothers? It was just like a small company?
I believe they're brothers. I don't know much about the company.
Yeah.
You know, the feds are involved in all this. And it's like, what do you do if you're a customer and you just lost 5 Bitcoin, 20 Bitcoin, 100 Bitcoin?
Yeah, I don't know, but
Bro.
they must, see, I don't know the landscape over there.
Yeah.
I'm sure they know what cold storage is. I'm sure they know what keys are, but maybe the education that's getting to them or the research that's getting to them is not as accurate for them to understand the not your keys, not your cheese concept.
Yeah, I feel like I think about my circle of friends or people that I know,
Yeah.
you know, who treat Bitcoin like a quote unquote stock,
Yeah.
you know, and they just leave their money on exchanges.
Yeah.
They still probably don't even know about cold storage.
Yeah.
To be honest, I think there's a percentage of a population that's like, they don't even know what it is. They don't know the importance of it.
I guess you got to want to not lose it to care about securing it.
Yeah,
That's
or
what-
just want to know about education.
Yeah, because
You know?
well, that's the thing. Once you get educated is when you realize I can't lose this. I don't want to lose. And then, you're going to figure the next obvious question is, well, how the hell do I keep it safe? But there's a lot of false information out there. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on.
Yep.
I don't know anything about this African exchange, but I guess this is Mt. Gox. I guess this is all these. I mean, and the older Bitcoiners have seen this a bunch of times. I only remember the most famous one, which is Mt. Gox, but it's known.
Yeah.
But then again, a lot of people still use BlockFi. So a lot of people see strength in services. And all these companies have to do is provide a service. And there's people that are going to be willing to do it, sometimes at the expense of their own Bitcoin.
Yeah.
But I've heard the argument, and you tell me what you think about this one. I've heard the argument where people say is, I don't trust myself with my own keys. I'd rather trust the company.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Think about, I can think of a handful of people right now where if I say, hey, log into this important account, they're going to say they don't know the password.
Yeah.
And then they're going to go through 4 different passwords and email resets. And like, they can't even handle an email that has a reset button. So
Right.
never mind
True.
a Bitcoin vault with a 1 key.
Yeah.
And you can't get it wrong. And
Yeah.
there is no password hint. There is no, we're going to reset this to your email.
Right. No customer
And they're
support.
locked out of their wealth forever.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things. And so what do? They have to bother someone that they know that's like Jose,
Yeah.
right? Who can be a tech person for them, and that's an inconvenience. So
it
to
is,
them,
but it's better.
no, it is.
Yeah.
It is better.
I know what you mean, though.
But
It's unrealistic. Yeah,
that's the issue. And so when does Apple and Samsung roll out, wallets on phones?
Yeah.
And
when do you trust
cold
them?
device? When do you trust them? What if they say, hey, we're going to give you a Bitcoin cold storage, and it's going to be a device that just kind of has like a retina scanner, it'll scan your eyes or it'll scan your thumbprint. And then they'll take,
They're gonna make a
encrypted
killing.
access of your key, right? They'll keep that for you, and it can only be unlocked by retina or by fingerprint. Yeah, so at what point does Apple kind of do that, where fingerprint access or eye scan access gives you your seed phrase?
Yeah, soon.
You think that'll happen?
I think, yeah. I mean, these companies know that they can't be behind on the train. So, in that example, Samsung knows that they can't be late to the Apple game. Apple knows that if Samsung does it first, they'll be late to the game. Although Apple's a little different, and the reason I paused there is because Apple likes to wait to see people fuck it up a lot, and then they make it perfect.
Coming with the cure, yeah.
Oh, they come in perfect. All their services are just incredible. So that's the one thing that I would say is a game changer. Is that they're gonna come in, but whoever does it first is gonna get most attention.
Yeah,
and it's gonna be soon. And it's the same thing though. Like nobody trusts Google. Be honest.
No.
I don't trust any of them, but Google's the one that gets picked on the most.
Yeah.
Because they know the most about you, technically.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Are you going to get your Pixel phone and be like, oh, listen, man, I'm going to hold my cold storage here because I have a cool wallet that I could put my finger in the back of the phone? No, I hope not, because it's the same thing as leaving it. Imagine BlockFi coming out tomorrow and say, hey, we got a phone. You guys can pick it up. Come on, man. I don't want to do that stuff, man.
Yeah.
Listen, I always get caught in this weird situation, which is I call it the just for the fun for the listener, let's call it the parabolic situation, right? I have this weird thing where it's like I respect money getters. I do. But I also respect virtue a lot more than money getting. And it's weird because sometimes I'm like, oh, I fuck with what he's doing. That's dope. And sometimes I'm like, this motherfucker is just dumping on the regular person and trying to play it off like he's doing that. And I think that stops me from trusting Samsung, trusting Apple. Most people, on the other hand, want the solution. They want the parabolic saying that this is possible and you can do this and that. And when it comes to equipment, they want the trusted iPhone that can unlock the wallet and do it very easily. I'm cool with them companies, and it will happen, doing hot wallets, but I won't trust them with
cold storage.
I just don't think it's right unless they open source it.
I mean, I barely trust my cell phone with like my search history and other stuff, right?
Yeah.
I'm using a VPN and I'm using DuckDuckGo as a browser because I don't want to be targeted, you know what I mean? And I don't want information shared. So
yeah. So that's exactly what I mean. So
we're on the same page.
as for people trying to get not wanting to learn cold storage and trust like an exchange, I mean, technically they do that anyways because they trust their dollars in the stock market, or they trust. So I get it, but I guess that's where you have to do your homework and find out that this is just not like your dollar, and you don't want every person to have it. We're getting reception here, but. Yeah, man, I don't know how I feel about the argument. Besides, well, I do know how I feel, which is you got to get cold storage. I have no way around that for you. I can't teach it to you in any other way. You just have to figure it out and be interested enough to know that become your own bank, become sovereign, and for the first time in your life, whether you're an older person or a younger person, you're going to take full control of the situation. And if you lock yourself out, it's kind of, I guess it's on you. Use your error, right? But there's multi-sigs and certain versions that can kind of like spread out your chances of fucking up.
Yeah.
I would observe that before I say, hey, publicly traded company or about to be publicly traded company, here's my life savings and the most rarest thing of all time. You understand human greed for 1 second. Understand human greed. You talked about those brothers in Africa. Imagine if we get to the point where Bitcoin is no longer available. 21 million, BlockFi still exists, great company. Imagine that. How many people have their Bitcoin in there? Now, as business owners, you would have all the pressure in the world to say, wow, we can just take off with this, and they can't make any more of it. We'll be gods if we hold this stuff.
Crazy.
Imagine that.
It's the year 2141.
That's why I would not give that ability to anybody. That's like handing over your energy, your stored energy. That's just giving it away for free. Even if they are ethical and they stand to their word all the way to the end. If it's not open source, if I can't read the code.
Or like, what if they get got? You know what I mean?
Man,
There's that, or
true.
like, or even like the political blackmail.
I don't even want to give them that benefit of the doubt. I just think people are nasty.
Yeah, no,
But yeah,
I
sure.
agree with that. But
Yeah.
I'm just saying there's that
Sure.
issue, and then there's all these other issues. What about the blackmail issue? Imagine like someone works at security at whatever company, and they get blackmailed in
Yeah.
give me the Bitcoin that I know you have access to. Like,
Yeah, all those trap doors.
I'm straight, bro.
And you can save yourself from all that by taking. All right, let's
Safe
be
custody.
on a high count.
Yeah.
Maybe 6 hours to learn cold storage. And
Not even, bro.
I don't think so. Right? These companies have
Not
made it
even.
dope.
It's
So
setting mine up. I mean, I had your help, but
10
it's
minutes?
pretty self-explanatory. Like a 15-minute.
I think people overthink it a lot. I do.
Yeah.
I do. Somebody was asking me about Cold Card today, and I was just like, man, there's a lot of videos out there. Like,
Mhm.
I don't
YouTube.
even. It's not. Well, just anywhere. Even Cold Card's website. Like they kind of run through all different softwares you can use. So it's like it really just depends on if you're willing to put in the time to learn this thing. But if you learn it once, it's like the training wheels come off. You flying. So go cold storage. You'll relieve yourself of a headache.
I told my boy who has a good amount of coin with BlockFi, and he was like, he I think he already has a ledger.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, you're trying to remind me that I should kind of get on this, huh?
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, bro.
Yeah. And you don't want it to cost them a big price because everybody learns at a certain point in time.
Right.
But I just don't like their business model. We did have it as a topic here. You guys have noticed over time. We're gonna put the nail in BlockFi. If we ever requested BlockFi to you in the past, we will stop doing so. And that was very early on in this podcast. Anyways, we've seen a while ago what was coming. And, I didn't lose any coin. You didn't lose any coin. But, the writing's on the wall. You would be oblivious to see a company change their policy, 4 months in a row going now?
To be fair, so like I've listened to other podcasts, Marty Bent and all these other people, and how an entity like BlockFi makes money is through leveraging your Bitcoin and dealing with shares and all this stuff. And so if there was a really high demand for cash to be loaned out and Bitcoin to be leveraged, the interest rates would be higher.
Yeah.
But I don't think a lot of people are lending their Bitcoin with them.
Yeah.
And that people are requesting it. Because the supply, demand, and the rates aren't there. So rates are. I mean, when we were recommending it, you could get 6% on up to a Bitcoin.
They changed it 3
No,
months.
I know.
Okay,
Yeah.
So we're down to like 4.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah,
And so when we started, it was like 6, and it was like, 6 is almost 8. I think for lesser amounts, there might have been more, but I know that the rates keep declining, and as I've seen on Twitter, people are like, hey, why would I give an asset that grows 200% to someone, and they're only going to give me 6% on top of it? Like
the
at
rarest
that point,
thing of all
it's
time. Not
it's
Ethereum, not any of the other
unnecessary.
stuff. We're talking about, you're giving me a shitty ass interest rate on something that you can't even make more of. Never mind giving it back to me. You can't even make. It's just shitty practices, man. And listen, I see early Coinbase. They introduced 3 new shit coins. Like, listen, I get it. It's not for me. I get it. This goes back to the not a conundrum because I don't feel no empathy for those people, but I get it. Like, you could flip. I get it. You get interest. I get it. There's other coins. You could make a lot of money. Blah 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 blah. I'm not playing that game though.
Yeah.
So you lost me when you start telling me a few months ago they were you remember that January, February Bitcoin wave where it started to really pick up?
Yeah.
BlockFi was always in there being like, yo, we did what. You're showing your true colors. You're showing true colors. When the price went down, you chased the money back.
Yeah.
It's obvious. I don't need to make that up. You don't need to take my word for it. Just see their actions. Just see what they've done since the price has continued to plummet. And you're going to be like, oh, listen, I'm good. Because a company that really cares about your Bitcoin should probably be focused just on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
That's what makes the code card so incredible. You can't load any other fucking coin into it.
Right.
Because they don't care about any other fucking coin. And the device is just magical. It's just a really good device. The Ledger is a really awesome device, but you're selling me double the price of your regular one to give me a bunch of shitcoin wallets.
Mm-hmm.
Why? I don't need that. That's gone.
Yeah.
So it's just, if you
I think it has
focus...
Bluetooth too. I think that might be
Which
a
I don't
difference.
trust. I don't
Yeah,
trust.
it's so like I was working on a transaction and it was like, hey, turn on Bluetooth. I was like, I don't want to do that.
I don't want to do that.
I don't want to do that.
I
I'm
think
good.
that could be easily intercepted.
Probably.
But once again, these companies are doing what they want. They have their following. They have their fans. They have their people. I bet you there's people that would listen to this right now. But BlockFi does this. Fantastic. It's not for me. I was never really deep into it anyways or whatever. But very early on, I was like, why not get interest if I'm holding?
Absolutely.
But as
or,
you start,
or even get interest on cash.
Sure. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I was stable. Well, I like to dry gunpowder. Like I like the fact that I could just buy some dips every now and then.
Yeah.
Even though the prices are higher on BlockFi.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised, huh? So you got all this leverage on my coin, and I'm paying more for my coin. Isn't that interesting?
It's like Robinhood. You pay extra. You pay the premium on stocks. Apps do that, man.
I don't use that. Yeah.
Free apps do that stuff, man.
It's business models. They have to make money. And once again, I respect it because whatever. But I like to feel, at least, I'm a more virtuous person. And to me, it's like, give me enough to eat and do the basics and let me be virtuous, as opposed to I got to go so far and expend myself and get away from my virtues in order to continue this trend of getting fiat, which is at the end of the day, as we circle around, what if, I don't think they have, but like, what if a BlockFi article comes out that says something about like money, something fiat related. And then you're like, oh, well, we're Bitcoin related. And it's like, well, that kind of defeats the purpose. Now you're playing both sides of the fence, as opposed to a Bitcoin company that's like, hey, we're going to get 10% of our assets and throw them into, that's a Bitcoin move, as opposed to another company that's chasing fiat. And they're basically like, hey, whatever it takes. We'll cut whatever neck we want. We'll ride whatever rate we want.
Yeah.
Hey, make your money, be virtuous. If you can do both, fantastic. But I think it's a very rare thing to be able to be virtuous and make a lot of money at the same time. Because I think in order to be like filthy rich, I think you have to be unvirtuous for the most part, in my opinion. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking of like one of my favorite artists has a lyric where he's talking about like, money comes with a price.
Yeah, exactly.
You feel me?
Yeah.
And I think in the song he was talking about a stripper or something.
Yeah.
And it was like, money comes with a price.
You get lost in it. Is my point. And is what that line sounds like. And it's like, you could get it forever, but you can't get the small things back. You can't get the virtuous things back.
Absolutely.
And I think that's the big part. And that's why Bitcoin is so easy for me to understand, because it's like, I'm just getting this while I live. I don't have to do anything to bend over backwards for it, right?
Yeah.
I live. Yeah, I want to be above my means, right? So I can have a little bit more comfort. But if I'm going to lose myself in order to get to a point that doesn't matter, because, there's always the lonely wife. There's always the kids that get outsourced to do whatever. And that's because you don't have that time. Like you said, you just it comes at a cost, like you said. Yeah, man, I appreciate the money makers like the Parabolics, just to keep bringing it up, because he's awesome and whatever, et cetera. But to me, that doesn't signal me. That's a lot of noise, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's hard.
I think it's, and you mentioned it too, just his online persona. Like these people have online personas that they have
Also
to,
a fact. Yeah.
even like sometimes I'll be ready to tweet something and I'm like, no, I'm not going to say that, because it seems like someone else's online persona. It's like this Bitcoin Twitter talk.
Yeah.
That turns into retweets and likes and engagement.
I bet you in real life he's a fantastic individual.
Yeah, I got to chat with him for like 20 minutes. Super cool, dude.
Awesome, dude. I bet.
You know what I mean?
See?
Like we were talking about that job that he was looking for, like a content creator and stuff.
Yeah. Right.
I
remember that.
Yeah, man. And again, people have that online persona to.
That's tough though, man. So like, how do I, the average guy, get to see you?
Yeah.
Right. So I can look up to you. I'm not trying to see you to hang out with you. I'm just saying, like, if I could get past the charlatan-y stuff, right?
Yeah.
Or the persona. Let's do it
Right.
that, because charlatan is not the word.
Sure.
Persona. Damn it. Like, I would respect you a lot more if I could somehow find a way. Go out your way to kind of let people know you, right?
Got to read his book. I guess that's the way.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I don't know. Twitter Clubhouse. But even still, it's probably the same.
I've heard him on Clubhouse. He's pretty average on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
But I don't know. You're right. Maybe the book is fantastic. I haven't read the book or whatever. But once again, like
I don't know a way around it.
He doesn't have to, right? But like, if you really want to, he's big for plebs. He's big for. If you really want to stand by that, the persona, the virtue, right?
Yeah,
like the persona got to get put to the side when it needs to get put to the side.
For sure.
But who the fuck am I? That's fair too. Like I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think about these things sometimes back and forth, because it's like some people you just really want to respect a lot, and then you just can't.
Yeah.
Not because you have anything against them, but because it doesn't line up.
Yeah.
Right? It's like you're playing, and maybe it's the persona, but you're playing. You don't owe me shit. You don't got to be nothing that you not or whatever, or you could be whatever you want. You making the bags and I'm not. But I would pass on the bag every single time if I could just be myself. 1,000%. So. Let's see what other topics we got here, man. We flying along. I always told you we freestyle stuff anyways.
No, we go.
China miners?
China miners, man.
Like, what's up?
So how many miners have left China?
I don't know. I saw some pictures, though, and it was like warehouses.
Fam.
Yeah, a lot of hash rate. I don't even know.
There's a lot of mining threads. One of them had said that they had disconnected like some crazy number, like 50,000 units in like 3 days or something.
By the way, shout out to Bitcoin security, because understand that all that is securing your gold. But yeah, man, I saw some pictures that were like warehouses full of just like S9s and different types of miners, and they were doing it big. I also heard a lot of stories. I don't remember the sources, but they popped up while I was out there that they were like airdropping, what's the headline, miners into Texas, and they were coming into Texas to kind of pick that back up.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I don't know much about. I know it's censorship in China, but I don't know much about the nitty gritty of it. But I will say it's fantastic for us, American
it's
miners.
great for us. What's going on in China is they're going to create basically the CCP coin.
Right.
It's going to be their digital currency. It'll probably have an expiration date on it, and the government will
Imagine
literally know exactly. I mean, with credit cards and debit cards, they already have a paper trail. You can still get around it with cash and other means.
Yeah.
But when your country says we're going to give you our own currency, it's going to have an expiration date, and they're literally going to be able to see everything in a place that already has so much, basically video cameras everywhere that you can't go off grid for more than like 2 seconds.
Right. And force an economy.
And you need to scan your face to get in and out of buildings, regular buildings.
That's probably already happening. But
and there's a social credit score where they know you're a liar if you lie in your text messages.
So China censorship.
They know if you're cheating on your wife through your messages through your phone.
Potentially coming to a government near you.
And that dictates your credit score, and now they're going to literally control your money.
Yeah.
And they're forcing Bitcoin out of the country. And so
that's a forced economy, though.
Bro.
Yeah.
Senators here are like, listen, China has made a grave mistake, and we need to capitalize on this. Their miners are being shipped elsewhere.
Unfortunately, our senators are not the ones that get listened to for the most part.
Right.
There's some that have some power and will, but
yeah,
now coming to a government near you, I mean, it's obvious, paper trails. That's a forced economy, which means it's not a free market. If I have to spend my money or it's going to run out, then that means they're forcing me to spend this money. I can't save. I can't pass it on to my children. I can't do any of that stuff.
It's crazy.
It is nuts, man. This is why we Bitcoin. Right?
I had the conversation with a friend. He was like, "Oh, how are you doing? If I would have bought Bitcoin last year when you told me, I could have paid off my house by now." And I'm like, "Listen, man, you're gonna say the same thing in a year or two from now."
Yeah.
And we were talking about things, and I was like, why is it that when you go to a bank and you want to take out more than 10 grand, they basically have the FBI there with you?
Right.
And his eyeballs were just like out of his head. He was like, "Really?" He's like, "That's crazy, but it's your money." I was like, "Well, you think it's your money."
Right. If he listens to this show long enough, he's gonna not care about buying the house and hold that thing, even if he's sleeping in the Honda.
Exactly. He's gonna want to leverage the house to buy more coin.
Absolutely. So
and I think knowing him, he has a double unit. He has a ton of equity. He could do that. I'm gonna send him some links.
That's your game for sure. I don't know nothing about that trading and leveraging stuff. I just stay home with stack sats.
No, just the like a refi or a loan against your house.
It's smart if it makes sense. We've talked about it.
Yeah,
Numbers make everything make sense if you can line it up. So I got it, but I don't know anything about that, so I won't even dip my feet in that.
Yeah.
All I can do is just stay home on stack sats.
Yeah.
Sure, I got some stuff I can leverage, but to me, it doesn't trade off well to me. It's like I'm gonna put myself kind of like knee deep in water for no reason because I'm not staying humble,
right?
And just taking things easy because we're early,
right.
And a lot of people think we're not early, and it's dangerous. Plus,
the price is $35,000, and we're still quote unquote early. You know what I mean?
And we saw what this thing can do.
People are saying this is pre-internet. Internet's just building up.
I've said it a few times.
AOL, right?
The connection, that shit on the phone. That's where we at right now.
Yeah.
It's incredible, man. But at the same time, because those miners are leaving, that's what we were talking about.
Difficulty.
The difficulty adjustment dropped. Estimated 25% last time I checked.
That's what I'm seeing. 25%.
That's a rough number, guys.
So
estimation is a key word here.
So if you're a miner now and you're online and you're going to be online consistently, does that mean overall it's going to be 25% less difficult and more profitable because you're going to be getting through blocks faster?
Not necessarily through block faster. Sure, yeah, because there's less hash in the system, so you're getting more share of that hash. If that makes sense.
Okay.
And please, miners, reach out to me if I'm wrong on that. The Toronto
Yes,
is probably listening right now. He's about to jump on me in the DMs. Yeah, but I think as you get more of the hash,
more reward.
Naturally, so you get more of a reward.
Beautiful.
But I can't say it's because of the block, because there's certain pools that don't give you block rewards. They just give you a hashing per pay. So it depends where you're at. I think the smaller miners like me had their best bet in slush pool.
Yeah.
I like the V2 Stratum for slush pool, and I think they're ahead of the game when it comes to that. But for the normal guy, I think it gives us the opportunity to be able to get more for our hash.
I've been noticing the last 2 weeks, both of my rigs are going up like 5-10K sats a day.
Oh yeah, that's the well, it depends on difficulty and price.
Gotcha.
Right? So when the price drops, you get less. But when the price goes up, you naturally get more because there's more to give out, I guess.
Gotcha.
But the hash is big and important in that. But I've tried both type of pools. I've tried like the pay per share. I've tried pooling. I'll be honest here, whatever. I think they're a FPPS, and it basically just gives me a faucet of sats all day. And depending on the price, I basically at the end of the day get about the same, right? Like so, if somebody's getting 20,000 sats a day, the difference is in slush pool is whenever they find the block, I get a bigger piece. So I could blow past that 20,000 sats a day.
It's like a bonus.
Right, that 20,000 sats a day and take the gamble. And if I only land an average of maybe 3 or 4 blocks, I done already made what I would have made on a full day over there anyways.
Yeah.
So you take that higher end risk because I'm a smaller miner.
Gotcha.
Bigger miners, such as yourself and stuff, you can kind of sit back and just watch the slow stream of sats coming in, unless you want to, represent slush, which I think you should, and V2 stratum is important for your connection and all that stuff.
Trying to convert me here.
Yeah, well, not really, because you don't have the possession of the miner, so it may not be as important to you. You just want your payout. But you the higher you could just sit back and get consistent sets and rely on this big difficulty drop and not worry about the volatility on slush pool.
Gotcha.
But smaller miners, because the S9 is kind of reaching the end of its life and needs to. Then I say you got to go big or go home. You got to take that big risk.
How long have the S9s been around?
2018, I believe.
Okay, gotcha. I thought they were older than that.
Maybe they are. Once again, miners reach out to me. I think it's 2018, and they said that they would only last 2 years, and we're going on 4 years now.
Yeah.
So they're still kicking ass. As the price goes up, they'll be more profitable. But as we know, electricity, where you're at, all those things matter. Listen, if you can get a very low electricity with an S9, you're gonna make money.
Yeah.
Here,
or if you have solar panels.
Yeah, right. Like offset your electricity,
free,
you can make it whatever. But other than that, you probably just got to pony up for a bigger one and try to get the offset and hashing and make more money that way. But either way, we've talked about it before. DCA through.
How much do we need to set up a farm, bro?
I listen. I don't think it's much money, man. I don't think it's much money. Honestly,
you need a garage or a shed.
Oh, like a big farm or a smaller farm?
Just like. I mean, there are YouTubers who, they have like a rig in their garage. They'll have a rig in their shed.
I say a really dope one would be like 50 to 100K. And that's including the miners and everything. Right? So you get a few What's miners at 7K or something like that. You know, depending. And now when the price is low, you get the miners for cheaper. It's a good time to get the miners. I've seen S9s go for 350. And I think I paid double that when the price was up at 50K or whatever. So now's a good time to get a miner. But say you get What's miners at 7K. Say you buy 4 or 5 of them. What's that? I'm telling you, is that 35K right there?
Yeah, 35.
Yeah, 35K right there. So, 15 on supplies, wires. You don't need 15 on supplies, but to kind of make the space insulated, protected, whatever. And you probably have enough money to buy another miner if you really want to.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much at all, man. Probably a few modems here and there because you're going to need that Ethernet connection going through to it. I don't think it takes much, but like a big farm, like if you actually have like a small little warehouse, 150K.
Yeah,
easy, and you can make that back, as we know, pretty fast.
Right.
And even if you don't make it on just hodling and finding other ways, you're gonna make it off just flipping some of the coin.
And then you can rent out some of the space for hosting.
Sure.
And then you
make money that way. Yeah, it's great.
So we got a business plan here.
We got a business plan here that's already been done. But yeah, I would argue the trouble for us here in the Northeast would be sourcing electricity that's worth the person even paying for.
Yeah.
But that would come with education too, right? So if we educate somebody on the reason that they could DCA through, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we could, convince them not convince them, but actually show them the trade-off that I'm making, which you mine at a loss because this is greater than just, basically buying sats or whatever.
And it's a short-term loss too, because when Bitcoin goes up 50, 100%, you're no longer at a loss.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the loss isn't that great.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, in the 30s. The miners, even though I've been profiting at a loss, have been able to bring me in a lot of sets. And imagine when those 30s go into the 40s, into the 50s.
Absolutely.
It grows out. But to me, it's just an accumulation game.
Absolutely.
So I'm just trying to get it wherever I got. If I got to trade dirty fiat, which is what I do often anyways, fantastic. Hey, electric company, please take this because you don't know what you've given me. You've given me the way out.
Yeah.
So it's an accumulation game for me. If it ever goes to 50, if it goes to 13, if it goes to 3, you already know where we're at. Yeah, we're just going to get as much of it as possible because we know the end game to this. And it doesn't end on, in my opinion at least, it doesn't end on a fiat dollar end, which is the $10 trillion coin or whatever like that. It doesn't end in that. To me, it ends as the dollar doesn't exist. So now you have D-coin, right? D-Bitcoin forever.
Where everything's measured in sats.
Exactly. So if we want to talk about like the gold, right, being the first layer of that thing, we have Bitcoin forever. So we have TCP IP before the internet. Like we have a possession of that. We own that. I'm not giving that up. Why would I give that up? It makes no sense. Everything else that gets built from here on out, I have a piece of, and I grow with it. It doesn't end with a $10 trillion coin. Will that make our life cool and more comfortable? Sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know about you. Life is good and comfortable.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah.
why I think there's no second. Like, I think people that don't have that comfort in life second guess when they have to buy coin. Right? It's like, oh man, but I could pay for this, or I could pay for that, or I could that struggle happens a lot. And I think for me, it's easy to just pull out my phone right now and just buy more.
Yeah.
Because to me, life is comfortable even if I have to cut back a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm happy. I'm content. There's a lot of people out there that are not, and they don't have the information to back up why they're kind of like shaky about. Well, Ben and Jose said that I should buy this, but I need gas, man. I'm trying to go to Providence tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
Or
conundrum
some
happens.
J's or some Yeezys or
Sure.
a chain.
But if you would have realized that you can own the internet before the internet.
Again, it comes down to education, man.
I hate that analogy, by the way. The internet's cool, but when
No, it is. I mean, there's nothing like it.
exactly, yeah. We're trying to use vague stuff, but this is just bigger than anything that's ever happened.
And I think when people say the internet, they mean it from a technological standpoint,
Sure.
where it's like back then they were saying, oh, you're going to book travel and you're going to do all this stuff on the internet, and people were they weren't even text messaging, right?
Right.
It was just everything was landline.
That's true.
So what are you talking about? I'm going to carry a device and I'm going to have Expedia. So like that, the way people didn't understand the future of the internet is the same way they really don't understand game theory and Bitcoin, where Bitcoin's going to take over everything.
Yeah.
So,
and you have a piece
and you
of
just
it.
sound crazy and I sound crazy, right? And that's just is what it is. But when people get educated, they start to see it.
Yeah.
And every few weeks, we're seeing more and more, news that are like, oh, hey, El Salvador has adopted Bitcoin as legal tender. All of South America will likely do the same thing in the next 2 years, right? And then software companies will continue to dollar cost average into Bitcoin. And then Walmart will start, you know what I mean? Like, we're watching this whole thing unfold day by day, week by week. And
I don't want them fuckers to have it. Yeah, I don't give a shit about price, dude.
Yeah.
Stop buying at Walmart. Why do you
Right.
want it? Fuck out of here, man. There's so many other people that need it. But yes, inevitably, this is where we're headed.
Yeah.
It's a big reason to have it now. But to me, it's not even about those people buying in. It's the innovations we haven't seen on Bitcoin yet. Layer 3, these things. Lightning is early right now, man.
I was talking with my barber, and he was talking about XRP being kind of like peer-to-peer and like instantaneous.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, hey, man, have you heard of Lightning and the Strike app? And it's like, this is Bitcoin Layer 2. So Bitcoin Layer 1 is top-notch security. You can't crack it.
Yeah.
And Layer 2 is I'm fast as lightning.
I think it's
so, like, in my opinion, I don't need anything else.
I think
at that point.
it's in a good way scary how early Lightning is.
Yeah.
Holy bananas. We have seen nothing yet with Lightning.
I hinted to
It's
it,
great.
and I'm like, this is just the beginning. Like, what does Layer 2 look like? What
was
does Layer
before
3?
debit cards?
Checks.
Was that Layer 2?
Used to pull up. Yeah, that's
Okay.
All right,
so-
Layer 2
so,
outside of money.
if I were to give a rough analogy, Lightning is at checks right now.
Yeah.
And you know how slow checks are right
Yeah.
now. Lightning is something of a different breed. Tip for the listeners, for you, I don't know if I've told you this, tip for anybody, grab your Strike app. Everybody has different fees or whatever. If you're going to dollar cost average, just say you're going to buy 50, $100, you can buy whatever you want. But say you're going to buy 50 to $100, load it up to Strike, get yourself a Mun wallet or any other type of Lightning wallet, load up Strike with cash, and send to your Lightning address and be blown away by how low the fees are.
Gotcha.
Be blown away. Let's mock one up. And these are rough numbers. So I was sent $75 the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I send it from Strike to Mun. I paid 6 cents as a fee to get all them sats converted into a Lightning wallet.
Fire.
Went over to Cash App. I mocked it. I didn't buy it again. I mocked $75.
Yeah.
They were taking $2.40. I paid 6 cents to get Bitcoin as a fee, as a transfer fee on Lightning. I was going to pay Cash App $2.40 or whatever as a fee, which I still think for the convenience of that Cash App.
I paid a $30 fee today.
On Cash App?
2 bands. $2,000. But see, to me, I'm just like
convenience.
I
wish we would have had this conversation before. You would have paid. I'm guessing here. You would have paid
$2.
Yeah,
Probably $2.
maybe $2. I was gonna say 75 cents.
Yeah, maybe
it is
$1.
freaking insane.
How do you spell that wallet? MUUN.
MUUN. Two U's and N.
That's an app.
It's an awesome wallet. Wallet. They hold you. They do this very clever thing where they give you like an emergency kit for your safety words and stuff like that, and they allow you to encrypt stuff. Awesome company, really cool, and they're back and forth Bitcoin on chain and Lightning, so you could tell it. So before I was getting played because I was going from Strike to a Bitcoin address, and I was still paying lower fees, but in that same $2.40, I maybe would have paid $1.80 on Strike. So I'm like, it's better, but damn.
Yeah.
The Lightning.
Okay. So you load up that app, Mud Wallet.
No, you load up Strike.
You
So
load,
Jack
no,
Mallers,
yeah, you load up Strike.
Yep.
But at first you have to have that other wallet established, right?
Sure, yeah, you got to be able to get to it. Yeah.
So
or
when
any other Lightning wallet, by the way.
Okay.
Remember, this is
Gotcha.
protocol cross to cross. This isn't about the app.
Gotcha.
It's about the
Okay.
protocol.
Gotcha.
So I use Mud. But you
Gotcha.
can use Mud.
What if I have Blue Wallet?
Blue Wallet has a Lightning wallet.
Okay.
As long as it can accept Lightning QR codes, you can do it there. The Lightning Network
Okay.
fees don't change per app. They change per use, right? So
Got it.
it is like, it's scary to see.
I'm going to give that a shot today.
I saw somebody pay 6 cents for, I think it was like $170 or something like that. And I was
Yeah.
like, fuck. And then I tried it and I paid the 6 cents too for less, but I was still cool with that. I was like, yo.
Yeah.
So I mocked it up and I think it was like a difference in 3,000. That $75 example was 3,500 sats that I would have lost.
Yeah.
That I was able to get just by doing that. Fact, this is weird. I hope Strike figures this out. I'm sure they're getting hammered on their customer service for it. Everybody seems to have a different threshold for how much you can load Strike up with. I've had people call me and tell me, yo, I only get 200 a week.
Oh,
Very
man.
strange. Right.
That's weird.
I don't think you would have, off the bat, like if you don't use Strike, I don't think you would have been able to do that 2K one today.
Gotcha.
Right.
Gotcha.
But
That's trash.
I think I've heard some people reach out to customer support and get it increased. So maybe you can get it increased. Maybe I got grandfathered in. I was very on in November, and I've always had 1,000. It's never changed for me. It's never gone down. It's never gone up.
Gotcha.
But I've always had 1,000, and then a few people that I've referred to.
That's monthly?
Weekly. I think it resets weekly.
Gotcha.
And it's per like day week, right? So if I spend 80 on Tuesday, I get that 80 back next Tuesday. Not like a full reset.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I hope it doesn't go down. 1,000 seems to be okay with me. But I've heard people get more, and I'm sure you could just reach out. Jack Mallers runs an amazing company. Why wouldn't they up your
I'm sure
budget?
they're working on it.
Yeah, they told somebody close to me when they reached out that it's up to your bank. I don't.
Yeah,
think,
I mean, I bought some on Cash App,
Yep.
and then I went to buy more on Cash App, and I know I had it in the bank, and they were like, nah, you can't. Your bank's saying no.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bro, like, I got the money in the bank. What do you mean? And so, like, in a case like that, I'd have to go over to like Swan Bitcoin or Coinbase Pro or to make that additional buy right then and there. But how inconvenient is that? Is like,
why don't you just go to Swan with that big purchase?
I'm dollar cost averaging through them.
You can still buy on the spot.
I haven't smash bought it with them yet. I got to get on them.
Yeah, I think the fees are supposed to be lower.
I'm probably gonna do it.
Yeah, I think it'll be lower than Cash App for sure.
I know. I've run the numbers. They are lower. I just haven't smash bought with them.
Yeah,
so I got to get in.
Listen, you got to get.
So
that
here's
money
the
back.
next part of convenience with Swan. Typically, I pull them up on a browser.
Yeah.
And then they
That's it.
email you. You know, do they email you to log in?
I don't use Swan.
Okay, that's right. So it's not like with Cash App. You just open the app, smash buy right there. With Swan Bitcoin, you go to their website. But you have to like jump through 2 hoops. They'll send you an email login, like a special link. Then you log in from there.
It's just not convenient.
And I haven't done it from my phone yet.
Gotcha.
So,
yeah. No, I just think
if they had a Swan app on Android, I'd probably be.
I'm sure it's in the works.
Yeah.
I've
if not
just
there already, I have to check.
I just try to chase the small fees. Dude.
Yeah,
Like, I think these companies are eating off of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Coinbase logged like 400 billion in profits, dude.
It's a shitcoin company.
So-
But either way, I try to chase them. This Lightning thing is legit.
Yeah.
I use it to pay bills. I use it to pay even Amazon stuff. I use it to pay anything I want.
So if I grab that wallet, I can do the National Grid bill through that.
Well, the 5% back is Strike with Moon. That's like
Got
a
it.
partnership
Moon.
that they got. So
Got
if you
it.
send to Moon, you could send it for low fees, but it wouldn't get you a 5%. It wouldn't do any of that.
So I would use Moon.
You would use Strike to get the 5%, and
Got
with
it.
Moon.
Got it.
Right, and Moon is not an app. It is, but it's a Chrome extension. Is what
Got it.
And they're getting better and better. Shout out to Moon. I talked to their, I believe it was their owner on a DM a little bit, and they got some really cool stuff in the works. And they also they like expanded this. Their cards used to be like 24 hours. Now they're 60 days. You could keep them loaded. Now they got this really cool interface on the side where sometimes the extension would go away. And then the information for the virtual card would be like, oh man, like I haven't put it in yet. Now you can open the extension back up, and they got this really cool UI that shows like the cards that you have on hand or whatever. Yeah, they're really growing.
I like that.
I think they're supporting Zcash. I don't know nothing about Zcash, not a single thing.
I think Zcash is actually no. I'm thinking about Monero. I think it's somewhat similar to Monero, where it's might be privacy, but I don't know much about it.
I know nothing about it, but I know they support that to do those things, and that's pretty cool. I just think their partnership with Strike is dope, and I think the fact that I don't have to give these online retailers an actual card, I could just give them like a I called it a what do you call a burner card? Like, you know, you got the burner phones, you could just use it once and toss it. That type of deal with cards on the fly.
Yeah.
Wow. And none of these companies are rejecting it. Like, I figured Amazon would be like, no, you can't. Nope. Amazon's doing it. Matter of fact, I think when you sign up with Moon, they take you straight to Amazon.com. So, yeah, but the 5% deal with Strike is dope. But then again, that's why some people are frustrated, because it's like, imagine if you only have a $200 cap. How can I get this 5% all over the place if I can only use it for $200?
It's a lot of transactions.
Yeah, I don't know if that's, Strike's partner bank. I don't know, whatever it may be or whatever. But that's another. We were talking about it before the show.
Still $10 though, bro.
What?
5% on 200.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful to see it back, and you just you stack that. So immediately they give it to you back immediate. It's not like it goes and you pend. It puts it right into your Strike account, and then from there, like I said, go to a Lightning address and send them fucking sats over. And it's just a beautiful thing. But seeing Lightning work is just always mind-boggling to me. It's just like they figured this out to a T. And it's checks. It's early in life.
I feel like it came out of, from my opinion, I feel like it came almost out of nowhere. I'm sure it's been a long time coming in development and everything.
2017,
but
I believe.
Like, I don't know. When we started the podcast, we weren't talking. Were we talking about Lightning as much?
I was, but that's because I was doing the node stuff.
Yeah.
And so I did, and then we laid off.
I feel like
for a little
techie people know a lot about it.
Yeah,
but like
for sure.
I'm less techie, and like it's just all hitting me now.
Yeah.
Or has been lately.
So we're getting there to the point because I've had this podcast on Podcast 2.0 since it started.
Early.
So no, Lightning has just been. Yeah, you're right. I think now it's starting to get to like the gamers. It's starting to get to this new platform, the Strike, the El Salvador thing. Like you notice that a lot of those things that are being said over there are not, hey, they're making Bitcoin transactions. It's the Lightning transactions.
Yep.
That's the difference. That's how the bread maker or the piragua maker could know right away that he got his coin and there's no bullshit.
That was the same conversation I had with the barber.
Absolutely.
I was like, when I pull up to the chimney truck, if it's going to take 10 minutes or longer to confirm this, and I have to go, that's an issue. But with Lightning, it's going to do it instantaneously.
Well, imagine the fact that what's going on right now. Right now, that's why the difficulty is going to swing so fast. Right now, it's taking an average of 15 to 16 minutes to find a block.
I think I saw one that went for like over 20 minutes.
So my thing is that. So you're not always guaranteed that 10-minute wait, even if you are willing to wait. Yeah. Even if your barber's like, oh, by the end of the haircut, it's like, all right, cool, but we can't guarantee a confirmation.
Yeah.
But it wasn't built for that, right? So,
but how many times do people go to send? Like, are they writing a check that they can't cash?
What do you mean?
Like, if I go to send you $100, but I only have $50 in my wallet.
Yep. You can't.
What would it say?
You don't have enough funds.
Okay.
Gotcha. No, listen, input, output. This is actually kind of good because I was going to talk about consolidating UTXOs.
Like, if whatever app I'm using, right then and there, it would say that. Or even like cold storage, it would say that. So we wouldn't even need to wait for the confirmation.
And your fee is balled in.
Right.
Unless like Cash App, they cover the fee.
Yeah.
So if you have $50 and your fee to get it on the next block is, $5,
right?
You're gonna send 45. You're not sending. They're not gonna charge you the overage, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like when you do shipping, you pay the $24 and then whatever's on top you come out of. No, it's like it needs to be within that range for you to send it.
And so fair to say that if you're a barber or whatever, and I'm going to pay you, and the transaction goes through, you see it as pending, that it's pretty much almost good as gold. Like you can kind of
for the Bitcoin on-chain transactions.
Yeah, for the barber to assume that it says pending, but I know it's Gucci.
Well, no, that's not necessarily true because what happens is if you set a very low fee, like a 1 sat fee or something like that, the miners could keep ignoring it. And after a certain amount of time, the system rejects the transaction.
Gotcha.
So it doesn't mean that the Bitcoin gets lost. It just goes right back to you. It doesn't move, and they don't get it.
Gotcha.
So imagine your barber cut your hair. You put a 1 sat fee 3 or 4 days later, it's still not confirmed yet because the miners are like killing it with the other ones.
Right.
Then now, on the other hand, if your barber is savvy enough, now once again, this is a little complicated, to like check the mempool and be like, oh no, this 1 sat transaction is going to hit up in 3 hours or whatever.
Yeah.
Because the mempool is low, the miners are going to pick up that 1 sat transaction. Then he could kind of have a rough idea.
Enough,
like, it's going to confirm today. It may be later, but I trust you, Ben. I got your number anyways. Whatever.
I know where you live, bro.
Exactly. But the Bitcoin network, if the mine is, you could rebroadcast. So if he calls you up and says, yo, it didn't come through, bro.
Yeah.
You could rebroadcast with a higher fee and then get it pushed.
Go through faster.
Right. And they'll override the other one.
Yep.
But yeah.
Pay for the VIP.
Or you could just get Lightning.
Yeah, or you get Lightning.
And get it right on the fucking fly. You're going to see it right there. It's going to be input right there. Lightning is early. It's incredible what we're going to see.
How does Lightning work?
Oh, man.
How do they do that? How do they...
Channels.
If I'm sending you 10 grand in Bitcoin right now, and it's going to get to you instantaneously through Lightning.
Are we talking small scale or big scale? Like, are you talking about what Strike is doing in the background or what Jose would do in the background?
No, I guess, what Strike is doing.
What Strike is doing in the background is probably just handling books very well.
Yeah, so it's BTC to USD.
So so they have channels all over the place. They probably have the bigger channels of any network because they've been doing it for so long, right?
Mm-hmm.
So their channels are huge to where they have liquidity both ways, in and out.
Gotcha.
And then I bet you they hold a big pot of Bitcoin on reserve. And then when you send in your $50, their books automatically trigger some automation that says, spend that 50 into one of our Lightning channels to shoot it out.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah. They're
And
just
then on
swapping
the
it.
other end, that's happening. Their books are good on the other end, which is like, well, that's what I remember early conversation. Jack Mullers was saying like, yeah, I want this to be so smooth that we're taking the tax incentive hits in the background. Like, I eat that up. Don't worry about it. We're going to figure that out through our accountants, through our books or whatever. So he's actually taking a hit. And that's why, not necessarily why Lightning is giving you cheap transactions. That's a whole different conversation. But that's why you can buy Bitcoin, because you're really just turning it into Bitcoin for so cheap, because he's taking the hit on that transaction.
Gotcha.
And he's probably getting a fantastic rate wherever his source for Bitcoin is, or his company's source is.
Right.
And especially if it's themselves. If we're the reserve, then we're not paying any high fees. We're just converting it on the fly and charging you maybe a low fee because we have to for books purposes. Crazy stuff is happening. But it all goes through channels. You have to have liquidity in and you have to have liquidity out, which is why you said a little while ago, techie people are into Lightning. Even techier people than me are into Lightning because the channel management is crazy if you do it on your own. It's hard to get inbound liquidity and it's pretty hard to get outbound liquidity. It's getting better.
Yeah.
But the way Lightning works in a simple way is it's a tab. So, my man, if you can't afford a $5,000 tab, we're not doing business. I'm not even sending you. You can't afford it. You don't have that liquidity to promise me that.
Right.
And that's kind of how it works. You're exchanging tabs back and forth. And whenever the tab ends, you're going to bring it to the Bitcoin network, which is the bouncer, and say, hey, I'm ready to cash in. And the Bitcoin network does the closing transaction and says, Ben settled with this, Homeboy settled with this. But I would spread the change basically evenly because you guys have been keeping tab the whole time. And that's what Lightning does. So Lightning never has to settle. It could always stay there because there's always the opening transaction. And then it could be 12 years down the road. And then that last transaction, when we walk away from each other, all those transactions have been recorded, updated on the fly. So the very last transaction, you're not querying all the way back to see how much you spent here. It's already been updated. So you're querying the last receipt that says out of a whole Bitcoin, Jose ended up with 40 of it and Ben ended up with 60 of it. And now we're going to pay them out on chain to their addresses. It's incredible stuff, but it can stay open forever. It's a tab that can stay open for as long as the channel's open. And a lot of these companies like Fold and stuff just have big channels in the background. And they can make all this stuff happen on the fly. Like you could do the same thing with Strike. You could go buy an Amazon Fold card on Lightning and get 5% back on Fold because you use Lightning, and you could do that from the Strike app. You could just tell Strike, hey, here's the address that you're going to pay that invoice to. You're going to pay it through Strike. It's going to give you the Amazon card for $50, and you're going to get 5% back from Fold because that's what they do.
I got some National Grid bills to pay, bro.
Yeah, man.
And I got some sats to buy. I want to try that out with Lightning.
All that stuff, man. But the speed of it is settlement. The cheap fees is settlement. I was going to talk about consolidating UTXOs. I'll sum that up really quick. If you keep putting, transactions are inputs and outputs. When you go to spend the output, so say, let's use dollar term. If I were to say, hey, it costs you $100 to do that, but for every 20 you give me, there's going to be a tax for that, right? But if you give me a 400, I only tax you one time.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if you keep doing a lot of $20 transactions, whenever you go to spend what you're worth, the $100, you're going to have to pay fees per UTXO, per $20 bill. So it's going to be a bigger size. You're going to pay a bigger fee. So what a lot of people are doing is and they've been doing for a long time. I've started to do this too. It's fascinating. Is consolidating UTXOs. So that's basically when the mempool is really low and you could get fees off for really low. Turn those 520s into one transaction that equals 100. And in the future, when you go and move that 100, your fees are low because you're only paying that tax one time instead of for each
multiple
20.
transactions. Yeah.
Super smart to do. Only do it when the mempool is low because you're gonna pay fees to move the 520s.
Right.
So when the mempool is low, that fee will be effortless.
Minimal.
It'll be nothing, and then you'll pay to do that. And then later on, you're gonna have the 400 because Bitcoin works as inputs and outputs. And if you sign a transaction that says, "Hey, I want to spend $100 worth of Bitcoin," it either grabs $100 worth. So you said you spent 2 bands earlier, right? So if you were to go and pay Jose 2 bands, they already have a UTXO on you that says, "Oh, it's worth 20. It's worth 2 bands." I could just send them that one. But if you don't have that one, it's going to accumulate UTXOs to get to 2 bands.
Gotcha.
And it's going to cost you to move that chunk.
Yeah, it just becomes more of a transaction.
Yeah, it's a bigger transaction.
More processes in the
More
transaction.
data.
More data. I was going to say
I
that
think
same
what
thing.
they say, it's a heavier transaction when it comes to megabyte size.
Gotcha.
Especially if it's not native SegWit like we talked about the last time. Because you're going to pay all the data information, the script information up top. It's all fascinating stuff, but I've heard people say consolidating before, and I was like, man, that seems like a pain in the butt. Like once my coin is there, I'm not trying to move that. I'm trying to leave it alone. You can do that, but just remember, if you ever were to move it for whatever reason in the future, even if it's just to move to another cold storage or another transaction, your UTXOs, how many of them you have, and when we DCA, we put 50 here, 100 here, whatever, you're going to have to pay for every single one of those UTXOs to move. But once you do it, they all turn into one, input, and then you have to spend the output.
Got it.
Fascinating stuff there. But yeah, man, all that stuff. I don't think we got any. Oh, did you want to talk about the ARK Bitcoin ETF? I don't know anything about this.
Yeah. So ARK is basically there's like ARK technology and ARK. There's a bunch of different ARK ETFs currently. And, some are tech, some are biotech, some are health, some are, all this. And it's been very popular as of lately. I think the woman's first name is Kathy.
Okay.
And she's bullish on Bitcoin. They've created an Bitcoin ETF. And, you mentioned offline that these people are playing, fiat games, right?
Sure.
People are buying GBTC to get Bitcoin exposure through a share.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're buying that through their 401k, and their 401k doesn't have any other Bitcoin option.
Sure.
So they don't want to take their 401k out completely, take a hit, and then manage it themselves. For them, it's easier just to leave it in their retirement fund because they have a day job or whatever.
Sure.
And then they buy ARK Bitcoin ETF, or they buy GBTC with it. But it's just a way for the mainstream finance markets to have access to Bitcoin. And I think simultaneously for folks like us, that just means more liquidity into Bitcoin. More Bitcoin being secured. I was talking with my friend Joey, and we were talking about how Grayscale is able to, sell the Bitcoin, and it's like they secured Bitcoin, they have it in a trust, and in the trust it says that they can never sell their Bitcoin, and so they can offer Bitcoin shares because they have possession of that Bitcoin. And so it's just trading the stock market for the Bitcoin market for to avoid taxation, right? It's stupid.
Yeah.
But it just means more purchases will be made and more people will have access to it. Game theory, everyone will have Bitcoin. Not everyone, but you know what I mean.
That'll be the first ones to go, man. You'll see. Yeah, man. You can't,
so that's all that is.
Human greed will always trump I think about it in your own life. Anybody who's listening, I think about it. Human greed will always sneak. And listen, it gets to that point. These fucking guys are playing around with fire, man. I don't trust any of those motherfuckers. It does make sense that whatever, trust this, trust that. I don't trust none of y'all. That's the funny, ironic part about the word trust. I don't trust any of you guys.
It's a trust fund.
Yeah, right. That's ironic in itself because you're telling me that I have to trust you to A, exist, B, not go anywhere, and have the best of security standards.
Mm-hmm.
I'm supposed to trust
and
that?
C, that no one has political blackmail on you.
Come on, man. Yeah, I don't know. Once again,
I'm assuming their Bitcoin is in a third-party custody, though. For a trust.
I don't know, man. I don't trust any of that. And I think the only thing that would help is if they lose all their coin, then it's a sacrifice to the network, and we all keep that leverage, I guess. But I don't play with any of those guys. I'm not informed about that stuff.
Yeah.
So I won't have an opinion on them. But to me, it's just that kind of overall trusting. You guys keep wanting me to trust you, and historically, what have you guys have done? Fiat games.
Yeah.
Untrustworthy shit.
I don't know if it so. All right, let's say ARK or whatever Bitcoin ETF, something crazy happened like the exchange thing where the Bitcoin, they went to check the custody of the Bitcoin and the Bitcoin is gone.
Yeah.
Does the SEC and the stock market refund you? Like is your investment insured at that point? Do they, take from what the company owes to pay you out, whatever?
Yeah.
Like I wonder how that would work. I don't know.
I'll give you the easy line.
But I wouldn't want to deal with that anyways.
I'll give you the easy line. Yeah. You can't insure what you can't replace.
Yeah.
Sure, insure my house, but build a new one.
Right.
What are you insuring?
Yeah.
You can't make any more.
They would give you the cash equivalent.
Come on, man. You would take that and be cool with that? I'm not taking that.
No, I'm just saying, I'll take that over nothing.
Yeah.
I'll take the cash equivalent. Give me, 35 right now. I'll take that
nothing.
so I could just rebuy it.
Remember, think Venezuela. So they're giving you back the mountains.
No, don't
give me that shit back. I traded this for that.
Yeah.
Don't give me that shit back. I know what you mean. If something happens, then and most of the people that are probably investing in Grayscale are probably care about the fiat anyways. To them, it's probably that mentality. Oh, well, I lost my Bitcoin. I got my money, though. Fantastic. You can't insure this. So that's ironic to even say or even promise them. I don't know if they do. I'm just assuming that it's insured and it's safe. You can't insure something that if your best tech guy has a wrong day, you can lose forever.
Yeah.
And telling me that, oh, no, it's cool because remember that bird printer over there? We're going to get some of that money and we're going to give it back to you.
Yeah.
It's trash. We're giving you bags of trash.
Mm.
Don't worry about it, though. You'll feel better when you see the numbers in your bank account. It'll make you feel better. No. You can't bring this back. This isn't Ethereum. You can't hit up Vitalik. They can't make any more. It's gone. And it's gone forever. And if I got it early, it's gone forever. Like, even if you give it back and I buy again, I don't have my stakes. I don't have my positions. Go fuck yourself, Grayscale. I don't know anything about y'all. I don't want to. Because to me, anybody who doesn't advise people to protect this thing with their life, I don't care about shitcoins. You do all that stuff. That's fantastic. Have fun with that stuff. If you're not protecting this thing as a tool of freedom, as a tool to be able to protect censorship, China, all that stuff, as a tool to be able to make sure that if you need to hightail the fuck out of here with your family, you're going to hightail together with wealth. You're going to be a king over there just like you're a king over here. If you're going to try to tell me that that's just insurable, if you're trying to tell me that I should trust you with that, you're just BlockFi. You're just another one of those companies that's lying to me and telling me that this is the best thing because it's convenient. Give me a way out. A lot of these Bitcoin companies are figuring it out, which means they actually put their brains together and they actually said, there's a problem. How do we figure this out where it's a win-win? We can have a business. They can have comfort. A lot of companies, CoCard, Unchained Capital. There's a bunch of them. I don't even want that you can continue to name. Hado Hado. Shout out to Hado Hado. There's a lot of companies here that are basically saying there's a trust problem here. They shouldn't trust us because we could fuck up.
Yeah.
But we can empower them and give them the tools to be able to take trust into their own hands and assist them with it. That's the key business model. Anybody else who's doing anything in the Bitcoin space, not anywhere else, anybody who's doing anything different, somewhere along the line, they're going to breed love. Somewhere along the fucking line.
What's good with him?
I don't know. I don't follow any of those guys. I don't know. Maybe he's still pushing.
I
I
haven't seen him on my timeline lately.
Yeah, because nobody cares. I don't know. I don't follow those guys.
Maybe I unfollowed.
I think he's the only one that's like an influencer.
Yeah.
That even though I don't unfollow, doesn't show up.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because I still see Parabolic. I still see Pomp stuff, and I don't follow those guys.
Yeah.
But him, I don't even see him pop up. So he either bounced or he's so far down in the algorithm right now that nobody can see him. Or he blocked everybody.
It's crazy, bro. He had Michael Saylor on for like 8 episodes.
I still remember that though, and it was the worst parts was him. 100%, man.
So the worst.
Don't be nice to him.
All right. The worst parts were him, but I just feel like what Michael was talking about was so fascinating.
That's what I mean.
That like,
how did he get him there?
How did he get him there?
Yeah.
And then like I don't know who else would have done that better. I don't know.
Oh, anybody. Jeff Booth.
Yeah.
Nick Bhatia.
Yeah.
Right? Let's go.
Those guys.
Anybody who knows money, right? Or anybody who knows where this is going.
Yeah.
And there's a few guys that know. I like Jeff Booth a lot because he was in.
I do too.
He's like he saw what the tech companies did early on and how the internet changed money and changed escape.
Yeah.
And he's able to take that view onto Bitcoin and what he's seeing with Bitcoin. I really like Jeff Booth.
I listened to him with Lynn Alton and Marty Bent.
She's a gem
on the
too.
Investors Podcast.
She's a gem too.
I feel like I'm like way out of my league just listening to these guys. I'm just trying to soak it in.
They're all really good. I like Preston's podcast. I haven't listened to it in a few weeks. I saw he had Parabolic in the last one.
He got that radio voice, man. He's made for this. He just has that like deep radio.
He got shit as all they all do though for flipping some shit coins. But
did he?
I think
Does he?
yeah. I think he just does ads for like cracking and stuff. And the real hardcore plebs ain't with it. He gets his bag. I still listen. Same thing with Peter McCormack. Guys that are frustrated and all this stuff. I listen for the guest.
Yeah.
I listen for the guest. Any podcast that I see pop up in my feed, I'm interested in who the guest is.
Facts.
So it's like, y'all could be mad all you want, but you're missing a lot of wisdom from a lot of people.
Thanks.
Especially the well-traveled podcasters, their Gigi. If you're not listening to anything their Gigi's on, I mean, you're not missing out on like financial stuff. You're missing out on that feeling, that conviction of this is. I was listening to one of their Gigi's articles earlier, and it was like Bitcoin in its time or something like that. I'm probably butchering that, but it's basically that like. There's nothing that can stop an idea whose time has come. And Bitcoin is that. So if you want to hear more of that, which is, I think, the best content out there on Bitcoin is this stuff, you got to go to their GG anywhere he's at. And he's a well-traveled podcaster. Like this dude, he was on our podcast. He goes and he shows his love, and he's been around. He talked about it in this podcast. He's been around since Ethereum, and he actually worked on Ethereum. So these are guys that are not chasing clout.
Yeah.
that are telling me, what's the famous Jay-Z line? Hope went through that, so hopefully you won't have to go through that or whatever. Like, I think Joe Gigi is one of those guys where it's like, he got nothing to sell you, man, besides wisdom and besides his word, because he writes.
Right.
But he's here to shit post with you. He's here to have fun with you and be a maxi, not because he lined up that way, but because he saw the other side.
Yeah.
And he saw that there was a massive problem here. And I have to believe those guys over the Mark Cubans or the fucking Elon Musk of the world.
Idiots.
Like, what the fuck is
Kevin
happening?
O'Leary and
so once again, anybody who doesn't have that business model, either their persona or as a company, I'm not fucking with.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking with. And I still with the what I call the pirate Bitcoiners, which are the non-KYC guys. I'm still with that 1,000%. But I'm one of those guys where it's like some convenience in certain situations when explained properly are helpful.
Yeah.
The easiest one being, in my opinion, I haven't thought another way around this is what happens if your spouse is just not as interested as you? If you start doing this whole, wrap the group KYC process, whirlpooling and all that stuff, it's fantastic. And, it's our job to educate them, which is fantastic as well. But sometimes they just don't want it. Right. And if you have safeguards in place so that your wealth can be transitioned, as long as they're Bitcoin first and Bitcoin native, and they don't hold my coins, my keys, I think it's a trustable thing.
Yeah, they're not holding your keys.
Until proven,
right.
Different. I had somebody who I won't dox earlier bring up a fantastic point, though, where it's like, I won't give context either, but what happens when the hardware manufacturers say, hey, we don't take the standard anymore?
Of coin?
Of just script, right? So multi-sig is a script.
Gotcha.
Taproot's about to come. What if they say, well, listen, that stuff right there, we don't do anymore? I'm not fearful of that because historically the developers find a way to work around that. Native SegWit or whatever, or things to offer people to transition to. So you won't just lose your coin. But it's hard for me to explain what he was talking about without giving context. But it's interesting. Like, this is like a wild west out here. And a lot of these companies are innovating on the fly. And there's some things that they have not perceived yet that can possibly happen.
I mean, even back to our conversations with a certain company rejecting certain Bitcoin transactions.
BlackFi.
Based on whatever the heck they want to say.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not cool with that, bro.
Yeah, nah. Like, it's an open protocol. I love Jack Mallers' lines where this is an open monetary system. The rails on it are not to be intercepted.
Caught him on the news the other day. They were like, oh, well, what about the people who say, we're not going to advise people to invest in Bitcoin because it could go to zero. And he's like, it's not going to zero. And on top of that, XYZ.
Yeah. It's insane.
Yeah, he's going toe-to-toe with the news, man.
He must be tired of repeating himself in front of these people that are not interested in learning. It's not like they're listening to him like, oh, man.
No, they're not listening. They're just trying to portray what they want to say.
I think sometimes I've even noticed that they try to mock the kid.
Right? Yeah, like, that's the whole point. We're going to get the Bitcoin guy on.
Yeah.
And we're going to say XYZ. We're going to try and make him look crazy and dumb because we want to persuade our viewers
and
to
then he
not
gives him
do
the fucking
XYZ.
uppercut.
Literally. I've watched it like 3 times.
That's realness to me, man. Hey, listen, I'm going to be real. And this is, once again, back to the money, whatever. Maybe the persona. I like that word. That's a good word. Back to that. I've seen Pompliano on the. It just seems fake, man.
Yeah.
It just seems
it's a brand,
man.
It's like Macho Man Randy Savage.
And I don't got time for that in my life, man. I've been so daily. I've been so much shit in my life, man.
Yeah.
That I'm exhausted of that shit. Especially when it's one of those where it's like, I'm just smarter because I got money and you don't. Man, you just lying to people. Go fuck yourself. Listen, time will tell. Not conviction. You're basically a virtuous life. Your character will be your fate. You can do that and get away with it for a long time, but how you end up, it's never going to be friendly, man. It just works that way. That's just the way life works. And maybe that's philosophy for me, but that's the way it is. And it's not impressive. But then you see Jack up there.
Yeah, he's just straight.
Come on,
he's not
man.
selling anything.
Come on, man.
He's just trying to change the world.
So listen, please forgive me. I know nobody watching even cares if I could give 2 shits what these influencers have to say. Yeah. Please forgive me if I don't care that they have the people that they're GGs of the world on their podcast and I fast forward through their shit because I think it's the mind-numbingest thing of all time. I think it's just scripted down to his blog post, like not blog post, his Twitter post. I was like, who typed this for you, my man? Who did you copy and paste this from? You got like your marketing guy shot you a text and say, yo, this is a good time to post this, and you copied it and pasted it in your Twitter.
He got someone doing copy for him, bro. Why you hating?
That's what I'm saying. That's what the argument back.
He got a ghostwriter.
Are you mad because he's doing?
He got a ghostwriter.
I'm not mad at all. But I have the right to call it out as I see fit. And he has the right to tell me I'm a piece of shit as he see fit.
Yeah.
But to me, or that I'm a nobody
Whatever,
as I see fit. But character is fate, in my opinion. And I think at the end of it all, if I stick to my character and I stick to my virtuous ways and I stick to what I believe in, nothing that ever happens out there is ever going to impact my ending. It sure may impact theirs. I just think we should.
It's philosophy Jose right here.
I love philosophy, but it's not that. It's that Bitcoin has allowed us to bring life back to that, to being virtuous. In the Bitcoin world and the hyper Bitcoin world, we no longer need to lie to each other to try to get one up on each other.
Yeah.
That's the world that Bitcoin provides. The fact that if it's worth it, Ben is going to feel it's cool enough to send Jose that value worth it. He doesn't have to lie to me and bargain me on price. He's going to take it because he understands it's a fair thing. And he trusts me and respects me enough to know that I'm going to give that value right back. Right? Because we're trading something that's not trash. On the other hand, you selling me a $1,000 course to try to get 3-4x up on me because I had to scrap up to get that $1,000 course, just in an example or whatever, just so you can do that and I could suffer more or have a harder of a uphill climb. That's not a fair world to me.
Yeah.
It's a bullshit world is what it is. And I've been in marketing, so maybe I'm a little bit tainted because I've seen it. But you have to be unethical to be on their scale at some point in some time. My argument has always been, you don't if you're just content with what you receive. But who the fuck am I? I'm just a dude in my basement shooting podcasts with his good friend. But yeah, that's my beef with them. That's why I don't follow them. Shout out to anybody who does follow them and cares about them. But those people will run with the bag as soon as they can. They will fuck you over. They will breed love you. I love using that. Whenever they can, if it's right for them. And then a lot of people say, well, in this world, you should only look out for yourself and your family members. In this fiat world, you should only look out. But I've seen and you've seen in the Bitcoin world, and this young little community that we have, everybody helps everybody.
Facts.
Everybody. It doesn't even matter what it is. Everybody's down to help. And it's about life shit. It's not necessarily just, well, how do you get Bitcoin from here to... They'll help you with that stuff. But I've had great conversations last week. Yeah, I was able to have great dinner with Bitcoiners that I have never met in my life. Fantastic people. And that's the world where you don't have to pull the fast one on your peer to try to get one up.
Yeah.
Or the other human being. That's the Bitcoin world. That's the peace and love world. That's that thing that we're getting. Peaceful protest of the world. And the fiat world, though, yeah, you're going to have people trying to sell you, get quick, rich schemes and get 6-pack abs in 10 days. Those things have worked forever. Once again, I've been exposed to marketing. Headlines work.
Yeah.
You could pull somebody in who doesn't even think about a 6-pack, and by the end of the conversation, have them wanting a 6-pack and buy your shit. That's charlatanish because you can't guarantee a 6-pack. You and I both know a 6-pack is just work.
You know more than me, bro.
I don't have it anymore, but yeah, I know what you mean. It's work. That's the world where proof of work always shines above everything else. And in the Bitcoin world, everybody's pulling their take because let's be honest here, even if we wanted to cut a stimulus or give some free work, we can't. There isn't enough of these things to go around.
Right.
Well, there is because we could micro, but you know what I mean? We can't make this up. Yeah. So everybody needs to provide, everybody needs to be honest, and everybody will exchange value. And we're seeing that in the Bitcoin community.
Absolutely.
But the world doesn't see it yet because it's still a fiat standard.
Absolutely.
I want to get away from that standard so everybody can stop stabbing themselves in the back and I can stop getting stuff sold to me or get the one up on me, as people like to say. But whatever, man. The argument from the other side is, haha, boo, sucker, stay poor. Stay poor back because you have fiat.
Right.
So we're both poor.
Yeah, literally.
It's a mental fuck. Do your conviction, guys. That's an hour 8 in. I don't know if we got anything else difficulty. Art, BlockFi. Fuck BlockFi. We've been kind of trending towards that anyways, but now it's official. Fuck them. If you do business with them, have fun. Sure, they could be for another 20 years. You can't change the field goal post 3-4 months in a row. You can't block transactions that are Bitcoin native, back to Jack Mallers. You can't interrupt the rails, right? You can't do any of this stuff. They seem to do it and nobody seems to care, which is very weird to me. It's everybody's just cool. I've seen the comments where it's like people defending it. Like, no, well, they're still great. That's never good. Have fun. I would, if you do other coins, don't do other coins. It's the wrong thing to do. If you do other coins, maybe you can take advantage of that because they could, like we talked about a little while, they could pay you back.
Right.
Cool. Fantastic. Pay me back my Ethereum, whatever. Don't do that with your Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Listen to this podcast. Listen to other stuff. Learn how to cold storage. Multi-sig it up. Bitcoin native friendly companies do that. Everything else is pretty much a joke. And the charlatans from the previous marketing age have come into this crypto space now.
Yeah. They're throwing Bitcoin footballs to the moon now.
That's the last one we had there. Second L from Mr. Tom Brady. And from New England, that kind of hurts. Second L.
He's probably getting paid huge amounts of money.
That's why I keep bringing up. What is this crypto thing?
Yeah.
I don't know what these crypto thing, but the marketers have come in and turned crypto into a flashy word.
Michael Saylor, what is crypto? No, there's Bitcoin.
What is this crypto thing?
Bitcoin is the asset.
And they get that wrong. And a lot of people are like, oh, but Bitcoin is cryptography. And yeah, but it's not crypto. That's the flashy word that the marketers built so they could sell you
whatever.
Football cards that are not really yours, but they say that they're really yours. Anyways, that's a whole different thing. You know how we feel about shitcoins here.
Yes, sir.
You know how we feel about NFTs here and any of that other bullshit crap. On the tech side, keep innovating, guys. You'll figure it out at some point. But on what is the freedom tool, let's stop having this conversation here, guys. It's a dead one. The FUD is always the same. It never knew. They got nothing else to bring to the table. Let's forget about that stuff. That wraps up episode 26.
Yes,
guys, please rate, share, and subscribe. If you're watching this on YouTube, hit the button down below so you can mess with us and get a notification every time it pops up. Check us out on all your favorite podcasting platforms. If you happen to have a Node, an Umbro, or Raspberry Blitz, any of that stuff, check us out. Stream some sats our way. If you like this value, you can give it back and forth. We appreciate you guys. Got anything for the listeners?
That's all, bro.
Cool. I'll see you guys next week. We'll see you guys next week. Take care.
Peace.
Later.
All the opinions expressed by Jose and Ben or any of the guests on this show are solely their opinion and their opinion alone. Their opinions do not reflect the opinions of any of the sponsors or other parties involved in the recording of this show. Do not treat any opinion expressed by Jose and Ben as a specific endorsement to make a particular investment or follow a particular strategy. Their expressions of their opinion on this show is purely for information.
Bitcoin Takeover Radio is brought to you by Voltoro, the gold and Bitcoin exchange. Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro. Grab your phone, use Blue Wallet on iOS or Breeze Wallet on Android, and scan the QR code on the webpage. So what are you waiting for? Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro, scan the QR code, and get that sweet pile of Bitcoin.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. What's up?
Bitcoin Takeover Radio.
My conversation. My conversation with them is like, last year we saw the president of the United States get censored while he was still the sitting president, right?
Yeah, that's important to people, isn't it?
I just think that's a big deal, right?
That's happened a lot, though.
So there's that piece. And my question is like, at what point did they say, you know what, we don't like what you're doing on social media, so we're gonna pause your bank account?
Yeah.
I don't think that's far off.
Well, I think. Do you feel that people just don't notice it? Is that what it is? Do you feel bad for people because you think it's about to? Because you're prepared for it, obviously.
No, so I'm just like,
or preparing.
My thing is, Bitcoin is supreme to everything, right? Yeah. But on top of that, it's censorship proof. So when the powers that be don't like what you're doing in person or online, ultimately they can stop your bank account. And then what do you do at that point when you can't transact currency? You know what I mean? And Bitcoin solves that problem.
Yeah, got to go back to the always or whatever. It's a thing. But actually, we were having that conversation before we went live on the mics. That's why, for a lot of these services, let's not just single out in mining industry, but a lot of these services, we have to own this stuff. It needs to be part of our possession, and we need to be responsible for it, right? Like when you think about cold storage, you think about your whole coin and all that stuff. It's a responsibility thing. But sometimes we try to, the fiat world or the fiat standard has conditioned us to kind of do the easy route thing because it's important to do. And a lot of the reason a lot of the reason for us being in the position that we're in now is because we gave away a lot of that power for convenience. Hey, take care of our banking. Hey, take care of our delivery. Hey, take care of this and take care of that. We'll pay you to do this stuff for us. And that's when the charlatans were able to slide in there and basically, steal from us, pillage from us. So we talked about mining and specifically, it is much more convenient, probably more economically set to do it in a place like Compass Mining, but unconfiscatable means that they need to take it from you, not from Compass Mining, not from the distributor, the manufacturer, the exchange, blah, blah, blah. So it just goes back. And I could do better with this too. I actually think I was more into privacy early on into Bitcoin than I am at the moment. But because I was so deep into it early, I think I still have a firm understanding of what security is in Bitcoin. But people need to just take more responsibility with their mining, with their nodes, with their cold storage, with anything that allows you to, verify, have, move, transfer anonymously. Samurai whirlpools. I haven't used that. That's actually an Android thing. You might want to check that out. And coin joins and things like that. I haven't done that stuff yet. So I feel that, I need to get back into privacy, doing it that way. But, everybody has their own journey. We're all working towards it. We all need to learn. But that's an important thing. We brought that up.
Yeah. If you do all of those things, can you label yourself like a cypherpunk, or how does that work?
I don't think so. I think if you're a cypherpunk, you're contributing code towards a cause, right? Like an anonymous cause, right? Like whether it's money in Bitcoin, whether it's, just encryption in general when it comes to like Signal, right? Like messaging encryption so we could protect our rights. Anything that protects human rights and freedoms when it comes to code, I think that makes you a cypherpunk if you contribute to that.
Gotcha.
But just like every other word, I'm sure it's loosely thrown around here and there. But the real people are the contributors of the code, because the code is what allows us to do this anonymous activity in an open world. I don't know if it's GG, probably sounds like GG, but something along the lines of, that type of encryption is what, separates the digital world from the physical world. We can now interact in both these worlds back and forth. And Bitcoin allows us to do that, so they can't mess with it. But if we use exchanges, right, we know this. If we do these compromising situations where we think, sort of like we think with the bank, that the bank is always going to be there. We know it's not, but that's how some people think about their Bitcoin. Oh, well, Grayscale will always be there. It would take a nuclear disaster to wipe them out. Yeah, but if a nuclear disaster happens, you can still own it if you do it the smart way.
Yeah,
So,
totally. To go back, we were talking about having miners that are hosted elsewhere through Compass or whatever third-party company.
Yeah. I only know Compass, by the way, but I'm not.
I think there's other
Compass.
smaller ones.
I'm sure. Yeah.
I've seen dudes on Reddit like, "Yo, I'm about to go in on 300 S19s.
Yeah.
Here's the discounted rate. If you want to buy one, I'll host it at my place."
Dope. Yeah.
Boom. So someone like yourself, you know what I'm saying?
But the bigger ones are Compass, and I don't know.
Yeah, Compass Mining is the only one I know right now. I know of one other, but I think it's like commercial. So I think like the minimum order is probably like 50 grand.
Yeah.
So you're talking like huge farms.
Yeah.
On miners. But what we were saying was that like at what point does the FBI come in and say, we're looking at your electric bill. We know you're either growing weed or selling Bitcoin miners.
You told me that last time. It's true. It's
like
true.
that's so in Jason Williams' book, that's the situation that happened. The feds came to him and were like, yo, you ordered 500 miners. This is your bank statement. And what you doing with it? Where's the energy? We're not seeing it. And he's like, hey, I'm recycling tires, actually. Let me show you.
Yeah.
Let me put you on the game.
Yeah.
And he's running $1 million operation, probably weekly, right? I don't know. It has to be huge.
I guess in theory, use Compass, right? Like to do that, to get like a big, amount of sats. And then, I don't know, somebody would probably say, grab it, send it to like a Whirlpool wallet. And then from Whirlpool or CoinJoin, go over to your cold storage.
That's smart. I might do that.
I've heard that. I just, I maybe when I start stacking, right? Like at a bigger level.
Let's work on that.
Yeah, but I will. There's like versions of CoinJoin for iOS, but I think most of the apps are working on Android.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
You definitely have
to.
Yeah,
I still haven't sent any transactions through there, but I probably should just on the regular.
Yeah, but I think that's the smart way to do it, right?
Yeah.
Because, a lot of the, pleb miners and real miners are definitely going to say, well, if you have it at home, you have a VPN on your modem, then you're more anonymous. It's KYC free. You could join pools that are less than what we know of, like the email, like literally nothing. You actually use your Bitcoin address you want your payout in as your like sign-in.
Gotcha.
Right? So like they don't want nothing but how we gonna pay you. That's super cool. But yeah,
like that.
even if you use like a third party and you send it to a public wallet, then from there just probably coin join it.
Yeah.
Or Samurai wallet it or whatever. Whirlpool is what it is on Samurai wallet. Send that in there and then send it to your cold storage. And
let's work that out.
Yeah, for sure. I think Taproot's going to help with all this stuff too, by the way.
Gotcha.
So
It'll probably do it more just natively.
yeah, the address would just be harder to identify on its own, and then you could probably still do whirlpools and stuff
On
like that
top of
to really make it real nice and spicy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's cool, to get as much stats as possible, but you can't fake yourself into think that you own these miners. You do, because they'll send them to you. But you know
do,
what I mean.
but if the feds come through and they're like, "Hey,
Word.
we're seizing all
Or
these,"
robbery, right?
Or robbery.
Yeah.
But even I'm thinking of I forget the name of the term. It's something the police can do where they can basically seize your property if they suspect that you're using it for XYZ.
Yeah.
It's like asset forfeiture or something like that. But they can literally like take your stuff.
And I haven't really like dug through it with like an eyeglass, but I don't think Compass is going to reimburse you if that happens.
Yeah, I'm doubtful of that in the contract. It says in the event of XYZ, we get stuck up or whatever. Like I don't know. Are they insuring all those things? Maybe I'm gonna ask my rep. But
yeah, that's true. And it's been a good experience. I still plan on keeping these S9s as long as possible. But it's. I don't know if it's just the Northeast or
it's Northeast, bro.
Is it?
Everywhere
Yeah.
else is Texas generally is 8 cents a kilowatt hour.
You gotta, it's very hard. And mining is a strategy game, right? You have to be affordable, you have to be profitable. You can mine at a loss, but at what is your tolerance rate?
Yeah,
Because
facts.
At some point, you're just losing Bitcoin.
In perspective, if you're in Massachusetts, your electric bill is probably 3 times higher than the rest of the country.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, if you can take 66% of that electric cost and then mine at home or have free energy, it's more profitable.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And it's just also it's not like I have machines that are hashing hard, right? So it's like the trade off is not there with the S9s.
Yep.
I think I saw earlier. I think we talked about it last week. It's 2017, I believe, the S9s came out.
Gotcha.
I think I said 2018 last week. Either way.
Gotcha.
But they've been kicking for what's about to be 4 years now.
Yeah.
So they've been
Who
kicking
makes them?
strong. It is Bitman.
Bitman.
I
Okay.
think so. Antminers, yeah, Bitman.
Got
So
Got
we were talking about that too. Won't call out no names, but yeah, I guess I had a few people actually compare the What's miners to German engineering versus the Bitman kind of just being your average every day of the mill.
German engineering is supreme, sir.
You see, I trust these people. It wasn't a salesman, so it wasn't like a charlatan.
Consult.
Yeah, right. This person had nothing to lose, nothing to gain, right? To give me this information. But yeah, I would hate to think back to the feds coming in that I would pay these things, not own them, right? When I think those machines are even profitable here in Worcester.
Oh,
it won't
yeah,
be as much profitable, but it'll be as profitable.
Still profitable.
So the argument is still bring them home and mine and just get a little more.
In comparison, I mean the M31S, which has 84 terahash, right?
Yeah, 82.
Right now those are $6,000, and they're mining around $24 a day.
Yeah. So what do you
Right.
think the electricity here would be? Probably.
Well,
If I ate like 19 of that.
It's probably 3,000 kilowatts. Your S9s, I don't know the kilowatt rate.
I think it's 18.
Is it 1,800 each?
No, actually, I'm sorry. I'm running them at 1350.
Okay.
Because I can set them in the background.
Oh, bet.
So I'm running both of them at
So
1350.
two of those.
Yep.
So your cost right now isn't that far off from what one S19 would be at 3,300 kilowatt hours.
You have to explain that. Right.
So right now, if your units are both 1350,
I'll tell you what, my
Like watts?
my two units are not bringing in what the S19 is
no,
bringing
yeah,
in.
not dollars. I mean power consumption use.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So if they're 1350 kilowatts,
yes, I
so
have them set to that.
two of those are like 2,700.
Sure.
So if the S19 is 3,400, you're
Yeah.
only 7,800 off. So
Okay.
your electric bill is only going to increase less than 1/3.
But the return will be higher
But
because
your return is going to be, you're going
Yeah.
to go from, I mean, what's the terahash on
from
this?
30 hash to 80. Were we comparing to what's miner?
Oh yeah, what's miner? The what's miner, my bad, is it's like 84 terahash.
Yeah. So from 30 to 84,
From 30 to 84 is
close to a 3x.
Yeah. I mean 2x, right?
Yeah, close to
30
like
to
2.5.
60,
Yeah.
60 to 84.
Yeah.
So probably like 1.7.
Yeah.
And-
It's still
and that's the
profitable.
return.
It's
Yeah.
just not as profitable.
Yeah.
I guess is the point. But we'll see how it goes. I like that. Even if I have to pay for it, if I don't like my experience, I can at least get them shipped to me.
Facts.
That's pretty cool. But yeah, at some point we have to take ownership of all this stuff
Yep.
and be responsible.
Totally agree.
If not to not learn to how to use this stuff and how to put it together, but to be more sovereign and be more
Yeah.
free.
I saw a Twitter video of just looked like some computers or some miners outside in a jungle with a bunch of wires going into the water as if they were trying to hydropower the miners for computers.
That's
and
the
I was
way.
like, this is crazy.
Hydropower is the way.
This is
I don't know. I
nuts.
like the volcano stuff, of course, and that's all incredible stuff. But we have water everywhere. Hydropower is the way.
Yeah.
And I don't know the numbers on that, right?
Mhm.
I don't know, because I've heard of even people say that like wind turbines are worthless and stuff like that.
Yep.
So, maybe somebody can make an argument for hydro being worthless.
I talked to a mechanical engineer,
Yep.
one of my smartest, closest friends, and the first thing he commented on was hydro. He was like, bro, because we
the
talked
way.
about gas, we talked about everything, and he was like, yo, hydro, water's everywhere, and
It's powerful.
it's extremely powerful.
Absolutely.
So yeah, it's crazy. Like if we live near a river or a dam, that we could partner with the city. Hey, we'll give you 20%.
Yeah.
Whatever the fee is.
We'll pay them.
Or we'll pay you in USD
Right.
if we can do XYZ, if we can tap this into the water.
That'll be a better argument for them.
Like,
Because
dude,
then
look-
you would have to explain Bitcoin and all that. And then they're going to
Yeah.
be, well. But if I say, hey, I'm going to hit you off with some money,
yeah,
the city's going to be all ears for that.
Facts.
This is going to be a completely change of subject, but I've been following this literally since earlier. And this is extremely interesting. So you want to know how long it's been since the last block?
40 minutes,
I've been following this since earlier.
a couple hours.
I'll give you 5 hours and 45 minutes since the last block.
Wow.
All
right, so explain why that's an issue, why it isn't an issue, and what was the original block time that was designed.
I'm looking at Santa. I have this whole dashboard pulled up, which is the most interesting. It's like I've posted this. It's like literally watching Bitcoin breathing. Like
You showed me that.
It's
I
like
saw it.
functioning.
Yeah.
It's
like a pulse.
It's insane to watch, like the transactions go in, how many blocks. I don't think I've ever noticed. It's probably happened plenty of times before. When the mempool clears, it literally gets to the point where there's like a half a block. There's nothing to mine after that. There's no transactions filling it. To me, it was scary watching it. Like, what happens if it doesn't have a block? But in my opinion, I think the miners just keep chugging along. They just don't get the transaction fees because there is none.
Right.
But it's never happened. There's always transactions that fill it eventually.
Yeah.
But like, I understand the mempool much more important seeing it like this. But to answer your question, I guess it depends where you're at when it comes to the how long the blocks are taking.
Mhm.
If you're a miner, you love it because that means that most likely the next difficulty adjustment, which is about every 2 weeks, is going to be lower. Because it's taking it long to find these blocks.
They're saying the next one is going to be another 24%.
I actually have it right
reduction.
here. That's a wrong number.
Is it?
Yeah, you have to get closer to the date to get a more constant
Gotcha. So
number.
a few days ago, it was at like 24.
Right. Right now, the estimated difficulty change is -9.7. So
Okay,
about 10.
10%. I'll
Yeah,
take it.
about 10. Of course, from what it is now.
Yeah.
So it's going down that ladder.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it's ideally for those listening that don't know, Bitcoin is designed to pump blocks about every 10 minutes or so. Sometimes it's a little more, sometimes a little less. With this constant changing of time, that's how Bitcoin automatically adjusts its difficulty and makes it easier or harder to find blocks. If it's taking really long to find blocks, that means there's not enough players in the game, hashers, right? So Bitcoin, right? However you're hashing, yeah. So Bitcoin is basically saying, hey, it's taking them so long that I need to drop my difficulty so that they could get closer to 10 minutes. And what the miners are trying to find is this nunts number, this very hard, specific number to land. And our hashing is basically taking guesses every time to try to get to this one number. So if it's taking 5 hours, it seems to be hard, right? But that 5 hours doesn't mean anything in the span of 2 weeks. Because if the next one to 10 minutes consistently, that difficulty change, as you said, from 25 to 10, that's because of that. But I personally, with my own 2 eyes, have never seen 5 hours and 48 minutes now we're going on. And this is a live ticker. Like if it finds it, it's going to go to 0. So we'll see by the end of this episode if we're going to find the block. So it's good if you're a miner. You make more money. Difficulty drops. That's all good. Bad if you're a pool, because if you find Bitcoin and every block you get 6.5 Bitcoin, I believe at the moment, you don't get transaction fees if there's not a lot of stuff going on.
Gotcha.
Super bad if you're trying to pay somebody and you're waiting for you.
Taking along to transact.
5 hours ago, if you were on the front of the list and you paid the high amount of sats, which is probably wasn't a lot because the mempool was low. It's actually, mempool has 4 blocks in it right now. So, but if you were waiting to get on the next block, you've been waiting about 5 hours.
If it was a big transaction, I'd probably be pretty nervous. Even sending payments to Compass. Like when I sent my first big like Bitcoin payment to like not my exchange to my cold storage, like actually paying someone.
Yeah,
it's pretty nerve wracking, bro.
Yes and no. I think you just have to trust it, right?
Nah,
and,
yeah, and I do.
And it does give you a transaction ID, right?
Yep,
So you can locate this thing.
Yeah, and almost immediately you're gonna look at that transaction and you're gonna see pending.
Yeah.
So like once I see that, I'm like, oh, we're
Right.
good. As soon as I know it's like, to me, that's like, I don't know, on the block.
Right.
Or I get some sort of
It's
paper
in
receipt.
the mempool. If you have a transaction ID that's not confirmed, your transaction is sitting in the mempool ready to
Waiting.
get picked up by a miner.
Yep.
Right. So you're good. You have to trust the system at that point. There is a timeout period where it just goes back to you. But the way inputs and outputs work, and we talked about it last week, is once you see that your wallet is negative, 0.5 Bitcoin or whatever, you can't make up 0.5 Bitcoin. It's not like your bank account where they just did some math in the forefront and then they're going to settle weeks later in the background.
Right.
You can't send anything that you don't have. And when you send it, you don't have it. So your app is going to show you, your wallet is going to show you.
Right.
Like there's no games being played here. So I say as long as you have the right address on the end.
Yep.
People
There's
say,
nothing to worry about.
people don't say trust QR codes. I usually do. I don't know why. People have told me that.
They're pretty on point from.
Yeah, I think it's just convenient, and that sucks because it's not a word to be using in Bitcoin. But I do check address as much as possible. But yeah, check your address, and as long as you're sure that payment got made. And the beauty of it is, the other side. Let's use Compass Mining. We're not picking on Compass Mining.
Sure.
The other side can't fake the flunk and be like, it never showed up. Because you could just be like, well, here's the transaction ID, buddy.
Yep.
You got that.
That's one thing I love too is opening up that show transaction and you can see basically everything that's going on.
Absolutely.
Which is cool. So
And then every time you get picked up on the mempool and you get added to the next block, 5 hours and 51 minutes of counting, then you'll see the first confirmation. Most exchanges, most things usually rely on 2 or 3 confirmations. And what that means confirmation-wise is every time a block goes by, you're confirmed because that whole previous chain has been confirmed more times, right? So it hasn't split, it hasn't been changed, the transaction didn't disappear into like an orphan block and things like that. So you're good. You get 1, 2, 3 confirmations. Then the theory is that it's going to take so much computational power to reverse the chain to be able to go back 3 blocks that it's nearly impossible to take that transaction from history.
Right.
So that's what makes it so powerful, and that's why when a transaction settles, it settles for good.
Yeah.
You can't reverse the chain. You can't get a refund. I don't know much details about it, but I believe Ethereum in the past did that to recover the DAO tokens that they lost or whatever. They just reversed the chain.
I was talking with
that's insane.
The contractor who's working in my bathroom. We were talking about Bitcoin earlier.
Yep.
And I was just talking about, things that these other coins promise and how like Bitcoin is decentralized and there is no head, right? We'll never have to worry about a Vitalik issuing coins or issuing a new whatever or issuing a token or we'll never have to worry about anything like that.
Exactly.
The closest thing to it would be, hey, Satoshi's coins just moved off his address. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
In terms of like coin wise, I can think of.
I'm gonna give you the worst one. This whole thing was set up by a higher central intelligence agency, and we're all playing the game. I don't believe that.
So
I've heard that.
in a group chat, I saw, Bitcoin is created by the CIA.
Sure.
Okay, sure, but okay.
Yeah.
And we're trading at 30 grand a coin. We're seeing mass adoption.
That could be all part of their plan, is what they're saying.
No, I get that.
I'm gonna tell you what they fuck up with.
What's the end game though with that?
Well, I'm gonna tell you what they fucked up with the analogy. If that's the case, and somebody were to get a whiff of that, you've already shown us what works. So now we just got to go do Bitcoin. We could just soft fork somewhere else, and we could make sure that they have no part of it, whether it's through code, whether it's through what. So we just and then the consensus is going to be go there because that's bad. That's the CIA shit.
Right.
And then that's when we'll just, I guess, build a new Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I don't think that day will ever come, but does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Consensus would just be like, oh, this is a shitty token then. I don't want this. But then somewhere, some actual developers could say, well, we forked the Bitcoin code, which is what Ethereum is, which is what all these coins are. It's the original. It's the original core, just with stuff built on top.
Yeah.
So you get the original core, and then you just say, well, we're going to make the real Bitcoin over here without the CIA. And then I think I would gravitate towards it. Like,
Absolutely.
okay, that's my thing then.
And there's 10,000 Bitcoiners with that same attitude.
Right.
Like,
that
hey,
are gonna
we will build this whole system
Yeah.
ground up. We'll use our time, talent, and
Goes back to
resources.
game theory. If the CIA is really playing this game, they're going to lose once people get a whiff because we all agree that this
Here's
works.
the deal. I don't think the CIA is that smart.
Me neither. There was just this one conversation, and I'm going to butcher these famous coders' names or whatever, but I think it was a Laszlo of the world. There was just this thing that after Satoshi disappeared or whatever, Laszlo, and I could be messing that up, but I heard it in one of the podcasts I was listening to, got called in by somebody big in the CIA, and he had a meeting that nobody ever knew what happened. And Laszlo was the one that Satoshi left in charge. Like, basically, like, yo, I changed my name off of that to put your name on there because I have to disappear. And Satoshi said it himself, because if I'm around, Bitcoin will never be what it's supposed to be. Because of that very reason right there. Because he was getting a lot of like, not only harassment, Satoshi was like, yo, you shouldn't be doing difficulty adjustments like that, like from other cypherpunks. Like, that's never going to work. Not only was he the target for that, but every time Satoshi to do something to improve Bitcoin, those same people would be like, yo, I thought this was anonymous. Why are you making changes without letting us know? You have to let us know. But Satoshi obviously made a lot of big decisions that still impact Bitcoin to this day.
Yeah.
So eventually the story is, if I'm not getting it wrong, is that he told Laszlo that same thing. Look what's happening because I'm around. It's not anonymous. It's Satoshi's money. And then he was like, I got to get out of here. And then that's, supposedly when he tied up his loose ends, made Laszlo, contributor, the main name, and just disappeared. And now Bitcoin is actually open source because there's not one guy making changes. Everybody makes changes if they get approved, of course. So that's just an little fascinating tidbit there. But it's just everything in Bitcoin just seems to work well. I don't think the CIA or the US or whatever is smart enough to keep it going for this long.
I don't think the CIA is that smart to do that. Typically, they're working in reverse. Like, if you historically look through their involvement with stuff, like whether it's Malcolm X and the sting operations they're running on the ground just to get intel. And I think they would support, they would create these quote unquote fake cyber attacks that we keep seeing in the news that demand Bitcoin as a ransom.
Yeah.
Like, they'll fake those and then they'll start the USDC whatever.
Yeah.
Right. And that'll be your digital money. And there's basically an expiration date on it. They'll do something like that where it's like problem, reaction, solution. But I don't think I've never seen a CIA move that was this brilliant.
Yeah.
That changes the world in this way.
Right. And once again,
time will tell.
For them not to be able to spill anything right now. Because people be in
12 years in.
People be in their bag. People be exposing them out.
Yeah, whistleblowers.
Yeah, right.
Whistleblowers.
Right.
Project Veritas on the political end, they continue to get whistleblowers at all kinds of companies.
Yeah.
So how many people would have to know about that?
Yeah, right.
There'd have to be a whole.
It would have slipped. Yeah.
There'd be people that were fired.
Yeah.
Who were let go, who want to spite their boss or whatever, who would spill the secrets.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Well, I don't know if it's the CIA per se, but whatever that U.S. government entity, that military entity, that's where we got SHA-256 in these things. So they're smart enough to build these encryption things. Now were they able to do what Satoshi did and be able to piece these things together?
Yeah.
Obviously not, if we believe what we believe. But let's not say that they're not smart enough to, encryption is a warfare tactic.
Absolutely.
So they understand this in and out. But from what we know and from what we understand how these algorithms work, they themselves can't even go backwards. They can't crack it, or we don't have the computing to do it. That's all fascinating stuff, dude. And like, I followed tech for a long time, loosely and aggressively at certain times, but just perfection is just rare to see. Like, there's always like a flaw somewhere, and I know people could get things from Bitcoin and say, well, it doesn't do this and it doesn't have privacy and all that. But the one thing that they're not understanding is it still works. It works without hands off.
You can add privacy.
Taproot.
And then people want speed, right?
Yeah.
You can add speed, lightning.
Exactly.
So like,
it is what it's supposed to be.
Bitcoin at its core is what it's supposed to be. And all the utility that everything else is going to offer can just be layer 2, layer 3, layer 4 on top of Bitcoin. So why would I want to hold Ethereum when there's going to be an Ethereum 2.0 and probably a 3.0, and there's probably going to be more coins that are issued?
Questions.
Why would I want to hold that long term?
And the 21 million allotment is everything.
Facts.
It's everything. It just makes sense. It's like, oh, okay, this can't be effed with. Like, I can't just get more of it. So I don't know,
Digital
man.
scarcity.
Yeah, just scarcity in general.
They're
love
still
it.
finding gold.
That's why we collect shit. That's why we do it what we do. That's why certain people have the sneaker collections, the car collections. What's up?
A one of one. Speaking of scarcity, a one of one, I think Seth Curry card went for like $6 million.
Come on now.
One of one.
And I would never. But somebody did.
Oh, absolutely. It's a store of value.
That's what I'm saying.
For them.
It's incredible to watch. It's playing out. And I keep looking down at the screen. I go through a few of these numbers here because there's a lot of different things that are incredible. Maybe throughout the episodes, we'll try to keep this dashboard open for the most part. Let me see if that. Yep, 5 hours and 58 minutes. We're checking on that block. That's still going. The transactions in that block, the estimated block that's about to be found, hopefully, is by Slushpool. Actually, I think Slushpool found the last one because I had the notification.
Right.
So 5 hours ago,
the
Slushy picked it up. 2,199 transactions in the next block. The output is about 4,000 Bitcoin, 3.5 Bitcoin. in US dollars, that's 119.5 million. The reward for the next blocks is 6.57, and the value that's 225. Blah blah blah. Yeah, and you can see the size of the blocks. What do we got for other prices? So Bitcoin price in gold, 8.9 ounces.
Okay.
Every Bitcoin is a gold. Bitcoin is 5.4 of the gold market cap. The all-time high for Bitcoin, 64,840. That was on April 14th. That was 84 days ago. That's interesting. Taproot is locked in. We're at block height 690,046. The Bitcoin network, this one's really cool. Reachable Bitcoin nodes. These means full nodes that have the blockchain on the ledger.
Yep.
11,669. Now you can add to that Bitcoin Tor nodes. That's 4,255. And that's about 15,000 nodes that are running the blockchain right now.
I feel like that's low.
Well, let's go to the next thing. This is why it's not low, because in order for you to have a Lightning node, you need to have the Bitcoin Core. The next numbers is the Lightning network. The let me see, total nodes, 12,236. So bump that number up, total channels, bump that number up to about 24,000 nodes.
Gotcha.
That could be low for worldwide, but not everybody knows how to run a node.
Mm-hmm.
So you trust like the big companies to do it in the background for you.
Yeah,
That could be a reason for that. I agree with you. That's a little bit low.
Yeah.
Lightning,
I just think like considering Bitcoiners and everything we talk about, self-possession of miners, nodes, your own coin, your keys, all that, right? I figured they'd, I don't know, maybe like 50,000, 100,000. I don't know.
Well, let me go back and say something too. I don't know if the word reachable means anything because it says reachable Bitcoin nodes.
Gotcha.
So I don't know if that means that there's like a private type of node that can't be reached and these are public nodes.
True.
I don't know but I do agree with you. I think that's pretty low, especially for something that's worldwide, global.
Yeah.
But anyways, the Lightning Network's capacity is close to 2,000 Bitcoin. That means there's 2,000 Bitcoin tied up in the Lightning Network right now as liquidity, back and forth.
Speaking of which, I did my first transaction with Strike and Moon.
Yep.
So good luck on that, as we were saying.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, talk to that experience.
Yeah, so I use the Strike app. If you don't have it, get that.
Yep.
I think of it almost like as like a Venmo, even better in terms of like Bitcoin, where like it sits on top of your bank account. That's what I mean by that. And then it
I like
can
Cash
kind
App,
of
but
Cash App, same idea.
Yep.
And yeah, so I deposited $500 on that. I pulled up my electric bill, and then I pulled up Chrome on my computer. You get basically Moon, which is the browser extension. It basically creates a gift card for you. You scan that with Strike. Strike pays for that, and then you use the gift card that is on your screen to pay your actual bill. To get from Strike to Moon, you have to like scan like a QR code. We were talking about QR codes earlier. But after that, it's smooth sailing, and I got 5% back. So I got almost $25 back for paying my utility bill.
Yeah, man.
And then I can just convert that. I can send that to a Lightning wallet and send it to my cold storage for probably a quarter.
It's especially with the mempool being so low nowadays. It's really good, man. It's impressive technology. Even the experience of copy and pasting the card.
It's so easy.
It's so good. They even give you the button to copy. Like it's not hard at all.
Yeah,
I even thought that it was gonna be this thing where like it kept going away and I kept having to go back,
Yeah.
or like I would have to write the number down. It's there.
Yeah, even from a return
experience.
perspective, even if you have a card where you're getting like 3, maybe 4% back, typically 3% back.
Yeah.
That 5% is still better than that.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, typically when you pay with a credit card, like on a utility bill, National Grid would charge me like an extra like $5 as a convenience fee.
Yeah.
So the fees add up and the rewards go down versus doing it with this. It's more profitable.
Yeah, it's the ultimate 5% back Sats card because as soon as Strike gives you the money right away, it leaves it in your account, and then you could just send it to a Lightning address right there.
The first thing I was thinking was, could we do this at like a restaurant?
You could do anything anywhere. Yes.
Would you have to scan the restaurant's invoice? Would
What
there
are the
have to be like
example?
I don't know, like we went out to eat.
Yeah.
The restaurant would have to have a QR code.
Yeah, so the
Gotcha.
restaurant will walk up to with their tablet, right, with their phone, whatever is connected. They would have the total pulled up on a QR code, and you'll be able to scan it from Strike, and you'll be able to pay them.
Gotcha. Do a lot of restaurants do QR codes on the receipt?
They will if they understand that they're not paying taxes.
Yeah. Eventually.
So like at the end of the night, right, they could have their Strike, right, and at the end of the night, they're gonna have all their total payments inside the Strike app.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just say they had a great night and it was like $3,000 inside of the QR code that was scanned. From there in US dollars, they could take from Strike, transfer $500 to pay bills, from their, Strike account back to their bank account, and then literally from there just send to a cold storage address. Or if you want to save on the fees, you could just send it to a Lightning QR code and turn whatever your profit was that night into sats immediately, and blah blah blah, go down that chain or whatever. It's incredibly usable. But once again, the process comes in: do people see the benefit in Bitcoin? Do people want to get paid in Bitcoin? And do they want to deal with having the Jose of the world come around and explain this to them?
Yeah.
Because they have to want to learn. The restaurant has to see. But my biggest argument to business owners, which is, I'm sure there's dozens of business owners doing it now, is I don't pay taxes on this. Like they just, unless I cash out.
Yeah.
They could pay me for a haircut. They could pay me for this. They could pay me for that. They could pay me for whatever. And as long as I don't need it, like to pay any bills or anything,
it's going to sit there.
I could have a very nice, economically profitable day just by holding some gold. And I did the same thing I do every day. Right?
Facts.
So I think it's very, and then before it was the whole, like, look, we're going on, it's 6 hours now, 6 hours and 5 minutes. So before it would be like, yeah, but I can't use this at a restaurant. They could walk away with the food and steal it. Well, you got strike.
Yeah.
All right. And then
Layer
if
two.
the consumers can't complain because it's like, oh yeah, but I don't know how to type 000135 bit. No, you just put $50 on the app and it does
USD.
all the magic for you.
Exactly.
And then on the owner standpoint is that it's like, oh no, you could cash out whenever you want, or you could save it and send it to a cold storage. Right?
Yeah.
And we could set up a node right inside the store. Right. So like you're not trusting, Strike servers or whatever servers. You're verifying these transactions because you have a really nice, maybe 2, 3 Raspberry Blitz. These things are like $60.
There has to be CEOs. I know there was one article talking about the day Walmart accepts Bitcoin, where they dollar cost average from a buying standpoint, and they offer 10% off, 5% off if you pay in Bitcoin.
Sure.
And then they have a node at each register at checkout.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know, if I'm a CEO of a big company, you have to be thinking 10 steps ahead. You have to be thinking, how can we implement nodes at checkout, nodes at online checkout, and when do we start dollar cost averaging?
First of all, fuck these companies. Second of all, the reason they can't do that is because they rely too much on subsidies and things like this. So Walmart, whether we like to believe it or not, relies on tax.
I'm thinking smaller spots, Trader Joe's.
Right. That's why I don't care about none of those places. But yeah, like a Trader Joe's stuff, they would just bring individuals like you and I, right?
Yeah, Bitcoin consultant.
That would just be like, hey man, we're gonna wire up this fucking store, and it's very easy to do. It's not very expensive to do.
Yeah.
And all you have to do is keep your internet connection up.
Yeah, because what's a node? 150?
To put it all together, it's
terms?
probably like 250.
250.
So yeah. And then in the future they would have to upgrade hard drives. It's gonna be far away. I think the mempool, I mean the blockchain is still like under 500 gigs. You could buy a terabyte and be good for a while.
You can get a 10 terabyte for 250.
Sure, and that's if they want to future proof themselves. So that could be, we're giving away all the but that could be like an upsell. You guys want to future proof yourself, etc. You could do this. But 1 terabyte, you get 250 for each node. I'm sure if we're doing it at scale, or anybody's doing it at scale, they could give them cheaper prices on that. Like we'll set up a node for 150 because we have plenty of parts and whatever. We do this. And it's just one of those things. You set them up. You set them up with a Strike account, or you could just set them up with like one of the free wallets, right? Like you could do Zeus wallet, you could do the Zap wallet, which is a Strike open sourced wallet. You could do anything that does Lightning and still do QR codes. You don't need Strike.
Yep.
I just think if you advertise Strike, it's going to make the fiat thing easier for customers. They'll be willing to just load up another Cash App and just hit a QR code instead of having to download Zeus app and
send here and send there
and have to type in 50,000, do the conversion, 50,000 sats. When it's like, nah, listen, your bill was 75.54. I don't know what 75.54 in sats is right now. I have a guess, but I don't know what it is.
Right.
So it's important to advertise services like Strike, Mun. Mun is another wallet you could use on the fly that you could just load something up real quick, and be able to have the customer have the experience, because that's what matters. They have to love it. They have to want to be able to do it, and you have, like you said, with the 10%, you have to give them an incentive to do so. Like if they come in and say, "Hey, I got a Visa card," it may be your job to say, "Well, hey, we're gonna charge you $5 more." You know what I'm saying? But this free app right here, Strike. Next time you come in, have it set up.
You'll get X, Y,
and
Z.
we're gonna give you free fries and a drink.
Yep, sold.
So I'm down.
Yeah.
Oh, a family package. Yeah, you come in,
Whatever.
we'll give you a full
kids free or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Large pizza, whatever. But then more people are gonna start coming in, and over time, you're gonna be getting this gold. And right from Strike, you can go and say, "Hey, Strike, I want this as US dollars back to my bank account," which I don't think it's a taxable event, by the way, because Strike already converts it to cash.
Got you.
You see what I'm saying? So I think you're just telling Strike, if that or they take the hit on taxes. But I think you're basically telling Strike, "Hey, I got $75 in my app because Ben just sent me this Bitcoin and it's $75. Send it to my DCU account, and that's $75 not converted." So it's smart for the business owner. And then, like I said,
that is smart, bro.
They could take their tips at the end of the day.
If you're not listening to this podcast consistently, Jose be giving me gems, bro.
I don't know, man.
from
I be
booking
talking shit.
from booking my travel with Expedia and using Lolly as a Chrome plugin to how I just paid my electric bill and got money back from a Chrome plugin
Yeah.
to how I bought Bitcoin, no fees from an app to an app transfer.
Yeah.
Like Jose be giving game. Y'all need to
I'm just shooting shit out here,
give
man.
this man,
Yeah.
stream him some sats.
But we have fair stream some stats, but we have this conversation off the mic.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
this
yeah,
isn't even like unique. So
Nah, but still, it's.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks. But
Bro, I appreciate it.
I just it fascinates me. It just fascinates me, like on a different level. Like I can see how cults start. I can see how cults start because it's like sometimes things just make sense in your head.
Yeah.
And this one right here is like, I don't know. I don't think it's a cult. I know it's not a cult because there's no leader or anything like that. But like that like it can change your life feeling, which cults do to people. Religion does to people. I feel that. Like it's like, yo, this thing has from philosophy of thought to what I believe in, to what I think is happening, to what is not happening, to how money works, to how I have broken all these layers of life-changing information, and it's just come from Bitcoin.
I'm kind of smirk laughing because while you're talking about this, I'm thinking about the doc on Netflix. I think it's Wild Wild West.
I haven't seen it. Hit me.
I think that's the name of it. But basically, it's like this Middle Eastern dude who starts this church off in the middle of nowhere, and he, like, there's images of like them having like 30 Rolls Royces back to back, and kind of like super high yoga retreat. They're probably doing mushrooms and a bunch of crazy stuff. I think there's a lot of sex going on, obviously, right? And I don't know, it just makes me think of like Woodstock and just this euphoria camp of cult, and like it's crazy. I think I got through like half of it.
Yeah, I've seen
but
my
I'm
fair
just
share.
it's one of those things where it's like, this is so crazy that this actually happened. Like
Right.
it's not a movie, it's like, wow, this is real life.
And then somebody would believe it. A lot of people believe it. Like, but
Yeah.
that's once again, this is how I feel about this. Like,
It's
there's
cool
no-
watching stuff like that.
Yeah, there's no leader. There's nothing that I'm like I guess being bamboozled by.
Sure.
Right? It's just more like the way life is completely changed. It's the Matrix is the best example. It's
Yeah.
the way life is completely goes upside down by one thing happening in your life.
Yeah.
And most people, I'm sure all people, when they get introduced to Bitcoin and they start falling down that, it life changing. You're never the same as the other end of the tunnel as you are when you start in Bitcoin. And I think that's a testament itself and why it goes way beyond money. It's cool to see the headlines. It's cool to gauge its price. It's cool to do certain things, but it just goes way past that because life as a benefit, as a plus, right? Like we talk about our energy being plus. Bitcoin has not only completely freed up time, but has given me so much value in my life that it just makes the dollar look worthless. It really does. Like that thing that everybody chases still to this day, which is the most malicious things that happen in this world are fiat oriented. To think that all these things that all these people chase,
The gold pillaging.
just to think that, yeah, that feeling of like this is slaverism without bondage, right? This is this trap. This is this thing that because we all have been been told to chase it because we have to chase it, that we all have dedicated our lives at all costs, at family costs, at our own personal expense, at so many different places, at virtues, at being honest, at doing all these things. We cross ourselves in so many different things because at a very early age, even before us, in this country, it was in custom and ingrained in people to say, yo, you need to get that by all means. Because that's how you survive, and that's how you live, and that's how you live wealthy. The American dream, the fence, the dog, the wife, the nuclear family, blah, 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 blah. All that stuff was basically fiat oriented. You needed the mortgage to get the house. You needed the money to keep the wife. You needed the money to take care of the kids. And damn it, you can't get a dog if you ain't got a place to keep the shit, a yard or something like that. This whole, the two-car garage, this whole thing was built off keep getting money.
Yeah.
Some people are extremely smart at getting money, and they've done it, and they're billionaires, and they're millionaires, and fantastic. But for the most part, everybody has to suffer because a few motherfuckers want to just basically lie to people just to get to the millionaire status. It's a stab world where it's like, I got to cut you in order to get ahead of you. And I'm hopeful that the Bitcoin standard fixes all that.
Yeah.
We just grow together. It's just one of those things. And you can have a farm with just some pigs in a little shed that you sleep in, or you can have a mansion. But the compromise is still there. You didn't stab nobody in the back to get this mansion. You did it with your own energy, your own work, because everybody gets Bitcoin at the price they deserve, and everybody expends the amount of energy, money, in certain situations to get as much Bitcoin as they can. So they all get what they deserve. If you saved enough Bitcoin to get a mansion, you deserve that mansion. But damn it, don't tell me it's because of money. Don't tell me it's because price action, blah, 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 blah. Signal off. I don't want to hear that stuff. You know what I'm saying? For the most person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But
yeah.
Bitcoin, man, life changing.
Yeah, well, one thing. So when Michael Saylor talks about Bitcoin, like he had a property rights video, which goes hand in hand with what we're talking about: gold pillaging, petrodollar, fueling wars. But he's just like, this is the first time where we have something for 8 billion people where we're giving them property rights.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When you own land or
Right.
when you own a house, if you don't pay your taxes, your house is seized.
Right.
If you're suspected of drug activity or this, that, or you owe the IRS X amount, your house is seized.
Right.
In all these cases, it's like your biggest asset is taken from you directly, and there's nothing you can do about it. With Bitcoin, it's the first time where you can take something, put it in cold storage, and only you have possession of it, and it cannot be confiscated.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
it's
no one's
incredible.
going to stop you from giving that to your kids, to your wife, whatever the case
Yeah.
is, or just holding on to it for yourself till death. Like whatever you want to do, it's
Yeah.
yours. But the government isn't taking it from you.
And they shouldn't. Yeah.
And when I think about now, right, there was a headline that said there's a current death tax, and the Biden administration wants to administer another death tax. So this dude, a Bitcoiner, posted, he was like, yo, listen, this is crazy. He's like, we're going to sell my parents' house, but we're going to have to use the proceeds to put them in an old person home. And there's like an extra tax on top of that. So
Yeah.
not only they're going to lose there when they die, there'll be nothing left of their estate.
Right.
Because there's a double death tax eventually. Like
Right.
it's crazy.
But before
So-
Bitcoin, there was no alternative for them. You
Facts.
see what I'm saying? So that's the problem. That's why once again they were showed before us that it was the way to go. You have to get this dollar. This dollar is what makes your life or breaks your life.
They made everything tied to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
by design. And then they could fuck with it and they could, take it from you. And even if they don't take it from you literally, they'll take it from you by debasing
Taxing,
it.
yeah, or debasing.
Yeah, taxing it, debasing it.
Dude, I just got an oil change. Oil change prices are up every time I go to get an oil change.
Why?
At Valvoline. And I'm
Fuck that.
talking to the guy and I'm like, hey man, is it me or like I wasn't expecting
The
to drop
premium package?
I wasn't expecting to drop 125 today at Valvoline.
That's nuts.
You know what I mean? Before it was like 90,
Yeah.
100. How did we get to 125, my man?
They keep tying it, right?
And I asked him, and he's like, "Yo, I've been here since February, and like every month they're raising the prices." And so like inflation is this hidden tax where your salary stays the same, but you get less. You get less chicken nugget, but the chicken nugget costs more, bro.
Right.
And I always talk about this because it's tangible, and obviously it's like
it's big.
Like
it's noticeable.
How many times does that have to happen before like everyone just looks around and says, "Why is chicken more expensive? Why is steak more expensive? Why is gas more expensive? Why?" We were talking off air, $1,750 for a 3-bedroom, or I think it's like a 2-bedroom on a 3rd floor. $1,750.
Yeah. But that goes back to the trap because if they keep getting these numbers to go up, and like you said, your money doesn't go up, guess what you have to do? Go work more
You gotta work
overtime,
more.
good sir.
You lose more energy.
Yeah, you lose more time. Yeah, you lose it all in one shot. They take away your time because instead of spending extra time with whatever your loved ones, your kids or whatever, guess who's spending more energy, right? So it's shitty, man. That's why I'm about done with it. I obviously live very comfortable. It's very narcissistic to even say like, well, fuck the dollar. I pay my bills, man. Like that's all that the dollars carry weight for me. I make sure my kids get what they want, and I make sure my wife gets what we want, and we just keep rolling about business. But me personally, no excitement in making dough like that, man.
Yeah.
Like if it comes,
No,
fantastic.
the
man.
only thing, so even on my end, I
Yeah.
close a deal or whatever happens.
Yeah.
I get excited because I'm like, okay, what can I do with that? Can I buy another rig?
You need it for
Or,
sure.
you know,
right.
what coin can I buy?
But
stuff like that.
my early mindset on that is I guess my early separation of what's about to come, right? Because if I'm not dependent on this thing that I know is going to collapse, it's a much easier transition to bounce to the next thing.
Yeah.
So to me, it's like, I agree with you. You have to pay your bills. You have to do these things. You have to make money. We do things for money. We do work, podcasts. We do things for money, of course. But yeah, if you can change it to something that's going to go in the right direction, you need to do that as fast as possible because you get dependent. And then in the Bitcoin standard world, sure, you can still transact in value. I'm not going to say that what we do for a living is worthless in the Bitcoin world.
Yeah.
But what happens when you're not closing as often? Because more people value what they're trading. So you have to work harder to make these trades happen. You're going to be so dependent on the easy fiat that it's going to be a tougher transition. Not an impossible one, but a tougher one. So to me, it's just an early separation of like, I'm not even going to get attached to this thing, man, because they're fucking with it. Why would I get attached to this? That's cuck mentality.
Yeah.
This isn't even my girl. My girl's getting fucked by somebody. It's cuck mentality. That's what it is. They own all that, and you, by holding it in your account or in your 401ks or all that, you think you own this. You think you own your house, and you don't own any of that. But you own Bitcoin.
Yeah.
If you do it the right way.
Mhm.
And that's my separation from the fiat. That's my mindset. Like I make money, I pay my bills, I work a job, of course. You know, it's all fantastic. I live well, you know, maybe more than some, right? But like I sometimes I see the look in people's eyes when they want it, and I feel bad for that. I do.
Yeah.
Because it's such a root of evil thing. It's such a like, I don't know, weird comparison, but I heard somebody talk about caffeine and coffee, and he took a 3-month break this morning on YouTube, and I was watching that, and it's like that. It's like he was walking in the airport early in the morning, you know, when they start opening the stores up and stuff in the airport, and he was like, boy, did I see the line of fucking zombies sitting outside trying to get their coffee.
Yeah.
It was an addiction that they didn't even notice.
Yeah.
That's sort of how it is when you going through your timeline on whatever social platform, and you see all these entrepreneurs, real and fake entrepreneurs, literally just like standing on the line, addicted to something that has no meaning whatsoever in life.
Yeah.
When you die, you're not going to give a fuck about what you posted, what you did, none of that. And I feel bad because I think it's an addiction in itself, and it's a root of evil one, and you're just playing a dirty game, most people. But we do need it to live, unfortunately. We got to make enough of it to be comfortable and take trips. But whenever you can, you trade that dirty cash into some Bitcoin, and your life will gradually improve.
Yeah.
Depending how much you put into it, the faster, but you're going to improve. Nobody's late. We tell you guys that mostly every week. You're not late. You're extremely early. There's a long way to go. Fascinating shit happening.
Yeah, on the comparison, and they
Sure.
say Bitcoin is where the early internet was,
I
probably
agree.
pre-AOL, right?
TCP/IP, yep.
So imagine, you know, being back then, and people are saying, hey, you're going to be able to measure the square footage around your house, so you know how much lawn fertilizer to put down. You'll be able to measure square footage from,
yes, sir.
you know, GPS here to here, and like,
yeah,
we'd be like, what are you talking about?
And how fast
I want to go on MapQuest and print out my directions.
How fast did
Like,
that happen too? I mean,
very quickly.
About the 20-year span, maybe. I mean, we went from the first.
I mean, I think the article I saw showed like 1997.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, when were we on AOL?
I don't remember, but it was probably about 20 years ago, man.
Yeah.
Way before that, probably.
Yeah,
Actually,
late 1990s,
it had to
1999.
be, yeah, it had to be way before
Early
that
2000s.
because I saw that Independence Day turned 25, and the internet was out way before Independence Day. So yeah, probably 30 plus years ago. Maybe?
Yeah.
No, damn, I don't even know, but it was a while ago.
Mhm.
But how fast it changed, right? Once
Yeah.
Apple came, and I have to say it was Apple, but once the App Store became a thing, once it was
Mhm.
like, oh no, you got this thing in your pocket, and you could just
You
download
got
shit.
everything.
That's when it just the slope was like, brr, it just went downhill really fast, and we got some crazy innovation. Our phones do everything for us right now.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Super incredible. I'm gonna check on that blog real quick. We're about
Yeah.
48 minutes
Six
in.
and a half.
6 hours and 21 minutes. Holy bananas.
You were talking about watching, is it the mempool flash?
What?
The pulsing?
That's the mempool and
mempool.
and the predicted next block. So it kind
Got
of
it.
shows you what the transactions are.
And it blinks though, right?
It just updates.
Okay.
So I guess that's how they show you it blinks. But
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
think
yeah.
it's meant to blink. I just think it updates to different numbers.
Gotcha. So if you're looking at like stock market, that's how like even on like Binance, you'll
I've
see
seen
the
those, like the
you'll see
tickers.
you'll see the tickers. It's pretty cool.
It is, yeah. This is just a different monster. Like
Yeah.
seeing the inputs go in, the size of the blocks. Whenever, like for example, right now, the size of the block right now is well, let me put it this way. They only do 1 megabyte block. So right now there's 3.48 megabytes in the pool, and that's 4 blocks to clear. As soon as it goes past 3.48, if no blocks have cleared, a new block is formed. So it's literally, you could just watch it. It's just 1 megabyte per block. And whatever goes past the 1 megabyte just gets put into the next block. And that's how sometimes we get backed up. And that's when the mempool gets really high and there's like 30 blocks. Right now, there's only 4 blocks. There's only 3.48 megabytes. So that means there's 3 whole blocks and they're working on the 4th block now, if I'm not mistaken on that math. But it's incredible, man. There's about 5,000 transactions in the mempool. Next block has about 2,199. It's still about 3.5 Bitcoin.
So if we got in on that first block, if I sent you some sats, would we see a confirmation by now? We'd see 1 by now or no?
nothing.
0?
You're not on the
It would
block.
just still say pending.
Yeah, you're not on the block. And that's
Gotcha.
when, maybe there's difficulty if this keeps happening. I've seen one earlier before that was about an hour and 30 minutes. So I think today seems to be kind of sluggish. But I guess in theory, what that would mean is the difficulty adjustment would drop.
Gotcha.
And it's expected to drop by 10. That's why, because it's taking way too long to find these blocks.
Yep.
Doesn't really throw off Bitcoin in a sense, but that's why it's really cool to use block height as time.
Yeah.
Because block height is set around the world. There's no time zones, no weird. It's 5 o'clock for you, 9 o'clock for me. It's not. Our confirmation settled on this block height. whatever time of the world that was for you, whatever.
That's what it translates to.
That's what it is, and it's very important to use block height as a time tool. I've seen a few people do it. I tried to do it with my Unchained post, but constantly looking at the block height and being like, yo, like I've seen people put like my kid was born on block height. Yeah, super
like
cool
that.
stuff. But yeah, it doesn't matter what in the other side of the world, it could be middle of night right now. But your son was born and it was morning for you, right? But it doesn't matter. They experienced that one moment in time. Incredible stuff.
Yeah,
man.
I like that idea. I saw you post about it on Twitter a little while back. Like, at this block height, XYZ happened. I was like, oh, that's dope.
Yeah, that was that Unchained
that.
post or whatever.
Yep.
But yeah, man, it's a beautiful thing to watch. I don't think this block is going to get found by the time we go. Are we good? We got 52 minutes. Good?
Yeah.
Hey, guys, we appreciate you guys as always. Please rate, share, and subscribe. If you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. Tell a friend, share it. If you're listening to us on your favorite podcast platform, might be a good idea if you leave a review down below. That helps us float up in the algorithm. More people could get this information, this value that you're receiving. If you're on Lightning, please feel free to pick your favorite app, stream us some sats. We appreciate that. That's the way we beat the taxes. It's super important. Ben, thanks, man. Appreciate
That's all,
it.
bro.
Episode
Always
27.
good. 27, bro.
Appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir.
Later, guys.
Peace.
All the opinions expressed by Jose and Ben or any of the guests on this show are solely their opinion and their opinion alone. Their opinions do not reflect the opinions of any of the sponsors or other parties involved in the recording of this show. Do not treat any opinion expressed by Jose and Ben as a specific endorsement to make a particular investment or follow a particular strategy. Their expressions of their opinion on this show is purely for information.
Bitcoin Takeover Radio is brought to you by Voltoro, the gold and Bitcoin exchange. Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro, grab your phone, use Blue Wallet on iOS or Breeze Wallet on Android, and scan the QR code on the webpage. So what are you waiting for? Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro, scan the QR code, and get that sweet pile of Bitcoin.
And let me tell you that we are really changing the world as we know it. The world is not anymore the way it used to be. No.
Bitcoin Takeover Radio.
Welcome to Thriller Premium. In-depth coverage and timely analysis of macro and micro happenings in crypto and Bitcoin.
Welcome to Thriller Insider.
All the banks are broke. And why are they broke? It isn't an act of God. They're broke because we have a system called fractional reserve banking, which means that banks can lend money that they don't actually have. It's theft from the taxpayer. And until we start sending bankers, and I include central bankers and politicians, to prison, it will continue.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for another exciting episode of Thriller Insider. This is going to be our closing of season 4, and I think we're closing out on a bang. Seriously. This might be probably the most important episode I've ever made. And I'm not just saying that. You know, there's some times when I discover things, when I do the research, when I spend a lot of time really investigating something. And sometimes, you know, it's clear as day. Other times it's not as clear, but it's like an itch you have and you keep scratching it and you're like, should I keep scratching it? Will it turn into something? Should I go to the doctor for it? Right? This has been something that has literally been like an itch probably since about April. Right? And I had been researching it for a while. I was coming up empty for almost like, you know, for almost like weeks straight. I kept digging, and lo and behold, I found some nuggets. And then lo and behold, those nuggets turned out to be a lot of gold there. And I want to present that to y'all today. So this is going to be the season 4 closer, right? As you know, we start season 5 here in July. We actually should be on vacation already, but you know, we had so much content that we had to release. It's just kept getting pushed back. And we also had an ESG episode I wanted to do, but this was just too important. This is just way more important than ESG. I mean, in my opinion, ESG is definitely a direct attack on Bitcoin, but this blows the lid off of ESG. I think what this does is clearly shows lines are drawn in the sand going forward, and people will have to pick sides. I think Bitcoin maxis have smelt this for so long. No one has given them credit for it. You know, no one has taken them seriously. It's just something that they have said. Today, we actually have proof of it. I'm going to release this to everybody. This is going to be a free episode. I have all my sources, citations inside the newsletter, everything. So feel free to fact check it. Do whatever you want. Share it with the world. I highly recommend checking everything out that I have here. I'm an open book, man. It's all there. I mean, there's nothing that I'm trying to hide. I mean, I'm even using Ethereum resources, right? I mean, we're getting it directly from them. So that just shows you. So today is going to be broken up into 4 parts. First one is going to be a prologue, how Ethereum scams everyone. The second one is going to be the greatest scam ever pulled. The third one is going to be introducing Justin Drake. And the fourth one is going to be called Ethereum and the Continuation of Fiat Currency and Debt Slavery. So 4 parts, very simple. And what I want you to do is realize that everything that I have put together is not to sway anybody's opinion on Ethereum or on Bitcoin. It is purely a response to Ethereum's attack that they are ultrasound money, right? There's a meme going on in Ethereum. They have this whole, well, you know what? We'll discuss it in the show. But this is a direct response to the Ethereum Foundation and Justin Drake calling Ethereum ultrasound money. And I'm going to explain why that is a blatant lie. That's all we're doing here today. Everything else is really just Cool Whip on that delicious Sunday. That's all it is. That's all it is. Cool Whip. Yummy Cool Whip, too. So, like I said, keep an open mind, listen to the facts, and if you're an Ethereum holder, you're probably going to learn something. That's all I'm going to say. And if you're a Bitcoin holder, you're probably going to learn something. That's all I'm going to say. Ultimately, I'm trying to keep it as unbiased as possible and strictly sticking to the facts, right? And like I said, those facts are in the newsletter. So sign up and read them. That's all I'm saying. Okay. With that, let's get into ultra shit money. So before founding Ethereum, Vitalik Buterin put considerable effort in 2013 into trying to convince investors to fund him in constructing a quantum computer. That's right. His plan was to use this quantum computer to solve computational, infeasible problems that can't be done practically on an ordinary computer, such as reversing cryptographic hash functions. Since he didn't know how to build a quantum computer, his plan was to simulate one on an ordinary computer. Since this apparently wouldn't count as just running a program to solve the impossible problem, this was an idea that had long been put forth by his associate in this crazy endeavor, Jordan Ash. Now, they went and tried to get funding and to also get anybody to invest in it. But lo and behold, no one took them seriously. So what did he do next? Well, he created Ethereum. And he did it with a pre-mine. And so he set aside 12 million ETH for Ethereum developers. And he set aside 60 million ETH for Ethereum investors, which gives you a total of 72 million ETH at launch. Now, no one really knows the total supply of ETH today. And if they tell you this, they're lying. But best guess estimates is somewhere around 112 million ETH. So if you do some back of the napkin math, you can easily see that 12 million ETH for Ethereum developers plus 60 million ETH for Ethereum investors equals 72 million ETH minus 112 million ETH today equals, that's right, 40 million ETH currently in circulation right now for the general public. Now, why is that important? Well, it's important because 62% of the current supply was pre-mined and therefore distributed before the first ETH block was mined. That's why it's important. And that's going to become even more important once we get to the fourth chapter of this podcast. You're gonna understand why what they're doing really is creating a Cantillon effect, not ultrasound money. Okay, with that, let's get into how Ethereum scams everyone, other than creating a 62% pre-mine before distributing the first ETH, because that's already how you scam everybody. But what they do now is how you additionally scam everybody. You know, Ethereum people love to call it this infinite machine, but it really is an infinite scamming machine.
there are other perspectives out there and they're just as valid as yours or something like that. It's like, no, it's not. There are objective facts. And you could go and listen to the actual technical details and find out what's actually the truth instead of, oh, that's just your perspective. You guys are Bitcoin maxis and therefore, you're biased or whatever. Maximalism isn't prescriptive, it's descriptive, right? That's what we like to say. And the idea is that it's not necessarily that we're like cheering for our own team, right? It's not Red Sox Yankees or something, and we're cheering for one team versus the other, and the Ethereum camp is cheering for their team. It's not like that at all. It's descriptive. Money has a network effect. There are certain things that Bitcoin has that Ethereum absolutely does not have, including decentralization.
In this cryptocurrency space, trade-offs are very well defined technically. So the reason Bitcoin may appear slow, it may appear expensive, that's because it's decided to be decentralized, to be censorship resistant. So as far as I'm concerned, there has been no technological breakthrough to provide censorship resistance and a decentralized property faster and cheaper. Okay. And this is not up to debate. This is just math. And so, for example, for some blockchain or cryptocurrency project to advertise themselves, in that realm, like, oh, we're faster and cheaper than Bitcoin. Oh, and we're also decentralized and we're also censorship resistant. According to math, last time I read, research papers, that is a lie, bold-faced lie. And so that's just a high-level example that I think everyone can relate to. You've seen the CoinMarketCap advertisements and such. And so, or Vitalik will say things like, I don't see any difference between a light client node and a full node. I mean, that's just a bold-faced lie, or you are, dangerously idiotic on the topic. Either way, not good news. And so I guess without ranting more, that's what I mean, is that sure, there can be blockchains that are faster and cheaper, but let's take the decentralized and censorship resistant labels off those. Do you mind? Because they can't accomplish them all. And I know that for a fact. It's just computer science. And